Economics for Children. Contents. 3. Preface 8. A note on translation 11.1. What is money? 14.2. What are things? 16.3. How do human beings make things? 18.4. Who stitched the shirt? 22.5. Raw material of the raw material. 25.6. What is the raw material for the tree? 29.7. Auxiliary materials. 32.8. What is labor? 38.9. Labors that do not make products. 41.10. All labor is work, but all work is not labor. 45.11. What are exchanges? 49.12. The use value of an article. 52.13. The exchange value of an article. 57.14. What if a person makes an article actively or lazily? 61.15. Old labor and new labor. 64.16. How can we see the value? 68.17. Why does the value of an article exist outside of that article? 71.18. Value is unnatural. 75.19. All the value belongs to labor. It does not belong to any material. 77. 4. 20 natural matter plus labor equals article. 81. 21 The problem in the barter system of exchanges. 86. 22 Money has arrived. 89. 23 What do people do with money? 92. 24 Money is a strange article that lacks use value and possesses only value. 96. 25 Is money a mediator of exchanges? 99. 26 Money is the value form of all the articles. 105. 27 Paper money is a stranger article that is devoid of not only use value but also the value. 109. 28 Did paper come as money in the place of gold? 113. 29 Why should we do labor? 118. 30 Difference in labor. 121. 31 Value is labor, but labor is not value. 125. 32 How does labor turn into value? 125. 33 Money means abstract labor. 133. 34 Human relations mean labor relations. 137. 35. Exploitation of labor has begun. 140. 36 Vulgar and perverted culture of slave masters. 144. 37 Causes for rich-poor distinctions. 148. 38 Hostile classes. 152. 39 A question one should raise about property. 154. 40 Commerce and commercial profit, loans and interest began in the slave-owning society. 158. 5. 41 Emergence of state in the slave-owning society. 162. 42. Teachings of religious texts to the slaves, sin and piety. Heaven and hell. 165. 43. Master-slave relations. 167. 44. Society of landlords. 171. 45. Land rent means exploitation of labor. 174. 46. The beginning of the capitalist system. 181. 47. Profit, the sole aim of capital. 183. 48. Old labor and new labor, total labor of the product. 189.49. Some aspects concerning price. 193.50. How does surplus labor take place? 251. Who will consume the surplus value? 205.52. Surplus labor, surplus value and surplus produce. 211.53. Capital is a grand lie. 217.54. Who will get profit, capital or the capitalist? 225.55. Land rent has become two parts. 230.56. The tenant farmer who is unaware of labor. 236.57. Exploitation of labor is still going on throughout the world. 241.58. Bourgeois magician. 243.59. The principal doubt concerning price. 248.60. Investigation on value began 2,000 years ago. 256. 6. 61. The ignorance of intellectuals. 259. 62. Who discovered the secret of exploitation of labor? 263. 63. Productive and unproductive labors. 267. 64. Do unproductive workers give surplus value? 270. 65. Unproductive labors at the workplace of the capitalist. 277. 66. Transfer of the value of means of production. 281. 67. Commercial workers are unproductive laborers. 288. 68. The entire money in a given country is the result of the labor of productive laborers. 293. 69. Values that add subsequent to production. 302. 70. Subsequent to production. 306. 71. Exchange-related labor does not convert into value. 311. 72. Family labor. 317. 73. Competition, a loathsome expression. 324. 74. Productivity. 326. 75. The ideas of the ruling class are the ideas of the people. 333. 76. Heavy machines, aeroplanes, computers. All are tools. Same as a needle. 341. 77. Unemployment is the creation of the capitalist system. 348. 78. Every wage is not the value of the labor power. 356. 7. 79. Some examples showing the incomes of capitalists. 363. 80. Castes in a result of exploitative division of labor. 372. 81. The capitalist price. 378. 82. What do capitalist economists say about profit? 382. 83. Economic crises, the creation of capitalist system. 389. 84. More on the economic crises. 394. 85. Some news reports on the crises. 398. 86. All human beings are class human beings. A class is not monolithic. 407. 87. Working class smeared with muck of all ages. 410. 88. Will this exploitative world ever change? 416. 89. Is reconciliation between class possible? 421. 90. The head is for thinking. 423. 91. The golden era is ahead, not behind. 428. 92. The beginning of the egalitarian society. 431. 93. Communism after communism. 439.94. What the working class must accomplish. 443.95. Facts are bound to defeat illusions. 449. Final word. 452. On the price of this book. 457.462. INDE extension. 8. Preface. I began writing this book only for children. These are the children hailing from standards 7,8 to 10. From childhood, children need games, songs, stories and many more things. Though the stories are full of fantasies and superstitions, the children must also receive scientific facts along with these. Science is a knowledge which elucidates the real matters with proofs regarding the nature that we exist in and the society that we live in. Children are innocent. They learn and trust in what is told to them by the elders at home and at school. The elders will convey to their children what they have learned from their elders. They teach the children only what they were taught. Children or adults, they will start to think only when they receive scientific knowledge. One need not learn all the aspects of science related to nature. Every person need not thoroughly learn the medical sciences. It would suffice if they are familiar with the routine hygiene principles to practice on a daily basis. When ailments descend on people, the clinicians will take care of the diseases. Every person need not have the medical knowledge as much as clinicians do. This also applies to the other natural sciences. Preface 9. However, this is not the case with the science that teaches us regarding the society that we live in. We are human beings, not animals. The animals are born and are dead the same way as they were born. They do not need any kind of science or knowledge. The human being, however, must know about human relations. The economic science explains relations among humans and their ways of living. This is the science that portrays the lives of yesterday, today and tomorrow. Every person must be aware of this knowledge. There used to appear a monthly magazine for children called Nani 1. I had originally started these lessons for that magazine. At that time I planned to describe only up to the concept of money. Only the first 8 lessons of this book appeared in that magazine. The magazine, however, stopped subsequently due to financial problems. I, nevertheless, completed this book to describe the other lessons as well to children. But, such a big book for children? Can the children understand the last lesson in this book? I myself was besieged with these doubts at times. I had to write the lessons in greater detail with a view that this book is meant for children. Since this book is meant for children, the font size is much larger. Illustrations appear at many places. Also questions and answers. In the final lessons news clippings too were inserted. For these reasons, the book has enlarged in size. The lessons, however, are short. 10 Preface. Without the lessons being this size, it would not be possible to comprehend this science in the minimum. There will be many levels among children. This is not a problem for the children who are habituated to reading and who have an interest in learning. There will not be a problem in understanding things that contain logic. It would suffice if the titles of the lessons, the terminology and the characters described in the lessons fall on the ears and minds of the children. It would suffice if at least the children get to know that there exists a science such as this. They will read again if they do not understand a lesson once. It all depends on their interest. If adults help a little, wherever children need, there won't be any problem. However, when learning an unfamiliar science, adults too are same as children. Even among adults, 99% of them are not aware of the science that teaches regarding the society. One must read Marx's Kapital for this. This is, however, impossible to start with. I therefore wrote an introduction to Marx's Kapital in the past. The adults may read this book without much difficulty. The present book, however, will serve as a primer prior to the other books. I have kept in mind also those adults who are scared and lethargic of Marx's Kapital. The adults must also read the books of the children, and must learn. And must teach the children. Rain Vinayak Hammer, the 17th of November, 2009. 11. A note on translation. This translation is based on the Telugu original Pillala Kosam Ardika Sastram, which appeared originally in December 2009 and underwent 3 editions subsequently. A note on this translation is necessary since the source language and the receptor language are genetically as well as culturally unrelated and structurally different. The differences in syntax and semantics of these 2 languages pose certain problems to the translators. The grammatical features that pose problems are articles, prepositions, auxiliaries, tense and aspect, voice, tag questions, conjunctions, word order, sentence length and sentence types. One specific feature of the original is that it does not contain even a single passive voice sentence, whereas the translation, at some places, is not free from the passive voice. The problems usually faced in the sphere of vocabulary are collocations, figurative expressions, cultural terms, idioms, etc. Figurative expressions posed major problem. Wherever we had equivalents in English, direct or indirect, we used them. Whenever we could not find equivalents, we resorted to literal translations of some language-specific expressions, with the expectation that the conceptual worlds. 12 am note on translation of speakers of different languages overlap at least in certain areas, and hence the literally translated source language expressions will be comprehensible to a reasonable extent. Yet, in some difficult situations, we substituted the figurative expressions of the source language by non-figurative expressions of the receptor language. In the case of plant and animal worlds, we retained the source language names since the botanical and zoological terminologies may not be intelligible to non-specialist readers. In such cases and also in certain specific cultural contexts, we reproduced the source language words in italics. We retained the proper names that are specific to Telugu situation, though they sound alien to non-Telugu readers. We did not prefer using English proper names as they sound more alien to the users of Indian languages. Language-specific proper names can, of course, be used when this book is translated into other Indian languages. Aruday Kumar has translated 90% of the lessons while V.8. Ravi and I have done the remaining ones. Once the translation of a lesson was over, I compared the translation sentence by sentence with the Telugu original and made modifications wherever I felt necessary, after discussing with the original writer. Our main concern and priority have been not merely reproducing the essential meaning of the original text but also the individual style of the original writer. In this process, there might have occurred some changes, which may not retain or present the scholarship and the translation abilities of the respective translators fully. However, before beginning the translation, they had generously agreed to tolerate my interference. I justify my interference with the help of the concept of world English, which implied that one can allow the influence of the first or the source language substratum, including the nature of the style of the writer, while translating. After my comparison and necessary modifications, I presented each draft of the translation of each lesson to Dr. P. Sri Lakshmi, proficient both in Telugu and English, and who taught English literature for many years in India. Sri Lakshmi read the translated drafts with great care and patience and made useful corrections and suggestions to improve the overall quality of the translation. I incorporated those corrections and suggestions after discussions with the writer. I carried out almost all the grammatical as well as lexical corrections. However, it was not possible to carry out a few corrections regarding style, where either the writer or I felt such corrections might not convey the style of the original. Despite useful suggestions of the English language expert, the present translation may still have shortcomings due either to my oversight or my personal choices with regard to the suggestions made. Hence, I am responsible, not the language experts or the translators, for the shortcomings that may still remain. B.R. Bapuji. June, 2015. 14. W1. What is money, oi? Children. Boys and girls. Do you know what money is? Let us learn about it now. What we see as money is a small, round coin, or a small piece of paper. We give that, and ask again, why do we get things if we give money? Money is a small coin, or a small piece of paper, isn't it? What is there in it? Can't we get things without giving that piece of paper? The other day Aunt brought some sweets. We took them without buy pencils, pens, biscuits, books, and many things. If we give money, we can get anything, can't we? So, why do we get things for money? What is money? Did you ever get these doubts? You might not have ever got them. Even elders do not get these doubts. How, then, will children get them? Ask the elders in your house, or your teachers at school, what RFF is money. Else T0W at they say. / they will say, money is that with which we buy things. Money is that which is useful for buying things. They will tell you only that much. Will you know what money is with that answer? That answer is not enough. Giving money, didn't we? To buy things with money, how do we get money? How do all people get money? Why do they get it? From where do they get it? Ask some more questions like this. Neither your mothers nor fathers will be able to give proper answers to any of these questions. Even your teachers will not be able to J.40 answer. They 44 / cannot answer, / because they do not know those things. If they know, they will not hide the answer, will they? They cannot answer since they do not know about it. But, they do not accept the fact. They will not say, we don't know about it. They say the same thing again and again as if they know everything. How? Economics for children. Can we get things without giving money? Will we get them for free? Don't you know this much? What a great question. They will shoot down your questions with arguments like this. In fact, elders should be surprised if children ask such questions. How true. We have not thought about it all these days. Money is just a small piece of paper, isn't it? Why should we get things if we give it? They should be surprised again and again like this. They too should get interested in knowing what money is. But, they will not have any of those wonders. Laziness in general. Too lazy to even wonder. Too lazy to think. Too lazy to use their brains. As a matter of fact, there is nothing new for us to think about money now. People in the past had thought all about it. It is enough if we know about it. If we want to know what money is, we have to know how money acquired the quality to buy things. Before that, we need to know what a thing is. Money is also a thing. Therefore, we should learn about the thing first. We have to read many lessons to learn about money. Questions and answers. 1. What is money? Have you ever got this question? If so, did you ask anyone? 2. While reading this lesson, have you thought of knowing what money is? Have you, then, asked your elders? 3. If you had asked them, what did they say? 4. Do you always have some money with you? 5. Have you ever lost money that you kept in your pocket or box? Did you tell your elders at home about it? 16. 2. What are things? We have said that money is also a thing. But it does not mean that we already knew what money is. First, we have to see what things are. Things are those which human beings make. Those which human beings do not make but found in nature are not things. Is air a thing? No. It is found in nature, without human beings having made it. We have to call it a natural substance. Is earth a thing? No. Human beings did not make it. There are hills, rivers, and oceans on earth. Those are all natural objects. If the trees in the forests have fruits and nuts, did people make them? No, right? So, all such things are natural substances. We have to call only those things that humans make as things. This book that we are reading is a thing. People made this. All the clothes on our bodies are things. The chairs and benches that we sit on, the beds that we sleep on, the pens and pencils we write with, the rice and curries that we eat, the houses that we live in, the schools we go to, the vehicles, bicycles, buses, trains that we travel in, not just this, not just that, all these are things, since it is the humans who make them. Every day, we live by making many things and using them. There was a time when all these things were not there. There were people even then, but they did not know how to make things. There were no things whatever at that time. On land, grasses and trees of many kinds take a root and grow by themselves. Those trees bear fruits and nuts. Fish grow in ponds and rivers. There are chickens, rabbits, deer, and other animals in forests. At a time when humans were not aware of making things, they did not have clothes. They used to roam around nakedly, just like animals. Since there were no houses, they used to live under trees, in the caves found here and there in the hills. As there 17 were no rice and curries, they used to live by picking fruits and nuts from trees and eating them. They used to catch fish found in ponds with hands and eat the raw fish. There were no things like nets to catch fish. They did not even know how to make fire yet. So they did not even know how to grill fish or vegetables. Just like animals, human beings of that time used to eat grass and the like. After living like animals for a long time, gradually they learned to hunt animals. Discovered fire. They learned to grill roots, fish, and meat. In accordance with the needs, they began works like making clay pots and carried on making various kinds of articles. Clothes to cover bodies came only because of making things like that. Similarly, there came houses to live in. A variety of cooked dishes came. Shoes for feet, and books to read came. Why this and that, all the articles that we use came. But, do you know how they make things? We have to see that now. Questions and answers 1. What is an article? Anything that human beings make is an article. 2. What is earth? Is it an article? It is not an article. It is not something which human beings made. The earth exists in nature naturally. 3. What is nature? That which already exists without being made by human beings. Underscore 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 4. Mention some natural substances other than earth and air. Trees and animals in the forest, fish in the sea, clouds in the sky, metals inside the earth. 5. What are sun, moon and stars? They are natural objects. 18. 6. What is meant by human beings? Human beings are also part of nature. 7. Mention some articles. A book, pen, clothes, shoes. Houses, cooked rice, blanket. 8. Think about the difference between an article and the land. An article becomes useless after some time. Land remains forever. 3. How do human beings make things? We have to pick something as an example. Shall we pick a shirt? Shirt is a thing, isn't it? How do they make it? First, we need to have cloth. Is that all? Is cloth enough? Will a shirt be ready just from cloth? No. We need a needle, we need thread, and we need buttons. We need scissors to cut the cloth. Okay, let us keep the cloth, the needle, the thread, and the scissors in one place. Let us sit away from them. Let us not look in that direction for some time. If we look at them after a while, will a shirt be ready? It will not happen like that. All the things we put there will remain exactly the same. They will be in the same place where we put them. So, what else do we need to make a shirt? We also need a human being. That person should know how to cut the cloth, and should know how to stitch a shirt. Let us say Parvati knows pretty well how to do all those things. If we ask her to stitch a shirt, what will that girl do? According to the measurements necessary for the shirt, she will 19. First cut the cloth using the scissors. Will that happen without the scissors? No. The scissors ought to be there. After cutting the cloth, it has to be stitched into a shirt. First, the thread has to be inserted into the needle. People who do not know how to stitch also do not know how to thread a needle. They can stitch only if they can thread a needle. The stitching can be done by hand, or using a sewing machine. To stitch using a sewing machine, we need to have a sewing machine. Let us say Parvati merely knows how to stitch by hand. She has finished stitching the cloth into a shirt by hand. She has also stitched the buttons of that shirt. After all this is over, she straightened the shirt and folded it nicely. The new shirt is complete like that. It is a newly made thing. It is a finished product. Now we can use it. Now describe how the shirt was made. For the shirt to be made, we need the cloth, the needle, the thread, and the scissors, right? What are all these? All of them are also things themselves. All these were made before the shirt. They were made the same way the shirt was made now. Would the shirt be made without them? Will the shirt be ready without the clothes, the needle, the thread and the scissors? The new product can be made only when all the old things that are necessary for making the new product are readily available. Based on their use, the old things have different names. First of all, we need the cloth to make the shirt, right? For making the shirt, the cloth is raw material. We call it raw material because, do we wear the cloth? No, we don't. It is yet to be made into a shirt. Only then can we wear it. So, it is raw material as long as it remains as cloth. Not just the cloth, all things that are in a shirt are raw materials. The thread is used here and there in the shirt. The buttons are sewn to the shirt. All of them together have become a shirt, haven't they? All the old things that became part of the new 20. Product are raw materials for the new product. Well, then, what about the scissors? What about the needle? Are these also sewn to the shirt? No, they aren't. After the job of cutting the cloth is over, the scissors is put away from the cloth. In the same way, after the job of stitching the shirt is over, the needle comes out of the shirt. Neither the scissors nor the needle stay inside the shirt. Therefore, these are not raw materials. Things like these have. They are called. These are the tools for doing work. The scissors are a tool for cutting. The needle is a tool for stitching. These things have different names as well, such as instruments or implements. All those names mean the same. What have we learned so far? What are all the things necessary to make a shirt? We need 3 types of items. 1. We need raw materials. 2. We need tools. 3. We need a person who does the work of stitching. If we look at the shirt that is ready, we can see the raw materials in it, but we cannot see the tools. As the tools are not in the shirt, we cannot see them in the shirt. The work that was done to make the shirt will also be visible. Cutting of the cloth and stitching it into a shirt will be visible. But the person who did all that work will not be visible. Who did the job of cutting? Did Parvati do it, or the scissors? Who did job of stitching? Did Parvati do it, or the needle? Think about it. Questions and answers. 1. What is a shirt? A. It is a thing. 2. Does a thing have another term? A. Yes. We can also call it a product or an article. 21. 3. What do we need to make a shirt? What are they? A cloth, scissors, needle, thread and buttons. These are also things. They were made much before the shirt. All the things that are necessary to make a thing may be called means of production. 4. Who made those articles and where? A. That we do not know. 5. Cloth is necessary for making a shirt. Cloth, then, is raw material. But, when cloth is made into a shirt, it is a finished article, isn't it? Then, how could it be raw material? A. When cloth is made, it is a finished article. But do we wrap cloth around our body? It should change into a garment, shouldn't it? Cloth turning into a shirt implies that an article which was already produced is now turning into another article. Raw materials. Tools together constitute means of production. An article which has to change into another article is raw material. 6. What is the raw material of a shirt, cloth, thread or cotton? Since a shirt is made of cloth, cloth itself is raw material for the shirt. It is irrelevant for the shirt to know the raw material of the cloth. In the process of producing a shirt, cloth is the raw material. The raw material for the cloth is thread/yarn. The raw material for the yarn is cotton. 7. What is scissors? Is it a finished article or not? A scissors is a tool. This is a finished product. This will not turn into another article. Every tool is a finished article. 8. 3 kinds of things are necessary to make a new article. What are they? Raw materials. Tools. Human beings, who do that work. 22. 4. Who stitched the shirt? /RY did Parvati Z/V/T, cut the oath, or /K. Understand what these are if we first go into the kitchen and observe the things necessary for cooking. What are the things necessary for cooking rice? First, we need the rice. We need water to boil the rice in. The two of them together become cooked rice. It means rice and water are the raw materials for cooked rice. What else do we need for cooking? We need vessels. We need an earthen stove. These are the tools. Is that all? Will the cooked rice be ready if we have the raw materials and tools? Not just yet. Don't we need firewood for burning in the earthen stove? The firewood burns and turns ZTRLLNT0 as H tall the rice on the stove to boil. So what is this firewood? Is it raw material? No. Since it does not become part of the rice, it is not raw material. So, is firewood a tool? No. Its shape does not remain unchanged, does it? The shape of firewood changes when it burns. Therefore it is also not a tool. 34. So, what is firewood? What category does it belong to? We have to call it auxiliary material or helping material. Instead of firewood, we can cook with kerosene, natural gas, or electricity. Whatever is necessary for generating the heat is an auxiliary material. It is neither a raw material nor a tool. Before cooking, we need to clean the rice with water, right? What is that water? Is it raw material? No. The water that is poured into rice for boiling the rice is raw material, but the water used to clean the rice is not raw material. It goes out. Yet, we need that water to clean the rice. Therefore, it is an auxiliary material. If we boil the rice without cleaning it, then it means that there is no auxiliary material. Let us say, we have to wash unclean dirty dishes. What are the raw materials in this work of washing unclean dishes? What are the tools? What are the auxiliary materials? The work of washing is performed on unclean dishes themselves. Therefore, the unclean dishes themselves are the raw materials. Next to the unclean dishes, we need to keep some water in a bucket or a pot. We have to wash the dishes with that water. The bucket or the pot are the tools necessary for washing the dishes. The ash, coarse bran and soap that are necessary for washing the dishes are auxiliary materials. The water used to wash the dishes is also an auxiliary material. Once the scrubbing and washing are complete, the dishes become clean dishes. The clean dishes are new products made from the work of washing the dishes. For the work of washing the dishes, there are raw materials, tools, and auxiliary materials. In the work of washing the clothes are raw materials. Buckets are the tools. The stone used to rub the clothes is a tool. Soap and water are auxiliary materials. The strings and clips used while drying the clothes are tools. The clean clothes are the new products made from the work of washing the clothes. In the work of sewing by hand, there will only be raw materials and tools. There is no need for auxiliary materials. Let us say we need to sweep the floor of a dusty room with a broom. Since the sweeping has to be done on the floor 35 itself is the raw material. The broom used to sweep the floor is a tool. If a container is necessary to remove the collected dust, that is also a tool. There is no auxiliary material here. But, if we have to wash the dusty floor with water, the water is an auxiliary material. After that work, the room will become a clean room. Here we will face another question. There is water in a glass for drinking. What is that water? Is it raw material, tool or auxiliary material? Water ready for drinking is not a raw material, not a tool, not an auxiliary material. We have to give some other name to that water. A name that refers to its use. Say, a substance ready for drinking. If cooked rice is ready, it will not be raw material, tool or auxiliary material. We have to call it a substance ready for eating. If it is uncooked rice, it is not ready for eating. It has to change into another substance. Therefore uncooked rice is raw material. The cooked rice is not. We may call articles which are not either raw materials or tools or auxiliary materials, but ready for consumption as articles or substances of consumption. Any article, which is made after doing some labor, is a product or produce. Product is something which is produced. Raw materials, tools and the like which are necessary to produce are collectively called means of production. Those are the means to produce. Means of production are necessary to make any article or to do any work. Without them no work is possible. Questions and answers 1. What is the difference between raw materials and the tools? A raw material turns into a new article. The raw material does not exist in isolation and away from the new article. But tools do not enter into the body of the new article. After an article is made, all the tools remain separate. 2. We have to weave a blanket. Tell what raw materials and tools are necessary to weave. The only raw material is yarn. Tools, loom and a few others. 36. 3. What are auxiliary materials? These are a kind of materials which are necessary either to make new articles or to carry on certain activities. Auxiliary materials are those materials which are neither raw materials nor tools but are essentially needed. Underscore 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 underscore. 4. What are the raw materials in washing clothes? What are the things that we make by washing clothes? Soiled clothes are the raw materials. The washed clothes are the articles that we make by washing. 6. Raw material, auxiliary material, and personal consumption material. Give examples of these three kinds of materials. Take water as an example. When we use water to cook rice, water will be the raw material. Water used to wash vessels is auxiliary material. When we drink water, it is personal consumption material. Some articles belong to the three categories. 7. Pencil, book, cooked rice, water, table, cooking oil, petrol, brinjals. Out of these, what is raw material? What is auxiliary material and what are tools? A pencil, a tool. Or an auxiliary material, depending on the context. Book, a tool. Or an object of consumption. Cooked rice, consumption material. Water, raw material, auxiliary material and consumption material. Table, a tool. Or an object of consumption. Cooking oil, raw material. Petrol, auxiliary material. Brinjal, raw material. Spectacles, an object of consumption. A pair of shoes, consumption material. Plough, a tool. 37. 8. If we want to put seed under some category, what is the category under which we can put it? We can consider it as raw material. Because the plant grows from the seed. The seed cannot be a tool. Nor can it be auxiliary material. If we want to give a name to the seed, it will be raw material. But, if it is a naturally formed seed, we have to name it as naturally existing original substance or something else. 9. There is water in the pot. What is pot? What is water? A pot, used as a tool. Water, used as food. Every article is meant for consumption. We need to refer to the articles with such names based on the differences in using them. 10. What are the means of production? Are the means necessary to produce anything and everything is the means of production? To make some products, we do not find raw materials. In some contexts, we do not find auxiliary material. Whatever is necessary for production in a given context, it is the means of production. 12. How do we refer each object in this picture? Earthen stove, tool. Firewood, auxiliary material. Pot, tool. Contents in the pot, raw materials. What is this water? May be raw material or drinking water. 13. What is this? It is water that cleans the vessel. It is auxiliary material. 38. 8. What is labor? Pavathi stitched a shirt, right? That is work. We may refer to work as labor. In this case, it is the work of stitching. In other words, it is the labor of stitching. The variety of clothes that we wear are produced due to the labor of stitching. If someone makes a chair, it is carpentry work or labor of carpentry. Wooden furniture such as chairs, benches and cots are produced with this kind of labor. If someone grows plants, it is the labor of agriculture. Plants and trees grow because of it and we get vegetables, fruits, and food grains. If someone cooks a meal, it the labor of cooking. The things we eat are produced because of this labor. Thus, if we need anything for our use, we have to perform the labor necessary for that. Not just a single kind of labor, many different kinds of labor have to be performed. To make a shirt, the stitching work has to be done on a cloth, right? This means that cloth has to be available first, in order to make a shirt. The thread has to be there beforehand to make the cloth. Cotton has to be there beforehand to make the thread. To have cotton, the work of growing cotton plants needs to be done. To grow the cotton plants, there has to be land. But we need not make the land. The land is already there in nature, right underneath our feet. We can do anything on the land. We can build houses. We can grow crops. If we need to have cotton plants, we have to remove the rocks from the land, till the land, sow the cotton seeds, and grow the plants. This means, if we need a shirt, the work has to start from growing the cotton plants on the land. If we have to grow cotton first, then spin the cotton into a thread, weave the cloth from the thread, and then stitch the cloth into a shirt, if we do so many kinds of work, a shirt will be ready. Since the raw material for the shirt is cloth, all the preparatory work that needs to be done to make the cloth is directly related to the raw material. 39. But, to make a shirt, raw material alone is not enough, right? Some tools like scissors and needle are also necessary, aren't they? All the work necessary to make the tools must also be over, and the tools must be ready by then. This means, to perform a new labor, many other labors must have been performed before it. Let us start with cotton once again. Seed alone is not responsible for the growth of the cotton plant. Cotton is produced from things like the nutrients in the soil, sunlight, water, air, etc. In the absence of any one of these elements, the plant does not sprout and grow. But we cannot call them raw materials. If they are raw materials, they should be made of labor. Air, water, sunlight, soil fertility, none of these is made of labor. This is how cotton is made. Clothes. Tilling the land up nuing ear 9 ras cum. La cor ot a washing. Later on, when thread is made from cotton, cotton will be the raw material, and the thread will be the new product. When the cloth is made from the thread will be the raw material, and the cloth will be the new product. When the shirt is made from the cloth will be the raw material, and the shirt will be the new product. Thereafter, there will be no new product that we can make from the shirt. But the shirt itself becomes first the raw material whenever it gets dirty, and becomes a new product whenever it is washed. 40. The shirt keeps changing back and forth like that. If ironing is done on stitched clothes, the clothes before ironing are the raw materials. The clothes after ironing are the new products that came as a result of that labor. If we want to do labor afresh, raw materials, tools and auxiliary materials produced by several kinds of labor must be readily available. But, raw materials are not necessary for some kinds of labor. Auxiliary materials are not necessary for some kinds of labor. But tools are necessary for all kinds of labor. We have to look at these things in a detailed manner because, in the past, even great intellectuals were not aware of what raw material is, what a tool is, and what the role of each of them is. Even now, many people do not pay proper attention to these things. That is why we need to learn these things properly. We have to learn these things in much more detail as compared to the people who came before us. Questions and answers 1. What is raw material and what is the new article? If we look at things beginning from cotton to the shirt. Whenever an article is made, that article will be the new article. If cotton is made, it is new material. Then, cotton itself is the finished article. If cotton is the raw material, yarn made out of cotton is the new article. If yarn is the raw material, cloth that is made out of yarn is the new article. If cloth is the raw material, a shirt made of that cloth is the new article. But with that shirt, we will not make any new object. When the shirt gets soiled and fades out, then it becomes the raw material. After it is washed, the washed shirt will be the new article. The shirt will be torn completely after some time. 41. 9 labors that do not make products. We are seeing that things are produced because of labor. But, some kinds of labor do not result in any products. For instance, consider the work of driving a bullock cart. This is also a type of labor. To carry on this labor, there has to be a cart to begin with. Then, there should be some oxen to pull the cart. Then there has to be a person who drives the cart. If clothes are made from the work of stitching, or wooden furniture is made from the work of carpentry, what products are made from the work of driving a cart? No products are made. But, some needs are met because of this work. People ride in the cart and travel from one place to the other. Even the goods can be moved from one place to the other. This work of driving the cart must be called the labor of transport. Without this work, people will have to walk for long distances. They will have to carry things for long distances. The purpose of this labor of transportation is not to make products. It is to satisfy the transport needs. Bicycles, buses, ships, trains, airplanes, all these are means of transport. That is, they are the tools necessary for transporting things. Let us say Gapaya is driving the bullock cart. The cart is loaded with bags of paddy. In the work of driving the cart, what are the raw materials? What are the tools? What are the auxiliary materials? Are the bags of paddy in the cart raw material? No. When some work is performed on raw material, the raw material has to undergo some changes in its body and has to transform into some other material. If the work of stitching is done on cloth, it changes into a shirt, doesn't it? If the work of cooking is done on rice, it changes into cooked rice. 42. Doesn't it? In the same way, do the bars of padv in the cart change into some other material bv the time they are unloaded from the cart? It does not happen like that. Whether it is people or goods that travel in the cart, they will not become raw materials. There are no raw materials in this work. There will only be tools and auxiliary materials. For the work of driving the bullock cart, we first need to have the cart, don't we? It is a tool. We also need to have the oxen, don't we? They are also tools. We need fodder for the oxen, don't we? In the work of driving the cart, the fodder is neither a raw material, nor a tool, it is an auxiliary material. Suppose, we have to apply some lubricating oil to the wheels of the cart. That lubricating oil too will be auxiliary material. For driving a bus, we need to pour some oil into the engine, don't we? Since the oil is burnt while driving the bus, the diesel is auxiliary material. Does Gapaya drive the cart, or do the oxen drive the cart? Or, do Gapaya and the oxen drive it together? Gapaya alone does it. Gapaya is the one who does the work of driving, not the oxen. Even though the oxen pull the cart, it is not the same as driving the cart. Driving the cart essentially means directing the oxen. Before the oxen are tied to the cart, there is nothing to drive. Does anyone drive the cart without oxen? After tying the oxen, the work of directing the oxen is itself the work of driving the cart. It is the man and not the oxen that directs the oxen. Oxen do not direct themselves. If the oxen walk some distance while Gapaya takes a nap in the cart, it does not mean that the oxen are acting independently. Without the cart driver, the oxen do not tie themselves to the cart and pull it. In the work of driving vehicles such as cars, buses and trains, oxen are not involved. Engines are involved. We have seen that oxen are tools in the work of driving the cart. Similarly, engines are also the tools in driving these vehicles. Just as the cart driver does the work of driving the cart, it is the bus driver who does the work of driving the bus and not the engines. Whenever we speak of 43. Labor or work, we always need to remember this: it is the human beings that do the work, not the tools. Using the tools, human beings alone do the work. We should never forget this. We have seen that all kinds of work do not necessarily result in some products. In fact, not all kinds of work can be called labor. We have to see this later. Questions and answers. 1. What articles are made due to driving? No articles are made. But that labor is necessary to transport people and luggage from one place to another. 2 oxen pull the cart. Do oxen perform the labor of pulling the cart? We have to understand labor as something which human beings alone do. The bodies of oxen do face a lot of hardship in pulling the cart. They get exhausted. Yet, we should not consider the pulling of the cart by the oxen as equal to labor which humans perform. The term labor applies to human beings only. If the cart driver does not drive the oxen do not pull the cart. 3 animals are animate tools. But, do humans have the right to use them as tools? Does it not amount to violation of the rights of animals? Issues like rights and responsibilities are related to human society. Other beings do not have rights and responsibilities. But as humans make use of animals as tools, they ought to behave with great responsibility. Animals must have ample food to fill their bellies with and clean surroundings to live in. People have to take care of their ill health and give them sufficient rest. Humans should not behave towards animate tools the way they behave towards inanimate tools such as hammer, knife, plow or loom. Using animals like tools has been an inevitable need for human beings so far. Hence, humans ought to be responsible towards them. Humans ought to demonstrate 44. Mainly humaneness towards animals. In due course, human beings ought to give up using animals as tools. 4. We rear cows and shear buffaloes for the sake of milk. Just as we consider cart-pulling oxen as tools, should we also consider milk-giving animals as tools? Do we consider plants and trees that give fruits and grains as tools? No, we don't think so. It is the same case with milk-giving animals also. Every word that applies to the making of inanimate objects does not apply to living beings. 5. 6. Mention some types of labor which do not make articles. Labor of driving the cart, labor of teaching, labor of treating patients. 45. 10. All labor is work, but all work is not labor. Cooking rice is work. It is also labor. Eating rice is also work. But it is not labor. Teaching is work. It is also labor. Learning is also work. But it is not labor. Labor always means some kind of work. But work may or may not be labor. Not all kinds of work is labor. Let us say in someone's house, there is a servant maid named Savitri, to take care of the kids. She bathes the children, feeds them, entertains them and puts them to sleep. She does many other things. All these things are called labor. The work that Savitri does in her own house to take care of her children is also labor. To bathe the children is labor. To take a bath herself is not labor. This is not labor. 46. To feed the kids is labor. To eat herself is not labor. To put the children to sleep is labor. To sleep herself is not labor. If she takes a bath, eats food, or reads a book, all this is work. Her body will be tired to some extent while doing this work. But these kinds of work are not labor. We should not think that every work and every movement that we make with our body is labor. Let us look at the work of teaching. It involves a teacher and some students. There is no raw material in this labor. To carry out this labor, some objects are necessary, such as a room, blackboard, chalks, chairs, benches, etc. All these are tools that are necessary for this labor. When the teacher writes on the blackboard with chalk, the chalk becomes smaller and turns into powder. It is an auxiliary material. If the teacher beats the children with a cane, that work is not labor. Beating the children is not a natural requirement for teaching. The cane used to beat the children with is neither a tool nor an auxiliary material for the labor of teaching. It is an improper tool that has no connection with the labor of teaching. If that improper tool became necessary, it // means that the relation m-ship bet xtw when the t teacher and students is faulty. As it is wrong to beat the children, an improper tool was necessary only for doing some unethical work. Looking at the cane in the teacher's hand, we should not think that the cane is a necessary tool for the labor of teaching. It is the teacher who teaches. Teaching is a type of labor. In that labor, it does not mean that the students are also working along with the teacher. There the students are merely learners and not teachers. Even though learning is also work, it is not labor. It is labor if a coach organizes games and instructs the children to play. But to learn. 47. The games and play is /m, not labor for the students. Is walking /hs*, in the cool *breeze for bodily health labor? No. Is reading the newspaper labor? No. The meaning of labor will be clear when we complete some more lessons. Mining or extracting labor. In mines that are under the ground, we find coal, many kinds of metals, minerals, petroleum, oils, and gases etc. which are naturally formed. Likewise, we find fish and pearls in rivers and oceans which were naturally formed. The kinds of labor involved in extracting these naturally existing materials are collectively called mining labor or labor of extracting. When extracting labors like these are performed, there are no raw materials involved. We have seen some points about this aspect in the 9.1h lesson. In the mining labors, only the tools and auxiliary materials are necessary. The materials that are produced because of this mining labor are later used as raw materials for other kinds of labor. Metals like gold, silver, copper and iron are naturally formed inside the earth. Unlike coal, which exists as big chunks under the ground, these metals do not exist in their pure forms. They exist in the form of small particles of ore mixed with the soil under the ground. Only when different kinds of labor are performed, like digging the soil, separating the ore, and purifying the metal, do we get blocks of pure metal. We can make many kinds of products from these blocks of metal. We are discussing all this to understand what money is, aren't we? Money is made from gold. But it does not mean that we know what money is just by knowing that money is made from gold. We have to first learn about making use of different kinds of products. All members of Ramai's family make pots from clay. They make everything from clay, small clay cups, vessels for cooking and big pots for storing. 48. Water. Their house is always full of many new pots. But the pots alone do not satisfy all their needs. They need rice, vegetables and milk daily. Occasionally they need clothes and shoes. How do they get all these things? They only know how to make pots and do not know any other kind of work. So, how will they get other kinds of things? Questions and answers. 1. Labor means work, but work does not mean labor. Explain this statement. A labor means some kind of work. But work which we do for the sake of our own body is not labor. Activities like breathing, eating, bathing, sleeping, reading, playing and the like do not come under the category of labor. If we do the activities for the sake of others, then they come under the category of labor. Any work which is done to make articles or which is necessary for our life is labor. 2. Breathing, tilling the field, reading, washing clothes, driving, sleeping, out of these, which are types of labor and which are not. 1, 3 and 6 are not types of labor. The remaining are labor types. 3. Activities like eating food and reading a book are not types of labor. Well, then, don't we need some means to carry on such activities which are not labor? To carry on any work, whether it is labor or not, we need certain things which are relevant to that work. To eat food, we need cooked rice. To read a book, we need a book. Whether a given work is labor or not, it needs means relevant to it. 4. If the teacher uses cane against the students, it implies that the relationship between the teacher and the students is faulty. How? A teacher is a person who ought to teach students. His job is to teach and not beating. If a teacher is beating students, it means that he is not playing the role of a teacher but playing the role of a policeman. Beating children is not a relationship that is expected in a place where education is imparted. Such a relationship is a faulty relationship. 49. 5. Here we are studying philosophy also. This is what we said in the lesson. What is philosophy? All people must understand any problem and every problem in the same manner. The correct solution must appeal to everyone equally. But this does not happen in the present-day society. Every person will have his own view even on a minor issue. Out of those views, only one view may be right. Or, none of them may be right. One view is that if children do not study well, we have to punish them and instill fear in them. According to this view, children study well if they are punished in various ways, making them sit like a chair near the wall, putting chilies in the fire kept in a small earthen pot near the nose, hanging the student upside down from the top of a room or a tree and beating mercilessly. Another view is that such punishments are totally wrong. According to this view, children study with care and interest if we teach them slowly, patiently and clearly, and we cannot impart education by creating fear in them. On every issue we find mutually contradictory views. Everyone has his own philosophy. But we ought to know what is correct and then follow the same. Plus or minus. 11. What are exchanges? Ramay's family lives in a small hut. His family members make clay pots. They grow a few vegetable plants in the backyard. They rear a she-buffalo which gives milk. What they do primarily, however, is to make clay pots. That is all. They cannot do any work other than this. But they do need many more things for daily use, don't they? How will they get rice? How will they get clothes? How will they get shoes? How will they get such things which they do not make? Based on our knowledge of 50. The present day, we can give answers to these questions easily. We can say that since they make clay pots, they sell the pots and with the money so earned, they buy the required articles in the market. There was, however, no selling or buying of things in the remote past. In the remote past, there was nothing like money. What did happen in the past when there was no money? We have to understand things from the beginning. There are many more families in the same village where Ramay's family lives. All the members of Lakshmi's household toil on the farmland and grow grains and vegetables. They also rear cows and buffaloes. But they do not know how to make clay pots or shoes. Then, how will they get pots and shoes? A few more families live in the same village. Some families do woodwork. Some make shoes. Some weave clothes. Some wash clothes. Some cut hair. In this manner, people in the village do various kinds of work. Some people do one kind of labor while other people do other kinds of labor. As people do different kinds of labor, it amounts to the division of labor. Since a single person cannot perform 100 kinds of labor, different people doing different kinds of labor amounts to division of labor. Let us suppose that the members of a household need 10 different articles for their minimal subsistence. But they are able to make only 2 or 3 types of articles. They do not know other kinds of work. In that case, how will they get articles that they do not make themselves? This is not the problem of a single household. Every household faces the same problem. What is the solution for this problem? The solution is to offer articles made by one household to another and receive articles made by the other household in return. Ramai's family makes only clay pots, isn't it? They need shoes. Samia's family makes only shoes. They need pots. One day, Ramai carried a pot to Samia's house and said, "Samia, my shoes have worn out. I want a fresh pair. Take this pot and give me a pair of shoes." Samia was quite delighted. "I was about to go to your 51 house. Our water pot broke off. A while ago, my wife asked me to go to your house and get a fresh pot. In the meanwhile you have arrived," said Samia to Ramai and called his wife. Samia's wife came out, took the pot and thrust her face into it, scanning all around. "No cracks, it is very good," said she, quite pleased. She carried the pot happily to the front yard, rinsed it with water thoroughly, set it over a heap of sand, filled it with fresh water and covered the pot with a lid. "Choose shoes of your choice," said Samia to Ramai. Ramai inspected all the pairs of shoes lying below a wooden plank, selected one pair and inserted his feet into them. "Samia, this pair of shoes suited me very well, I am going." Saying this, Ramai left happily, giving one article and taking another article. What has transpired between Ramai and Samia? The article which Ramai made has gone over to Samia and the one which Samia made has gone to Ramai. The articles have changed from one side to the other. When this happens between two different articles, we should call it an exchange. It has a specific name, barter system of exchange. Even though Ramai does not know how to make shoes, he got a pair of them. Although Samia does not know how to make pots, he got one. With the exchange of one person's article to the other, the needs of both the families are met. Exchange is nothing but labor relationship. What is the relationship between the potter's family and the shoemaker's family? Are they brothers? No. Are they friends? No. Are they enemies? No. Relatives? No. Then what is their relationship? They use each other's labor. It means, the relationship between them is the labor relationship. Not only these two, many more families live in that village. Baba Balai's daughter Zita is running high fever. Pulaiya gives good medicines. 52. For fever. When they called Pulaiya, he treated Sita. The fever subsided in 2 days. Later, when Pulaiya called him, Balaiya went and trimmed Pulaiya's hair. There was a transfer of Balaiya's labor to Pulaiya, and Pulaiya's labor to Balaiya. The needs of both the families were satisfied. Even though the members of a family make only one kind of an article, using that article, they will procure many other articles. Members of a family making clay pots procure shoes in exchange for one pot, a small measure of grain in exchange for another pot, hair trimming in exchange for yet a different pot. They get their clothes washed in exchange for one more pot. In this manner, all the needs of the potters are met. Likewise, shoemakers offer shoes and get other articles. Similarly, barbers do hair cutting and procure articles they need. All of these transactions are exchanges. If one individual gets service from a second individual and does a different kind of service for that person, it becomes an exchange of work. In other words, an exchange of labor. Alternatively, if an article of one person is transferred to another person and the other person's article to the first person, then it becomes an exchange of articles. As a matter of fact, exchange of articles is an exchange of labor only. Exchanging things is same as exchanging one's labor for another. An exchange between a clay pot and a pair of shoes is the same as an exchange of labor that made the pot and the labor that made the shoes. All the exchanges that take place among the people of that village are labor exchanges. Their relations are labor relations. Questions and answers 1. What are exchanges? A giving one article and taking another. Exchange of articles is change of articles from one side to the other. 2. The barber's family needs a pot. Then between whom exchange should take place? The barber has to take a pot from the potter and does hairdressing for the potter. This means an exchange takes place between the labor of hair cutting and the labor of pot making. 53. 12. The use value of an article. Ramaiah gave a pot which he made to Samaiah and accepted a pair of shoes which Samaiah made, didn't he? This is called barter system of exchange. In those days, when the money had not yet emerged, all the exchanges occurred in the form of barter system, by exchanging one thing for another. Then, a question arises, how will exchanges take place after the emergence of money? We shall look into this question in the subsequent lessons. At the moment, we shall discuss this matter very briefly. Once money emerged, giving one article for a different article will not do. One has to give only money. We have to give articles which we make to people who need them and take money from them in return. We have to give the same money to others and take things which they made. Transactions that take place by means of money are also exchanges. They are exchanges between money and an article. All this is what had happened after money has emerged. We must, however, understand what money is in the first place. We still do not know that. When we give our article, why do we get money in return? Why do we get an article, if we give money? We shall see all these questions in the subsequent lessons. At the moment, we are still in the stage of barter system of exchanges where money does not exist. If we give a pot and take a pair of shoes in return, then it is a barter system of exchange. If we give a fistful of rice and take a bunch of curry leaves in return, then it is a barter system of exchange. If we give a basket full of grains and take a basket load of berries or the kernel of an unripe palm fruit in return, then it is a barter system of exchange. If a washerman and a doctor work for each other, that too is a barter system of exchange. In this manner, the barter system of exchanges used to take place among all people in villages in the remote past, and their needs were fulfilled. 54. Among articles, some are small, some are big, some are very big and some are very small. Some articles are made with less effort and some others with a lot more effort. Some articles are made very rapidly and some others only after a prolonged time. We would not get a bigger article if we give a smaller one. If we give an article of smaller effort, we would not get an article made with a greater effort. For exchanges to take place there exists a condition, namely, values of both the articles must be equal. So far, we have discussed points which we could understand easily. Hereafter we will have to gradually face some difficulty in understanding. By difficulty we do not mean too much difficulty. We need to read carefully, applying some thought. At the time of their emergence, exchanges would take place for daily needs. Because the potter and the shoemaker were in need of each other's articles, they exchanged their articles and used them. In those days, there was no concern as to which article was larger or which article was smaller. No one would have an objection to give away a larger article if the need was for a smaller one. Such objections too, however, began gradually. To make an article, would it need a smaller effort or a greater one? Which one would involve more effort, to make a pot or to make a pair of shoes? Which one would involve more effort, to make a chair or to make a blanket? Such thoughts had begun. Which article is difficult to make and which one is easier to make would become clear gradually through experience. Ever since that became clear, conditions would emerge as a prerequisite for exchanges to take place. Now we must examine a few things very carefully. Every article would have two aspects: the aspect of utility, the aspect of exchange. On the first aspect, what is the utility or use of a pot? It is useful for storing water. Storing is the natural property of the pot. This property is present within the body of the pot. We should call this property of pot as th registered trademark symbol use, value of the pot. What is the use of a pair of 55 shoes? While walking, shoes protect our feet from stones and thorns. That is the natural property of the shoes. This property is present within the body of the shoes. We are of the labor that makes those things. A certain quantity of labor has to take place to make the pot. For the pair of shoes too, a quantity of labor has to take place. Only when the labor of pot is equivalent to the labor of the shoes, an exchange between these things is possible. If greater labor is spent in making one thing and lesser labor is 58 spent on making a different thing, the owner of the first article would not accept that exchange, and an exchange between them cannot take place. Well, then, how do we know for which article more labor was spent and for which article less labor? How to measure labor? To measure weights, there is a system of balance. To measure height, there is a system of scale. Then, to measure labor, what system exists? What is the means for measuring labor? To measure labor too, there is a system. There is a means. That means is the time. That is, how many hours? How many days? This is the means to measure labor. How much time was spent in making a pot? How much time was spent in making a pair of shoes? If more time was spent, it is more labor. If less time was spent, it is less labor. If the labors are equal, then neither of the people who exchanged the things would be at loss. If we give a thing made with less labor, we would not get a thing made with more labor. Let us suppose that a total labor of 2 hours went into making a pot and a labor of 5 hours into making a pair of shoes. If an exchange takes place between these two things, for the potter, it is same as giving away 2 hours of labor and taking 5 hours of labor in return. Potter likes this. The potter would agree gladly for this exchange. But, for the shoemaker, this is same as giving away 5 hours of labor and taking 2 hours of labor, isn't it? He does not like this. He would not agree for this exchange. Therefore, an exchange would not take place between a thing made of more labor and one made of less labor. The actual principle in an exchange between two different things is that the labor spent on the thing which we give away and the labor spent on the thing which we take must be equivalent. If the measures of labor in both of the things are equivalent, by virtue of this property alone, exchange can take place between the two. Labor being equivalent in two different things is the property common to those two things. The name of the feature which is a prerequisite for an exchange is the exchange value. Let us suppose that it took 2 hours of labor to make a pot. That is the exchange value for the pot. Let us suppose that to make a pair of shoes also it took 2 hours of labor. That is its exchange value. In that case, it would mean that the pair of shoes contains as much exchange value as that of the pot. If we give a pot and take a pair of shoes in return, it would mean that we received the same amount of labor which we gave away. The potter would give away 2 hours of labor and take back 2 hours of labor. Similarly, the shoemaker would also take back as much labor as he gave. Because of the exchange between the pot and the shoes, neither of the two persons would be at a disadvantage. This wouldn't, however, mean that there would be any advantage either. The value given away and the value taken in return are equivalent. We have to read this figure as follows. The value of the pot is a pair of shoes. It also means, the value of shoes is the pot. Pot and shoes are equal. Equal in what respect? Not in respect of use value but in respect of exchange value. That is, in respect of quantities of labor necessary to make those things. Because of this exchange, the potter would get a pair of shoes. And the shoemaker would get a pot. This happens while neither of them gains or loses anything. They get back the same amount of value which they gave to the other. As a result of this exchange, the needs of both the parties are satisfied. By the way, when the exchanges began in the past, did people of those times know of labor? Did those people know that a pot would take less labor and a chair more labor? They didn't. In the beginning no one knew about labor. Whoever needed an article from others 60 would offer their articles for the thing they needed. The second person too would offer his thing for the thing he needed. In the early times, there was nothing like common feature. They were not aware of it at all. Gradually people gained more experience. They began to know which article would take more labor and which one would take less labor. Yet, even when these matters become clear, those calculations won't be accurate. We have to assume that in the past, exchanges would take place without precise calculation. Questions and answers 1. What is exchange value? A value which is necessary for an exchange to take place between two articles is the exchange value. The labor that is necessary to make those articles is their exchange value. 2. Every article is made of labor, isn't it? Does it mean that every article has an exchange value? As soon as an article is made, its labor will not necessarily turn into value. Only when that is exchanged with another article, the labor of those two articles will be counted as values. If an exchange does not take place, the question of value will not arise. 3. If an exchange between two different articles has to take place, what feature should be common between the two articles? Their value should be equal. It means the quantity of labor that went into the making of those articles should be equal. 4. Illustrate with figures the means to measure weights, heights and labors. For weighing. To calculate labor time and days. 61. 14. What if an article is made quickly? Or made lazily? Some people do the work quickly while others do the same work very slowly. If a person makes a thing briskly in a short time, would that thing have less value? If a different person makes a similar thing sluggishly taking longer time, would that thing contain more value? It can be. A single family does not make pots. A few more families would also do that work. Let us suppose that for all the potters, it would take generally 2 hours of time to make a pot. That duration of time is its measure. One person might take a little longer time and a different person a little shorter time. The duration of time generally required would, however, be the value of that thing. Let us suppose that the time generally required to make a pot is 2 hours. If a person took 6 hours to make a similar pot, its value will not increase. Those 6 hours will be counted only as 2 hours. If a different person could quickly make the same pot within an hour, the value of the pot will not decrease. It will also be counted as only 2 hours. Let us suppose that the shoemaker carried a pair of shoes along and set out for a pot. If the potter said foolishly, I want to give away this pot like before. It took me 6 hours to make it. The shoemaker will be surprised and would say, isn't it an ordinary pot? It has no designs, etc., has it? Why did it take longer time, he would ask. Well, it took that much time. What can I say? There you go, that pot what you folks use there appears to be a new one. How much time did it take? That one took only 2 hours. Only this one took 6 hours. In that case, I don't need this. You keep this and give me that pot, the shoemaker would say. The potter would put a blank face and make a compromise. All right, take this pot and give me the pair of shoes. He would realize his mistake. The amount of time that 62 people take on an average to make an article is considered as its time. However, the value will not increase if the article is made slowly by taking longer time, or the value will not decrease if the article is made swiftly. Natural substance. To make an article, the labor of human beings alone is not enough, natural substances are also required. The beginning of making of any article would start with some kind of a natural substance. Naturally existing forest. To make a pot, first some clay is necessary. We can get it by digging the earth. Earth is a natural substance. It is not made out of anyone's labor. Such a natural substance does not have an exchange value. For digging the earth, a certain amount of labor must take place on the natural substance. If a heap of soil is extracted after digging the earth, that soil cannot be a natural substance because some labor has been spent in extracting that soil. Only this heap of soil is not a natural substance. When the soil exists as it is given by the nature and remains where it is presented by the nature, only then it is a natural substance. Once we spend some labor on it, the soil cannot be a natural substance. The soil extracted will now have some value. Whatever quantity of labor we spent on the soil will be the value of the soil. That soil will now become raw material necessary to make a pot. Labor in the tool. To dig out the soil, some kind of tool is also necessary. The tool was already made of labor. Since that tool is needed to dig the soil, it implies that the labor spent on making the tool is necessary to dig the soil. Look at tools like spade, plow or a crowbar. If we perform a small job with it for an hour, will that tool be worn out? No, it won't. Such tools will function for several years. We have to get it sharpened and repaired. 63. Periodically. After some period of time, they will become useless even if we get it sharpened. Every tool will have a certain lifespan. The value of a given tool will add in small portions to a certain number of articles in whose making the tool was used during its lifetime. The value of a plough is 20-hour labor, let us say. In its lifetime, it was used to till 40 acres of land. Which means, the value that goes into the tilling of 1 acre is half-hour labor. This is the amount of labor that adds to the grain raised in 1 acre through that plough. The types of labor related to other tools, oxen and persons who tilled the land in order to raise that crop are different. If soil is dug from the ground, the labor of digging and the labor of tool making together will be the value of the soil. To make a pot with that soil, prepared that way, water is needed to make clay. A pond exists far away. It was not dug by people. Water in the pond is a natural substance. When the water remains in the pond, it has no value. To bring the water out from the pond, we have to do some labor. To do this labor, a vessel-like tool is also needed. That tool had already been made of labor. If the water is brought out of the pond, the labor of carrying and the labor in the tool making together will be the value of the water. If the water is poured into the soil to make clay, the water and the soil both will be the raw materials. A certain quantity of labor has, TNFQKPIU order to make a pot with these raw materials. Some kind of a tool also is necessary to do that labor. Starting from digging the soil, till the pot is made, various types of labor performed by Ramaya and also labor related to making of the tools, all of them put together, will become the total labor needed to make the pot. That total labor is the value of the pot. If we assume the total labor to be 2 hours, the value of the pot will be 2 hours. This is the way in which value is formed for anything. 64. Questions and answers 1. If a tailor stitches a shirt for someone, he will get 1 seer 1. Parvathi could stitch 1 shirt in a half day. Savitri stitches the same kind of shirt in a day. Is the labor spent by both equal? Who gets what measure of rice? A labor time spent by Savitri is double the labor time spent by Parvathi. But labor in both their cases is counted in the same manner. Both have stitched 1 shirt each. Both will get the same amount of rice. If a person works lazily, a portion of that labor time will have no value. However, in this example, the question does not tell us whose labor time represents the average labor time. If Parvathi's labor time represents the average time, Savitri would get paid accordingly. Or if Savitri's labor time represents the average time, Parvathi would also get paid accordingly. 15. Old labor and new labor. The total labor needed to make an article is the value of that article, isn't it? The total labor consists of some old labor and some new labor. Once an article is made, these 2 kinds of labor will together become the old labor. To make an article, raw materials, tools and auxiliary materials are necessary. No article is made without them. These 3 ingredients were also made of labor. Since that entire labor was already done, it is old labor. Labor that takes place using those ingredients is new labor. Once the pot is made, the entire labor of making the pot will become old labor. When a shirt is stitched out of a piece of cloth, all the initial labor that went into the making of the cloth is old labor. The labor of stitching that is spent on the cloth subsequently is new labor. Once the shirt is made, the labor of stitching will also become old labor. 65. The other names for old labor: past labor, finished labor, labor in the form of objects, dead labor. Whatever name we may use, it relates to the means of production. This is old labor. The other names of new labor, present labor, labor that is taking place at the moment, living labor. Whatever be the name, it is new labor. If the past labors do not exist, it is not possible to perform new types of labor. Exchange value of a thing is nothing but labor. It is a combination of old and new labors. Since all this is labor, it is all right if we call it labor. A distinction between old and new types of labor is not always needed. We need such a distinction only in those contexts where we need such details. While certain things are made with more labor, others are made with less labor. If the labor is more, its value would be more. And if the labor is less, its value would be less. Products made by means of agricultural labor do not possess the same value always. It is because the crop raised in 1 acre of land will not be of the same quantity every time. If the crop is more, the labor time necessary for 1 bag of grain will decrease and the value of a bag will also decrease. Or, if less crop is raised, the labor time necessary for 1 bag will increase and the value of 1 bag will also increase. If rice is made out of that grain and if bread is made with that rice, the values of the substances made out of the grain vary in accordance with the changes in the values of grain. The value of an article or a substance is the labor that is 66 necessary to make it. The value of the pot is 2 hours of labor. The value of the shoes is 2 hours of labor. Since the value of these two things is equivalent, an exchange takes place between the two. The value of the shoes is 2 hours, isn't it? If the value of the pot is only 1 hour of labor, an exchange cannot take place between the two. Then if the potter wants a pair of shoes, he must offer 2 pots. Only then the value calculations will be appropriate. Exchanges take place only between things of equivalent value but not between things with different values. This is the law of value. We have seen that value means only labor. The value of the pot is 2 hours of labor. Could one, however, see value in the pot by looking at the pot? By looking at the pot one could see its physical characteristics, whether it is black or white, whether it is big or small. If we look at a shirt, we can make out that it is made of the labor of tailoring. Looking at a chair, one can make out that it is made of the labor of carpentry. Looking at any article, one can precisely understand what kind of labor must have gone into making that article. We cannot see the feature of value in its body. Because, though labor means value, the labor that appears in the thing is not its value as precisely as it appears in a particular form. Exchange value does not mean that the kinds of labor which make a thing would appear directly with their forms. It is a big process whereby labor that appears in a thing is converted into its value. Seeing tailoring in a shirt or carpentry in a chair is not the same as seeing the value. Then, how can we see value? Questions and answers. 1. What is old labor? What is new labor? Explain with examples. Old labor means labor that had already been done. New labor means ongoing labor. Cloth has to be stitched into a shirt. Cloth had already been made. Labor that made the cloth is old labor. The stitching labor that is being done on that cloth is new labor. Labor that made tools is also old labor. Labor that made the needle is also 67. Old labor. The stitching labor done by means of the needle is new labor. To put it briefly, the labor that made the means of production is old labor, the labor that is taking place by means of those means is new labor. 2. What are the other names of old labor and new labor? Old labor equals past labor equals dead / non-living labor equals finished labor. New labor equals present labor equals living labor equals ongoing labor. 3. What labor do the human beings do, old labor or new labor? It is human beings who do any or every labor. It is human beings who did old labor. It is human beings who take up new labor. 4. Parvathy is stitching a shirt. Now, the labor that is taking place is old or new. A new labor is taking place. Old labor has already taken place. Cloth, needle, thread and buttons were already made. 5. A chair is made just now. Is the labor that made the chair old or new? As the chair is already made, the entire labor that was spent on making it is old labor. 6. To make a shirt, we need cloth. To make cloth we need yarn / thread. To make yarn we need cotton. To make cotton, we need agricultural labor. Of all these labors, with which labor do we make a shirt? We have to talk about that labor which is done on the raw material necessary to make a shirt. Cloth is the raw material for the shirt. Stitching is the labor that is done on that shirt. Therefore we have to say that the shirt is made of stitching labor. In the case of any and every article, we have to talk about that labor which takes place in the process of making a given article as new labor. 7. Is the labor of tailoring enough to make a shirt? Don't we need the labor of weaving that made the cloth and the labor of cultivation that made the cotton? The labor of weaving is necessary not for making the shirt but for making the cloth. The labor of cultivation is necessary neither for making the cloth nor for the shirt but for making cotton. If we start 68. Considering the names of the past labours, don't we consider the plough-making labour and loom-making labour? Moreover, means are necessary to make a plough and loom. To make those means, we need other means. This goes on backwards endlessly. Therefore all that is irrelevant. Since a shirt is made of tailoring labour applied to cloth, we have to consider only tailoring. The entire past labour is present in the raw materials and tools. New labour adds to the old labours. This applies to any and every article. 8. What are necessary to produce an article? O. Means of production and labour. Old labour and new labour. 10. Does new labour take place separately and in isolation? What labour is present in this tool? O. Old labour. 9. O. No, it doesn't. While the new labour is being done, raw materials and tools are consumed. Which means, old labour is also consumed along with new labour. 16. How can we see the value? By looking at any article one could discern all its physical properties. One could realize what would be its use. A shirt for wearing. A pot for storing water. A chair for sitting in. Thus, the use values of things appear through their bodily properties. The value of any article, however, does not appear when one looks at that article. Then, how can we see value that doesn't reside in the body of a thing? Does this mean that we cannot see it at all? Why can't we see it? Value means exchange value only, isn't it? Exchange value will certainly appear when an exchange takes place. We have already seen values. When an exchange took place between a pot and a pair of shoes, what has happened? What have we seen there? 69. Here, value appears. What is received in lieu of pot is the value of the pot. What is received in lieu of shoes is the value of the shoes. The value of the pot is the shoes. The value of the shoes is the pot. When the shoes are given away and a pot is accepted in return, the value of the shoes amounts to the value of the pot. Likewise, when a pot is given away and the shoes are accepted in return, its value amounts to the value of the shoes. What if no exchange takes place for the pot at all? People at home are using it. They do not send it for an exchange. The pot has not left the potter. No other article is received in return. In such a situation, we cannot see the value of the pot. If exchange does not take place for an article, does it mean that that article has no value? Does this mean that that article was not made out of labor and therefore has no value? Not so. No article can be made without labor. An article gets made to start with. Whether that article would be exchanged subsequently or not is a different matter. Regardless of whether or not an article gets exchanged, every article is made of labor. We can see the value of an article only when there is an exchange. If there is no exchange, there is no question of its value. When a pot is exchanged, its value would be in the form of a different article, isn't it? Isn't it surprising that the value of an article is detached and exists separately from that article? Questions and answers. 1. An article is made. If we look at it, we will know its color. Will we know its value? No. We will not know about it because value does not stay in the body of an article. 2. A little earthen pot and a silver jug are side by side. If we look at them, it will be clear that the value of the little earthen pot is less and the 70 value of the silver jug is more, isn't it? This means the values of those articles are visible to us, isn't it? We must have seen such articles many a time before. We might have heard that the value of gold is more than that of earth. Based on such experiences, we can imagine to some extent the value of any article that we see. We assume that a little earthen pot would have less value and a silver jug would have more value, not because their values appear in their bodies. 3. What is the value of this article? I don't know. Only when the pot is exchanged and another article is received, that article will be the value of the pot. 4. What is the meaning of this picture? That these two articles are equal in labor value. Having given grain, the chair has been taken. Having given the chair, grain has been taken. This is barter system of exchange. The exchange that took place between the pot and the shoes is also barter system of exchange. 5. What does this mean? It is an exchange. 6. What is the value of the pot? The value of a pot is a pair of shoes. 7. What is the meaning of this picture? If she stitches the shirt, he would wash her clothes. 71. 17. Why does the value of an article exist outside of that article? If a person makes an article and uses it for his own needs, we cannot know its value. We cannot see its value. If he gives away that article for free to others, then also, the question of its value does not arise. An exchange took place between a pot and a pair of shoes. When the potter gave away the pot, he got the shoes. Why did he get the shoes? Those who received the pot have to pay the value of the pot and therefore they gave the shoes for that value. Since the pot has gone into an exchange, its value has come. Now, the value of the pot appears as shoes. That is, the value is in the form of the shoes. If we see the shoes, it amounts to seeing the value of the pot. Similarly, with regards to shoes, the value of the shoes also appears as the pot. In the form of pot. To say that the value of the pot is in the form of shoes means that the value of the pot is not present within the body of the pot. It is outside of the body of the pot. Likewise, to say that the value of the shoes is in the form of pot means that the value of the shoes is not in the body of the shoes. It is outside of the body. In order to be visible, the value of any article exists outside the body of that article as a different article. Whereas the use value exists inside the article and not outside, doesn't it? This means, in order to see the value of an article, we have to see another article. Value of the pot is outside the pot. 72. Why does the value of an article exist outside its body instead of being within? This is the question that must arise first and foremost with regard to value. We shall see the answer to this question later. Does the value of a pot always appear in the form of shoes? We have seen that the value of the pot exists in the form of shoes, haven't we? Does the value of the pot always exist in the form of shoes? Not so. The pot doesn't always gets exchanged with the shoes, does it? Since the pot presently got exchanged with the shoes, the value of the pot now exists as the shoes. If the same pot got exchanged with an article other than the shoes, its value would exist as that other article. Ramay's household makes not one or two but many pots. The family members use only some of these pots for their own needs. They put the remaining pots in exchange and get different articles. They will not get only pairs of shoes in exchange for every pot. If they get shoes in exchange for one pot, they can get paddy by giving a different pot. And they can get a winnowing basket by giving a third pot. They may get their clothes washed for the fourth pot. Whichever article they get in return for a pot will be the value of that pot. The form of the accepted article will be the value of the given article. The value of one pot will be in the form of the shoes, the value of another pot in the form of paddy, and the value of the third pot will be in the form of winnowing basket. This is how they exist. The potter will. Economics for children. Offer a pot in exchange for an article that he is in need of. The potters have given away pots and accepted different articles. In every exchange, the value of the pot is outside of the pot. Let us suppose that 10 pots are of the same size and form. The labor that made them all is of the same kind. Their values are all equal. However, since the 10 pots would exchange each with a different article, each will have a value form of its own exchange. Let us examine an article cow-led paddy. The paddy grower might offer some paddy and get a pair of shoes, or he might offer paddy and get some jaggery in return. Although the entire paddy is of only one kind, since it exchanges with different articles, its value exists in different forms. 73. Whether the pot is exchanged with shoes, jaggery, paddy or any other article, what exists as the value of the pot is another article. That value exists outside the body of the pot. Use value will not exist outside like that. It exists inside the body of the article. To know whether the pot is bigger or smaller, one must examine the pot. To know whether a mango fruit is sweet or sour, one must taste that mango fruit. However, to know the exchange value, one must look not at the article but outside of it. From this, one must understand that the use value is a natural quality and the exchange value is an unnatural quality. Only the bodily properties are natural and desirable. A quality that is not related to the body and remains external is unnatural and undesirable. These are the issues that one must understand first. Questions and answers. 1. Ramaiah made 4 pots. All are of the same type. He gave them to different persons and took different types of articles from them. Do all the pots have the same value? Is the value form of those pots the same? O. All the 4 pots are of the same type. All have the same labor. 74. Time. Therefore, their value is equal. But the forms of their values are not the same, since those pots are exchanged with different articles. While the value of one pot is in the form of grain, the value of another pot will be in the form of shoes. Even though the value of all the 4 pots is equal, the forms in which the returned value appears are different. 2. Why does the value of an article stay away from and outside the article? If value were a natural property, it too would have been in the body of an article like its color and weight. Since it is not a natural property, it stays outside the article. What types of labor are these? O. Old labor. 5. Value means labor, isn't it? Then, how can labor be unnatural? To answer this question, we have to study 3 or 4 lessons more. We have to wait till we finish them. 4. Show the pictures of old and new types of labor in the work of washing clothes. 6. Show some new types of labor. 75. 18. Value is unnatural. Properties natural for an article are its making and its use, only these 2. An article does not exist if we do not make it. If we want an article, we must make it. This is natural. If the articles made are not used, the needs will not be satisfied. To satisfy needs, we must use articles. Using articles is also something natural. These 2 aspects are essential for human life. We may understand these aspects easily. But, are exchanges 2 equally inevitable issues? Equally natural issues? Without exchanges, would it not be possible to make and use articles? In the past, during the primitive stage, people survived making articles and using them without exchanges, didn't they? How was it possible? For the making of a shirt, one must have a cloth, a needle and the thread, right? Making of a shirt would halt if one of these things is missing. However, must the cloth, the needle and the thread be procured only through an exchange? If they are procured without an exchange, can't the shirt be made out of them? Similarly, if the shirt made is not exchanged, can't it be worn? Would it refuse to slide over the body? That means there is no relationship between exchanges and making of articles and their subsequent use. Exchanges are not natural needs. Articles are made and used even if exchanges do not exist. Exchanges are, therefore, unnatural phenomena. This issue, however, is difficult to grasp. Nevertheless, it is imperative to understand that exchanges are unnatural. Because exchanges are unnatural, the exchange value that results from them is also unnatural. Because value is unnatural, it exists outside the article. One is likely to get many doubts on this point. First doubt: how can value be unnatural? Doesn't value mean labor? Without labor things cannot be made, can they? In that case, how can labor be unnatural? I answer: indeed labor is essential for making things. Tailoring labor is necessary for 76. Making a shirt. Carpentry labor is necessary for making a chair. In this manner, without diverse types of labor, things cannot be made. Without labor, conversion of natural substances into things will not happen. Therefore, all travails of labor that go into the making of things are natural. The aspect of naturalness, however, is not connected with the natural labor. It relates to the transformation of natural labor into value. Highly natural activity takes place while natural labor transforms into value. Only unnaturally transformed labor becomes value. Therefore value becomes unnatural. Tailoring labor is natural. Its transformation into value is unnatural. Carpentry labor is natural. Its transformation into value is unnatural. Exchanges are unnatural because only due to exchanges labor becomes unnatural. Exchange value is unnatural. Second doubt: how can exchanges be unnatural? No person can make more than 2 or 3 articles, can he? But human beings need many kinds of articles, don't they? Without the system of exchanges, how can they procure other types of articles? How can the needs of the human beings be satisfied? How can exchanges be unnatural? I answer: all these questions are excellent and intelligent. Questioning is an indication of thinking. There are right answers for all these questions. However, we cannot understand all of them here. We are yet to look at a few more lessons. True, a person cannot make all the kinds of articles that he needs. It is also true that due to exchanges, the needs of human beings are satisfied. However, all this is because human relations exist in a certain manner. There is a kind of unnaturalness in these relationships. Exchanges have become necessary because of this naturalness. In the absence of such unnaturalness, there will be no need for the exchanges. When there is no need for exchanges, a situation will not exist where natural. 77. Labor is transformed into value. We cannot see how all this would be possible right in this lesson. Why are exchanges unnatural? Why is value unnatural? For those people who already got such doubts, a couple more doubts also must occur with regard to exchanges. This is how it goes: why does the value of the article exist outside its body instead of being inside? And if the value of an article is a natural property, should it not appear always? Why is the value visible only when an exchange takes place and remains invisible when the exchange does not take place? One ought to get these doubts as well. Since we started with the question what is money, we haven't even looked at money until now. We are approaching money shortly little by little. 19. All the value belongs to labor. It does not belong to any material. Could we say that an article is made out of only labor? To say so would be erroneous. Because, to make an article, labor alone is not sufficient. A natural substance should also be available, shouldn't it? That means, for the making of an article, a natural substance and the labor, these 2 items are required. Natural substance plus labor equals article. First and foremost, this is what we must learn about the article. Now, the second point. Although two different elements are necessary to make an article, the value of the article does not belong to both the elements, but to only one. To the element called labor. If we understand this point correctly, it amounts to understanding the essence of economics. If this is understood, all the subsequent points will be understood easily. Let us take a shirt. Let us suppose that it needs 3 hours of 78 labor to make the shirt. The entire value of the shirt is that of the labor. In the shirt, there is a material called cloth, isn't it? What about it? Doesn't it have a value? Cloth has value. However, if we analyze how the cloth acquired its value, it will turn out that the cloth's value also had emerged from labor. The yarn in the cloth too has value. If we analyze how the yarn got its value, it will turn out that the yarn too is a product of labor. The cotton in the yarn too has value. That too is produced by labor. If we arrive at the place where the cotton was grown, it will turn out to be the natural substance called earth. Earth has no value. When labor begins on a valueless soil, cotton will start growing. If that cotton acquires some value, it is not because of the earth but because of various kinds of new labor performed in growing cotton and also because of past labors connected with the means of production. That value belongs to those types of labor, not to the cotton particles. If the cotton weighs 1,000 kilos, out of that we must consider how much cotton and its value are required to make the shirt. To make the yarn out of the cotton, the past labor of tool making will add to the value of the cotton. After the new labor performed by means of the tools is also added, the resultant total labor will be the value of the yarn. Same thing happens when a cloth is made out of the yarn and also when a shirt is made out of the cloth. As the same process takes place at every stage wherein the past labor of the tools and the new labor performed by means of the tools will add to the past labor of the raw materials, the mass of labor would increase and as a consequence, the value would increase. If the value of a shirt is 3 hours labor, it would mean that, beginning from the time of growing cotton, to which other types of labor are added in the subsequent stages, the final value would become 3 hours. This means, the entire value belongs only to those types of labor which took place starting from growing the cotton to tailoring, but not to any material present in the shirt. A shirt is 79. Composed of some cloth, thread used in the stitching, buttons stitched onto the shirt and the stiff material inserted into the collar, so on and so forth. Value, however, doesn't belong to any element of any of these materials. To understand the value of a thing, one must start from the latest, newly performed labor and go backwards examining all the types of past labor. When we say, past labor, up to which point in the past should we go? One must go up to the point when we find the natural substance. We must arrive at the point where the initial labor was performed. While moving backwards, all along the way, we must keep subtracting the types of labor added through the raw materials and the tools and see what would remain finally. If we move backwards examining the past phases of a shirt, we would find cloth behind the shirt, yarn behind the cloth, cotton behind the yarn, and the nature-given earth behind the cotton. This is how we find things. For any article, if we examine the past phases, we will find a phase where no labor is present. There appears a natural substance. If some labor is spent on this natural substance, it means that new labor is done where old labor does not exist. A tree in the forest and fruits on the tree are natural substances. They have no value. If a person goes up the tree, picks a few fruits and brings them down, all that would be new labor. There is, however, neither raw material nor tools. This means that new labor takes place in the absence of old labor. That is where labor began. If we examine this, we would understand where value has come into existence. We will know that once labor had taken place, that labor alone will be considered as value. Looking at a pot, a chair or any other article, we would presume that its value belongs to its body, to the materials in its body. Value, however, doesn't belong to any material. This is not the case with the pot alone or with the shirt alone. That is how it is with a gold ornament or with a huge 7-storied building. That is how it is with a ship or an aeroplane. It does not matter whether the article is larger or smaller. Same thing applies regardless of how large though. 80. Article is. The value of an article is a part of the total of lakhs and crores of labor hours spent in various stages of its making, for making its raw materials, its tools and its auxiliary materials. That portion of the total labor itself is the value of that article. Questions and answers. 1. Is labor visible? O. Any labor and every labor is definitely visible while it takes place. While stitching clothes, isn't the labor of stitching visible? While weaving takes place, is it not visible? Is cooking not visible? Similarly, any labor and every labor is visible. Not only while it takes place but also after it is over. When we look at the articles, that labor appears in the body of that article. If we look at a shirt, we can make out that weaving and tailoring had taken place. Same is the case with any product. 2. Natural substance plus labor equals article, isn't it? But does natural substance appear in any article? Can we see the natural substance in a pot, shirt, chair or any other article? If it is in the body of the article, we cannot see it. If it is not in the article, we can see the natural substance. If we look at the soil, it is a natural substance. If we look at a forest and a hill, they are natural substances. If we look at a leaf or a fruit on the branch of a tree in the forest, they are natural substances. If we climb the tree, pluck the fruit and bring it down, then it is no longer a natural substance. That fruit is not something which remained as it appeared in nature. That fruit is a substance which came down by means of a human being's labor. The earth that appears in the pot is not a natural substance. The plank that appears in a chair is not a natural substance. We cannot see natural substance in any article. Look at an article, only raw materials appear. But if we take out labor from those raw materials, then we will go to the natural substance. If the natural substances do not exist, we cannot make raw materials. Hence, we say natural substance plus labor equals article. This does not mean that natural substance appears in the article. 81. 3. What is the natural substance in a shirt? A cloth is present in the shirt. Yarn is present in the cloth. Cotton is present in the yarn. Nothing is present in the cotton. But that cotton is not a natural substance. Natural substance does not appear in any article. Only raw materials appear. For isolating the stitching labor from the shirt, go to such a stage where there will be no labor. Where will you go? If we proceed further by taking out each kind of labor from the shirt, we will reach cotton. If we take out the agricultural labor from the cotton as well, we will reach soil. To a soil full of stones and rocks where no agricultural labor had taken place. But that earth is not present in the shirt. 5. A shirt has to be made. Cloth, thread and everything else are there. But there is no needle. What will happen? The work will stop. Work cannot proceed in the absence of any item in the means of production. 20 * Natural matter and labor, article no value and value, commodity. When some labor is spent on a natural substance, the form of the natural substance would change a lot. When some soil is dug out of the earth, that soil is not any more the same that constituted the earth. If a pot is made out of the soil, that pot is not the previously dug mound of soil anymore. Regardless of how the forms of materials change, value belongs neither to the natural substances, nor to the changed materials. Move backwards examining the value of a ship or an aeroplane. The story of that value would move farther and farther backwards until it arrives at the earth or at the metal mines in the earth. One could see that to the labor that made a beginning at that point, new labor types spent over several hundreds of phases will be added, thus finally culminating in 82. Making a ship or an aeroplane. Let us take a simple example to understand that value means labor. In a forest, there are a few tubers in the soil. Human not necessary. On surface, next to the tree lies a small dry twig. That tree too was not grown by human beings. The twig on the surface of the earth too is a natural substance. That too has no value. Using that twig as tool, let us say a person dug the tubers out and laid them on the surface. It took 1 hour to do this work. It means that person performed 1 hour of digging labor. Since no raw material is involved in the digging, no labor will be added. Expend any labor for the tubers to grow there. The tubers grew there naturally. The soil and the tubers are natural substances. They do not have a value. To dig out the tubers, a tool is the ground. Beings did for the raw material. Although a tool is involved in that work, no labor will be added for the tool either, since it was not made of labor. The labor spent on digging out the tubers is only 1 hour. Are the tubers laid on the surface natural substances? No. They are natural substances as long as they are in the soil and as long as they remain in the form in which nature created them. The tubers taken out as a result of some labor are not natural substances anymore. Now they are materials made out of labor or a thing. Imagine we removed labor from the tubers that are brought out on the ground, and it appears as if labor had not taken place. Then the tubers would still remain in the earth. Tubers in the soil plus some digging labor equals tubers on the surface. Presently, who do the tubers belong to? They belong to that person who made them come out to the surface. The tubers on the surface now have a value. The labor spent on them itself is their value. The value is as much as the labor that was spent. The tubers acquired a value after 83. They emerged on the surface, a value that was missing when the tubers were in the soil. Why? Does the value which the tubers acquired belong to the bodies of the tubers or to the labor that brought the tubers onto the surface? It belongs to the labor alone. Without spending labor, the tubers would not be on the surface. They would have remained buried under the soil. Then they would not have any value. They will have a value only when they are brought out. That value belongs to the labor that was spent in bringing them out. A question: why should we presume that the tubers on the surface have a value? It is true that some amount of labor was spent in bringing them out. Why should that labor acquire the name value just because of that? We can use the tubers without that name, can't we? Answer: true. This is a very good question. If the person who spent labor for the tubers uses them, then there is no question of value. Value means exchange value, isn't it? There will be a reference to value only if an exchange has to take place. When a person makes an article with his labor, he alone would have the right to that article. That article will become his own. That right would be conferred only through the labor. That right is an appropriate one. Can the tubers, dug out by one person after 1 hour of labor, be taken away by another person for nothing? It won't be possible. The second person also will agree that the tubers belong to the first person. If it were the second person who performed the labor, the first person would also agree that the tubers belong to the second person. Therefore, the tubers on the surface presently belong to the first person, because it was he who did the labor. Should the second person take the tubers, he must offer a different article whose value is equivalent to that of the tubers. Alternatively, he must perform a task equivalent to the value of the tubers. If he does so, it would amount to taking the tubers after giving their value. Tubers in the soil plus labor equals tubers that have been brought out. Value of those tubers equals that labor. The word value is used only. 84. When exchanges have to take place. If people use articles for their own needs without any exchange, there would be no need for value calculations. For exchanges to take place, value calculations are necessary because one must know if the values of the article being given away and the one being accepted are equivalent. The two articles get a new name commodities at the time of the exchange. Once the exchange is finished, they will again be articles. Let us suppose that two persons held a stick each and dug those tubers. It took half an hour to do that work. Half an hour each. It amounts to the fact that both of them did equal labor. Even if there is a difference of couple of minutes, it is negligible. Both of them can use the tubers which they dug out. Then the question of exchange or question of value does not arise. Suppose that 4 or 5 persons do agricultural labor together on the land. All of them have done the work with equal responsibility. Finally they got the crop. All of them together consumed it. While doing labor, they did it responsibly, and while using the crop also, they did it with responsibility. The fact that those people labor together implies that they were living together. If the relations of the people who labor together are this way, there won't be any value calculations and exchanges. But human beings are used to doing labor separately and individually. This has been the situation in the past and it continues till the present day. In view of this, we have to understand as to why exchanges and value calculations are necessary. The more the labor, the more the value. Let us take two different metals of identical weight, 10 grams of copper and 10 grams of gold. The value of which metal is higher? The value of gold is higher. The value of copper is lower. Why is this so? More value means more labor, isn't it? Less value means less labor. This means it would take a lot more labor to make 10 grams of gold than to make 10 grams of copper. The value of a diamond is 85. Much higher than that of the gold of the same weight. Why is this so? It would take a lot more labor to make a diamond than gold. It would mean that the labor that is needed to make any article is its value. If the labor is more, its value will be more. If the labor is less, its value will be less. Questions and answers. 1. Tubers lying under the ground do not have value. But tubers that are above the ground have value. Why? Tubers lying under the ground are a natural substance. No agricultural labor has been done for making those tubers. But a human being has done labor to get those tubers above the ground. Since some labor has been done for the sake of those tubers, it acquires value. If others want to take those tubers, they have to give another labor for that labor of getting tubers above the ground. 2. The value of gold is more than that of coal. Why? Is it because gold is available in less quantity than coal? Or is it because it needs more labor to get gold? Since it needs more labor, more value for more labor. Less value for less labor. The reason for the need of more labor is that gold is available in less quantity. But we have to explain the reason for value in terms of labor only. As it involves more labor, it will have more value. This should be the answer. Then there will be no scope for another question. 3. Let us suppose that some people are doing labor collectively. Even then, how many kinds of articles could they produce? 2 such groups of people function separately. Will there be any need for exchanges? Otherwise, how will the needs be fulfilled? Yes. We need to raise such doubts as these. But this lesson is not enough to understand this point. We have to see many lessons. What we have to understand is this: if 2 persons dig those tubers, both of them can use them. If only one person worked while another person sat idly, Will both of them have the right to use those tubers? If both of them do the work? If only one person does that work and the second person does not do? These are the points which we have to understand here. We will understand other things later. 86. 21 Problems in the barter system of exchanges. Barter-type exchanges mean accepting an article or some work in exchange for another article or work. At times one might also encounter many difficult situations due to the barter system. Let us see an example. Ramai's shoes have become old and worn out. Although inconvenient, somehow he has been managing with the same shoes and getting along. One day, he found time, took a new pot along, went to the shoemaker Samir and said as usual, "Give me a pair of shoes." Samir smiled and said, "We don't need a pot right now, Ramai. The old pots are just fine." Ramai too smiled and said, "Don't you need it now? Is that so? Never mind. Tell me what you need. I will bring it and take the shoes." "What do we need?" "I was about to go out to get Jagger-E. My wife said that she would go out herself in the morning. Let me ask her whether she did go or not." "Hold on." While Samir was about to call out for his wife, she herself arrived. "How could I go? If only I could get out of this toiling. I have been thinking of going after boiling the grams just now," she said. Ramai rose happily, picked up the pot from the floor and said, "No problem. Why do you have to go now? I will bring Jagger-E and take away the shoes. I will come back in a second." Saying so, he briskly left to see the Jagger-E maker, Venkana. "Venkana, take this pot and give me Jagger-E. Actually, I went to Samir for the shoes. But he does not need a pot, he wants Jagger-E. I agreed to bring Jagger-E and I am here for the same." 87. I have to carry Jagger-E with me, give it to Samir and collect shoes. Venkana, it has been too troublesome since my shoes are torn. When I went to dig soil, there were too many thorns there. I have a real tough time as I don't have shoes. Let me have the Jagger-E quickly, so that I can leave. I have a lot of work pending with the soil," he said quickly. Venkana, the Jagger-E maker, looked a little uneasy. "Alas, Ramaiah, we too don't need the pot. Only the day before yesterday my wife brought 2 pots and 2 pans from your younger brother's house," he said. Ramaiah grew a little worried. "You too don't need a pot? My goodness, what should I do now? I thought of leaving early." "All right, tell me what you need. I will get it for you. Take Jagger-E for Samir, wear shoes and shall leave for my home." "Tell me quickly what is that you need," he hurried. "Hey, come here," Venkana yelled fondly for his wife. "You wanted a broom or some such thing. Do you want me to get one?" he asked. She arrived sweeping with a new broom and beating it with her hands. She said, "I brought a broom only yesterday, but I need a small winnowing basket. The old one has got holes in it. Please bring me a winnowing basket, brother Ramaiah." Ramaiah quickly picked up the pot. "You want a winnowing basket, right? It is not a big thing. I will bring it from Viramar. Venkana, please weigh and keep the Jagger-E ready for me. I must leave for my home quickly." Saying this, he walked briskly and crossed the threshold. Venkana called out loudly from behind, "Look, Ramaiah. All right, take Jagger-E and collect the shoes. We will think about the winnowing basket tomorrow," he said. "Never mind, why roam around again tomorrow? I return in a second with the winnowing basket." Saying this, limping with sore feet, Ramaiah somehow managed to reach Viramar. He quickly recounted the matter. "Look, Viramar, how my shoes are broke and how my feet are cracked. It has become an ordeal to set feet on the floor. I have to take your winnowing basket and give it to the Jagger-E owner. Take their Jagger-E and..." 88. Give it to the shoemaker and then only I can collect my shoes. Look out for a hard winnowing basket for me, Virama. I have been roaming around for long. Must go quickly. I have a lot of work at home, he said, and squatted on the ridge. As Ramayana narrated his woes, Virama lent him a sympathetic ear. Alas, you didn't get the shoes, poor thing, she kept saying all along. Haven't we stopped drinking water from the pot a long time ago, brother Ramayana? Haven't all the people at home been suffering from the menace of asthma? Subhaya, the quack, advised us not to drink cold water. We removed all the pots and stored them up in the loft. What shall we do with a new pot? Well, take the winnowing basket if you need it. We will settle the account later, she said affectionately. Ramayana listened to all this quite perplexed. You too don't need a pot? Stopped using pots. What is this? Then, how will I get shoes? Even if I take the winnowing basket from you now, what can I give you later? You folks have stopped using pots, haven't you? Very funny. Well, will you tell me what you need? Nay, I shall go home. How much longer can I roam on like this? Saying this, Ramayana kept the pot on his shoulder and turned back. In the meanwhile, Virama picked up a large winnowing basket from the stack and offered, "Take this, brother." "No, sister." "What should I give you later?" said Ramayana, and left limping and sad. What was Ramayana's problem? He could not get the article he wanted. Not only he, everyone would face a situation like this some time or the other. This is the problem which people face in the barter system. What then is the solution? X. 89. W22. Money has arrived. 7 WUI. We started the very first lesson by asking the question, what is money? Now we are going to see money. In the barter system of exchanges, where an article is exchanged for a different article, one may or may not get an article of his choice at an appropriate time. What is the solution for this problem? A solution had already been found a long time ago, by the emergence of money. Money ensures the availability of any article at any time. This means, money solves the problems of the barter system of exchanges with great ease. What, then, is money? How was it born? How does it solve the problems of the exchanges? We must look at all these issues in a sequence. Money is also an article. It is, however, an article devoid of any natural use value. That is the speciality of money. Money is not made of soil, cotton or wood. It is made of a metal called gold. Money exists as a small round coin with a special form. On that coin are engraved certain letters and the figures of the rulers of a given country. It is a coin. A gold coin of such form is money. That form is not like the shape of any other article. That coin has got a name. A name of a rupee. That coin is 1 rupee. How was the money born? It was born out of the exchange relations and only for exchange needs. Materials like coal and oil are available inside the earth, aren't they? Similarly, the people in the past had discovered that metals like silver and gold too are available inside the earth. But, no metal is available as abundantly as coal. Not gold certainly. Let us suppose that it would take 2 hours of labor to dig out coal of 1 kilo weight. To dig out gold of the same weight, it would take a labor 1,000 times greater. This means, the value of gold of the same weight is much greater than that of coal. More labor is required, and therefore more value. In the previous lessons, we have seen that an article is made when various kinds of labor are 90. Expended on natural substances, haven't we? Same is the case with gold. The gold mineral present in the earth is a natural substance. It contains no value. We have to do several types of labor in order to extract gold and convert it into a block. In the previous lessons we have also seen that the value of an article belongs, not to the substance, but to the types of labor spent in making that article. Same is the case with the value of gold as well. The value of gold doesn't belong to the natural substance present in its body. That value belongs to the series of labor types spent on that natural substance. The money coins were not made right in the beginning when gold was discovered. In the beginning, articles like chains, bangles and rings were only made out of gold. They were only ornaments, not money coins. Since gold is also an article, there were exchanges between small pieces of gold and other articles. They were exchanges by means of the barter system. One may offer a chair and accept a small piece of gold in return, equivalent to the value of the chair. Once 4 such gold pieces were obtained, one may get a jewel made out of them. One could get pieces of gold by offering a blanket or some grain. One could get a cow by offering a piece of gold. When there was no need for gold, no one would take it. Exchange with it would not take place. When there was no need for the pot, it was not exchanged, was it? The same principle applies to gold also. While gold pieces and gold jewelry were in existence, let us imagine the existence of gold coins too. As the word money was born, new words like selling, buying, price, commodity also emerged. Let us now see what one could do with the money coin. Ramaiah, the potter needs shoes. But now, he will not go straight to Samia, the shoemaker. First, he will go to the person who has the money coins. Let us suppose that Surana has money coins and that he needs a pot for his household. 91. Suppose Ramaiah went to Surana with his pot and asked, "I will sell this pot. Will you buy it?" Since Surana was in need of a pot, he said, "Yes, I will buy." What is its price? Price? Of course you know that. 1 rupee, said Ramaiah. 1 rupee? No discount? Asked Surana. You are a fine chap, Surana. It is strange that you are bargaining, smiled Ramaiah. All right, let me have it. Is the pot good? Hope there are no holes and cracks, said Surana, and took the pot and checked its whole interior. He kept the pot beside himself, pulled out a small pouch from his waist and took out a coin from it. There you go, 1 rupee, he said, and put the coin in Ramaiah's hand. Ramaiah immediately touched each of his eyes with the coin, placed it into the loincloth around his waist, wound the cloth several rounds and fastened it so that the coin won't fall down. I shall go now, Surana. He left the place with a smiling face. What has happened between Ramaiah, the potter, and Surana, the owner of the money coin? An exchange took place between Ramaiah's pot and Surana's money coin. It means the pot had as much value as the gold coin had. Hence, there was an exchange between the two. Ramaiah sold the pot and received money. Surana bought the pot and gave money. If we know that money means gold coin, it does not mean that we know about money fully. Questions and answers. 1. What is money? We simply know that even money is something made of labor and it is a coin made of gold. We do not know more than this. 2. What is selling? What is buying? Selling means giving an article and taking money. Buying means giving money and taking article. 92. 3. An exchange takes place between an article and money. Who performs the act of selling? Who performs the act of buying? The person who gave the article performed the act of selling. The person who gave the money performed the act of buying. 4. Ramaiah, the potter, has 1 rupee with him. How did he get that money? Ramaiah got that money by selling some pots which he made. 5. What is price? Is it value? Oh. Yes. Another name of value is price. But when we speak of price, it indicates that an exchange had taken place not between two articles but between one article and money. 6. If someone gives a pot and takes shoes in return, does it not mean that the pot is sold and the shoes are bought? Yes, it does mean that. But, in the barter system of exchanges we don't find terms like selling and buying. These terms came into existence only when exchanges took place between articles and money. 23. What do people do M//ML11 with money? Ramaiah wanted shoes, didn't he? Then why did he accept the coin? What will he do with the coin? After seeing what Surana did, we should not get this doubt if we think cleverly. What did Surana do with the money he had? He gave it off and bought a pot, didn't he? Likewise, Ramaiah would also do the same thing with the money he got. Can't we imagine that? Just as Surana purchased the pot by offering the money, Ramaiah too will offer money and purchase the shoes, won't he? In the first place, why was that money coin with Surana? How did he get it? If one gets these doubts before Ramaiah came to Surana, indeed they are smart questions. But, if one still continues to have these doubts, even after seeing Ramaiah, then they are unwise doubts. If one knows how the money coin came into Ramaiah's hands. 93. One can also understand Surana's case. How did Ramaiah get the money? He got it by selling his article. Surana too must have got it in a similar way. Surana too must have sold an article that he made. And must have earned the money. Can't we understand this much? If we apply our thought and get hold of the fundamentals, we will be able to understand everything. However, by looking at money we cannot understand what kind of articles Surana would make. We must therefore assume that Surana would perform a certain kind of work. Let us suppose that Surana would grow corn and that he earned 4 or 5 rupees by selling a small quantity of the corn. This means, he gave 1 rupee out of that money and bought the pot. How would anyone get money? Only by selling some kind of an article. We said that prior to the exchange between the pot and money, Ramaiah himself came to Surana with his pot. However, it doesn't mean that it should always happen like this only. Surana might go to Ramaiah with his 1 rupee and ask for the pot. It doesn't matter who goes to whom. The main point is that an exchange has taken place between the pot and the money. Alright, Ramaiah got 1 rupee by selling the pot. Now, what will he do? Will he put that rupee in a trunk? If he puts the money in a trunk, how will he get the shoes? Even if he puts that rupee away for 4 or 10 days, finally he has to take the rupee out of the trunk. Ramaiah needs the shoes urgently, doesn't he? Hence he left for the shoemaker Samir immediately with the rupee fastened in his waist. Samir, I want a good pair of shoes. What is the price? He asked. Don't you know that? Why do you ask as if you are a new customer? Isn't it 1 rupee? Said Samir. 1 rupee? Of course I know. Asked just to see if there has been some reduction, said Ramaiah. You are bargaining like a stranger, said Samir smiling. All right, take the money. Saying this, Ramaiah took out the rupee from the folds of the cloth fastened round his waist and placed it in Samir's hands. He collected a pair of 94 shoes, wore them right away and left quite delighted. When Ramaiah goes to Samir to buy the shoes, will Samir refuse to accept the money? Will he say, now I do not need gold coin? I want to give you shoes. I don't want gold. He want. Samir knew what Ramaiah was going to offer. It was not an ordinary piece of gold. It was money. It was money coin. He knew what people would do with it. In fact, Samir made several pairs of shoes only for sale. The more the number of buyers, the happier he would be. While accepting money, he knew how it would be useful for him later on. Therefore, he took money and gave shoes. Ramayya once faced a lot of difficulty in getting shoes, although he was in a great need for them because of the barter system, didn't he? Now, in the money system, has he faced any such difficulty? No. He could get shoes very easily. First, he got money when his article was sold. Later, when bought with the same money, he got the shoes. Ramayya was a seller when he sold his pot and a buyer when he bought the shoes. Whoever wants whatever article, he would first sell his article. Then, they get money. Later on with that money, they will buy the article they need. In this manner they get the required article easily by means of two exchanges only. If it were the barter system, one may or may not get immediately the article one is in need of. Why is this difference between the barter system and the money system? What is the difference between money and ordinary article which is not money? Take an ordinary article like a pot or a pair of shoes. It will have some kind of a natural use value. The values of such articles will not create any problem for an exchange to take place between such articles. The problem will arise due to use values only. Suppose when the potter was in need of the shoes, the shoemaker was not in need of the pot. Which of the properties of the pot is objectionable for the shoemaker to accept the pot? Not the value of the pot. The pot too contained as much value as the shoes. If the shoemaker gives shoes and takes pot, he can get 95 back whatever value he gave. Therefore, the problem is not of the value. The whole problem is with the use value which the pot gives. The shoemaker presently doesn't need it. If an exchange has to take place between articles having natural use values, a problem will arise from the very use values. Although the articles possess value, there exists a use value associated with it, and hence the problem will be with that use value. If exchanges have to take place between articles, their use values will stand as a hurdle, sometime or the other. For exchanges to take place with great ease, a strange article that is devoid of any kind of use value but possesses only the value is needed. Money is such a strange article. See how strange an article it is. Questions and answers 1. How does anyone get money? A person gets money if he sells an article that he made or if he does some work for others. 2. 1. There be other ways of getting money? There will be. We will see them in subsequent lessons. 3. Will a person get money even if he doesn't sell an article? Will he get money even if he does not do any work for others? We will deal with this point in subsequent lessons. Underscore 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 4. Ramayya, the potter grew his hair like a bush. He does not have money to pay the barber. The barber wanted money immediately because he too has to pay to a doctor. Therefore he told Ramayya that he would cut his hair only if Ramayya pays him money. Then, what will Ramayya do? He can borrow money from someone, pay the same to the barber and get his hair cut. Or he may postpone cutting of his hair till his pots are sold and money is obtained. Underscore 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 5. Show money and some articles which are not money. This is money. 96. For exchanges to take place rapidly, a system is necessary where use values will not become a hurdle. A thing that possesses only value but no use value is needed. Exchanges take place easily with such an article. An article that came into will not satisfy any other natural need. That means, although money is an article and possesses a use value, it is neither a natural article nor its use value is a natural one. Therefore, it means that an article that exists as 24 money is a strange article kilometer that lacks use value and m tilde possesses only value. Existence only to satisfy this need is the money coin. Money coin is made of gold. Because gold contains value, the money coin which is made of gold too contains value. However, since this article is in the form of a coin, it will not have any kind of natural use value which ordinary articles have. Unlike articles such as pot, shoes, chair or blanket, the money coin will not be useful for any kind of natural needs. But, the money coin too has a use value. Its ability to exchange with articles is its use value. The coin was born only for this. Except for exchanging with other articles, money is totally devoid of any use value. Since that coin lacked any kind of use value, it has become money. If it possessed some kind of use value, it too would have become some kind of a normal article. For an exchange to take place with it, its use value would have become a hindrance at one time or the other. If the use value of an article breaks free and distances itself from the article, and only the value is left behind, how would that article look like? It will remain without any association with any kind of use value. Money is that kind of an article. Since it exists only as value, that value can exchange with 97. Any ordinary article from the world of articles. Money will acquire that qualification. People who would like to sell their articles will not have any objection to give their articles and accept money. This way, money has become a means that could wonderfully solve the problems of the barter system of exchanges. Buying and selling. 3 persons are involved in the example wherein Ramaiah sold a pot and bought shoes. The person who sold the pot, the person who bought the pot, and the person who sold the shoes. The person who sold the pot, this person sold an article which he made. He got money equivalent to the value of that article. It was 1 rupee. That money was the value of the pot. Now, that pot was not his any more. Only that rupee belonged to him. He needed shoes at once. He bought the shoes. The value of the shoes was 1 rupee. That money has left. The shoes have arrived. Now, that money was not Ramaiah's any more. Only the shoes belonged to him. Since he sold the pot which he made with his own labor and bought the shoes with that value, the value of his article did not go anywhere. He got back his value. The person who bought the pot, this person is someone who performs the labor of growing corn. Since he sold a part of his article, he has some money with him. From that money, he bought the pot with 1 rupee. The value of his corn did not go anywhere. He got back his value. The person who sold the shoes, this person makes pairs of shoes with his labor. He sold 1 pair and collected 1 rupee. The value of his article did not go anywhere. That money came in its place. What will he do with that money later? He will buy some article needed for his household. Otherwise, he will have the coin melted and converted into a ring or some other article. Then the money will not exist. The jewel will remain. Since the jewel is made of gold, it will also have a value. Selling and buying took place among these 3 people. When an article departs and money returns, it is a sale. 98. When money departs and an article returns, it is a purchase. Here 3 different articles, namely, the corn, the pot and the shoes appear. 1 person sold corn and bought the shoes. The second person sold the pot and bought the shoes. The third person sold the shoes and will purchase something else. He has not yet bought Among these, between which of the two articles did an exchange take place? Take the pot for instance. Did the OOF exchange with the corn or with the shoes? It appears to the corn person as if the exchange took place between the corn and the pot, since he sold the corn and bought a pot with that money. It appears to the potter as if the exchange took place between the pot and the shoes, since he sold the pot and bought the shoes with that money. It appears to the shoemaker as if the exchange took place between the shoes and the paddy, in case he buys paddy with the money he gets after selling the shoes. Which of these is true? None of them. These are not exchanges of the barter system. Here, no exchange took place directly between two different articles. Each article exchanged only with money but not with a different article. The pot exchanged neither with corn nor with shoes but only with money. That money subsequently exchanged with the shoes. Thus each article is exchanged only with money. Questions and answers 1. What is money article? What is ordinary article? A money article means gold coin that lacks any use value. All the articles other than money are ordinary articles. 2. How do we overcome the difficulty that we face in the barter system when we enter into money system of exchanges? Even though money is also an article, it is not an ordinary article. It will not have any use value. The person who wants to get jaggery by giving a pot, sells the pot first and then gets money. Later he gives 99 money and buys jaggery. In this manner, in the money system of exchange, everyone would get whatever article they want at once. The problem of barter system would be solved by means of money. 3. A chairmaker sold a chair and got 1 gold rupee. Is this also an exchange? Yes. It is an exchange that took place between a chair and a gold coin. The gold coin has as much value as the chair has. That is why an exchange took place between the two. 4. When will the use value of this article leave it? If the pot cracks or breaks, it will not be useful to store water any longer. We can store either husk or rice. 5. What will happen to this coin if its use value is lost? If this coin loses its shape, it will become a lump of gold. That lump will become a raw material to some gold chain or article. 6. Does this have use value? No. The chapels are torn. No use for them. 25. Is money a mediator of exchanges? Money appears as a mediator between different articles. But that too is not the truth. In the example of the corn, pot and shoes, between which of these two articles did money function as a mediator? For the pot to exchange with the corn or with the shoes? Did the pot exchange once with the corn and the next time with the shoes? The pot did not exchange with any article except money. Let us see, with the help of diagrams, the process in which the pot has left Ramaya and the shoes have arrived. First, the pot had left and 100. Next, money had left and the shoes have arrived. Money has arrived. Did the pot exchange with the shoes? Did the shoes exchange with the pot? The two articles did not exchange with each other directly. The pot has exchanged with money. The shoes also have exchanged with money. If we consider Jawa prior to the pot, Jawa too exchanged with money. The Jawa seller gave that money and took the pot. Every article would exchange with money only and not with any other article. The pot did not exchange with either Jawa or the shoes. The pot did not exchange with any article except with money. The function of money is to exchange with one article or the other always. That is all. It has no role to play beyond this. But, because of this minor function of money, selling one article and buying a different one takes place with ease. In the barter system, when Ramaya went with a pot as exchange for the shoes, he did not get them even though the shoes were readily available, did he? But, if he takes money along with him, he would definitely get the shoes, at least a little later, even if they were not ready. The shoemaker will say, the shoes are not available right now, but I will make them soon and give you. Unlike in the barter system wherein he says, we don't need the pot now, he will not say now, we don't need money now, I want to give you the shoes. It means, when we go with money to buy something, the article on the other side will not be reluctant to undergo an exchange with money. Any article will come running for a relation with money. Money is the form of value for all the articles. This is the main 101 feature of money. We will see about this point in subsequent lessons in detail. For the present, we will see some points concerning money system. Some minor points concerning money. Because of money system, new words like selling, buying, price and commodity would originate. Articles that are ready for sale are commodities. Because of this, it is clear that these articles are meant only for sale. When we make a pot and use it for our own need, then it is not a commodity. If we cook rice at home, it is not a commodity. If we put them for sale, they are commodities. After the sale, they will again be articles. When we buy a commodity outside and bring it for our own use, then again it is an article. Whenever we come across a word commodity, we have to remember that commodity means an article, but it is for sale. If there is no need to sell the articles after they are produced, we can use them immediately. But if it is necessary to sell the articles after they are produced, it is not possible to use them immediately. New articles will be ready, but many people will need them. Yet it is not possible to use them. Someone should sell them. Someone else should buy them. Only then those articles will go into consumption. Could we know the values of the articles that are not sold but used in the household? Yes, we could. This is how we could know, same kinds of articles are sold outside, aren't they? If the value of a pot sold outside is 1 rupee, the price of the pot in the household will also be the same, 1 it be. If it was sold soon after making, the pot would have earned 1 rupee, wouldn't it? In this manner, depending on the values outside, the value of the item not sold outside too could be understood. But, articles that do not enter into sale are not commodities. The question of their value does not arise. Does it mean that after the money system emerged, exchange of articles had stopped? 102. Not so. Whether in barter system or in money system, what happens is exchange of articles. It is only exchange of articles from one side to the other. In barter system, there are no words like selling, buying or commodities. Yet, these two activities take place. When a pot is given and the shoes are accepted, and when this is seen from the pot's side, it is selling the pot and buying the shoes, even though these words were not in use then. If we see from the side of the shoes, it is selling the shoes and buying the pot. In the barter system, selling and buying take place in a single act of exchange. But in the money system, selling one article and buying a different article with that money takes place separately. If we give a pot and take money, it is selling of the pot. If we give that money and take shoes, it is buying shoes. In this manner, sales and purchases separate in the money system. Whatever happens in the case of the pot, the same thing happens in the case of shoes. The word value in the barter system of exchanges becomes price in the money system of exchanges. The word price indicates that the exchange took place by means of money. When an exchange takes place between a pot and 1 rupee, the price of the pot is 1 rupee. Likewise, if an exchange takes place between money and the shoes, the price of the shoes is 1 rupee. There are synonyms for the word price like cost and value. In the barter system of exchanges, we find the word value only. In the barter system, when a pot is given and the shoes are accepted, it is selling the pot and buying the shoes, isn't it? And in the money system, when a pot is given and money is accepted, is it the same as selling the pot and buying money? When money is given and the shoes are taken, is it the same as selling money and buying the shoes? Words like selling and buying are applicable to ordinary articles and not to money. In the case of barter system, ordinary articles exist on 103. Both the sides, and hence these words could be used for those two articles. Selling one article is buying a different article. Likewise, buying an article is also selling another article. In the money system, however, the ordinary article exists on only one side. It is this article that is sold and bought. Money exists on the other side. Those words don't apply to money. When a pot is given and money is taken, one person sold the oot and another person bought the pot. However, it doesn't mean that one person sold money and another person bought money. Yet, there are also farcical things like selling and buying money. It happens when people want to give away one country's money and take the money of a different country. That is, when money exists on both the sides. At the moment, it is irrelevant for us. What we see here is regarding the exchanges between articles and money. Questions and answers. 1. What is a commodity? Is it an article or not? It is an article. An article ready for sale is a commodity. 2. Is money a mediator of exchanges? No. It is a means of exchange. That's all. Its function is to exchange with commodities. 3. Once you went to a shop, gave 1 rupee and purchased 1 pencil. The rupee leaves your hands and the pencil comes into your hands. Have you understood what has happened there? An exchange has taken place between 1 rupee and 1 pencil. Earlier we were not aware of this term exchange. Now whenever we buy an article, we know that it is an exchange. 4. A man got into a bus to go to a village. He gave money for the ticket. He got off the bus when it reached that village. Between what things did the exchange take place? An exchange took place between the commodity called travel facility and money. 104. 5. A woman had high fever. She went to a doctor and received treatment. She gave money. Between what things did the exchange take place? Between the commodity called medical facility and money. 6. What is this? Value of a pot is a pair of shoes. 7. What is this? The price of the pot is 1 rupee. 8. What is this? The price of the chair is 10 rupees. 9. What is the difference between a 1 rupee coin and a 10 rupee coin? The 10 rupee coin contains gold worth 10 times more than the 1 rupee coin. 10. Is the pot the price of a rupee? No. Money does not have price. Ordinary articles have both value and price. If we get an article in exchange for another article, it is value. If we get money, it is price. Money exchanges with ordinary articles, but it does not exchange with money. If a rupee exchanges with a pot, then the pot will be the value of the rupee. 11.1 rupee, the price of 1 rupee. Rupee does not exchange with rupee. A rupee is neither the value nor the price of another rupee. 105. 26. Money is the value form of all the articles. Now we will see the most important feature of money. Though there are several differences between the barter system and the money system, the main difference is in respect of the value form. In the barter system, when there is an exchange between a pot and the shoes, one must see the shoes to see the value of the pot. And one must see the pot to see the value of the shoes. The values of the pot and the shoes are equal. Yet, the forms in which those values appear are not the same. Each article has its own value form. Those values appear in the form of different articles. Even if we consider the same kind of articles, their values do not have the same form always. If 10 pots of the same kind are set for an exchange, all of them will not exchange with shoes only. They will exchange with different articles. Therefore, the value form of one pot will not be the same as that of the other pot. But in the money system of exchanges, the value form of a given article doesn't belong to that article itself. Every article has to exchange with money, mustn't it? Even if there are 1,000 types of articles in the society, the owners of those articles do not exchange them by means of the barter system. They exchange them only by means of the money system. The values of all the 1,000 articles ought to appear only in the money form. Value does not exist in any other form. Value of the pot, some money. Value of the shoes, some money. Value of the paddy, some money. Value of the chair, some money. The value of any article is some money. One must see the money to see the value of any article. Therefore, money is the value form of all the articles. If we know only two things, namely, that money means gold. 106. Coin, and it is also an article, it does not mean that we have fully understood what money is. An article becomes money owing to its chief characteristic, namely, that it has the right to exchange with all articles. Since the value of an ordinary article appears in the form of money, money is the form of value of all the articles. Pot equals shoes. Pot equals 1 rupee. In terms of value calculations, these two are same. When a pot is exchanged with the shoes, the value of the pot is the pair of shoes, isn't it? Similarly, when exchanged with a rupee, the value of the pot is 1 rupee. Value means labor, isn't it? This means, the money that we get when we sell an article belongs to the total labor necessary to make the article. To be brief, money belongs to the total labor. It is the sum total of both old and new labor. Whose is that total labor? It belongs to those people who performed that old labor and also the new labor. This is a fundamental aspect of the whole economic science. Among articles, some are made of more labor and others are made of less labor, aren't they? The money obtained in exchange for an article will be equivalent to the value of the article. More money for more value and less money for less value. The quantity of money will be in accordance with the quantity of the value. A question: the potter bought the shoes with the money which he got by selling the pot. Since he bought the shoes with the value of the pot, will the form of the shoes be the form of value of the pot? I answer, no. The pot has exchanged with money, not with the shoes. The form of that article with which the pot is exchanged becomes its value form. If the exchange was with money, then the form of money would be the value form of the pot. Another question: if a 1 rupee coin exchanged first with corn, then with the pot and subsequently with the shoes, which article's value will that rupee coin represent? Is it the form of value of the corn, the pot, or the shoes? I answer, the coin will be the value of that article with which it 107 is exchanged at a given point of time. When exchanged with corn, it becomes the value of the corn. If the corn cultivator sold the corn and earned some money and did not spend the money to buy a different article for 10 days, then it remains the value of the corn until that time. If he purchases a pot with that money, then it would become the value of the pot. If the seller of the pot bought shoes with that money, then it becomes the value of the shoes. In this manner, it would be the value of that article with which it is exchanged, until it is exchanged with yet another article. Another question: Radama is the wife of Potteramaya. The 4 saris that she has had wore out. She needs 2 saris immediately. A new sari costs 10 rupees. Selling a pot would fetch only 1 rupee. She has to save the amount till she sells 10 to 15 pots and buy a sari after 10 rupees are accumulated. It could be done this way in the money system. But, how would this happen in the barter system? The value of the sari is 10 times greater than that of the pot. If a sari is needed, should one offer 10 pots for a sari? What will the sari weaver do with 10 pots? In that case, how could the potters get articles that have more value? Answer: we have to imagine for ourselves what might have happened in those days. In view of this, it is clear that the exchange of articles in the form of money system is more convenient than in the barter system of exchanges. If the price of a small article is 1 rupee, then the price of an article whose value is double would be 2 rupees. The price of an article of half that value would be only half a rupee. We can divide money into any number of parts. We can add any number of parts. We can accumulate some amount of money and can buy articles of more value. These facilities are impossible in the barter system. The money system had emerged only out of the problems that arose in the barter system. Although money is also an article, it is not an ordinary article. It is an extraordinary article. So far, we have seen only the rupee coins. Shall we also look at the paper money? 108. Questions and answers 1. What is money? O. Money means an article that has the right to show the values of the whole world of commodities. 2. Is there any difference between getting 1 pair of shoes and 1 rupee in lieu of 1 pot? O. There is no difference concerning value. If one gets shoes in return for the pot, those shoes alone are the value of the pot. Similarly, if one gets some money in return for a pot, the same money will be the value of the pot. In economics, this is an important point to understand. 3. Money is an extraordinary article. How? O. All the ordinary articles have some use value or the other. Money does not have it. Not having use value is its extraordinary nature. 4. What do you mean by value form? O. Form that shows the value. Value does not appear in the body of an article, does it? We have to see it outside in the form of another commodity. 5. What are these? O. We got a rupee when we sold a pot. The value of the pot appears in the form of money. The value of a winnowing basket is in the form of money. The value of bananas is in the form of money. The value of grain is in the form of money. The value of shoes is in the form of money. Money expresses the value of any article. Hence, it is the general /common form of value of all articles. 109. Money is a stranger article that is devoid of not only use value but also the value. The barter system would not come to an end as soon as the money coin system was invented. Exchanges with money would begin to take place less frequently. In the case of a large number of articles, the barter system would continue as before. But, as exchanges took place more easily by means of the money system, gradually the money system would stabilize while the barter system would decline and finally vanish totally. In the present-day world, in each and every country, only money system exists and not the barter system. Let us take the same example of corn, pot, shoes. We have first seen the gold rupee coin coming into the hands of the person who sold the corn. We do not know in how many other hands the coin moved prior to that. When we saw, it was in the hands of the corn grower. He offered that coin to the potter and bought the pot. The coin fell into the hands of the potter. That person offered the coin to the shoemaker and bought the shoes. We have seen the movements of the coin till it stopped in the hands of the shoemaker. Where will it go next? It will go to that person from whom the shoemaker would buy some new article. After that, to a different person. Thereafter, then also the same thing happens. The same thing happens all the time. The coin would keep exchanging with articles and would keep moving on. If we keep the coin in a box and buy nothing with it, it won't move. But, if we keep the coin in a box and buy nothing with it, how will we get the articles which we need? People keep buying articles with the 110 coins and the coins keep moving. The process of money coins circulating with ordinary articles in exchanges is called circulation. Only one coin does not circulate in the hands of all the people. Hundreds of coins circulate. Some of them many more times and others only a few times. While in circulation, the coins start wearing out. Let us suppose that the value of a new rupee coin, when it is first made with a certain weight, is 2 hours of labor. That coin would wear out a little as it gets circulated in and out of several hands, pockets, bags, and boxes. Because it is worn out, its value should diminish to some extent, shouldn't it? When a worn-out coin is offered, it should not earn articles worth as much as when a new coin is given, should it? But, even for a worn-out coin we get as many articles as we got earlier. People who sell the articles do accept the worn-out coins as they would accept the new coins. When receiving a worn-out coin for their articles, no one would say this coin has worn out a bit. It will not have complete value. I will not offer my article for it. Exchanges would continue with the worn-out coins too. If we follow the path of a new coin, we will be able to trace all the places it travels through. Its journey has no end. Its end comes when it is completely worn out like a leaf. The government would withdraw worn-out coins from circulation and mint them again into new coins with full weight. People continue to exchange with the worn-out coins ignoring their diminished values, don't they? The paper money emerged from those experiences. Just as they considered value-diminished coins as coins of full value, why shouldn't they regard a valueless piece of paper as money? If everyone accepts, people could undertake exchanges using paper money, couldn't they? This was the idea behind the origin of the paper money. Well, are gold coins of diminished value and a piece of paper totally devoid of value the same? To exchange with a worn-out gold coin means, the exchanges take place in accordance with the original value of the coin when it was minted. But, however new the piece of paper may be, that piece will have no 111 value, will it? On what basis do exchanges take place with the piece of paper? Why do people get articles when they offer a piece of paper? True, a note made of paper has no value of its own. But, if there is a way of conferring some value on it, the same paper note can also circulate as money. There is such a way. This is how it happens. It is the responsibility of the government of a country to print and release paper money. The government would say to the people as follows: all of you have gold coins. Some may have more and others less. You too know that if the gold coins are in circulation, gold will wear out unnecessarily. We will have to recast them again. Isn't it a lot of wastage? We can do something to avoid that. If we put paper notes in circulation, we can keep the gold coins without wear and tear. But, we must store all the gold coins at one place and send paper notes out for circulation. Hand over all the gold rupees you have to us. We will store them at one place. We will give you back as many paper rupees as the gold rupees you give us. Instead of one gold rupee, one paper rupee will be in circulation. This means that a paper rupee will have the same value as the gold rupee. With one paper rupee, you may buy that article which you could buy with one gold rupee. And with 2 paper rupees, you can buy an article which you can buy with 2 gold rupees. There will be no problem with the paper money. This is the way to avoid wearing out of gold. Therefore give us your gold rupees and collect paper rupees. You may hereafter buy all the articles with paper rupees. Further they also say, if you feel like taking back your gold money, You may return the paper money and collect your gold. They also offer the provision of taking gold back. This is to give confidence to the people regarding the paper money. Everyone is not going to do it readily as soon as the government says so. Only a few people would give their gold money to the government and collect paper money, though apprehensively. Those who cannot take that risk would retain gold money. In the early days of the paper money, transactions of sale and purchase in a village would take 112. Place through gold money as well as paper money. The shoemaker would offer the shoes in exchange for gold money or for paper money. In the beginning, both kinds of money would be in circulation. The value of this gold coin is the value of the note. Gradually, paper money arrived in the hands of all people. Gold coins reached the banks. True, gold coins would wear out while in circulation. How about the paper notes, they be torn while in circulation? It does not matter. Compared to the wearing out of the gold, tearing of the paper does not matter much in terms of cost. We have already seen earlier that money has no use value. But, gold money has value, even though it does not have use value. Whereas the paper money lacks not only use value but also value. Paper money is a strange article devoid of any quality. Questions and answers 1. Ramayya sold a pot. He got a rupee coin. He gave that coin to a shoemaker and bought shoes. The rupee coin has gone into the hands of the shoemaker. The shoemaker gave that coin and bought jaggery. The rupee has gone into the hands of the jaggery maker. In this manner, how many more people does this coin go to? It goes on and on till it is worn out. If it is a paper note, till it is torn. 2. The rupee coin exchanges with many commodities, doesn't it? Value of which commodity does it show? It means the rupee coin stands as the value of a commodity with which it exchanges. When exchanged with a pot, that rupee is the value of the pot. It remains to be the value of the pot till another commodity is bought by means of that rupee. It remains in the hands of the potter until the next exchange. 3. Are both these rupees have equal value? They are not of equal value. They don't possess the same value. But both are 113. Equal, since paper note has come in the place of the coin for the sake of exchange with commodities. 4. When a person sells an article, should he take a rupee coin or a rupee note? It makes no difference because that person can give either the rupee coin or the rupee note while buying an article. The seller will accept either of the two. 5. The rupee coins which we see these days are not made of either gold or silver. They are made of other metals like nickel. Same is the case with coins of lower denominations. What does this mean? Why did the paper note come in the place of a gold coin? In order to circulate more easily than gold, so that the gold coins do not get worn out. Similarly, the registered trademark symbol nickel coin is also the equivalent of a gold coin. All coins of lower denomination are also like that. The nickel coins circulate so that gold is not worn out. 28. Did paper come as money in the place of gold? Once paper money arrived, did it mean that gold had yielded the status of money to paper? No. Even then, it is gold that remains as money. Should the paper money be given in exchange for an article, all the calculations will depend only on the value of gold. The gold coin would call out to the paper note and say, "I will remain intact in the government warehouse without being worn out." You go out and perform the job of exchanges. The paper note would raise the doubt, who will accept me as money? Who will take me? Everyone say, after all you are a piece of paper. What value would a piece of paper can have? The gold coin would say, paper will have its own value, why bother about your value? Money means myself, not you. 114. You are my agent. That is all. I am sending you out on a specific duty. You will circulate with my value. Your value has nothing to do here. You will quote my value. Understand? Yes, understood. All right. Though the paper note got down to the job with hesitation, the people duly honored it. The value of a pair of shoes is 2 hours of labor. When the shoemaker sold the shoes, 1 rupee paper note was earned. Does this mean that it took 2 hours of labor for the making of the piece of paper? No. That value belongs to 1 gold rupee, not to the paper note. Although devoid of value, the paper money circulates by claiming the value of the gold rupee as its own. The value that appears as the value of the paper rupee is actually the value of the gold rupee. If the paper rupee has to have the value of the gold rupee, the government has to follow a rule. Whatever be the number of gold rupees which it stores, it has to release the same number of paper rupees. The government has to take 1 gold rupee coin from a person and has to give only 1 paper rupee in return. It has to give paper notes in proportion to the number of coins that it receives from any person. If this happens, the paper rupee will have the same value as that of the gold rupee. Instead, let us suppose that the government gave the person 2 paper rupees in return for 1 gold rupee. Those 2 paper rupees will not have the value of 2 gold rupees. Those 2 paper rupees together will have the value of only 1 gold rupee. This means, the paper rupee will circulate with the value of half a gold rupee. The value of the paper rupee in circulation outside will depend on the quantity of the gold which the government stored. Preservation of gold by the government is not something that happened only in the early days of the paper money. Even today, tons of gold would be idling inside the Reserve Bank. As it does not circulate outside, the gold will not wear out. While the gold remains inside, depending on its value calculations, the paper money will be in circulation outside in a suitable quantity. 115. Titty. It is not necessary for us to discuss the matter beyond this point. Once the paper money establishes itself among the people, the government has withdrawn its past assurance it provided initially that people could take the gold money back by returning the paper money if necessary. Yet, people face no problems as the paper money in their hands is performing the function of the gold money. If at all people needed their gold back, they could go to the gold shop and buy gold with the paper money they have. In every country, blocks of gold are preserved in the banks. Paper money equivalent to the value of that gold will be in circulation. The name of the money in India is rupee, isn't it? Likewise, the money of each country has its own name depending on the language of that country. The money in England is called a pound. The money in the USA is called a dollar. This is how it goes on. Selling and buying of articles take place not only within a country, but also between different countries. People of different countries sell and buy articles from each other. That is, they export and import commodities. They make calculations in terms of money for those exports and imports. But, when one country has to pay some money to another country, the first country cannot give its paper money. The currency of one country is not valid for circulation in a different country. That is because money originally is gold, isn't it? While keeping the gold here, sending paper to a different country is not the same as paying money. Therefore, to pay money to the foreign country, only gold must be sent. It is for this reason gold is world money or universal money. Payments between countries must be made only through gold. Hoarding of money. After the emergence of money, a strange practice called accumulating value begins. Here, recall the barter system of exchange. If we give a pot and receive a pair of shoes, selling of the pot and buying of the shoes take place in a single act. Selling at one time and buying at another. 116. Time do not take place separately. If we give the pot and take the shoes, we must use those shoes. If we give 4 pots and take 4 different kinds of articles, then we have to use all those articles. It is not possible to store some portion of the value of the pots without spending. Whereas in the money system, it is possible to store some value. If we sell a pot and take 1 rupee, it is inevitable to buy some article with that 1 rupee. But if we sell 4 pots and take 4 rupees, it is possible to store a half rupee or quarter rupee from that money. Selling some articles and taking some money implies that we are keeping some amount of value in our hands. If we stored some portion from that money, it means that we have stored some amount of value. This is not possible under barter system. It is possible in money system of exchanges. Under money system, sales and purchases get separated. They do not take place together. They take place separately. We can store the entire money after the sale. Or we can store some money if not the whole. As this is possible, a new practice of accumulating money emerges in the society. Some persons may accumulate some money while others may not accumulate anything at all. The situation whereby selling and buying get separated would lead to the problem of disturbing the coordination between the two. This we will see in the lesson on crises. What is money? Having raised this question at the beginning and initiated the discussion, we have now completed it. Money is the sole form of value of all the commodities. Questions and answers 1. In the place of 1 rupee gold coin, paper note has come into circulation. Now which is money, gold or paper? Even now it is gold and not paper which is money. But since gold coins wear out in circulation, a piece of paper does that function instead of a gold coin. That is all. Even if another system replaces the system of paper notes to carry on the function of circulation, it would again be gold that functions as money. Money calculations depend on the value of gold. 117. 2 Gold money has its own value. Paper money does not have its own value. Yet how is paper money able to function? Paper money circulates based on the value of gold money. When a potter sells a pot and gets 1 paper rupee, that value is not of the piece of paper but of the gold. Even if a piece of paper comes into the hands of the potter, it means that a gold coin has come. 3. What is universal money? A money that is applicable to the whole world. Universal money is an entity that functions as money in all the countries. It is gold. One country buys some commodities from another country and also sells its commodities to another country. Then the 2 countries verify their accounts. If the money to be received and the money to be paid are equal, none of the countries need to pay to the other. But if one country has to pay some money to the other, it is not permissible to give its paper notes. It has to give blocks of gold equal to the value to be paid. Even if gold coins are given, they cannot be used there. People of that country will convert them into blocks. The actual money in all the countries is gold. Hence it is universal money. 4. Does paper money exist in all the countries now? Are gold coins in circulation in some countries? And nowhere do we find gold coins in circulation in any country today. We find only paper money in all the countries. But paper money of a given country circulates in that country alone. The paper money of one country is not permitted for circulation in other countries. 5. Pot equals 1 rupee coin. But let us suppose that 4 paper rupees are in circulation in lieu of 1 rupee coin. How many paper rupees should we get if 1 pot is sold? Why? As there are 4 paper rupees in lieu of 1 gold rupee, the value of 1 coin will be 4 paper rupees. Therefore, one has to get 4 paper rupees in lieu of a pot. 6. What will happen finally to those tons of gold that are present in the banks of all the countries? If the money system of exchanges continues in society, the heaps of gold have to remain like that. The real basis for either paper money or other form of money is gold. It has no ending. If the system of exchanges disappears, we can take out that gold and build walls with. 118. 29. Why should we do labor? Humans are not the only living beings in nature. From a living being as small as an ant to a living being as big as an elephant, there are many varieties of insects, birds, and animals in nature. Some live on land, some live in water, and some live both on land and in water. Irrespective of where it lives, every living being needs food. However, no other beings other than humans perform labor for the sake of food. Other beings do not know how to perform labor. They live by eating grass, leaves, weeds and the like that are readily available in nature. Some animals live by eating other, smaller animals. Even though birds build nests in trees, or monkeys and apes dig out edible roots, those actions do not constitute labor. Every living being has some natural instincts. Those instincts will never change. The nests that the birds build or the behavior of other animals always remain the same. But it is different with humans. Their body structure is different. Abilities like thinking and speaking are unique to humans. Yet, in the beginning, humans did not know how to perform any labor. They too used to eat whatever they could find in nature and roamed around naked, just like the animals. Gradually, starting with things like making bowls from clay, and sharpening rocks to use as tools, they learned all the things we know today, such as growing crops, weaving clothes, and building houses. They will continue to learn to do new things. Animals always remain the same. The ability to perform labor is a distinct characteristic of humans. To do any work, or to make any product, we have to start from things that are naturally available in nature. First, we need to make raw materials and tools. Then, we have to make other products using these. Animals like bulls, horses and camels are also useful in doing these things. But all these animals are tools. It is humans that do the work, not the animals. Products once made do not. 119. Remain unused. They are constantly consumed. Food substances are consumed every day. Clothes are consumed over a few months. Houses remain standing for years. Humans keep using up some products, and keep making new products of the same kind during the same time. While the previous year's crops are being used up, work of growing new crops continues simultaneously. Same is the case with clothes, shoes, medicines and every other product. While the previously produced buses and trains become old and worn out, production of new buses and trains continue. Same is the case with all other things. Things that are spent daily keep getting produced again. On the whole, people need to keep doing different kinds of labor every day. Let us suppose that people stop doing all kinds of labor from a certain day. What will happen then? Imagine. Sudden stoppage of work implies stoppage of cultivation and other kinds of work. No more cooking. No more washing of clothes. No more cleaning of the houses, no more fetching of water. They have to stop doing every kind of labor. If there are food items like fruits and bread already available at home, people would eat them. They drink water that is already there in the house. But all of them will be over in a couple of days. Later on there will be no food for the children. There will be no water to drink. Diseases will start spreading immediately. But, since the labor of medical practice stops, there will be no treatment. In 2 days, children will start dying first. Later, people who are already sick start dying. As there would not be water to drink, many people would die within 3 days. The bodies will remain wherever people died, as labor types like burials and cremations do not take place. The domesticated animals also start dying, as nobody gives them food or water. Animals, children and adults will be found dead everywhere, inside houses. 120. Outside in the yards, and on the roads. Unable to cope with the catastrophe, people who are determined to live at any cost run away into the forests. They will not be able to go to the forests on vehicles, since nobody drives any vehicles. Dragging their feet, they will reach the forests and eat if they find anything edible on the trees there. They will drink if they find water in the pools in the forests. They will roam like that in the forests for some time, starving from lack of food. All their clothes will be torn after some time, and they will end up without clothes. Once they lose their clothes, they are like animals. Human animals. Animals live comfortably in the forests. But the human animals cannot survive in the forests for too long. This means, if everyone stops doing labor, people in the villages and towns die within a week, and the people that run away to the forests and do not perform labor there die within a month. The entire human society will come to an end if labor ceases. Do you understand how necessary labor is for day-to-day life? Giving up all forms of labor will never be possible. Only thing that might be possible is to make changes to difficult labor and convert it into labor that is easier to perform. Labor is labor, even if it is easier to perform. It will never be possible for people to live without doing labor. Questions and answers. 1. Can human beings stop all their work and sit back to chit-chat happily? Yes, they can sit back without doing any work. But what do they chit-chat about? About newspapers? They want exist. About education? It want exist. About films? They want exist. About politics? It want exist. When there is no work, all talk would come to an end. Do you know how originally speech came into existence? Since human beings of the primitive times started carrying out small tasks, speech emerged gradually to fulfill that need for communication. If such tasks cease to exist, there will be no need to talk. Speech itself will disappear. 121. Today we know many kinds of work. How many kinds of work will emerge in future? All kinds of work which we know today were unknown in the past, weren't they? Similarly, if we come to know new facts about nature, new kinds of work that enable us to produce new articles may emerge. 3. Is it not enough if we have food, clothing, shelter, medicines and means of transport? Why do we need many things? Essential needs are few. We do not need dozens of kinds of articles. 4. Birds build nests. Animals also search for some habitation. Aren't they forms of labor? No. The term labor and its meaning applies only to humans and do not apply to birds and animals. 5. What will happen if all kinds of labor are stopped? 30 differences in labor. Within types of labor, we have distinctions such as physical or manual labor, and mental or intellectual labor. Within these two types of labor, there are distinctions between skilled and unskilled labor. In manual labor there is little or no need for thinking. In intellectual labor there is a greater need for the same. Labors like cutting grass, tilling the land, laying the roads, cleaning the dishes and washing the clothes are forms of manual labor. They are forms of unskilled labor within manual labor. It does not take more than a few days to learn these types of labor. Moreover, not many products are used up in learning these labor types. 122. Tailoring, carpentry, cooking, weaving, and driving buses or trains are also types of manual labor. In addition to being types of manual labor, these are also skilled labor types. A few days or weeks are not sufficient to learn these labor types. Much more time will be necessary to learn these. Many products are used in learning these types of labor. Labor types like teaching, treating the patients, scientific research, are all intellectual or mental labor. Within these intellectual labor types, there are again skilled and unskilled labor types. Within teaching, there are differences, teaching lower classes and teaching higher classes. Similar differences exist in practicing medicine and conducting scientific research. Learning any intellectual labor takes a long time and use of many products. Within these intellectual labor types, learning skilled labor requires even more time and more resources. Like this, labor types can be classified into many types. Labor, no matter what kind, is still labor. In doing labor, the entire body toils. After doing labor for some hours, people get tired. They get exhausted more quickly while doing manual labor rather than intellectual labor. When they are exhausted, they need to stop doing labor and take rest for some time. Then, the body will get back the energy for doing labor again. As there are differences in labor types, the values of labor will also be different, with some being high and others being low. The value of labor of teaching 1 hour will be more than the value of 1 hour labor of cutting the grass. Both types of labor took 1 hour each. Yet their values are different. It is because the time and the expense of things necessary for learning these types of labor are different. According to the law of value, it is appropriate that the labor of teaching possesses higher value and the labor of cutting grass possesses lower value. But, the law of value does not tell us how much difference should actually be there between their values. The difference will depend on the conditions of the society in which these types of labor are performed. If we take into consideration 1 hour manual labor and 1 hour intellectual labor, it will be 123. Surprising that their values are different despite both of them being of 1 hour duration. This is how we should understand the difference. If we take 3 things, jaggery, cotton, and iron, each weighing 1 kilogram, how will their volumes be? 1 kilogram of cotton will be a lot, enough to fill a big basket. 1 kilogram of jaggery will fit in one corner of the basket, and 1 kilogram of iron will not even cover the bottom of the basket. The weights of the 3 products are the same, but their volumes will be totally different. In iron, the particles are packed tightly, with very little space between them. In jaggery, though, particles are a little further apart from each other. In the case of cotton, it is needless to say anything. They are very far apart from each other. This is how we should try to understand the differences in values of labor. If we take 10 different labor types, each of 1 hour duration, their values will be varied, some more, some less. In those 10 labor types, the values of 2 or 3 labor types might be the same. The labor of carpentry and the labor of tailoring may have the same value. But the values of all the labor types will not be the same. Questions and answers. 1. Labor of tilling is done on the land which existed naturally. Will that land have value? It will. But, that value is due to the labor of tilling. That value belongs to that labor and not to the land. If some crop grows on that land, the value of the labor of tilling goes into the value of that crop. 2. A person always does the work of cutting grass. Another person always does the work of teaching. Which is physical labor? Which is intellectual labor? A cutting grass is physical labor. Teaching is intellectual labor. 3. Can a grass cutter teach? Can a teacher cut the grass? If they learn, they can do anything and everything. A person who performs intellectual labor can learn physical labor in a very short time. It takes longer for a person who does physical labor to learn intellectual labor. If various kinds of labor are taught from a very young age, it would be very easy to learn another kind of work for a person who does a particular type of work. 124. 4. What is law of value? It is the law which explains the rules connected with value. One rule is that exchange takes place between equal values. Another rule is that the value of intellectual labor is higher than that of physical labor. All the rules related to value are part of law of value. 5. How much higher the intellectual labor is than the physical labor? 2 times, 4 times or 10 times? A law of value simply explains that the value of intellectual labor is higher than physical labor. It does not tell us how much higher it should be. If the gap between the two is very wide, a lot of injustice is done to physical labor. The extent of the gap depends on the nature of labor relations in a given society. We have not yet seen these labor relations. 6. Is the gap between the value of physical labor and the value of intellectual labor necessary? Is it right? Can there be the same value for all kinds of labor? If all kinds of labor have equal value, no one will not cannot do such labor which involves more expenditure and longer duration. All people will select only such labor types which are easier and interesting to them. Then certain kinds of labor will disappear from the society. Certain needs will not be fulfilled. To understand this point we have to know many details. It is not possible here to elaborate. 125. 31. Value is labor, but labor is not value. When an article is put out for sale, what is counted as the value of that article? It is the total labor necessary for making the article. That means it is the labor that becomes value. Then, does labor necessarily have value? No. If the article is not put up for sale, the labor will not have value. We have cooked rice and curries at home. They are prepared from the labor of cooking. Since labor has been spent in cooking the foodstuffs, does that labor have value? If it has value, we have to eat those foodstuffs only after paying for them. But it does not happen that way. Even though labor is spent on cooking, that labor does not have value. If the same labor of cooking is done in a hotel, that labor will become value, since the food in a hotel is put up for sale. It is labor alone that becomes value. But, when we speak of labor, it does not always mean value. If we understand this point, it will make the difference between natural and unnatural phenomena clearer. Conversion of labor into value is not a chemical action that takes place naturally. If we cook rice, it converts into cooked rice. If we mix water in flour, it converts into a lump. If you put a drop of buttermilk in warm milk, it thickens into curds. All these are the properties of the substances, whereas conversion of labor into value is not similar to such natural phenomena. Since labor means work, it will be easily known that it is not a substance. Value is also not a substance. It is a calculation. Calculation of time. We will see the calculation by which labor converts into value in another lesson. It is correct to understand that value means labor, but it is incorrect to understand that labor means value. If we understand that labor is value. 126. Every article should have value. Since every article is made of labor, it amounts to understanding that labor would necessarily have value or ought to have value. The pot is made of RAMAIS labor. According to the argument that labor means value, RAMAIS labor must convert into value. That is, if RAMAI exchanges that pot and gets another article, that article will be the value of the pot. He has to use the value of the pot but not the pot. What if he needed a pot? He ought not to make the pot. He should make some other article, give it to others and get the pot. We arrive at all sorts of meaningless inferences like these if we go by the argument that labor is value. The argument that labor means value is similar to the argument that tools also do labor. Those who are carried away by this argument do not understand the unnaturalness in such matters as exchanges, sales and value calculations. Labor converts into value only when it is exchanged. But it is not obligatory that labor ought to turn into value. Labor is not value by nature. Questions and answers. 1. An article is made of labor. Is that labor value? A coming to square 1. Has an exchange of that article taken place? Only if an exchange takes place, that labor will have value. Calculation. 2. A shirt is made. Its exchange has not taken place. Yet, can't we calculate the total amount of labor that was done for it? Why do we want the calculation of total labor? What do we need to make a shirt? A certain quantity of cloth, thread and some buttons. Specific tools. Some hours of tailoring labor. We need details of this kind. Why do we need calculation of total labor? Calculation of total labor is necessary only if it is meant for exchange. 3. Is digging labor value? We don't know whether this labor is done for personal use or for an exchange. 127. 4. I cook my food myself. I wash my clothes myself. Can these activities be called labor? They can be called labor. But the work of eating the cooked food, or wearing the washed clothes cannot be called labor. 6. Friends went up the hill for trekking, wandered there for quite some time, engaged in chit-chat, got tired and returned home. Is the whole thing labor? No. They might be tired. But it does not amount to performing labor. 8. How to decide which is labor and which is not? The work of making articles and the work of satisfying needs will constitute labor. Work done for one's own bodily health is not labor. Natural body processes are not labor. 5. Is this labor? 32. How does labor turn I into value? Let us consider a new shirt. With what labor was it made? We have to see only that labor which was done on the raw materials of the shirt. What is the raw material for the shirt? Cloth. What is the labor that was done on the cloth? Tailoring. It means the shirt is made from the labor of tailoring. Several types of past labor are also present in the cloth. They are not relevant here. If we watch tailoring while it is being done, it would be clear what sort of work is going on. That labor has a form. We can see it because it has a form. If we look at a shirt that is ready, we can clearly see that the labor of tailoring was done in order to make the shirt. What labor is a chair made from? Carpentry. If we look at 128. The chair, that labor appears to us. What labor is a book made from? Printing. If we look at a book, that labor will appear. Any labor undertaken in the making of an article will be clearly visible in the article. Whether it is stitching, carpentry, writing or weaving, every labor has a name. If someone drives a cart, it is the labor of driving. If someone teaches, it is the labor of teaching. Each labor is a concrete labor. Each labor has a name. Each labor has some specific characteristics. Every article is made by some concrete types of labor. But, if a particular concrete labor turns into value, then its form, its name, its specificity and characteristics will disappear. It becomes an abstract labor. This is how it happens. Let us consider 3 types of specific labor: agriculture, weaving, and tailoring. Let us also calculate the durations of time during which those types of labor were carried out. Agriculture, 5 hours, weaving, 4 hours, and tailoring, 3 hours. Let us say a product was made with these 3 types of specific labor. What is the total time during which these labor types were carried out? 5 hours of agriculture plus 4 hours of weaving plus 3 hours of tailoring. It is 12 hours in total. The total labor performed for making an article is its value, isn't it? Does it mean that the value of the article in this example is 12 hours? No. That is not how any specific labor converts into value. The specific hours of duration during which those different labor types were performed do not combine in terms of those number of hours to form the value of an article. Money measures the duration of those labor types by means of their value. With these measurements, the calculated durations of the specific labor types may become slightly more or slightly less than the actual hours during which those specific tasks were done. Only these modified measurements that are expressed in terms of the value of money are added up. 129. The function of money starts from here. Money is gold. The labor of making gold is also a specific labor. It is a concrete labor. That labor has some value and is expressed as 1 hour of gold-producing labor has this much value. That value of gold-producing labor will be used to measure the values of all other labor types. If we take 1 hour of physical labor and 1 hour of intellectual labor, both of them are of 1 hour labor. Yet, we have seen that their values are different. The labor of money measures the values of these different types of labor by means of the money value of its value. We have to understand this by comparing it to the weights used in a weighing balance. The weight used in the weighing balance has its own weight. Let us say the weight of that weight is 1 kilogram. Near that balance, we have 3 different substances, namely, cotton, jaggery and flour, which are waiting to be weighed. The cotton is in a big sack. But when it is placed in the balance, it does not even weigh 1 kilogram. The flour is in a small bag. When it is placed in the balance, it weighed 1.5 kilograms. The jaggery is much smaller than the flour bag, a small cube wrapped in paper, but it weighed 2 kilograms. There is no connection between the weights and sizes of any of those materials. A big sack of cotton weighs less. A small cube of jaggery weighs more. If we take the same material, more quantity will mean more weight, and less quantity will mean less weight. For the same material, there will be a direct relation between its volume and weight. But, if you take different materials, their weights will not be the same if their sizes are equal. Their sizes will not be equal if their weights are equal. It is exactly the same with values of different kinds of labor. There will be no relation between the durations of different kinds of labor and their values. If you consider a particular kind of labor, longer duration of the labor will have more value and shorter duration will have lesser value. This is with regard to a particular kind of labor. But, if you take different kinds of 130 labor, it does not always happen that longer duration means more value, and shorter duration means shorter value. If all labors are measured in terms of the same amount of time, their values will be different. Or, if we consider different kinds of labor with the same value, the durations for which they were performed will be different. For intellectual labor and physical labor to have the same value of 1 rupee, how should their durations be? Let us say the value of half an hour of intellectual labor is 1 rupee. It is not possible to measure the value with a weighing balance. Yet, by means of a weighing balance, we are imagining that 1 rupee is measuring the value of cloth. That is all. That case, the value of 3 hours of manual labor might be 1 rupee. In summary, the values of all labor types will not be the same. A weight, which has to weigh different kinds of materials, will have some weight of its own, 1 t. Similarly, a gold coin will have a value of its own in order to measure the values of different kinds of labor. That coin is a rupee coin made of a certain quantity of gold. That coin possesses some value. How is the value of that coin formed? It is formed due to the total labor time necessary to make that coin. Let us suppose that the total labor is 2 hours. Those 2 hours of labor make the gold rupee. The value of those 2 hours of labor is 1 rupee. Since the value of 2 hours of labor in the making of gold is 1 rupee, will the values of all types of labor be the same? If we take 2 hours of tailoring labor, will its value be 1 rupee? Will it be the same in the case of medical labor? No, it won't be like that. As there are distinctions between physical labor and intellectual labor, their values will invariably be different too. 131. Some extent. The rupee coin measures the values of various labor forms. Just as the weight in a weighing balance measures the weight of other substances, a rupee coin too measures the values of other labor forms by means of its own value. If we measure the value of 1 hour of tailoring labor by means of a rupee coin, it could be 1 rupee or it could be more than a rupee or less than a rupee. Similarly, if we measure 1 hour of medical labor, it would invariably be more than the value of tailoring. In this manner, a rupee coin functions like a vessel which measures the values of other labor forms and articles by means of its value. Just as the weight in a weighing balance functions like a means of measurement. Questions and answers. 1. Tailoring labor is spent on the cloth. Will that labor be absorbed into the cloth? To make bread with flour, we pour water in the flour and that water will be absorbed into the flour. But it is not the same case with labor. Labor is not a substance. If tailoring labor is spent on the cloth, that work itself is labor. 2. The value of a given intellectual labor of 4 hours is 8 rupees. The value of a given physical labor of 2 hours is 2 rupees. What is the value of 1 hour of that intellectual labor? What is the value of 1 hour of that physical labor? The value of 1 hour of intellectual labor is 2 rupees. The value of 1 hour of physical labor is 1 rupee. Underscore 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 3. Whatever be the kind of labor they may do, all human beings need the same kind of food, clothing, housing and medical facilities. The only difference will be with regard to the expenditure and duration of learning various kinds of labor. If this is the case, why should the value of intellectual labor be so many times, 2, 3 or 10 times, higher than the value of physical labor? The gap should not be so many times higher. It is not even necessary to be twice higher. Such a gap should be as reasonable as possible. In all the societies that existed till now, that gap has been very wide. The reasons for that are different. Underscore 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 4. How does money measure values of articles? A money means a coin with a certain amount of gold. That gold would have some value. This value consists of old labor as well as new labor. Here we have to consider the total labor. Let us suppose that out of the total labor of making gold, 1 rupee coin would be made with 2 hours of labor. The value of 2 hours of labor is 1 rupee. The values of all labor forms would not be the same, would it be? Let us say that the value of tailoring labor is half the value of gold labor. Then, the value of 4 hours of tailoring labor would be 1 rupee. This calculation of the difference between the value 132 of money labor and ordinary labor is based on the comparison of the two. 5. There are different substances in front of the weighing balance. The weights in the balance measure the weight of each substance accurately. There would be no mistake in the measurement. Similarly, gold rupee measures the values of other articles, doesn't it? Can we say such measurements too would be accurate without any mistake? We can say absolutely. The function of the weights in a weighing balance is to measure the physical property of articles, that is, their weight. If we weigh the chair, we will find an accurate calculation in terms of so many kilos and grams. This is not an average calculation. But, measuring value means measuring labor which is not a substance. Labors take place under various conditions. We have to consider every labor based on average calculations. Whatever be the article that is produced, either the shirt, the chair or any other thing, we have to consider averages of labor spent on the raw materials, the tools and the newly performed labor types. Even the sum total of those averages would not be accurate. If a person stitches a shirt in 5 hours, we can know the accurate time that he has spent. We can accurately calculate the amount of cloth, thread etc. that was spent in stitching that shirt. But if we want to measure the values by adding the averages of all the relevant labor forms, we can say that the measurements of those labor forms would be accurate. We face this problem since labor is not a substance. Let us assume a number of inconsistencies in measuring the values of labor forms. Such inconsistencies are found not in the case of one particular labor but in the case of measurements of all labor forms. Hence, such inconsistencies are tantamount to be non-existent. Even though, measuring values of labor by means of money is not as accurate as measuring the weight of articles with the weights in a weighing balance, it is the way in which we measure values. There is no other way. This is why we call value and its measurements as underscore 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 underscore. 6. Let us say we bought a shirt for 5 rupees. Does it mean that the shirt has so much value or not? Is that measure of value correct or not? It is correct. However, there may be a minor difference in the case of one shirt. But if we combine more number of pieces, the difference would be minimal. The value of 100 shirts is 5 extension 100 equals 500 rupees. Among 100 shirts, even if more labor might have been spent on one shirt and less labor on another, there would be no difference between the labor of all the shirts and the measurements of value of the total labor, provided a large number of shirts, instead of just one shirt, are considered. Even if there is a slight difference, let that be. It is the only way to measure the value. 7. Why do we need these value calculations at all? Can't we make and use articles without bothering about value calculations? The question is not that we can do. In fact, we ought to do so. But in order to make it possible, many changes have to take place in the existing conditions. It will be possible only when such changes take place. Otherwise, it is /ought possible to live without value calculations. 133. 33. Money is abstract labor. We have taken an article made of 3 different kinds of labor. We have mentioned them as follows: agriculture labor, 5 hours. Weaving, 4 hours. Tailoring, 3 hours. If these durations add in this way, the total labor will be 12 hours, isn't it? But, labors do not add like this. First, the rupee coin has to measure the values of the labors. The concrete labors turn into those units of value which are based on the value of the labor that makes gold. Let us suppose that those 3 labors turn into values as follows: 5 hours of agricultural labor turned into 3 hours of gold labor. 4 hours of weaving labor turned into 2 hours of gold labor. The 3 hours of tailoring labor remain 3 hours without any increase or decrease since its value is equal to the value of gold labor. After those 3 concrete labors converted into value hours, the total of the converted labor will be 3 plus 2, plus 3, equals 8. If those concrete labors add up according to their duration, it would be 12 hours. But, it became 8 hours since it converted into value hours. This is the duration that turned into value. The value of 2 hours labor which thus converted is 1 rupee. Accordingly, value of 8 hours labor is 4 rupees. Which means, the value of the article which we took as an example will be 4 rupees. In the beginning we did not consider means of production necessary to make that article. Now we have to add the value of those means. Let us suppose it is 2 rupees. If we add that 2, the value of the article will be 4 plus 2 equals 6 rupees. The first 3 labors that made the article have forms, names and particularities. But they converted into value calculations because the article left for sale. All the labors which made the means of production have already converted into value earlier. After their conversion into value, the value of the article is 6 rupees. Value is labor. But, now, that labor is neither agricultural labor, nor weaving labor or tailoring labor. It lost all its actual concrete forms. Now it is abstract labor. That is labor without form. It will simply have size or 134 volume, such as 1 hour, 2 hours, or 5 hours. Thus it will simply have quantity. We cannot say what kind of labor it is. It will not have any name or location. We have seen that gold rupee, by means of its value, measures every concrete labor that was performed to make articles. The fact that a gold coin has been made implies that its value too turned into an abstract labor. The same unit of value measured the values of other labors. The price of a new shirt is 10 rupees. What does this money tell? It tells that the value of raw material, the value of tools and the value of tailoring labor combined together and formed into so much amount of money. Question: what are the elements needed to make a shirt? This question has 2 types of answers. To answer from a use value perspective, we need certain specified raw materials and certain specified tools. We need certain number of hours of tailoring labor. With these elements, a shirt is made. To answer from a value perspective, we need 10 rupees. A shirt is made with so much value. What do we see when we look at a money coin or note? It is value. Value means labor. Money means labor. What kind of labor? Labor that produces gold. 1 rupee, whose value is this? It is the value of a lump of gold which is present in that rupee coin. If we look at the rupee coin, labor that made gold is seen and not other kinds of labor. If we give a pot and take 1 rupee, then that rupee would be the value of the pot. But we cannot see the labor of pottery in that rupee. Let the rupee coin stand as the value of any article, the value of the labor of gold alone appears in that value. The labor that made a given article does not appear in a rupee which stands as the value of that article. But the entire value is labor. If it is 1 rupee, it is a little labor. If it is 1,000 rupees, 1,000 times more labor. Money is labor. Whatever be the quantity of money, labor will also be of the same quantity. What is that feature due to which money is performing the function of exchanging with other articles? It does so with an inherent feature called value. As money is also made of labor, it is able to play the role of a means of exchange. If we know only one fact, 135, namely, that money is a means of exchange, it does not mean that we have understood money. We ought to know that money is also made of labor and hence able to measure the labors of other articles, and that money is not a symbol formed without any basis. Money has quality and quantity. Quality is value. It can exchange with any article due to that value. Quantity, the value present in a rupee will have some size. With that rupee, we are able to buy an article with the same amount of value only. We are able to buy an article having the value of 10 rupees with 10 rupees only, and an article having the value of 1,000 with 1,000 rupees only. The quality which money possesses can buy any article, whereas its quantity cannot buy beyond its limit. This is the contradiction present in the money between its quality and quantity. This contradiction makes the persons who hoard money dissatisfied. Even if they earn 1 crore of rupees, there would be things which they cannot buy with that amount. Therefore that money would not satisfy them. Even if they earn 1,000 crores, it will not satisfy them. The mass of money would never satisfy them. There is no characteristic in money that gives satisfaction. When a person is hungry, there would be a natural limit to eat food. He has to eat bellyful. His hunger should decrease. His thirst should decrease. This is the result of the use values. There is no scope for satisfaction from an exchange value perspective, with money which is an exchange value. This is the contradiction present in the exchange value. This is an unnatural feature. Questions and answers 1. Money means labor. Explain this statement. Any and every article is made by labor. In ordinary articles, there is some use value. But in money there is no use value. Only value is present in it. Value means labor, isn't it? Hence money means labor. Underscore 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 2. Any and every article is made by labor, isn't it? Then why do we say money means labor as if money alone is made of labor? Whether it is an ordinary article or money, all the articles are made of labor. If we look at any ordinary article, whether it is a chair or a shirt, we would know what it is without anyone telling us about it. But it is not the same case with money. When we see money, we know about it to the extent that it is a means of buying articles but do not know due to which feature it is performing that function. Money means simply value. Value means labor without form. 136. Many concrete labors are included in that abstract labor. Though all the concrete labors are in a changed calculation, the whole thing is labor. Hence, we must know that money means labor. 3. Money has a peculiar feature. What is it? Money means exchange value. It can convert itself into a use value at once. This means, we can buy any article by giving money. 4. There is a contradiction between the quality and quantity of money. Explain. Money can exchange with any commodity in the world of commodities. This is the quality of money. But when we speak of money, it will have some quantity. That has some quantity. That quantity cannot buy any or every commodity. 1 rupee can buy a commodity whose value is only 1 rupee and cannot buy a commodity whose value exceeds 1 rupee even by 1 paisa / penny. If we consider 10 rupees, that money cannot buy a commodity whose value is more than 10. Same is the case with 1,000 rupees or lakh rupees. There is a limit to the quantity of money. It means the quality of money has no limit. Its quantity is limited. This is the contradiction between the quality and the quantity of money. 5. Value is also labor, isn't it? Why does value not appear in the body of an article? Value is also labor, but it is labor which lost all its forms. When forms are lost, quantity alone will remain. How can an abstract thing appear? 6. 1. There be contradiction in ordinary articles which are not money. Any ordinary article will have use value only. Shirt for wearing. It does not have any other use value. The size of the shirt would be in accordance with its use value. Same is the case with the chair. Also the book. Substances like rice give the same kind of use value irrespective of whether it is less or more in quantity. Rice in large quantity would give only one use value in large quantity. In the case of ordinary articles, there won't be any contradiction between their quality and quantity. Same is not the case with money. Its quality can assume the forms of all the use values, whereas its quantity cannot secure every and any use value. We do not find such a contradiction in ordinary articles. The contradiction present in the exchange value is not present in the use value. 7. Just as tailoring labor appears in a shirt, the labor of coin making also appears in a rupee coin, doesn't it? How can it be an abstract labor? We see a shirt as a use value and use it as a use value. We don't see a rupee as a use value, but as a value. We use the coin as value only. Value is the labor which is a combination of several forms. Hence, it is the labor that lost the natural forms of labors. 137. 34 Human relations. Mean labor relations. So far we have seen products, their values, exchanges, money, etc. Hereafter, we have to see what human relations are. Human relations mean labor relations. If it is blood relations, ants, mosquitoes and all other beings will also have them. No being which is not human does any labor. It is humans who perform labor. It is human beings who live by doing labor and exchanging their labor. Therefore, human relations mean labor relations. If we look at the entire period since human beings started doing labor, those labor relations have been undergoing changes in various ways. It is necessary to know whether those changes are good or bad and how they have taken place. We are human beings. We have to know how human beings of the past generations lived and how we are presently living. It is the responsibility of human beings to know about their ways of life and relations that exist among them. It is that knowledge which humans should learn. We see many things daily. We are used to things as they appear irrespective of whether they are good or bad. We do not raise questions on any issue. All things appear the same. Everything that happens in nature or society appears to be natural. We watch the sun rising every day on one side. That is in the east. Do we raise questions such as, why does the sun rise in the east? Why does it happen daily? No, we don't. If we get that doubt, we will search for an answer. We will definitely get an answer if we search for it. But we think, that is the way it is. It is but natural and leave everything as it is without raising any. 138. Questions. The fact that we are not raising questions wherever necessary implies that we are not applying our thought. Daily we see beggars roaming in front of houses and also on the roadside begging for alms. Do we get questions such as, why do these people live under these conditions of misery? We are not like them, are we? What is the difference between us and them? No. Even those beggars do not get doubts such as, many people are not beggars. Why are we like this? They simply think, this is the way we are. We are very poor. We too think about them in the same manner, they are that way. They are poor, aren't they? That is all. At that point we think that we have understood the matter. But, we don't entertain questions like, who are poor? Why some people are poor? That is the way it is. It is natural. Whatever appears in whatever manner, it is natural. If we feel pity for the poor, we give some alms occasionally. Even if we do not feel pity for them, we give alms with the belief that God will bless us if we give alms. At every opportunity that we ought to raise a question, everything appears natural to us and our life passes without any questioning. But there are many things which human beings ought to know. Human beings ought to learn to think properly about their lives. They ought to learn how to explore facts. Children, do you know who the masters are? Who the servants? Do you know who the poor are and who the rich? Do you know how such differences evolve? Now, we ought to know these things. Some human beings are the masters. Human beings who serve these masters are the servants. Masters are the rich. Servants are the poor. The rich people will have big houses, gardens, good food, good clothing, cars, education, arts and everything. The poor do not have any of them. They have thatched huts or houses with a single, cluttered room. They don't have good food, good. 139. Articles and good education. They don't have any amenities that enable them to live a little comfortably. Why human beings are so unequal? All are human beings, aren't they? Why are they not living at the same level? If these things are not known, it means that human beings do not know anything about themselves. We have to examine this aspect going back to the days of slavery. Children, do you know who the slaves are? Have you ever heard of this word? Have you read any book on slaves? All the poor people who lived hundreds and thousands of years ago were slaves. Human beings had passed through the stage wherein they wandered naked like animals in the jungle and learned doing various kinds of labor gradually. There were no inequalities of any kind for a long time among human beings. But gradually distinctions like slaves and slave masters had emerged among human beings. To understand why such distinctions began, we have to study histories of many countries. Let us not do all that here. It is true that distinctions emerged among human beings who did not have any such distinctions before. Therefore, it is enough if we know what those distinctions are. Human beings ought to do several kinds of labor for their survival, right? Those who stopped doing all those kinds of labor were slave masters. Those who were expected to do all kinds of labor for the sake of masters were slaves. Questions and answers 1. What should human beings know? About their lives and about nature. 2. Human relations mean labor relations. Explain. In nature, no living creatures except human beings perform labor. Other creatures live on the substances available in nature. But the same is not the case with humans. They eat substances available in nature, but also make many other things by doing labor. Performing labor is the characteristic feature of humans. Therefore, all the relations that form among human beings are related to labor. 3. What kind of relations did exist among humans when they were in a primitive stage unaware of doing labor? Human beings who lived in that stage unaware of doing labor were on par. 140. With animals. The relations among those humans were similar to those of animals. Like animals, they ate whatever was found in nature. 4. What is the relation between Ramaiah, the potter, and Samir, the shoemaker? It is a labor relationship. They utilize each other's labor. Such a relationship is a labor relationship that exists between equals. 5. Who are masters? Who are slaves? The meaning of these terms is still not clear in this lesson. From this lesson, we simply know that masters are those who do not do labor and slaves are those who do labor junior. 35. Exploitation of labor had begun. Do you know what property is? A slave master would have some hundreds and thousands of acres of land. The question, how they got so much land, is irrelevant here. They got it. That is a fact. Even today we find rich people who possess huge lands, don't we? Ask these rich people, how did you get this huge land? They would say, our grandfather had given this land. Our father gave it to us. This is our family property. Ask them again, how did your father or grandfather get so much land? They would say, our grandfather and father worked very hard and earned that land. They would repeat the same answer if you phrase the same question in different ways. In fact, they themselves are not aware how that much land had become their family property. They say what they know and believe it to be true. It is true that slave-owning families have been in possession of huge properties ever since slavery began. How does it sound if someone or even a family member shows a river or an ocean and says, this whole river is mine? This ocean is mine. This is my property. It sounds the same way if they say so with reference to land. Earth is a natural substance. No human being has made it. Hence not even though. 141. Smallest part of earth cannot be somebody's property. Instead of saying as small as the leaf of a tamarind tree, it may be more appropriate to say, as small as the point of a needle. Human beings ought to live on earth only, don't they? They cannot live in the sky, can they? Therefore, every human being has the right to use earth for living. But, he ought to claim the earth by doing some labor of his own. It is not possible for just one or two people to take up certain kinds of labor. More number of people will have to do it collectively. Thus, for example, 10 people together can raise crops on a piece of land and then share the crops. All of them can build a few houses and live in those houses. In this manner, they can make use of the land to satisfy all their needs. In such a situation, the land would not be any particular person's property. When one generation of people become old and pass away, another generation of people will have to use that land, isn't it? Therefore, one should not misuse that land. No one should occupy it saying, "This is my property." But the slave masters had grabbed as much land as they could and declared the whole earth as their own property some hundreds and thousands of years ago. They took under their possession not only the land, but also fellow human beings in order to make them do labor on their land. Those human beings whom the masters took under their possession were the slaves. This means a slave master is the owner of the land and also the master of the slaves. These two acts were great blunders. These blunders were committed a long time ago. To make any article or to do any labor, the first thing that is needed is land. The natural substances which the land yields turn into raw materials and tools. For workplaces, houses, roads, for anything and everything land is necessary. Such precious land is a tool. A means that we get without paying any value. We may call articles products. Products are those which are produced. As land is a means to produce products, we have to call land means of. 142. Production. Slaves who produce products are producers. Occupation of both land and slaves by the slave masters as their personal property amounts to occupying means of production and producers. The entire land became the property of slave masters. Slaves do not possess land. Why talk of land? They do not even have rights over their bodies. Slave masters could buy or sell slaves just as they bought or sold cows and she-buffaloes. Overcome by anger, they could even kill slaves. Such killing would not be a crime. Since slaves were the property of the masters, they could do whatever they wanted with their property. Would the master, who would say this land is mine, do any labor? Would he raise any crops? His family members would not do any labor either at home or outside home. They turned fellow human beings into slaves in order to escape from all kinds of labor only. Women, men, children and everyone else among the slaves do labor for the sake of their master's family. It is the slaves who make raw materials, tools, auxiliary materials and everything else necessary to carry on with all kinds of labor. All these means of production are the property of the master. The slaves cultivate the land of the master and raise crops. They rear cattle, drive carts. They carry the palanquins in which masters sit. They do all domestic labor in the house of. 143. The master. They take care of the children. Not simply this or that work, they do all kinds of labor necessary for the comfortable living of the master's family day and night. What do slaves, who do so many kinds of labor, get in return? Fistful of food and a hut in ruins that will keep them alive with weakened breath. That is all. They receive even that meager means because, if the slaves are Not alive, the masters have to do all kinds of labor which their slaves used to do. Therefore slaves ought to live not for their own sake but for their masters. It is necessary for the master to make sure that the slaves are alive. Feeding slaves is akin to feeding oxen. We have not yet seen what is exploitation of labor in this lesson. That will begin with slave masters. We will see this in the next lesson. Questions and answers 1. What is property? A. Land and other means of production, money, house, articles in the house like silver and gold, jewels, etc. Anything of this sort is property. Everything made of labor is property. Is this property? A. Mansion is made of labor. Hence it is property. 3. What is the property that a slave master would have? Hundreds and thousands of acres of land, hundreds of slaves who cultivate that land. That is, means of production and producers. These two are the properties of slave masters. 4. How slavery must have started in the first place. Can you explain in brief? For this, every country has its own history. Yet the essence of all histories is the same. In the primitive times, human beings used to live in bands, clans and tribes. They used to wander in search of water ponds, fruit-bearing trees and animals. During those stages, people of one clan or tribe were used to attack the other tribe, kill them and occupy their territory. During those days, those were like attacks of animals. Gradually, they stopped killing the captives after those attacks and found a way of making them do labor. All histories tell us this is how slavery had begun. 144. 36. Vulgar and perverted culture of slave masters. Let us suppose that a slave master's family has 1,000-acre land. Let us also suppose that in order to grow crops in that land, the expenditure on such items as seeds, fertilizers and tools is equal to the crop that would be raised in 50 acres. There are 100 slave families who work in those 1,000 acres. Their maintenance cost would be equal to the crop raised in 150 acres. The cost of maintenance of each slave family would be equal to the crop raised in 1.5 acres. Details of crops, total crop, crop raised in 1,000 acres. Cultivation cost, crop raised in 50 acres. Labor of the slaves, crop raised in 950 acres. Maintenance of slaves, crop raised in 150 acres. For the landlord, crop raised in 800 acres. This is part of the labor of the slaves. The slave masters do not perform any labor. Only slaves do all kinds of labor. What does this mean? What does actually happen between slaves and slave masters? If the families of the slave masters are alive even without doing any labor, how is it possible? It is merely because of the labor of the slaves. Owing to the labor of the slaves, a mass of various kinds of products are produced. After deducting the cost of minimal maintenance of the slaves from that mass, all that remains would go to the master's family. If the slaves do various kinds of labor for 18 hours in a day and receive only 2 hours of that labor for their maintenance, what would happen to the remaining 16 hours of labor? It would go to the master's family. Let us suppose that slaves working for the master do labor for 18 hours a day and use articles produced with 2 hours of labor for their maintenance. What is the remaining 16 hours of labor? This is surplus labor. Labor performed extra. Extra than what? Over and above what slaves used for their maintenance. While slaves use only 2 hours of labor per day, why should they do labor for 18 hours? They must do no other way. Slaves must do that much. 145. Extra labor in order that the master's family lives in comfort and luxury. How many acres of crop that the total labor, which the slaves did, contains in the example of 1,000 acres. What they receive for their maintenance is the crop raised in 150 acres plus the crop that goes to the master's family is from 800 acres equals crop raised in 950 acres. What does this mean? This means the master is taking away a very large portion from the labor of the slaves. This is exploitation of labor of the slaves. This is exploitation of Labauer. This practice of exploitation of labor had started thousands of years ago during the period of slavery. All the families of masters lived on the exploitation of labor. Slaves live on their own labor. The fact that they work for 18 hours and receive a small portion for their maintenance out of those 18 hours of labor implies that they live on their own labor and not on others' labor. Not by exploiting others' labor. Whereas slave masters live without doing any labor and by exploiting the labor of the slaves. This means it is the slaves who were maintaining the families of the masters. The slave masters, their wives, their children, their horses, dogs, foxes and everyone else lived on the labor of the slaves. But outwardly this appears to be just the opposite. As if the slaves were alive because of the masters. If the slaves do all kinds of labor which are necessary for the existence of masters, what would the masters do? They won't do anything. They become masters in order to live without doing any labor. They do only one thing, that is, eating. How can anybody spend the whole day simply eating and sleeping? How does the time pass for those who do not do any work whatsoever? Their time passes in grandeur. The masters had discovered many ways to pass their time. Luxuries, addictions and obsessions of various sorts, gambling, hunting, fun with dogs and foxes, bullfights, horse races, wandering around places like loafers, not just this or that, they discovered. 146. Many types of methods of killing time. The masters would even conduct fights as a sport among the slaves. While the slaves stabbed each other with swords, bled and died, the men and women folk of the families of the slave masters watched the fighting and suffering of other human beings with great joy. That was the way of life for those masters who spent their time without doing any labor. Emotions such as pity, kindness, compassion, or humaneness were non-existent at that time. As far as the women of the masters' families were concerned, they had additional means of entertainment such as frequently changing dresses, ornaments, jewels etc. On the whole, luxuries and vices would be the way of life of the families of slave masters. Such a way of life would become their culture. Luxuries, vices etc. had first emerged for entertaining the slave masters only. Questions and answers 1. Let us say, the land property of a slave master is 1,000 acres. It includes grain crops, fruit gardens, resorts, cattle and so on. We refer to fruits of various kinds of labor performed as grain. In order to carry on all kinds of work and raise crops in all the 1,000 acres, expenditure on the means of production would be equal to the crops raised in 50 acres. Does the entire crop raised in those 1,000 acres in a year represent the labor of slaves? Or whatever be the expenditure spent on such items as plows and seeds to raise crops in 1,000 acres would be the expenditure on means of production? The second portion that remains after deducting the expenditure of means of production every year, would be the labor of slaves. Although it 147 is the slaves who always produce means of production as well, that labor would always be past labor. After deducting the expenditure spent on means of production from the crops raised in 1,000 acres in a year, what remains is the labor of slaves for the current year. That would be the crop raised in 950 acres. 2. What do we mean by the fruits of labor of slaves? As slaves do labor, products are obtained. From the mass of these products, the expenditure spent on means of production necessary to carry on the relevant types of labor should be deducted. Then the remaining products are the result of slave labor. 3. Means of production such as spades, crowbars, plows are necessary to do the labor of cultivation. Whose expenditure is it? All those means of production are the property of the master. But it is the slaves who make those tools. All those were made due to the labor of the past slaves. While those means become old and unusable, the then existing new slaves would make them. But when we consider cultivation of a given year, the means of production used up are not made by the slaves working during that year. Slaves do labor with the means of production already made. Means of production will always be the property of the master. But they are made due to the labor of the slaves. 4. What is the relationship between a master and his slaves? It is the labor relations. It is the slaves who perform labor. It is the masters who live on the labor of slaves without doing any labor of their own. These relations are not the same as we find between Ramaiah, the potter, and Samir, the shoemaker. 5. Do slaves have other names? As slaves serve the families of the masters, they are servants. As they perform all labors, they are laborers. As the entire production is carried out by them, they are producers. But these names do not express the condition of slavery. It is only through the term slaves, it will be clear that they are the property of the master. The terms servants, laborers and producers do not indicate the fact that they are the property of the master. Therefore, we have to call slaves as slaves. 6. Should we call the relations between slaves and masters as unequal labor relations? Such a mild expression is not adequate to express the nature of these relations. Slaves are the private property of the masters. One person is the property of another person. They are such cruel, mean and hostile relations. 148. 7. What is exploitation of labor? A living on others' labor without doing any labor for themselves. Exploiting others' labor. It means masters living on the labor of slaves without doing any labor for themselves. The fact that some human beings are able to live without doing any labor implies that they are exploiting others' labor. 8. The slave master does not do any labor. Slaves alone do the labor. If it is so, how can the relationship between slaves and their master be a labor relationship? Even if the slave master does not do any labor, he cannot live without using the articles produced on account of labor. He uses the labor of the slaves. Therefore the relationship between the two sides is a labor relationship. But it is a labor relationship involving exploitation. If both sides do labor and exchange their products, then also it is a labor relationship. If one side does not do labor but lives on the labor of the other side, then also it is a labor relationship. The first one is a relationship between equals. The second one is a relationship that is formed due to exploitation of slaves by the master. 9. Some people do not do any labor. But they too eat food, wear clothes, live in houses, and move in carts. How is this possible? It is by means of using the products produced by others' labor. 37. Causes for disparity between the rich and the poor. During the period of slavery, paying wages or salary to those who do labor did not begin yet. Although the term wages did not exist at that time, whatever the slaves received from their labor for the sake of their maintenance would be like wages. We are discussing these things in detail since the same thing has been continuing even after the period of slavery. The same thing is happening even today. Those who do labor today do not have the name slaves. But other things remain the same. Since exploitation of labor had begun during the period of slavery, things that would happen in subsequent periods would be easy to understand if we understand exploitation of labor properly. Hence, it is necessary to see all those details here. 149. What do slaves give to the masters? They give 18 hours of labor daily. They give the mass of products which was the result of their labor. Well, what would the master give to the slaves? He would give products of 2 hours out of the products of 18 hours. Is this an exchange between slaves and master? No. This is not an exchange. If it is an exchange, there ought to be people who do labor on both the sides. Or, there ought to be articles which the laboring people made. If there is a pot made by Rameir on one side and a pair of shoes made by Samir on the other, it is an exchange. Or, if a hair cutter and a doctor do labor for each other, it is an exchange. But what happens between a slave and a master is not an exchange of labor or of articles. It is the slaves who always do the labor. There is no labor which a master does. What the master does is that he first takes into his possession the mass of products which the slaves produced. Out of that mass, he gives a very small portion to the slaves for their maintenance. The remaining portion is for his personal use. What is happening here is snatching of the labor of the slaves. Not that he gives his labor to the slaves and receives in turn the labor of the slaves. Hence it is not an exchange. After deducting 2 hours of labor for the maintenance of slaves from the 18 hours of labor done by the slaves, there remains 16 hours of labor, and it has a name. We have seen it in the previous lesson also. It is surplus labor. This is the labor spent extra. What does this extra or surplus mean? Over and above than what? It is 16 hours of labor which is over and above the 2 hours of labor which the slaves received, isn't it? That is surplus labor. All the products that come from the 16 hours of surplus labor are the income of the slave master. That income is not something which the master gets from his own labor. If not even 1 hour of labor out of those 16 hours does not go to the master, or, in other words, if the slaves get to receive their entire surplus labor, how would their life have been? If at all it could happen, slaves would not remain slaves. Then they need not do so much labor. They were able to live with 2 hours of labor while 150 serving their masters. But they were living a pauper's life. Instead, let us say 6 hours of labor was enough to live in a little more comfort. Then that much labor would be enough and they would not need to do more labor. Let us see the entire labor performed by the slaves over a year in the form of grain. Suppose the total labor done by the slaves is 100 bags of grain. The portion which goes to the maintenance of slave families is 10 bags of grain. 90 bags of that grain go to the master. What if the entire portion of grain that is obtained due to the labor of the slaves goes to the slaves? Slaves lived in dire poverty as they lost 16 hours of labor out of their daily labor of 18 hours. The cause for their poverty was that they didn't get the fruits of master. Rich man who does not do labor. Slave. Grows grain, very poor. Their entire labor. The cause for the riches of the master was that he got the labor of the slaves. Let us see by way of a diagram the amount of labor which slaves receive for their maintenance from the total labor that they do. If slaves do labor only to the extent of their needs, their masters would get nothing out of them, right? Then how would the masters live? Then where would be the question of masters? If slaves were not slaves, masters too would not be masters, would they be? They ought to do labor in order to live. If they too do the labor, they need not commit the blunder of exploiting others' labor. Thereafter they need not remain as masters. They need not live like wild animals by continuing as masters and turning fellow human beings into slaves through buying, selling and killing them. This is the total labor done by slaves in a day. 1. Maintenance of slaves. 2. Surplus labor of slaves in a day. Questions and answers. 1. During the period of slavery there was no system of paying wages to the slaves. Then, How did the slaves live? The master would give the slaves some quantity of grain in addition to 151 few other things. Those would be the means of subsistence for the slaves. Though it did not bear the name wages, it was wages. Since they received it, the slaves could survive at least for some time. 2. Is it an exchange that takes place between a slave and his master? No. If it is an exchange, there must be exchange of labor or articles between the two sides. Slaves give their labor daily to the master. Would the master in return give his labor or articles which he himself made? There would be nothing that the master offers. The master would take out a very small portion from the mass of products produced by the slaves and gives it for the maintenance of the slaves, because slaves would be able to do labor again only if they are alive. Hence whatever the slaves get for their maintenance, it is part of their own labor. Thereafter the entire remaining labor goes to the master. What happens between the slaves and the masters is not exchange of labor but exploitation of labor. 3. Were the slaves and masters aware of exploitation of labor that had begun because of the masters during the period of slavery? None was aware. Masters thought that the slaves were the property of the master. They thought it was their right to make slaves work for them. Even the slaves did not know more than that. But the masters were aware of their cruelties. Owing to those cruelties, slaves suffered terribly. 4. What is the cause for poverty and riches and wealth? Exploitation of labor. A slave would live very comfortably if he receives the entire product which results from his own labor. If he did not need that much of the product, he would cut down on the amount of labor he does. But what would he eat if he loses the major portion of his labor? He lives in poverty. The poverty of slaves would be at the level of beggars. If the entire stuff produced by the labor of slaves passes on to the masters, they get all the riches and wealth. If the laboring people live in poverty, it means that there exists exploitation of labor. If only few families are rich and wealthy, it means there exists exploitation of labor. 5. A thief entered into the house of a rich man in the night. He stole some money. Is it exploitation of labor? No. It is theft. Theft also means taking either products made by others' labor or their money. It amounts to taking something which is not produced by their own labor. Therefore it is a crime. No one has any right to steal. But exploitation of labor is not similar to stealing. One can exploit the labor of others openly in broad daylight. The family of a master has the right to make the slaves work and thrive on the articles produced by the slaves. If a person earns some money by means of stealing, that money will be exhausted after some time. But exploitation of labor is not of that sort. It takes place daily. It has been taking place over the years and through past generations. Some people are slaves. Some people are masters. Such distinctions as these among human beings have nothing to do with the law of nature. It is a law which the slave masters made. What is the relation between slaves and their masters? All aspects of their relation are connected with labor, and hence they are labor relations. What happens on the part of the masters is that they exploit others' labor. What happens on the part of the slaves is that they are deprived of their labor and are subjected to exploitation. This relationship does not come to an end after a day or part of a day. This remains as the right of inheritance. If a slave master dies, his entire property would belong to his family members. Thereafter, the sons and daughters of that family would continue the exploitation of labor. If slave parents die, their children would continue slavery. The property rights of the families of slave masters and the slavery-ridden lives of the slaves do not end with one generation. They would continue forever. Since it is the slaves who do labor in the slave-owning society, we can call them laborers. They are laborers of that period. It is the masters who had the rights over land and the tools needed to do labor on that land, even though it is the slaves who make those tools. Together, all the masters constitute one party, one class. It is this class that exploits labor. All the slaves, taken together, constitute another party, another class. It is this class which loses its labor and its lives. These two classes are opposed to each other. There exists hostility between these classes. These hostile classes are formed due to exploitation of labor. If these hostilities are to be eliminated for letting human beings to live amicably, exploitation of labor should go. Every human being must do labor. Instead of exploiting others' labor, one has to live on. 153. One's own labor. There should not be masterhood and servitude. Then only there won't be any hostility between them. But this change is agreeable only to the laborers, not the masters. If they could make the slaves do the labor, the masters could live without doing any labor, and hence they try to carry on with the exploitation of labor. Masters use for their maintenance some of the products which the slaves produce during the many hours of their daily labor. They sell some of the products to other masters and buy their goods. With part of the money, they buy ornaments. They also use some money to indulge in luxuries, gambling and tours. Besides all this expenditure, they would still manage to store some money in the form of gold coins. Their property includes lands, mansions, ornaments, carts, horses, heavy utensils and furniture, money, coins and the slaves. Not just one or two slaves are found in a slave master's family. Dozens of them, even hundreds of them, are owned by some masters. The number of slaves would be as large as the land. Property of the masters, in order to cultivate that land. While the slaves perform labor, day in and day out, that labor would keep on increasing the riches and wealth of the masters. Losing that labor to the masters makes slaves paupers. This is the secret of rich-poor distinction. It means exploitation of labor. If everyone does labor for himself, amassing of riches and wealth would not be possible with just that labor. The amount of labor that a person could do with his body would be enough to live comfortably for a day. Excess of it would not remain unused, and amassing of riches would not take place. Such an amassing would be possible only when there are classes of masters and laborers. If a master exploits 10 laborers, the surplus labor that he gets would not be too much. If the laborers were 100, the surplus labor that they give would be more. If the laborers were 1,000, the surplus labor would be very huge. As the number of laborers increase, the mass of their surplus labor too would increase, and the same would turn into huge property. 154. Questions and answers 1. There are many differences among trees such as neem trees, mango trees, etc. Is the difference between slaves and masters among humans similar to those of trees? No. Differences among trees are natural differences. Differences among humans in complexion, like dark and fair, are also due to nature. But the slave-master distinction is not due to nature. Those who were able to occupy the earth turned into masters and imposed this rule so that they could live without doing any labor. 2. Did the slaves not have any land? You have, again, come to the point where we started. Why do you talk of land when the slaves did not have rights over their own life? 3. What do we mean by classes? Groups of human beings who live under different conditions are referred to as classes. It means different groups and different sections. But the classes about which we talk here are those opposing groups which form due to exploitation of labor. Slaves who do labor form one class, while the masters who do not do any labor form another class. These are hostile classes. The distinction between these classes involves hostilities. 39. A question one should raise about property. We should always raise a question concerning property. The question is whether a given property is formed by one's own labor or by exploitation of others' labor. The entire property of slave masters is formed due to the labor of the slaves. Slaves who do labor have no property. They do not possess anything, either land or other tools. Even their bodies are not their own. Independent producers. Would the entire population in a slave-owning society consist of only two categories, namely, slaves and masters? Would there not be any other category of people? In the past, prior to the slave-owning society when money was not yet born, we had 155. Seen people like Ramaiah, the potter, and Samir, the shoemaker. Hadn't we? Would such families not be there in the slave-owning society? Such families too would be there. But their number would be very less. They were neither slaves nor masters. They would possess small pieces of land and tools. Since they were not slaves, there would be nothing that goes out of their labor to others. Since they were not masters, there would be nothing that they get from others' labor. These people who are neither slaves nor masters have a name: independent producers. They may be independent handicraftsmen or independent farmers who have small pieces of land. They are independent since they have no masters. They are producers since they produce whatever they need. We can also call them laborers since they do labor. But they are independent laborers. 7 or 8 members in a family, no matter how much labor they do, cannot work in 100 or 1,000 acres. They cannot build big mansions. Therefore, they would cultivate small pieces of land. They would construct small houses. They would do either weaving labor or tailoring labor. They would do these types of labor for others also. Not much remains after they spend their labor for daily maintenance. That is why the property of small producers would always be very small. Yet they do not live in dire poverty like the slaves, since their labor does not go to others. They do not live surrounded by wealth and riches like the masters, since they do not get others' labor. But they eat well, sleep well, and live comfortably and lead a simple life. In a slave-owning society, slaves are in larger number than independent producers. We have to properly understand exploitation of labor, since slavery was a new system that started exploitation of labor. If it is only property formed out of the labor of the members of a family, there would be a limit to it. It won't increase beyond a certain limit. But the property of a master is not something that forms due to the labor of his family members. It forms due to the labor of others. Therefore there would be no limit. The property that forms due to the 156 exploitation of 500 slaves would be 5 times more than the property that forms due to the exploitation of 100 slaves. The more they exploit, the bigger is their property. The fact that there are 5,000 acres under the possession of a slave master implies that there are thousands of slaves who are made powerless, leading oppressed lives. Therefore, whenever we hear the word private property, at once we should raise the question: is it formed due to one's own labor or due to exploited labor? When did slavery begin and in which country? If we want to know the time, it started some thousands of years ago. If we want to know the country, not just in one country but in many countries. To the question whether slavery existed in India, different researchers have different answers: that it existed in some regions, never existed anywhere, existed but in a variety of ways, and so on. If slavery did not exist, the system of independent producers would exist. That system had transformed into slavery in many countries. Irrespective of where exactly slavery existed, we need to know its characteristic features. We have to understand the relations whether or not slavery existed in India. Many new, hitherto unknown phenomena had started only in the slave-owning society. Trade, money lending, state power, are some of these new phenomena that started since then. Questions and answers. 1. In how many ways property is formed? In 2 ways. Through one's own labor. Through exploitation of labor. 2. Slaves perform labor. Would they get property due to their labor? As slaves have masters. The portion which the slaves get from their own labor is very meager. It won't be sufficient for them to live. Further, slaves themselves are the property of the masters. Then where is the question of property of the slaves? 3. Where do we find property which is formed by one's own labor? Independent laborers who do not have masters or who are not masters could acquire small property. Whatever remains after 157. Spending some portion of their labor on their maintenance would be their property. 4. An independent laborer has no master. Yet do we find surplus labor in the labor of an independent laborer? This will be clear in the subsequent lessons. If slaves work daily for 18 hours and receive only 2 hours of labor for their maintenance, the surplus labor of the slave would be 16 hours. If the example of an independent labor is similar, the same thing would happen. If the independent laborer does 18 hours labor daily and uses only 2 hours of labor for his maintenance, the remaining 16 hours of labor would be surplus labor. It would belong to him. Or, if the independent laborer does 18 hours of labor and uses 10 hours of labor for his maintenance, his surplus labor would be 8 hours only. Or if he uses the entire labor for his comfortable maintenance, there won't be any surplus labor. This means, if we want an answer to the question, would there be surplus labor in the case of independent laborers, we need 2 details. How many hours did an independent laborer do labor? Out of his labor hours, how many hours did he use for his maintenance? If we have these 2 details, we would know whether he did the same amount of labor which he used for his maintenance or more labor than what he used. If we come to know that there is no surplus labor in the example of an independent laborer, it means that he did the same amount of labor which he used and not more. Or, if there was surplus labor, it means that he did labor equivalent to what he used and in addition, some extra labor. 5. Show the surplus value in the labor of an independent laborer. Maintenance. Surplus value. This is a day's labor. Surplus value is something that remains after maintenance is deducted. It becomes property. Entirely maintenance. This is a day's labor. It takes place daily and spent on maintenance. There won't be surplus value. 6. There is an independent laborer who does the labor of carpentry. He does not even have small property. But he is able to eat well, sleep well and live comfortably. What does it mean? He does labor daily and uses it fully for his maintenance. He does a certain amount of labor which is necessary to buy a certain number of things which he consumes. Hence, his entire labor would be consumed. Nothing remains. If some portion of the total labor that he performs does not remain, property would not form. 158. 7. Slave master's family consumes a lot of labor for its maintenance and luxuries. Yet huge property forms. How is it possible? This means, the surplus labor that he gets from his slaves is so huge. The maintenance of the master's family and luxuries and property, this whole lot is the surplus labor of the slaves. Since slaves would be in hundreds, it is possible for the master's family to gain so much. 8. When exploitation was taking place on such a large scale, how could slaves live? Did the slaves live at all? They used to live with ailments for some time and die in their youth. Yet their offspring would continue serving the masters again. These children too would die at an early age. Underscore 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 40. Commerce and commercial profit, loans and interest in the slave-owning society. All the products which slaves produce first come into the possession of the masters. The master would want to sell some of those products. He calls the person who does the job of selling, gives the products and says, "Get me these things sold." We get money for these things. Out of the sale proceeds give me a certain amount and take a certain amount. The person who does the job of selling products is a trader or merchant. It is his job. He buys products from the slave master and sells them to other masters who need them. The activity is called trade or commerce. When he sells the products, he would first get the entire amount in return to the products. Out of that amount he would pay whatever he has to pay to the master of the products and retains whatever is due to him. We have to deduct all the expenses connected with the trading activity from the amount which the trader retained. Still, something is left. The name of the money which remains at the end is profit. Since it came out of trading, it is called trading profit or commercial profit. That profit is income to the trader. 159. Well, then, what is that profit? Is it the result of the labor of the trader? No. What did the trader do? Selling and buying. We have seen that these activities are unnatural. Whoever might do that work, it would not be labor done for making the sold product. That labor would not add to the value of those products. But the person who did the work should get some income. If one does not get income, there would be no one to do that work. Therefore, the trader gets his income not due to his labor but from the labor of the slaves. This is how it happens. The slave master gives the products which his slaves produce to the trader and asks him to get them sold. When the trader sells those products, he gets money in return. Some portion of that money is due to the surplus labor of the slaves. From that portion, the master gives some amount to the trader. With that amount, the trader does the job of selling. Some products are consumed in the work of trading. After deducting trading expense, there remain some products. Those products constitute profit. That is commercial profit, which the trader gets through trading. The term profit had first emerged in the slave-owning society out of the trading activities. The income called profit which the trader gets through trade is part of surplus labor. This means traders in the slave society also live on the exploitation of slaves. However, there is some difference here. Whether the trader does this work of trading himself or gets it done by the slaves. If the trader does the work of selling himself, his income would be something that he got in return for his labor. Or, if he gets that trading work done by slaves, it would be an exploitative income. There would be independent producers also in a slave society. They too sell some of their products. They buy things. If they do this work of selling and buying for themselves, it would not be trade. Or if they assign 160. That work to a trader, they have to give to the traders some portion of the money they get in return for their products. Thus some portion of the labor of the independent producer who produced products goes to the trader as profit. Interest. A slave master named Dora has 10 slaves. He wanted to buy one more slave. For that he needs 100 rupees. But he has only 40 rupees. He went to another slave master named Betty and asked, "Betty, I want to buy a slave from Reddy. I need 60 rupees. I will return them in a month." This is called borrowing or asking for a loan. Betty, while lending money, said, "When you repay the money, you have to pay 10 rupees extra, understand?" "Oh, Why not? I'll pay as you wish, said Dora. Feeling happy about securing the loan, he left immediately with money. After a month, Dora went to Betty with 70 rupees and paid him the amount. Out of that 70, 60 is called principal amount, and the extra 10 is called interest. This means, if anyone borrows some money as loan, they have to pay some more money while repaying. That is interest. The nature and source of interest is the same as that of commercial profit. That is from the surplus labor of the slaves. It is no wonder to see the master who borrowed 60 rupees as loan paying 60 rupees. But he has also paid Rs 10 as interest, hasn't he? Where did he get it from? He pays from his income only. What is the income of that master? It is the surplus labor which he grabbed from the slaves. He sells some of the products which he got from the surplus labor and pays interest to the lender. Because of this, the products which the borrower master should have consumed would become less, and that portion would go to the lender. For the person who lends money and receives interest, interest would be his income. Here the person who lent money and earned interest was Betty, the slave master. This master has two types of income. The surplus labor that he gets from his slaves. Some portion, 161, which he gets from the surplus labor of slaves of other slave masters in the form of interest. These two types of income are the surplus labor grabbed from the slaves. In this manner, commercial profit and interest are the products that come from the surplus labor of the slaves. Which means, these are due to exploitation of labor, and these had begun in the slave master's society. Questions and answers. 1. Commercial profit is secured by buying products and selling them. Interest is secured by lending money. When did these forms of income begin? As these forms of income are part of the income which was secured by means of exploitation of labor, we can say that they had begun in slave-owning society since exploitation of labor began in that society. 2. How can we say that there were no commercial profit and interest in primitive tribal society that existed prior to slave-owning society? Those are incomes secured by means of exploitation of labor, aren't they? In case they existed among the primitive tribes, we should assume that exploitation of labor had begun in those tribes. If exploitation of labor existed in those tribes, they would not have existed prior to that. There would be a time when there was no exploitation of labor and no trade and no interest during that time. 3. Was loan without interest not possible in the past? It was possible. Suppose new pots are not ready with Ramaiah, the potter. One day, he needed shoes right away. He could get those shoes telling the shoemaker that he would give the pot later. This amounts to taking a loan. If he gives the pot immediately after it is made, it would amount to repaying the loan. This is loan without interest. 4. Selling of commodities and circulation of money were not prevalent in slave-owning society, were they? How incomes like commercial profit and interest were possible then? Those need not take place by means of money. The trader of that time could give the products of one master to another and vice versa, and could take some products from both the masters in lieu of that work. Same thing could happen in the case of interest. One master could lend his products as loan to another master or a trader and could take 162. Slightly more products as interest while taking back. If a master borrowed a bag of grain as loan and gives more than a bag of grain while repaying the loan, it amounts to paying interest. Commercial profit and interest are possible without money. 5. A master borrowed a bag of grain from another master. He gave little more grain while returning the borrowed grain. Show this in the form of figures. Actual grain given borrowed as loan. As interest. 6. What is the source of grain given as interest? As this is a transaction between masters, the source is the labor of slaves irrespective of whether it is principal amount or interest. 41. Emergence of state in the slave-owning society. Even though slaves performed various kinds of labor for the sake of masters, they did so under compulsion and not willingly. They tried to disobey the orders of the masters and rebel against them. They tried to run away into forests. Therefore, masters needed new ways of suppressing slaves. They had to threaten slaves so that they work properly. As a result, a group of people got together in order to oversee whether the slaves were doing work or not in their workplaces. Those who oversaw were also slaves. The master assigned that work to them. They acted in favor of the master and in opposition to the slaves. The overseers roamed among the working slaves with big whips and make them obedient out of fear. They tied blocks of heavy stones to the feet so that slaves would not run away. The slaves had to do the work while dragging resembling the pointed horns of a deer around the necks of the slaves. If a slave ran away into the forest, the horns pointed upward would be entangled into tree branches and the fleeing slave would be stopped. By then, the servants of the master would start searching for the absconding slave with dogs as huge as elephants, armed with knives in their hands. As soon as they found the slave entangled in the tree branches, they would kill him either by stabbing him or by inciting the dogs to tear him into pieces. Or they would take him back to the master and subject him to the worst kind of torture. The crime of that slave would be just trying to run away. The masters were not satisfied with such methods of torture in order to suppress the slaves. Then they needed state. State means rule to suppress the slaves. The slave master who had the largest property among all other masters would become the king. Largest property means thousands of acres of land and hundreds of slaves to cultivate that land. All the masters would agree to choose a master with huge property as the king. There would be ministers and their retinue around the king who had the largest property. All of them were slave masters. All of them were property owners. What all of them did in the name of ruling was suppressing slaves. The morals preached by their rule: the entire land is the property of the masters. Slaves are also the property of the masters. It is the duty of the slaves to serve their masters with humility and obedience. Those who do not do so will have to face various kinds of punishment. To facilitate such a rule by the king, departments like the protective force, the 164 jails and swords to punish slaves, courts, jails, gallows, guillotine etc. had emerged. For the functioning of all the departments in the state some products are necessary. The slave masters would pay all those products to the king. Such payments are called taxes. From where would the masters pay the taxes? From the surplus labor of the slaves. Profits which the slave masters pay to the traders while selling the products, the interest which they pay towards their loans, the taxes which they pay to the state, and finally the expenses which they incur for the maintenance and luxuries of their families, everything is part of the surplus labor of the slaves. Questions and answers. 1. What is meant by state rule? When and why did it start? Was there any period of time when this was not in existence? If we say that the state rule started at a specific period of time, it means that it did not exist before that specified time, isn't it? The rule by the state had begun during the period of slave-owning society. It began so as to enable the class of slave masters to suppress the class of slaves. The hostile classes had begun due to exploitation of labor. All the steps taken together to force slaves into being fearful and obedient constitute the rule of the state. 2. Who were those people who used to roam around with whips and oversee the slaves in the workplaces? They too were slaves. When masters assigned them such jobs, they would have no choice. Gradually, they would turn in favor of the masters and act in opposition to the slaves. underscore 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 3. How would the masters spend the products which they get due to the surplus labor of the slaves? Out of the surplus labor, they paid some portion as taxes to the king. If they borrowed loans from other slave masters, they would give more products towards interest while repaying the debts. If they did not borrow, nothing would go in the name of interest. If they wanted to sell some products, they would give them to the trader who got them sold. The remaining would be for the master's family. This portion would include the maintenance of that family, feasts, luxuries and finally some jewels too. All this would happen once a year. 165. 42 Teachings of religious texts to the slaves, sin and piety. Heaven and hell. We are still in the slave-owning society. Slaves lived freely in the past prior to the period of slavery. In the beginning days of slavery, people were unable to withstand that miserable life and hence tried to escape with whatever courage they had. Without caring for the punishments, they started to rebel in their own way. The masters had cleverly realized that methods of punishments, using swords and daggers, to suppress slaves would not be enough. Then they invented the means to make the slaves surrender willingly and not out of fear. To achieve this, masters discovered that belief in God and religious preaching would effectively function. Serve your master. Instead of telling this in a dry-as-dust manner, poets and artists began to tell the same thing in the form of stories on behalf of the masters. They too were slave masters who owned property. The poets composed volumes of religious texts with various kinds of stories that pleased the masters. The stories which those religious texts narrated would be as follows. In the past, there was a slave named Karl. He was most sincere. He used to carry out the orders of his master faithfully, obediently, and with humility. He used to serve his master day and night with dedication and make his master happy. In this manner, he served his master and got a lot of piety. When he died, God himself came, sat that pious man beside him in his chariot and took him to the heaven. There, the slave is still happy seeing all the gods daily, drinking celestial nectar and strolling in the garden. But, there was another slave called Karl in another story. He was a very wicked guy. He did not show any respect or obedience toward his master. He never tried to serve his master with care. He used to be in a sleepy mood always and used to stop working and go to sleep during nights. He used to resort to cunning tricks to run away. 166. From the master always. He did not learn any lessons even though the master incited his dogs to tear him apart many a time. He did not feel ashamed even though he was stabbed many a time. He hated his master till his death. That is how he committed a lot of sin. Because of that sin, he went to hell after his death. The soldiers of Varna, the ruler of the hell and god of death, are still burning him in fire, roasting him in pans full of boiling oil. They are letting him fall from the top of the hills. They are giving him a hell of hardships. Now that guy is crying daily, alas! I can't not serve my master. Have you understood? The guy who served his master loyally went to heaven while this wicked guy went into hell. This is how stories in the religious texts read. Slaves were illiterate and they could not read. Hence, in order to preach to the illiterates by way of stories, lyrics, devotional songs, professionals like Hari Das and mythological storytellers had emerged. All of them were supporters of the class of masters. They wore a thread from neck to waist and kept a very small lock of hair at the back of their shaven head and told the slaves that they were pious people. They made the slaves, who dozed off, having worked throughout the day, sit up throughout the night and tell them all kinds of stories accompanied by beats of the instruments and singing tunes. In the middle of their narration, they entertained by telling cock and bull stories. All those stories were the moral preachings of the master. All the mythological stories which the slaves listened to were of the same type. Gods, sins, piety, heaven and hell. After listening again and again and again, all the slaves would internalize those stories and songs. Belief in heaven and hell took strong roots. They would be afraid of hell and desirous of heaven. Religious texts emerged only to teach the slaves that they 167 would become sinners if they rebelled against the master and would get piety if they served their masters with obedience. Each and every religious text, in that sense, is sharper than hundreds of swords. And the moral of each and every religion is harsher than the arrow of hounds which tear the bodies of the slaves into pieces. Finally, slaves surrendered to the illusions created by religious texts. One odd slave, who had refused to surrender, would start agitation now and then. The soldiers of the king would take care of punishing such rebels. Punishing means nothing but killing. Questions and answers 1. Was belief in God inculcated to suppress slaves? During the primitive stages, human beings did not know anything about nature. When it thundered in the sky, they used to imagine that there was somebody over there making such sounds. Such ignorance led to the belief in God. It was all due to the ignorance as to why it thundered in the sky. The misconceptions formed about nature would vanish gradually as people came to understand nature. But conceptions of heaven and hell were not formed solely due to ignorance. The real objective of such conceptions was to suppress the class of slaves with fear. If we see the stories in the religious texts, it would be clear that they were composed only for the sake of slaves. 43 Master-laborer relations. A slave would get a fistful, meager food as long as he could work. A disabled slave would be unfit even for sale. In view of the masters, it was a waste of money to feed a slave who could not work. They killed such slaves, or abandoned them and let them live by begging. Masterhood did not exist before slavery started. No human being was either a slave or a master in the past. Such human relations turned into master. 168. Slave relations in order to exploit labor of others. The relations formed between those two classes were the principal relations in that society. Those relations continued for some thousands of years. There occurred many rebellions waged by slaves intermittently during that period. Those struggles faced defeat most of the time. Crucifixion was a dreadful punishment which the masters invented against the slaves who rebelled. Crucifixion meant putting a slave on a cross-shaped wooden plank and nailing his body to that cross. That helpless person experienced hell of a suffering for a few hours and finally died. But the most shocking fact is that even such dreadful punishments could not suppress and prevent slave revolts. Since the sufferings of the slaves were so dreadful, they continued to revolt against their masters. Huts of the slaves. 169. The slave revolts were not against exploitation of labor. Nor they demanded land. In fact, slaves were not aware of the exploitation of labor. The masters too were not aware. In fact, it was the belief of the slaves that the entire land is the property of the masters. Therefore, their struggles were not for the sake of land. They were mainly against slavery. As a result of the slave revolts, slavery was abolished gradually. If we read the novel, we would know many details as to how slavery continued till recently and how slave masters behaved. After, the slave-owning society changed into feudal society. We will see it later. Questions and answers 1. Did begging begin during the period of slavery? Suppose the masters stopped feeding the slaves who were ailing with diseases or old age. What other means would they have except begging? 2. If independent labor existed during the period of slaves and slave masters, why should we call it slave-owning society? Because society that existed till then was a society where there were equal relations of labor. Gradually a change began whereby equal relations of labor turned into unequal cruel relations. Since such a huge change took place, it was no longer the same old society. As there occurred a change, a new name indicating that change would come into usage. 3. What was the aim of the struggle by the slaves? What could be the aim of the struggle by the slaves, after all? Its aim, 170, would be freedom from slavery. They were ready to do labor but not to be the property of the masters. Hence the struggle. 5. Slavery means existence of a human being as the property of another human being, isn't it? Would it not be clear that such a situation is base and mean? Even if we do not know about exploitation of labor, would one human being have the right to sell, buy or kill another human being? Did they not know such a simple thing as this at that time? Oh. Knowing means awareness of certain ideas, certain views. After the emergence of hostile classes, views, intelligence, knowledge, logic and everything else took shape in accordance with the class interests. For a slave master, slavery was very beneficial, as it was a source of comfort and happiness. All the thoughts and ideas of a master would form in accordance with his class comforts. Master's thoughts would not go beyond his class consciousness. The whole logic of the master would be for his own benefit. He thought, slaves do not have property. I am maintaining them. They are my property. I will use my property as I like. Whatever was useful to their class would be the nature and philosophy of masters. Their views were their philosophy. They believed in whatever they wanted. The class of slaves would have intense hatred towards slavery and the class of masters. It always tried to revolt. But it remained suppressed since it was helpless. The essence of the matter is that ideas of human beings do not form without any connection to their classes. We have to understand human beings as class human beings and slave human beings. This means we should view each and every human being in terms of such detail as, what class does he belong to? The class of masters or the class of slaves? 44. Society of landlords. The property of slave masters is of two types, isn't it? Land plus other tools. Slaves who do labor. Now, due to the abolition of slavery, the masters have lost the second property right. That is, they lost their right over the slaves. Now slaves are no longer slaves. Now they are no longer the property of the master. Now the master would not have the right to buy, sell, or kill the slaves. Except for this single change, all other things remain as they were under slavery. Even now the entire land is the property of the masters. Now this master is not a slave master. He is the master or owner of the petty is enough continue exploitation of labor. It is enough if he is the owner of the land and other means of production. Those who do not have the means of production would approach these means. Those who do not have land would come to the land. Now see how exploitation of labor is carried out by this master who land only. Therefore he is now the lord of the land. Landlord. Due to the change in the name, the slave master has become the landlord. The first type of pro in order to gmedmk 172 has become landlord. Now slaves are no longer slaves, are they? Who would raise crops in the land of the landlord? Would the family members of the landlord perform labor for themselves for their maintenance? Even if they do, they cannot do in 1,000 acres, and hence would they keep only 5 acres and give up the rest of the land? Well, then, who will do labor in the land of the landlord? The slaves got rid of slavery but have not secured land, have they? Where do landless people raise crops for their maintenance? They have to go wherever there is land. That is, to those who possess land as their property. Now people who do not have land would go to those who have land. That is to the landlords. They would ask, "Sir, we will cultivate your land and raise crops in it. Please permit us." Anyway, the landlord's family needs people to do labors, don't they? Hence, the landlord talks as if he has generously consented, "Okay guys, raise the crops." This landlord is the slave master of the past. The 1,000 acres of the past are the property of this landlord's property. The slaves of the past are the present laborers. Let us call these laborers peasants. The landlord would say to the peasants as follows: "Each of your families take a certain area of my land individually and cultivate it separately. Out of the crops that you raise, the crop in 1.5 acres would meet the maintenance of one family. Likewise, some crop would suffice the cultivation costs. Hand over the remaining crop to me. It amounts to paying land rent to me. The entire land is my property. As I am giving my land to you for your livelihood, you must pay me the rent." That is the condition. Thus the slaves of the past would now become tenant peasants. All the calculations connected with the crops in 1,000 acres would remain as before. The total cost of maintenance of all the 100 peasant families would be equal to the crop raised in 150 acres. The crop in 1.5 acres would go to each family every year. The crop raised in 50 acres would go 173. To meet the cost of seeds, manures and tools. After deducting these costs, the remaining is the crop raised in 800 acres. That is the rent for the landlord's family. Whatever happened in the case of the slave master, the same thing happens in the case of the landlord. What is it that goes to the landlord's family in the name of rent? Questions and answers. 1. Who is a slave master? Who is a landlord? The slave master would have the property rights not only over the land but also the slaves who do the labor, whereas the landlord would have rights over the land only and not over those who do labor. 2. Would the slave master turn into a landlord? Yes. After losing rights over the slaves, there remains the right only on the land. Therefore, the slave master would remain a landlord. 3. How should we understand the notion of progress/development? What do we call progress in relation to different classes? However minor change may be, it is real progress if it reduces the injustice being done to a class. If slavery is eliminated from the lives of the slaves, it is a good change in the existing human relations. Such a change would also rescue a slave master from wickedness. Thus it would be progress for the entire society. But the class of slave masters does not relish such a change. Given a chance, that class would dream of becoming slave masters again. 4. Is the society of landlords progressive than that of the slave masters? Certainly. The fact that a situation wherein the slaves were the property of the masters has changed indicates progress for the slaves. It is progress to the slave masters as well. But they do not realize it. 5. Slavery does not exist in the society of landlords, isn't it? Would there be exploitation of labor even then? What sort of a question is this? If you ask this question at this point, what is that you have understood after reading so much? Does the existence of grabbing the surplus labor not mean the existence of 174. Exploitation of labor? The existence of master-laborer relation implies the existence of exploitation of labor. 6. Is a landlord the master of the tenant peasants? Certainly. It is a master versus laborer relationship. 7. Isn't there any use of master-laborer relation? Do you know the meaning of this question? This amounts to asking, isn't there any use of exploitation of labor? Why isn't there any use of exploitation of labor? There is a lot of use. For whom? For the masters. Not for the laborers. We ought to see, not only the term use but any term, from the perspective of class. From the perspective of for this class or for that class. 45 Land rent means exploitation of labor. Land is my property, says the landlord. Yes, land is the landlord's property. Isn't he the lord of the land, say the tenant peasants too. Neither of the two parties knew that the land belongs to no one. Land is something which formed naturally. The landlord had not made it. Nor the laborers made it. No human being had made it. It is the slaves of the past and present day peasants, especially the handicraftsmen, who made all the tools such as spades, crowbars, ploughs which are necessary to carry on agricultural tasks. There is no labor of the landlord in the land. In the tools too, there is no labor of the landlord. In order to cultivate though, the landlord does not come to the field and stand. But this picture enables us to see a person who does labor and a person who does not labor at the same place. 175. Land. Several new types of labor starting from the tilling of the land to filling of the granary must be carried out. Even in these tasks, there is nothing that the landlord does. Finally, when we see the harvest, we do not find the landlord's labor either in the old labor or in the new labor in any context. What are the various kinds of labor due to which a given crop is raised on the land? The crop is made of the new labor which the household members of the tenant peasants perform and the old labor that is in the form of seeds, tools and manure. A fact which we must always remember is that no labor from the land is included in the old labor. Since land is not made of labor, there would be no labor that goes from the land into the raising of the crop. Land, a tool that is naturally available, is also a causative factor for the plants to grow and the crop to ripen. However, the land is not a causative factor for adding some labor to the crop by itself. Unlike the plough which adds labor by itself to the crop, the land adds no labor to the crop. Without the plough, the work would stop. Without the land too, the work would stop. Without rent, the work will not stop. There won't be any rent on the land of an independent peasant. He need not pay some portion of the produce as rent to others. Yet, crops grow in that land. It means that the plough and the land are the sole requirements to raise crops. Rent is not a real requirement. Rent is neither a tool nor a form of labor that comes to the workplace. There is nothing that the rent does in raising the crop. Nor is there anything that the landlord who collects the rent does for the crop. The right of the landlord over the land has nothing to do with the labor. It is a false right. Rent is a false need. The total labor needed for raising the crop belongs to the people who performed the old and new types of labor. No portion of this labor belongs to the landlord. Let us consider the details of the crop raised in 1,000 acres of land. To produce each and everything there ought to be old and new types of labor, oughtn't they? Let us suppose that, of the total labor needed for the crop raised in 176 acres constitutes the old labor. We have to keep it aside. This quantity will be required for the cultivation expenses of the coming year. When the old labor is subtracted from the total labor, what remains is the new labor. It is the crop of 950 acres. It is the new labor which 100 families of the tenant farmers did. If these families could get that crop, it would amount to getting the fruits of their labor. But, each peasant family has to live on the crop raised in 1.5 acres of the land only. They have to pay the crop of 800 acres as lease amount to the landlord. Even in the society of the landlords, there were no words like wages or salary yet. Although these terms did not exist, what the peasant families received was wages. Details of the crop, Total crop of 1,000 acres. Cultivation costs crop of 50 acres. Labor of the tenant peasants, crop of 950 acres. Maintenance of the tenant peasants crop of 150 acres. Lease amount to the landlord, crop of 800 acres. This is the surplus labor of the farmer families. This rent amount is the income for the landlord's family. This is the means by which this family luxuriates without doing any labor inside or outside the house. It is the peasants who perform all kinds of labor on the land. The property right that the landlord has on the land is an unjust right. If a person does some labor and receives the fruits of that labor, it is a justified right. The landlord cannot have such a right. Even a fistful of husk need not go to him. Nevertheless, in the name of rent amount all the labor of the peasant families goes to him. Landlord's mansion. The rent amount which the landlord collects is one of the ways of exploitation poor house of a tenant peasant. 177. Of labor, a way to live without doing any labor. This is what had happened with the slave masters in the past and what would happen with the landlords in the subsequent period of time. The peasants paying the rent should be called laboring tenant peasants. This is because in the subsequent lessons, we will see non-laboring tenant peasants as well. Hence we ought to understand these peasants in this manner only. Here some questions arise. We must raise them. Can the people of the 100 farmer families collectively fight with a single family of the landlord? Can they take the landlord's family members as captives and distribute the land among their families? A portion of the land should be left out for the landlord's family as well. Then the peasants should set the captive family free and tell them you yourselves work on the land allotted to you. If the peasants do so, it is justified, is it not? When such an ideal path is available, why didn't they do so? Why did peasants do several kinds of labor and suffer from dire poverty? If we raise these questions, it is an indication that we are thinking. The peasants did not do so because they believed that it was wrong to do so. The peasants too believed that the land was the property of the landlord. They did not know that land was nobody's property. Why should we pay the rent? This question did not occur to them. Rent needed to be paid at all costs. They only wished that the rent should not be too high. The peasants knew that the landlord would never consent to reduce the rent. When the person who possesses the land does not agree, it is for the people who do not possess the land to reconcile, isn't it? The peasants would agree to what the landlord demands with bowed heads and say, "Yes, sir. We will pay the rent as you command." They would say so, but it was not possible for them to pay. Although it is the peasants who do all kinds of labor, they do not realize their own might. They do not know that they can occupy the entire land and perform labor independently on it. This is because they have been seeing the lands as the 178 property of the landlords since their childhood. Their common sense taught them to be subservient to the property rights. They never think of the question, why should we pay the rent? This question would never occur to them. They do not know the secret that rent means exploitation of labor. Not even the landlords know about it. In the absence of the knowledge of exploitation of labor, all other knowledge is but ignorance. Ignorance on both the sides. The trading of the commodities and money lending that were born in the slave society would expand here further. We may even imagine the existence of independent farmers here. They possess tiny pieces of land and tools. They are neither tenant peasants nor landlords. However, in this society, the principal classes are landlords and tenant peasants. Tenant peasants, the class that performs labor. Landlords, the class that exploits others' labor. They are classes, hostile to each other, in this society. Here too, The masters/owners who live on exploitation of labor are in need of a state that protects them. This state is the continuation of the state of the slave masters. In the government of the landlords, the biggest landlord serves as the king. The other landlords accept him as their king. All that the king does is to protect the property rights of the landlord class. When a farmer fails to pay the rent, prisons and gallows would be ready for him. In the tenure of each and every king, a few thousand peasants would have perished on the gallows. A kino is first an exploiter himself and then a close associate and protector of other exploiters. Each and every king that appears in the religious texts is like this. Whatever had happened in the slave society, the same thing happens here also. The same kind of monarchy. The same kind of regulations. The same kind of masterhood and servitude. The same kind of religious sermonizing. The same kind of arts and scholarship. The same kind of riches and poverty. The same kind of exploitation of labor all over. We have assumed that independent producers were 179 present in the slave-owning society. Similarly, we have to assume the presence of independent handicraftsmen and independent peasants in feudal society also. Every country would have its own history. If we get proper information starting from the primitive ages, we would know about the nature of classes and subclasses present in various forms of society. If independent handicraftsmen and independent peasants were present in the era of slaves or tenant peasants, we have to imagine their probable conditions of labor. Since they did not have masters over them, we have to assume that their lives might have been better than the lives of slaves and tenant peasants. Like the slave-owning society, the feudal society also continued over a period of several hundreds of years in all the countries. During that period, many struggles by the tenant peasants took place. While the feudal society was continuing, another society of exploiters emerged from within. It was the society of capitalists. Questions and answers 1. In order to raise crops on the land, we have to first do many kinds of labor. We have to fell trees, remove stones big and small, level the surface and make the land ready for cultivation. Wouldn't that whole labor be the value of the land? How can we say that such land is a natural substance? If the landlord takes the value of the land in the name of rent, how would it be exploitation of labor? Are we refer to land as a naturally existing substance only before no labor of whatever kind has been done in it? The land in which no labor has been done would not have any value. If some labor has been done in a given piece of land, that value does not belong to the land but to the labor. Since such labor has been done for the sake of cultivation, it would become part of agricultural labor. If some labor had already been done in the land which the landlord rented out and if that land had been leveled like polished stone, it is not the family members of the landlord who did all that labor. It is the labor which either the slaves or tenant peasants did in the past. If we suppose the value of the labor of leveling the earth is 10, this value would add to the labor and would not be the value of the land. This value of 10 becomes part of the value of the crop that would be raised later in that land. No labor that is done in the 180 land belongs to the landlord. Even the naturally existing land prior to exertion of labor in it also does not belong to the landlord. Therefore, the portion of the crop which the landlord takes, from the crop raised by the tenant peasants, is exploitation of labor. 2. Were all the kings of the past history landlords? They were not only landlords but also slave masters. There were kings even in the slave-owning society. All of them were very big slave masters and landlords. All the kings whom we see as great rulers in the religious texts were the slave masters and landlords who were the most treacherous exploiters of labor. 3. Either the slave masters or the feudal lords of the past ages were not aware of exploitation of labor, were they? Then how can we find fault with them? Even though the masters of those times were not aware of what they were doing, it is exploitation of labor that they practiced. They demonstrated dreadful cruelty towards the people due to whose labor they enjoyed all comforts and luxuries. They committed those atrocities intentionally. Had they known about exploitation of labor at that time, would they have given it up? Even if they knew about it at that time, they would not have given it up. The proof for this is the present-day capitalists. See the subsequent lessons also. 4. A family has a small plot of land. The members of that family do various kinds of labor in it. As they are the owners of that land, will they become landlords? No, they will not become landlords. They are independent peasants. Landlords are those who rent out the land and live on the income called rent without doing any labor of their own. 5. An independent farmer leases out a portion of his land to others and does labor in the remaining portion. He too gets some rent. Will he be a landlord? He will neither be a landlord nor an independent farmer. He will be a semi-farmer and a semi-landlord who live partly on his own labor and partly on exploitation of others' labor. 6. What do you see in this picture? There are two persons. One person is not doing any work while the other is working. Two people are living on 5W1, the work of only one person. 181. 7. Who is a zamindar? Zamin in Hindi means land. Zamindar means a person who possesses land. But a person would not be a zamindar if he has a couple of acres of land. A zamindar is one who has thousands of acres of land. He would have many officers, employees, and machinery to collect rents from peasants and other paraphernalia. Zamindar is a sort of government of a particular region. This is a more luxurious way of life than that of a landlord who has 100 acres. 46. The beginning of the capitalist system. We have seen the slave-owning society. We have also seen the feudal society. Now, we are going to see the capitalist society. Today, the whole world is part of this capitalist system. Capitalism is a system in which production takes place solely for the purpose of sale. In this system, the person who gets commodities produced will get profit. This system, which facilitates production of commodities solely for the sake of sale, was not present either during the days of slaves or feudal tenant farmers. The products of those days were meant for the consumption of the families of the masters and the laborers. They used to send only those products, whatever remained after their consumption, for sale. The merchants of those days used to buy commodities from either the slave masters or independent producers, then sell them to those needed and thereby make trade profit. The same thing had happened during the days of the landlords. During those days, the system of producing commodities for sale. 182. And getting productive profit had not yet begun. The same was beginning now gradually. Here onwards, we will see this. In the past societies, there were no means of calculating the daily labor contributions of the slaves and the tenant farmers working for their masters. Furthermore, there was no way to determine the fruits of labor which they actually received daily for their sustenance. A larger part of the total mass of production did not go for sale. We also do not have estimates regarding the value of the mass of production. In those societies, prevailing conditions were such that they did not permit estimating the value of any component of the produce. Although exploitation was taking place in those societies, it was not possible for any intellectual of those times to understand it. The following conditions were required to make it possible to understand the phenomenon of exploitation of labor: payment of wages, that too in the form of money, for those who work for their masters, and a large portion of the products produced for masters should go into sale. If these two conditions are met, a proper understanding of the value is possible. Only when the value is properly understood, understanding exploitation of labor is also possible. Gradually these two conditions have been established. However, even after this, it took a few hundreds of years to unravel the secret of exploitation of labor. Now, we must see what is meant by a capitalist. Through this, we will understand what the capitalist society is. We should know how everyone is living in this society. We must also learn in what kind of relations we are living today. In essence, there exists no difference between the past societies and the present of society. We will see the same phenomenon of exploitation of labor of past days again today, but in greater detail and with supporting calculations. There is a rich man called Shayapathy. Do you ask, where? It could be anywhere. Aren't rich people there in all the countries? Shayapathy, however, exists in India, in the Telugu-speaking state, in almost all the villages. This gentleman possesses a lot of money. The money was accumulated because his 183 ancestors, great-grandfathers of his great-grandfathers, amassed some of these riches being slave masters. The great-grandfathers of Shayapathy amassed a lot more riches. Furthermore, those ancestors also indulged in the trade of buying and selling of commodities. They lent out money and extracted interest. In this manner, since the times of his grandfathers and fathers, there have been 11 iron trunks in the courtyard of Shayapathy's house. This Shayapathy is the great-grandson who was born into such an affluent family. Therefore he has a lot of money. It is his great desire to order the making of the 12th iron trunk. The secretly embedded wish in his chest actually is to achieve prosperity to the 112th iron trunk. In his childhood, while watching his great-grandfathers, grandfathers and fathers, a desire cropped up, in his 11th year, to surpass all his ancestors. 2 years after the 11th year, he started making queries regarding various kinds of business. At last, in his 23rd, 184 year, he wanted to start the business of manufacturing coarse cloth. The cloth should be manufactured and sold. This manufacture, however, has been carried out by independent handicraftsmen from times immemorial. The young man named the same business as an industry, and one he named himself an entrepreneur. He does not know any labor. Questions and answers. 1. Who is a capitalist? A person who gets articles produced by employing laborers for the sake of sale and who invests capital necessary for such production with the sole aim of getting profit. 2. What is industry? A industry means making others produce something for the sake of sale in order to get profit. The person who runs an industry is an industrialist. A capitalist is an industrialist. 3. The slave master and the landlord sell some portion of the produce which they get from their laborers, don't they? Why do you say that capitalist alone sells the products? The produce which the slave masters and landlords sell would be much less in quantity. Whereas the industry of a capitalist is not like that. See the subsequent lessons. 4. Where did the capitalists come from? Capitalists did not come from anywhere. They too are born within the country. Trading has been there since the days of slave masters. Money lending has also been there. All this was there during the period of feudal lords. Accumulation of some money is possible through such business. The general traders, who buy products at one place and sell at another, gradually start industries whereby they could get products produced under their control. If one trader starts an industry, several other affluent persons would quickly tread the same path. It is a business in which people can easily multiply their money. Therefore, capitalists are not those who had come from some other place. Traders of this place themselves will start the industry. Those who earn money through interest too could start industry. 5. What kind of labor does an industrialist do? What labor does a slave master do? What labor does a landlord do? The industrialist too does the same kind of labor. 185. 47. Profit, the sole aim of capital. The industrialist of the coarse cloth industry is adept at no labor. He had a little education. He is skillful at calculations. In his childhood, he had a coughing great-grandfather at home. Between smoking cigars, coughing and blowing his nose by the side of the cot, his great-grandfather used to sermonize every single day, "It is not appropriate for our status to do menial work. It is shameful. The laborers must do all the work." Those words appealed to the great-grandson like great sermons. Even to this day those words resound in his ears. Shayapathy, who does not know any labor, became an industrialist. He estimated the costs required for the coarse cloth industry. It turned out that 100 rupees were needed per day. There were several such 2000s in the iron trunk box. He pulled out 100 from the box. He purchased some yarn. It was the raw material. He bought looms, baskets and bins. They were the tools. He bought a few more things. They were auxiliary materials. He also arranged a shed for the workplace. The workplace belongs to the family. Work is not possible without a workplace, isn't it? The workplace too therefore is a tool. The cover term for all these diverse items required for producing is means of production. These are all the means for the producing articles. The workplace has to be on land, right? Therefore, some land is also necessary. Land too is therefore a means of production. Not only for agriculture, but for any industry or any trade, a piece of land is required. However, since the land is not made of labor, it contains no value. A building or a shed located on earth possesses value. Land is the only means available naturally. All others are means made of labor. In Shalapthi's industry, all the means collectively required rupees 80. This is the estimate of the means needed for a single day. What else was needed? Men who knew how to make cloth were needed. It turned out that 10 such people were needed. 186. The industrialist hired them. The system of paying wages to workers began with such industrialists. Here, the wage per person per day was 2 rupees. The 10 people needed for Shayapathy would cost 20 rupees. These are the costs for a single day. One fine morning, the people arrived at the workplace and started working at their respective places. By the nightfall, they worked for 12 hours and completed a day's work. All the yarn got transformed into cloth and got deposited on the table delightfully. All the while, the industrialist managed his industry seated in cushioned chairs, in his own room, reading business headlines in the newspapers, consuming light refreshments and soft drinks and taking occasional naps. Eventually, upon learning that the cloth was ready, he arrived there majestically. He handed out 20 rupees to the workers and said, "Is this okay? Come tomorrow again." The workers left the workplace tired and disappointed. Those who work on the basis of money wage are workers. Shayapathy, standing by the new product, recalculated his expenses to produce the cloth, for the means of production, 80 towards the wages of workers, 20 total, 100. There is a cover term for both of these expenses, capital. One who invests capital is the 187. Capitalist. Which means, Shayapathy is a capitalist. An industrialist. He is not the previous slave master, nor the landlord. Now, what will Shayapathy do with the coarse cloth? Will he use it in his household? That cloth is not intended for his household use. It is meant only for sale. Who will buy it? Those who want that cloth will buy it. The other capitalists and the workers as well. At what price will Shayapathy sell the cloth? He spent 100 rupees for it, didn't he? Will he, then, sell it only for 100 rupees? In that case, he will get back only what he spent. Did he establish the industry to spend 100 rupees and get back the same amount? Then, why take all that trouble to establish the industry? He could as well keep those 100 rupees to himself, couldn't he? No, it won't work that way. Running an industry is not just to recover what was originally spent. The investment would have to be recovered somehow. But, that is not enough. More must be recovered than what was invested. How much more? He would certainly love if he gets much more, but he wouldn't know how much he has to get and how much he gets. For a while he contemplated the market matters. A few other industrialists like him too were making coarse cloth of the same type, and selling the cloth. He has seen at what price they were selling the cloth. Should he not also sell the same way? If sold at a higher price, why would the buyers buy the cloth from him? They will go to a place where the cloth is available at a lower price. Therefore, he cannot sell the cloth at a price higher than that of the other industrialists. He must sell at the same price. Slightly lower price is even better. All would come to him to buy the cloth. So thought Shayapathy solemnly and determined the price of his cloth to be 120 rupees. It means he added 20 rupees over and above the 100 that he spent. That evening he summoned a merchant. "Oh, merchant! Sell this cloth. Sell it for a price of 120. If it is not sold at that price, you may reduce the price a bit. But, try to sell it for 120. Whatever may be the earning, first bring it to me. Then I will give you whatever is appropriate," he said. The merchant carried the 188 cloth away the same evening, and he sold it off the next day for 120 rupees. He remitted that money to the industrialist. Immediately, Shayapathy took out 5 rupees from the 120 and offered it to the merchant. "Here is your merchant commission," he said. "All these are calculations for a single day." Questions and answers. 1. What are means of production? Are all those means necessary to carry on production? Are the means of production raw materials, tools, auxiliary materials? All these 3 types of means are means of production. In some kinds of labor, there won't be raw materials. The remaining 2 factors will be means of production there. 2. Is land a means of production or not? Any production has to be carried out on the land. Agriculture on the land, industries also on the land. Therefore, land is also a means of production for any production. 3. Land is not made of labor, isn't it? Will it be property? No. But it is a means of production. Without it, no work is possible. Hence, if it is available, it amounts to the availability of means of production. It is nobody's private property. One has to use it with one's own labor. That is all. 4. To which category of means of production does land belong, raw material, tool or auxiliary material? A land does not appear in the body of the new product. Hence, it is not a raw material. Land 1t disappear after the completion of production. Hence, it is not auxiliary material. What remains is tool. Hence, land is always a tool. 5. Land is responsible for. Land is not responsible for. Explain. To produce anything and to do any work, land is also responsible. But land is not responsible for the labor necessary to produce something. Therefore, land is not responsible for the value of any product. 6. What is process of production? What is labor process? The whole process that involves making of a new product is process of production. The process of doing labor is labor process. While making inanimate things like shirts and chairs, it means the same whether we call it production process or labor process. But in the case of agricultural products, 189. These two are not the same. The entire period beginning from tilling the land to harvesting is production process. This is the period during which production increases. But labor does not take place during this period. Labor takes place occasionally during that period. The period during which labor is done is labor time. But in many industries, production time and labor time are the same. 7. What is capital? A capital is that which is spent on means of production and the wages of the workers. 8. Running an industry, what does the capitalist do? First, he would chalk out a plan for his industry. It means he thinks about where to buy the means of production cheap, how to hire workers for low wages, how to sell the finished goods at higher prices. All the while he dreams of the final profit which he would get. This is what is meant by running an industry. 9. Does an industrialist himself undertake selling of his products or asks others to do that job for him? He does it as per his wish. 10. Workers may buy the coarse cloth which a capitalist sells, but why do other capitalists buy? The other capitalists may, by using the coarse cloth, get products necessary for hospitals and certain kinds of offices. The other capitalists may also buy it for their industries which use coarse cloth as a raw material. 48.016 Labor plus new labor equals total labor. Value of means of production plus. We must pause here for a while and discuss the price of the cloth. The capitalist spent only 100 rupees for the cloth, didn't he? How did he get 120 rupees when he sold the cloth? Where did that amount come from? Actually, what was the value of equals commodity value of the cloth, 100 or 120? How a thing made of 100 could have a value greater than 100? But, if the value was only 100, then he cannot get 120 for it, can he? He could get 120 money, only if the value was 120. In the earlier lessons we have seen value of labor of workers. 190. That an exchange is possible between two things, only when the values of the two things is equal. Isn't it the law of value? Therefore, if 120 is earned by selling the cloth, then the value of the cloth must be really 120. For this reason, an exchange took place between the cloth and 120 rupees. However, we face the same earlier question once again. The industrialist spent only a value of 100 rupees for the cloth. How a piece of cloth made of a certain cost could acquire higher value? The capitalist invested only 100. But, it was not only 100 that was spent on the cloth in reality. An additional 20 was also spent. How did a value of 20 add to the cloth without the capitalist spending that on anything? To understand how this miracle had happened, we should re-examine the items that have come to the workplace. Items at the workplace. 1. Means of production. Their value is 80. 2. Workers. Their wages are 20. Only these two components made the cloth. No other component came to the workplace. Therefore, one of these two components must have yielded an additional value of 20, over and above its value, to the cloth. Or alternatively, each of the two components may have contributed the additional value partly. Isn't it? If no item yields extra value, how will the additional value be generated? We must therefore examine these two components once again. The first component, all the means of production are inanimate objects. They were already produced elsewhere even before arriving at this workplace. All of them were made of labor. All that was the old /past labor. The value of that past labor is 80. Laborers at other workplaces made those things. The workers who make the cloth here have nothing to do with the past labor. These workers did not do that old labor. The means of production of 80 value were made elsewhere and arrived at the workplace where cloth is made. Here they are spent on making of the cloth. That value of 80 was transferred to the cloth. Transfer means those things are spent here. Therefore, their labor is also included in the present calculation. That labor will not take place afresh here once. 191. Again, when a thing is spent for some work, its actual value, whatever it may be, would be accounted for that work. Similarly, when some means of production of 80 value have been expended, only that 80 would be accounted for. Nothing more or nothing less than that. This means that means of production cannot yield more value than their original value. That means, the addition of 20 value into the new cloth did not come from the means of production. The first component is resolved. What remains now is the second component. The fact that the first component did not yield more value implies that the second component yielded, isn't it? However, we must see how it happened. The second component, 10 laborers have done all kinds of labor related to making of the cloth. They worked for 12 hours. The total work time of all the workers is 10 × 12 equals 120 hours. This is the labor of weaving. Concrete labor. Since this labor is done at the workplace, it is the new labor. Living labor. It is quite simple to count the hours of the new labor. It is quite clear that the labor of the 10 workers is 120 hours. This new labor, however, must turn into value. The old labor has already turned into value. When the means of production were bought for a money of 80, that labor has already turned into value. Likewise, the new labor too must turn into value. However, the original value of the new labor does not appear in the workplace where the labor is done. We have to find out the value of the new labor through certain calculations after the commodity is sold. We have seen in the previous lessons that the value of production is that of the total labor spent on its making. How much money was earned by selling the cloth made at Shayapathi's place? 120 was earned. That much money was earned because the cloth contained that much value. How do we know the proportion of the value of the new labor present in the 120 value? This is how we get to know, isn't it the total labor of a commodity the combination of old and new labor? Therefore, by subtracting the old labor from the total labor we can find the new labor. Subtract old labor from the value of the cloth. You will get the value of the new labor. 192. Value of the cloth, 120 rupees. Value of the old labor, 80 rupees. Value of the new labor, 40 rupees. That means the value of the labor of the workers who made the cloth is 40. If the value of their labor should belong to them, the 40 should go to them. But, in the name of wages, they received only 20. Not the other 20. Since the workers received only 20, will it be the value of their labor? No. Whatever the wage the owner gives to the workers, it cannot be the value of their labor. Let us suppose that the owner evaded paying any wages to the workers altogether and that the workers did not receive anything in return at all. If nothing is paid, would it mean that the workers did not work at all or that the cloth was made without any labor at all? It won't be so, will it be? Therefore, we should not understand the value of the labor of the workers in terms of what they receive in the name of wages. If we subtract the old labor from the value of a thing when it is sold, what remains is the portion of the value of the new labor. This is the way we must calculate. When we subtracted 80 from the value of the cloth of 120, 40 remained. This is the value of the new labor. In the example of the cloth, if the value of the labor of the workers was not 40, the value of the cloth wouldn't have been 120. In this example, the value of the new labor, therefore, is 40. Not 20. The wages which the workers receive is not the value of their labor. This means, paying wages to workers does not amount to giving the value of their labor to them. The shirt is made. Let us remind ourselves the old and the new labor invested in the shirt. Instruments. Old labor. Old labor stitching. New labor. New article. New. Production. 193. 49. Some aspects concerning price. 1. What is that money which a capitalist gets when he sells a commodity? Whether the capitalist gets a commodity or money when he sold his commodity, it is the value of the sold commodity. 2. When a commodity is made by expending some amount of capital, will that expenditure be the value of that commodity or will its value be more than the expenditure? The value of a commodity will invariably be more than the expenditure of the capital. But, the value of the product will not be more than the value of the total labor spent for that commodity. 3. How does a capitalist fix the price of his commodity? First he adds all the expenses that he incurred. In those expenses, he includes not only the costs of means of production and wages paid to the laborers but also certain other items in the name of rent and interest. Then he adds profit due to him and fixes a sum total as price. 4. Is it correct or not to fix price in that manner? It is the capitalist who fixes price and it is right in his view. 5. There were independent producers in the slave-owning society much before the industrial capitalists began to emerge, weren't they? They too used to sell their commodities. How did they fix the prices of those commodities? In the beginning, independent producers were people belonging to different tribes. We have to imagine that they undertook exchanges by means of barter system for a very long period of time. Actually, the practice of fixing prices began through the traders of the slavery period. It is not possible to measure the value as precisely as they weigh the weight. It is not enough for a trader to get back his expenses when he sold. 194. The goods. He has to get a little more than what he originally spent. Therefore, traders invented the method of fixing prices by adding some profit. Independent producers would follow the method of traders if they exchange their products with money occasionally alongside exchanges made by means of barter system. That is the method of combining costs and profit. When we say costs, they also include the costs of maintenance of independent producers. The portion of profit is their surplus labor. They get the value of their labor from that price. Whether it is traders or independent producers of the slave-owning society or present-day capitalists, the method of fixing price is the same. Costs and profit. 6. Let us not consider the question who fixes the prices, whether the capitalist or independent producer. What in actuality is the correct method of fixing the price of products? To produce any article only two entities are spent. Means of production. Living labor. The sum total of these two costs is the correct price. We have to imagine how the price was fixed during the time of slave masters. The slave master gives the trader some of the products, out of those which his slaves produced, for the sake of sale. How does the slave master or trader know that some surplus labor is present in those products? No. They do not know. It is not because of their awareness that they fix the price. They merely think that they should get back their expenses plus something extra. Such a method appears to them as correct pricing. In fact, the price of the products which the master fixes by adding something more to the costs, is the proper price, since that price invariably includes surplus value. But they do all this not because they are aware of the surplus value. In fact, exchanges with money and monetary pricing were far less during that time. Most of them were barter exchanges. The question of fixing the correct price does not arise in the barter system. 7. Surplus value is present in the value of a commodity. Surplus value is not present in the value of the commodity. What do these statements mean? To say that surplus value is present means some portion of the 195. Labor of a person has gone out in the form of interest, profit, etc. This is inevitable in the master-laborer relationship. To say that surplus value is not present means that there are occasions on which independent producer gets back his entire labor, or he too may have to pay interest, merchant commission, etc. to others. 8. An article is made. It is a shirt. Will the value of that article is more if the living labor includes surplus labor and is less if the living labor does not include surplus labor? If one gets such a doubt, it means he has not yet properly understood the concept of value. Let us consider the example of a shirt. The total labor necessary to make a shirt will be its value. Let us suppose it to be 120. Old labor 80 plus new labor 40. Only if these two elements are proportionate, such a shirt would be made. Even if one element is less, the shirt won't be made. Whether that 120 value includes surplus value or not is a different issue. The manual labor of the laborers who made that shirt was 40, isn't it? If he gets the entire value, what would be the value of the shirt? Or if he gets only 20 out of that 40 and does not get the other 20, what would be the value of the shirt? There would be no change in the value of the shirt irrespective of whether or not the person who made the shirt got the entire value of his labor. Even if the person who made the shirt did not get some portion of the value of the shirt would be 120 only, since so much labor was spent on that shirt. The value of an article will not be more if the surplus value is present and will not be less if the surplus value is not present. The value of an article depends on the labor spent on its making. Whether or not the worker received the entire value which he rendered is a different question. 9. Means of production of 10 value and living labor of 20 value were spent on 1 meter of cloth. Half of the living labor is surplus labor. What would be the price of that cloth if the manual labor does not contain surplus labor? A price that includes the surplus labor equals means of production 10 plus the first part of the manual labor 10 plus the portion of surplus labor 10 equals 30. This is the price of 1 meter of cloth. Price of 196. The same product which does not contain surplus labor, if the surplus labor of 10 has not taken place, half of the means of production are not spent. Then their cost would be 5 only. Then the price equals 5 of means of production plus 10 of living labor equals 15. This is the price of half meter cloth. The quantity of the product which costs 30 will not be made with a cost of 15. Only half of it is produced. If surplus labor does not take place, the quantity of the product decreases. 10. The capitalist fixed 120 as the price of his product. When sold, the capitalist got money in accordance with the price 120. It was sold at its value. This means the capitalist has fixed the price of his product properly, isn't it? What was his fault? The fault does not lie in fixing the price. The entire fault lies in the details that he gives. He says, I paid so much towards interest. Paid so much towards rent. I added so much profit. All these are expenses spent on the production. All things taken together constitute this price. All those items which he mentioned as expenses are not connected with the production. The basis for fixing 120 as price is not addition of all those items. Not understanding this point is the fault of the capitalist. 11. If the capitalist had really paid rent and interest to outsiders, or even if he had paid so, they are not expenses connected with the production. In case he does not pay that rent and interest to outsiders, would he fix the price low? No, he won't do so. His price must include rent and interest. He would retain those portions with him with the same names. This means those items were not really spent. Similarly, if he pays them to outsiders, the outsiders will consume those incomes, but they cannot be considered as costs of production. Likewise, the so-called profit is also not an expense spent on production. 12. The value of a commodity is 120. Past labor is 80. After selling the commodity and subtracting 80 from 120, it became clear that the value of the new labor is 40. But this became clear only after selling the commodity. Isn't there a way to find out the fact that the value of the labor of the laborers is 40 before the commodity is sold? There is a way. We have to find it out based on the past. 197. Experiences. Industrialists always produce and sell the same kind of products. It is possible to know the value of 1 hour of weaving labor based on the cloth sold the day before. We can know the value of labor even if the cloth produced on that particular day is not yet sold. Suppose 40 remained after subtracting the value of means of production from the value of the new cloth which was sold the day before. 2 persons have made the shirt in 10 hours. Value of 1 person is 20. Value of 1 hour of labor is 2. One can understand all this because of past experiences. However, this is also something one can know because of the sale of products produced the previous day, isn't it? Based on several such experiences and correct calculations, one can know the value of any kind of labor. Well, one would know it only due to the sale of products in the past, not otherwise. How can we know it if the sale, that is exchange, has not taken place? Sale means exchange. We will be able to know the value of any labor, only if exchange takes place. 13. Price of 1 meter of cloth is 30. Out of 30, value of means of production is 10 plus value of manual labor is 20. Explain this commodity in terms of capitalist commodity. Commodity of the independent producer. A capitalistic commodity, cost of means of production 10 plus wage 10 plus surplus value 10 equals 30. Value of the old labor and value of new labor together make the value of the commodity. That is 30. But as this is a capitalistic commodity, we have to consider some amount of surplus value. We have considered 10 as surplus value in the new labor of 20. The capitalist does not pay this to the workers. Whether he pays surplus value or not, the value of that product would be 30. The price of the commodity of the independent producer, this person has also produced the same kind of cloth. He incurred the same amount of expenses. 10 for means of production plus 20 for manual labor equals 30. If 10 goes to his maintenance, the remaining amount would be his surplus value. But as this person is an independent laborer, it is not obligatory that his maintenance cost should be only 10 like that of a worker. This person, who does labor of 20 daily, could use more than 198. 10 for his maintenance. Let us suppose he uses 15 for his maintenance. If he does a labor of 20 and consumes 15 for his maintenance, his surplus value would be only 5. His surplus value would not be 10 as it would be in the case of a worker. The actual details of his commodity would be as follows: means of production 10 plus necessary labor 15 plus surplus labor 5 equals 30. If this person uses whole of 20 for his maintenance, there won't be surplus value at all on that day. Even if he does not use his entire labor on the same day, he would use it some other time. Therefore, the question of surplus value does not arise if people get their entire labor. To produce the same kind of cloth in the same quantity, one would have to spend 30. Even an independent producer would have to spend 30. Only aspects of manual labor would vary a little. Let us see the example of the independent producer in a different way. During the period of production, his maintenance cost is not 15 but 20. He consumed 20 for his maintenance and did 20 labor again. Then, the details of that production would be, means of production 10 plus necessary labor 20 plus surplus labor nil equals 30. He spent 20 on his maintenance and reproduced the same 20. He did not do surplus labor. Even if there was no surplus labor, a product of 30 value has been produced. Another example. Suppose the same producer, while using 20 for his maintenance, has done surplus labor of 4 value. Then, how much value would the product have? When the old labor was 10 and new labor 20, the value of the commodity was 30. In such a situation, 4 surplus labor was done. Will, then, the value be 30 plus 4 equals 34? No. If the surplus labor has increased, means of production too should increase. Since 10 means of production are necessary in order to do 20 manual labor, there ought to be an increase of 2 means of production in order to do 4 surplus labor. Then the value of that commodity would be as follows: cost of means of production 12 plus labor of maintenance of the producer 20 plus surplus labor 4 equals 36. It means this person, while using 20 on his maintenance, did a labor of 24 at the same time. While 1 meter of cloth was made with 30 value in the other example, now cloth measuring. 199. More than 1 meter would be produced with an expenditure of 36. But the price of a meter cloth is 30 even now. Some more cloth will be made with the remaining 6. A capitalist commodity would invariably contain surplus labor. Whether or not surplus labor is present in the case of the commodity of the independent producer depends on how much he uses for his maintenance and how much labor he performs again. If the maintenance of the independent producer is similar to that of the workers, his commodity also includes surplus value. The price of a commodity, whether that of a capitalist or an independent producer, depends on the expense of the total labor spent on that commodity. 14. The price of a commodity is 30. But a capitalist sold it for 25 as he was unable to sell at 30. Will the price of that commodity be 30 or only 25? If such a change in the price occurred among all capitalists in a given branch of production, it means the actual price has gone down. Or if it has happened so in the case of a single capitalist, the price might have gone down since many people were not there to buy it at that particular capitalist. Even then the price of that commodity is 30. But it implies that those who bought it for 25 have got it cheap. 15. The value of the labor of a worker is 40. The wage which the capitalist paid to the worker is 20. How could it be an exchange of equal values? Any exchange ought to take place between equal values, right? It is the law of value, isn't it? Exchanges between equal values take place among independent producers only. If both the persons are independent producers, exchanges take place between them. Those exchanges will be between equal values. but there won't be an exchange at all where there are master-labourer relations. It is the master who grabs from the labourer and he has nothing to give back to the labourer in the form of labour. Where there is no exchange, the question of equal values does not arise. What happens in the master-labourer relationships is not an exchange but exploitation of labour. 250. How does surplus labour take place? Capital investment for the cloth was 100. But the value of the cloth was 120. We can now understand easily how this has happened. The total value comprised of 80 through the means of production and of 40 through the labour of the workers. These two components being as such, the total value became 120. Since the cloth possessed that much value, it earned that much money. The capital investment 100 has come back. Over and above, 20 were earned additionally. The capitalist did not invest anything for the additional 20. He got it without an investment. If the capitalist pays money to the workers daily or weekly, it is wages. If paid once in a month, it is salary. Both mean the same thing. They are merely different terms. Hereafter we will use the word wages. People who work for wages should be called workers. It is not erroneous to call them labourers. These are not slaves or serfs. What do workers do with their money or wages? They buy necessities of daily life for their maintenance. Food, clothing, housing, medicines, all must come through the wages. The labour power will be sustained when the maintenance is provided daily. This means, wage is the minimum value required to sustain the labour power. That is the value of the labour power. Without this, it is not possible for the labouring person to live. Work which workers do at the workplace is labour. It will have some value. The value of the labour power which the workers receive invariably will be smaller than the value of labour. In the example of the cloth, value of the labour power equals wages 20, value of the labour equals wages 20 plus surplus value 20 equals 40. 10 workers worked for the cloth. Each worked for 12 hours. 201. The value of the labour of each worker is 4. His wage is 2. His surplus value is 2. The wages of 10 workers are 20. The surplus value of 10 workers is 20. Value of labour of 10 workers is 40. Each of them lost half of the value of labour. This is what happens in a day or in a month. Wages appear to be some quantity of money. However, the real meaning of wages is some provisions of sustenance. Wages are as many provisions as purchased with the wage money. A question: a thing does not give more value than its own, does it? When means of production are spent to carry on a work, they do not yield more value than their own. What exist in the name of the wages are also articles, aren't they? How can they yield more value than their own? The answer: the means of subsistence are also things. However, these are not the ones that arrive at the workplace. It is the workers who come and work at the workplace. They perform new labour at the workplace. They do more labour than the labour necessary for their means of subsistence. Whereas the means of production do not work like human beings even if they come to the workplace. The means of production are consumed while the workers do labour with them. Since they are things, they yield only as much value as they originally possess. Not more. As workers are human beings, it is a different matter with them. In the example of the cloth, the workers worked in the labour of weaving. In this labour of weaving, they took 6 hours as wages. The value of the 6 hours is 2 rupees. The value of the means of subsistence which a worker uses in a day is 2. The total time required for the production of all the means of subsistence is 6 hours. This means, a worker who consumes the substances made of 6 hours of labor, worked with his body for 12 hours at the workplace of the owner. A point to note, though. 202. Quantum of labor which human beings perform is not commensurate with the quantum of labor which they consume for their maintenance. Two conditions apply for performing labor. 1. The situation of independent laborers who don't have an owner. If the labor consumed per day for sustenance is 8 hours, the labor which a person does must be 8 hours. In that event, the daily sustenance remains at the same level. If the labor performed slightly exceeds that of the sustenance, that additional component will accumulate into a saving. If the work performed falls short of the sustenance cost, maintenance will be reduced. Even independent producers must perform labor equivalent to their sustenance. 2. The situation of workers who have an owner is as follows: the labor which these workers perform must invariably be larger than the costs of their maintenance. If both of them are equivalent, nothing will remain for the capitalist after accounting for sustenance. It is not enough if the labor performed in excess of the sustenance is just a little more. It should be very large. It is because the surplus labor should be distributed under numerous heads. Many people who do not do labor have to live on the surplus labor. All the departments in the state machinery like police and military must be maintained with the surplus labor. Every worker therefore must give the surplus labor in large quantity. This worker, at the workplace, can toil for 12 hours with the means of subsistence of 2 hours labor. With the energy of a glass of porridge, he can work all the day. While the bodies of the workers thus perform labor, the bodies of the masters do the contrary. The body of the master can spend a labor of 100 hours for the maintenance without doing even an iota of work. When a thing is consumed in a given work, it can add only as much of labor as is spent in its making. Neither more nor less than that. A human body, however, is not like that. It is not an inanimate object. It can yield more labor or less labor than the quantity it consumed for its maintenance. Or it may not yield labor at all. 203. To buy a means of production, one must pay in toto as much of old labor as is spent on its own making. If the value of the labor is 4, then the 4 must be paid in toto. One cannot get that thing by paying a lesser amount. That means of production cannot be made again with a lesser amount. However, to buy a worker, one need not pay the total amount of living labor that his body can yield. It is enough to pay the minimum amount required for the minimum sustenance of the body. Yet, these people will be available again and perform labor again. They will remain alive with that minimal subsistence, but as paupers and destitutes. In the example of the cloth, the workers did 12 hours of labor in a day but received only 6 hours of labor as wages. Not the remaining 6 hours of labor. The labor they did not receive is the surplus labor. The value of surplus labor is surplus value. It is surplus production. That is the surplus money. It will go to the capitalist. What happens with one capitalist happens with every capitalist. Working class, the class that performs labor. Capitalist class, the class that exploits labor. All this is again the past history. What had happened with the previous masters will happen literally in the same manner here all over again. This is literally exploiting the labor. Here too, it is the working class which maintains the class of owners. Here too, hostile classes. Here too, penury and riches. Here also, the same thing happens which happened in the distant past. Questions and answers. 1. What is the difference between an inanimate thing and a human body in giving labor? A thing does not do labor. A human body does labor on its own. When we use a thing in the labor process, it yields only that much labor which went into the making of that thing. But the same is not the case with the human body. There is no connection between the size of the labor which the body consumes for its maintenance and the size of the labor which that body can perform. The latter could be more. 204. Less or nothing than the former. It depends on various kinds of relations. 2. Show the surplus value of a worker. The whole box represents the labor of workers performed in a day. 1. Maintenance of workers in a day. 2. Surplus labor of laborers in a day. 3. Is there any natural law regarding the amount of time a human being should perform labor? A human being must do as much labor as is necessary to get all the items involved in the maintenance of that person. As a human being cannot do work during the rest period and ill health, the work needed for those periods too must take place during the working days. But in the master-laborer relationship, this rule does not apply. The person who does labor must perform not only labor necessary for his maintenance but also for the sake of his master. He must do enough labor that can satisfy the maintenance and the luxuries of his master. This is the rule that is present in the master-laborer relation. For all the members in the family of independent laborers do labor throughout the day. 8 hours of labor is necessary to cover all the aspects of the maintenance of an individual member. But a son in that household does labor not more than 5 hours. How will his maintenance be taken care of? Partially through his labor and partially through the labor of other members of the family. 5 slaves, feudal peasants and workers. What are the similarities and differences among these people? Similarities: all are laborers. All are producers. All are servants under their masters. All of them do not have means of production. All are subjected to exploitation of labor. All are poor. Differences: slaves do not have rights over their life. Feudal tenant peasants, although do not have right over the land, possess some land. Workers, they receive the maintenance in the form of wages. 205. 51. Who will consume the surplus value? A surplus value of 20 was obtained in the example of the cloth, wasn't it? What does the capitalist do with it? He will distribute it in the following manner. These are calculations of a single day. For merchant S, Sean, 5, this will go into the hands of the merchant who got the cloth sold. But a portion of this amount will be spent on trade-related tasks. What remains after that is merchant S profit or commercial profit or trade profit. This profit is the portion gained without performing labor. However, one must know many details. A person who functions as a merchant could be a merchant who might perform the trade tasks himself. Or he may be a merchant capitalist or a commercial capitalist who might get these tasks done by workers. Whichever category the merchant may belong to, the entire merchant's commission is part of the surplus value related to the commodity which the merchant sells. This could be understood only after learning a lot more details. For the interest, 1, if the capital was a borrowed amount, the interest would go to outsiders. If the capital was not a borrowed amount, then the capitalist himself would claim the interest. In the account book he would write as if he lent his money to himself. He would also write that an interest was paid to himself. Interest is the money earned without performing labor. Land rent, 1, this is not regarding the shed that serves as the workplace. That shed will be counted among the means of production which are made of labor. This is not regarding the shed. This is regarding the land beneath the shed. Even if the land belongs to the capitalist, he would pay a rent to himself for that land. He would also write in his book that the rent was paid. This amount would remain with the capitalist only. Rent is the money earned without. 206. Performing labor. Taxes paid to the government. 2. The state of the capitalists. 2 is the continuation of the past states. Here too the property rights of the propertied classes remain as before. Landlords could be the owners of the land. They could earn land rent. Likewise, all of the capitalists could be the owners of the means of production. they could earn profit and interest through those means of production. All the laws of this state support these sorts of income. They protect these property rights from the possible revolts from the workers. This state too, therefore, is like the states in the past. However, there may not be a king sitting on the throne. Although there is no king here, there are others bearing designations like presidents, governors and prime ministers greater than the king himself. They all own large properties themselves. They therefore represent all other property owners in the country. In this state, a new term, called democracy, comes into being. Outwardly, this democracy appears as if it is applicable to the entire population. But this democracy is useful only for the property owners. In order to uphold the laws of the state, huge police force and numerous courts and prisons will be required to suppress the working class. All the property owners must pay taxes to the government to meet such expenses. Where will they get that money from? Landlords will pay the taxes from their land rent. Capitalists will pay the taxes from the surplus value earned through the commodities produced at their places. This state is not a necessity for the workers. It is a necessity for the propertied class. However, the propertied classes who should pay taxes, evade a larger proportion of the taxes by manipulating accounts. Evaded portions of the taxes will remain with the evaders instead of going to the government. Intellectual laborers too must pay taxes to the government from their income. This kind of income exists in the form of salary with definite calculations. They therefore will not. Economics for children. Have a chance to fudge their accounts. UN productive expenses and bribes. 1. The wage of the capitalist. If the capitalist performs some kind of labor in the production of his commodity, he may take wages commensurate with the amount of the labor. He may also take the surplus value. Taking salary after performing labor is not unfair. However, a capitalist tends to do a little bit of work along with the other workers only when he himself is a small-scale investor. A big capitalist does not perform any kind of labor. He does not perform even the labor of organizing the labor process. Intellectual laborers would do that work for him. Without performing any kind of labor, the capitalist claims a fat salary. He decides his own salary. Salary taken without performing labor, regardless of whether it is large or small, is taken out of the surplus value of the workers. Industrial profit, 10. This is the last portion left for the capitalist for his investment. 207. Towards setting up the industry. If the capitalist possesses own land and own capital, then the land rent, interest, fat salaries, industrial profit, all will fall into his own enormous bag. The surplus value of the workers 20 in the cloth example will be distributed under so many names and in so many ways. The same thing happens in the case of every commodity. The same thing happens in the case of the entire mass of commodities. To understand that the land rent, interest and profit are the division of the surplus value of the workers in a simpler way, let us look at this in a different way. As an example for all types of divisions of the surplus value, let us consider the interest as an example. The same thing applies to all others. We must examine whether or not the interest is essential for the production of a thing. We must also consider some means of production. Let us take the loom. We must understand the difference between the loom and interest. The loom is a means of production in weaving labor. It is part and parcel of the means of production. It must be present at 208. The workplace. Let us suppose that the value of the loom is 6. That value will add to the cloth. The components of the value of the cloth, means of production, a value of 80, wages a value of 20, surplus value a value of 20, total a value of 120. The cloth was sold. A money of 120 earned. The value of the loom has to come hack from the value of the cloth. From which component will the loom come? Since the loom value is an integral part of the means of production, it will come hack from there. The value of any raw material or any tool will add to the cloth and come hack from there. Does the same thing happen in the case of interest as it happens in the case of means of production? Take the interest for example. The capitalist must pay 1 as interest on the capital. Pi has to take out that 1 from the value of the commodity. Is the interest of 1 being an integral part of the commodity? If so, which part? From which component should it be recovered? Should it be recovered from the 80 of the means of production? It is not possible to do so. Interest is not a means of production. It did not come to the workplace. It was not expended for the new cloth. Therefore, it is not possible to take out 1 from 80 of the means of production and pay for the interest. Then, should it be taken out from the 20 of wages? That too is not possible. Unlike the worker, interest cannot come to the workplace and offer its labor. It is therefore not a component of the wages either. Well then, how to pay the interest? How else? In the commodity, there is a component Karl-led surplus value, isn't it? This is the value appropriated from the workers without paying them anything. It is possible to pay the interest only from this value. In the case of means of production, it is spent on producing the commodity. When that commodity is sold, that cost will come back in the form of money. But it is not the same in the case of interest. It is not spent on the production of commodity. Yet it has to be paid from the commo. 209. Dt. The capitalist has to take out some expense which was not spent on commodity from the value of the commodity. From which portion of the value of the commodity should he take it out? From the portion of the surplus value. It is the same thing with the land rent. It is the same thing with the profit and component which is neither the means of production nor the means of subsistence of the workers, originates from exploiting the labor. Land rent, interest and profit are types of income obtained by exploiting workers' labor. Questions and answers 1. Is it correct to consider the taxes paid to the government as part of the surplus value of the laborers? The government runs free public hospitals where workers also receive medical treatment. The government runs free schools where the children of the workers study. Workers also walk along the roads which the government lays. Then what is wrong if some portion of the workers' labor go to the government as taxes? The entire value that goes to the government is nothing but workers' labor. If there is anything by way of the taxes that is useful to the workers, it is a drop in the ocean. The entire administration which the government runs, using the value of taxes, is to maintain the police, army, courts, prisons and finally gallows. Its administration is meant to suppress the working class. Since that administration is not for the welfare of the workers, the working class need not bear that expenditure by its labor. The entire value of the taxes is part of the surplus value which the working class loses. 2. There are many kinds of artists in human society. Poets, singers, painters, dancers etc. The government gives many prizes, awards etc. to such people. It felicitates them by spending a lot of money. It pays for many such expenses from its taxes. To what category do such artists, who receive awards and felicitations, belong? If a singer sings before a gathering and takes some remuneration in return, she has that right. Each and every artist has the right to get some remuneration in return for her labor. However, artists 210. Receiving some value from the tax revenue of the government in the form of awards and felicitations is not something which they get in lieu of their labor. The governments of the exploiting classes maintain the culture of titles, awards and felicitations in order to convert highly intellectual workers and artists into their supporters. They spend some portion of their income on such activities. Such types of income which artists receive from the governments are part of the surplus value of the working class. 3. Are taxes the only source of income for the government? And not simply taxes. The government also runs some industries on its own. Which means, the government is also a capitalist. It also earns surplus value of the workers of the state-run industries. This is also its source of income. 4. How is it justified if the capitalist himself fixes his wage? Does the capitalist want justice? Who is a capitalist? He is the heir of the slave master and landlord. He is the modern man who continues the legacy of the exploitation of labor. The justice of such a capitalist lies on the side of exploitation. In case a capitalist takes less wage, it won't go anywhere. It adds to the profit which goes to him. 5. If workers are allowed to fix their wages for themselves, it doesn't make any difference. Suppose the capitalist pays the wages which the workers fix for themselves. He would add up all the wages and add profit over and above those wages. Then what will happen? Whatever is added will also be part of the total value. He would take some portion of the commodity as profit. Anything that is added over and above the wages is the surplus value of the workers. 6. How to calculate surplus value easily? If we subtract the value of means of production and the value of wages from the money that is secured after selling the commodity, the whole thing that remains is surplus value. We need to calculate surplus value in the total mass of all commodities in the same manner. This is the way by which we can know surplus value anywhere, in the case of a capitalist, in a given branch of production, or even in a country. 211. 52. Surplus labor, surplus value and surplus product, all three are one and the same. They are different forms of the same thing. Surplus labor, let us take a worker working with a master. He works 10 hours every day. He makes a few products. Let us assume that the sustenance he receives from the master per day is a collection of things made of 5 hours of labor. The amount of labor that the worker gets from this labor is necessary labor. That is the labor he ought to perform for his own sustenance. The labor performed over and above this is surplus labor. This is the labor which he won't receive. In this example, surplus labor is 5 hours which goes to the owner. Surplus value, the value of the surplus labor is surplus value. Let us suppose that the value of 10 hours of labor that the worker performed is 10 rupees. Let us also suppose that his wages are 5 rupees. Only when the owner sells worker's labor, we will know the value calculations of the labor. However, it is not possible for the master to sell labor of the worker separately. He has to sell the products which the worker produced. Not only the worker's labor, but also the old labor added through the means of production, is present in that product. Let us suppose that the old labor is 8. Then, the total value of the product actually would be old labor 8 plus new labor 10 equals 18. However, the owner who had the product made would be aware of only the cost of 8 spent on the means of production and the cost of 5 spent on the wages. Both of them together would make 8 plus 5 equals 13. The owner will add some more over and above this expense of 13. Don't I have to pay land rent and the interest? Should I not get some profit as well, he would ask. Through previous sales experience, the owner would know how much. 212. More he could add over and above the expenses of 13. Let us assume that the owner added 5 to the costs of 13. Because there is a surplus labor of 5 in that product, the owner could add 5 more to 13. Finally, the value of the product becomes 13 plus 5 equals 18. When he sells it, he would get money of 18. He would get back 8 of the means of production and 5 of wages. Over and above this, he would also get a surplus value of 5. The value of the surplus labor present in that product is the surplus value. surplus product, we assumed that the surplus value of the worker is 5 rupees. The quantity of the product which has the value of 5 is the surplus product. We must look at this point in a little more detail. The duration of the worker's labor is 10 hours. We have to call the 10-hour period a working day. Let us assume that during those 10 hours, he made 18 things. However, all the 18 things do not constitute his labor alone. A value of 8 originating from the means of production is also present in those things. We must therefore first understand how many of the 18 things represent the old labor and how many represent the new labor. The value of the 18 things is 18 rupees. One thing costs 1 rupee. Since the value of the means of production is 8, that component will receive 8 things. And since the value of the worker's labor is 10, that component will receive 10 things. It means, should the worker receive all the fruits of his labor, he must get 10 things. However, this does not happen. He receives only 5 things as wages. The product that he does not receive is surplus product. It consists of 5 things. Its value is 5 rupees. Surplus labor, surplus value and surplus product, all are one and the same. When we speak of labor, we see it in terms of hours. When we speak of value, we see it in terms of money. When we speak of product, we see it in terms of things. The surplus labor which the master gets would be either in the form of some quantity of products or some amount of money. On some occasions, he gets in the form of some work. The surplus labor which the masters got during the times of the slaves and serfs was mainly 213 in the form of surplus product. Since the times of the capitalists, the surplus labor which they get has been in the form of surplus value. Here, in order to simplify our example, we supposed that the worker's wages constituted half of his labor and the surplus labor the other half. Since the period of slavery, however, in real life, the exploitation of labor would have exceeded 99%. Which means, the sustenance that the worker receives would not constitute even 1% of his labor. Without exploitation of this magnitude, the comforts and luxuries which the exploiting classes enjoy without doing any labor and the costs of maintaining the police and the army of the state machinery would be impossible. It is quite simple to isolate these accounts of exploitation in the capitalist system. Questions and answers. 1. A working day is 10 hours. Its value is 10 rupees. Wages 5. The worker produced 18 things. The value of the means of production is 8. Based on these figures, illustrate the following in-line diagrams: surplus labor, surplus value and surplus product. The working day of 10 hours will be divided into 2 halves. Total number of things 18. 8 things go to the share of means of production. The remaining portion that represents the labor of the worker 10 things. These things will be wage as well as surplus produce. The working day of the workers, necessary labor, surplus labor 5 hours 5 hours. Wage Rs5, surplus value Rs5 5 hours 5 hours. Items of maintenance, surplus things that of the worker 5, go to the master Rs5 5 hours 5 hours 2. Consider the details of the first question. Distribute the 18 things. 214. Which the labourer produced, to the portions of the means of production, wages, and surplus value. How many things each of these portions consists of? A value of the means of production Rs.8. WGE Rs.5. Surplus value Rs.5. The total things which the labourer produced in one working day are 18. The value of one thing is 1 rupee. If we divide 18 things into 3 portions, portion of the means of production, wage, surplus value 8 things 5 things 5 things. 3. What is the amount of surplus value as per information given in questions 1 and 2? A surplus labor is 4 hours. Surplus product is 5 articles. Surplus value is rs.5. Underscore 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 underscore. 4. Would the owner get surplus product or surplus money from the laborers? During the days of slaves and tenant farmers, the masters used to get surplus product. From those products, some would go to the merchant and some towards interest. But as the system of sale of commodities developed, the master began to get everything in the form of money. With 5 surplus money, he could buy different commodities from the market. That amount is the product which the master gets due to the surplus value of the workers. If the master paid 1 to someone as interest, then the person who received the interest would buy some product in the market with that 1. 5. A money capitalist received Rs5 as interest from the cloth capitalist. The money lender bought grain with that money and consumed the grain. Well then, is that 5 value, which that money lender got, part of surplus value of the cloth laborers or grain laborers? It is the cloth capitalist who paid that interest. That interest is part of the surplus value of the laborers who produced the cloth. Those who share the surplus value, produced in a workplace where cloth is made, can buy either cloth or any other product with that value. The source of the surplus value is known not from the fact of what was bought with the interest money but where from that interest came. 6. In a workplace, 5 laborers produced 50 meters of cloth in a certain 215 period of time. When calculations are done, it is found that 10 meters of cloth go to the portion of means of production. But, could the 10 meters of cloth be used as new means of production? No, it is not possible. The capitalist can get new means of production with the value which he gets by selling 10 meters of cloth. In the workplace where cloth is made, things like yarn and loom are necessary and cloth would not be useful as a means of production. Those who use cloth as raw material in their industries would buy that cloth and give money. Getting that money implies that the value of means of production spent earlier has come back. One would get new means of production with that value. 7. There are 2 intellectual workers and 10 manual workers in a workplace. The length of the working day is the same for all. But wages vary. As a result of the labors of all workers, a machine-like product is produced. It is irrelevant whether it is produced in 1 day or a week. The value of that product consists of the labor of 12 workers. The surplus value is also included in it. How, then, will we be able to know the quantity of surplus value that each worker rendered? The capitalist would get some money if he sold that product. We have to first deduct the portion of means of production from that money. The remaining amount consists of the labor of the 12 workers. We have to deduct the portion of the wages and the remaining will be the surplus value of the 12 workers. Now we have to compare wages and the surplus value. Let us suppose that if the total of the wages is 50, the total of the surplus value is also 50. This means half of the working day consists of necessary labor and the second half consists of surplus labor. Or let us suppose that if the total of the wages is 50, surplus value is 100. It means, necessary labor consists of 1 portion while the surplus labor consists of 2 portions. In this manner, we have to first find out the proportions of necessary labor and surplus labor. Let us suppose that the ratio is, wages minus 1, surplus labor minus 2. This ratio applies to each worker. If the wage of a worker is 4, his surplus value will be 8. If the wage is 6, surplus value will be 12. In this manner, we can find out the surplus value of a given worker. We can do all this very easily. 8. Who decides the wages of the worker himself or the master? The master decides. Even if the worker himself determines and says, I 216 need this much of wage, it does not constitute the value of the labor. This worker is aware of the wages which the other masters pay to their workers and asks the same amount of wage. However much be the wage amount which the master pays, he would invariably add profit over and above it. These two components together constitute the value of the labor. It means, wage is not the value of the labor. 9. Does the worker sell his labor or labor power to the master? The worker does not know what he sells. He seeks work. He performs the task expected of him. He takes the wage. That is all. He would not know that the profit the owner makes comes from his own labor. 10. Workers do not know about surplus value. Yet we are referring to it. Similarly, workers do not know what they are selling. Then with what name they should refer it? They should call it labor power. 11.Lt is labor power which the worker sells. The capitalist buys the same. What he pays is its value. What then is wrong on the part of the capitalist? Who decided that the labor power has a certain value? It is the master who decided. Everyone is aware that the people who till the land live on rice water and live in huts. Who decided upon gruel and huts as the value of their labor power? Everyone observes that all the masters live in big mansions, eat varieties of delicious food. Who decided upon so much value for their maintenance? All these decisions were formed as a result of master-worker relations. A person who performs labor must receive the value of his labor. He must get the entire value of his labor. Not merely the value of his labor power. But the laborer is getting so little which makes him live in a hut or a small congested room in a state of semi-starvation and lacking many needs. It is the master who always decides this. The whole thing is wrong. 12. The working day of a laborer is 10 hours. Out of these 10 hours, necessary time is 5 hours. What if the laborer works only for 5 hours and then stops his work? The labor necessary for his maintenance would be over by then, right? But it is a master-laborer relationship, isn't it? The laborer should do labor not only for his own maintenance but also for his master, shouldn't he? The original agreement is that the worker ought to work 217 for 10 hours. Accepting this agreement, the worker takes up the work. The actual fact is that the laborers do not know any of these things. They do the work and receive wages as per the agreement. They do not know more than this. In case the workers do just enough labor necessary for their maintenance, then all the masters have to do labor for their own sake. Then the master-laborer relations will disappear. In fact, it should happen like that. But it won't happen in master-worker relations. 13. If someone says, you are giving all such calculations to suit your argument that surplus value is present in the commodity. But it is not true, what do you say? Why someone? You can also say, show all the calculations to argue that surplus value is not present in the commodity. Explain how incomes like rent, interest and profit come from a commodity and what types of labor do the consumers of those incomes perform for the sake of the commodity. Illustrate with examples how production of cloth will be stopped without the presence of rent, interest and profit, just as it stops if there were no yarn and loom. If you can show all that, it will be easily proved that commodity does not include surplus value. Make your own attempt. 53. Capital is a grand lie. There are a lot more things to know regarding the capitalist system. We shall see at least some of them in the subsequent lessons. But, before that, we should disclose 3 secrets here right away. We assume that the capitalist would invest the capital with his own money, don't we? We believe that he would spend his own money for the means of production, that he would pay the wages to the workers with his own money, and that he would take a profit in lieu of his hardship. So do we believe. But these beliefs are absolute lies. 218. Not even a single one of these assumptions is true. If we understand these matters properly, the entire economics would be clear. The value of any product which the capitalist gets done consists of three portions. The value of the cloth equals means of production 80 plus wages. 20 plus surplus value 20 equals 120. The three aspects are three secrets. The first secret among these, the third portion, the surplus value, doesn't belong to the capitalist. This is one secret. We have already seen this. That is not all, even the first two portions too do not belong to the capitalist. The issue of the wage is another secret. We assume that indeed the capitalist pays nothing towards the surplus value but would pay his own money towards the wages every time. However, this assumption is completely erroneous. The value paid as wages doesn't belong to the capitalist. It is a part of the value of the worker's labor only. Let us see payment of wages 3 times consecutively. The capitalist initially carried 20 rupees in his pocket to pay wages. It is a different matter whether that 20 money had come due to the labor of the capitalist or some interest or rent. Owing to this, there won't be any change in the subsequent happenings. On a certain day, in a workplace, the workers did a labor of 40 and produced commodities. The capitalist took out the 20 from his pocket and gave it to the workers as wages. The workers left for the day. The capitalist sold off the commodity. The entire value of the commodity has come into the hands of the capitalist. The value of the worker's labor in that total value is 40. We have to view this 40 as two portions. 20 of wages plus 20 of surplus value. Here, 20 of surplus value is not necessary. It is obvious that it is the value which the capitalist got without paying wages for it. Here we need to examine wages only. The capitalist set aside the wage 20 from the 40 which he got as the value of the labor of the workers and kept it in the 219 pocket in order to pay wages again. It means, the money which the capitalist initially paid as wages has come back to him. The value which he gave has come back. It has not gone anywhere. Although the money of the capitalist returned to him, it seemed as if he paid the wages of the workers with his own money. Where did the 20 that the capitalist paid as wages to the workers come from? It is part of the necessary labor which the workers did. In other words, it is part of the 40 that constitutes the value of the labor of the workers. Their wages are part of their labor. The workers returned to work. They did 40 labor again to produce similar commodity like the day before. The capitalist took out 20 from his pocket and paid the wages. The workers left. Then, the capitalist sold off the new commodity. The labor of the workers 40 returned into his hands as money. From that money, once again he kept aside 20 in his pocket to pay the wages again. That means, the money the capitalist paid as wages second time did not go anywhere. It came back to him. The capitalist's money returned to the capitalist. Nevertheless, it appeared as if he paid the wages with his own money. Where did the workers receive their wages from? From the 40 of the labor which they did second time. They got their wages from their labor. The workers returned to work again. They produced again the same kind of commodity which they did in the previous days with a labor of 40. The capitalist took out 20 from his pocket and paid the wages for the third time. The workers left. Then the capitalist sold the new commodity. The labor 40 of the workers came into the hands of the capitalist as money. He set aside 20 out of 40 and kept it in his pocket for paying wages next time. It means, the money 20 which he paid as wages third time has not gone anywhere. It has come back to the capitalist only. The value which he gave has come back. Although the money of the wages returned to the capitalist, it appears as if he paid the wages with his own money. If we see the issue of wages from the side of the workers, they 1t get wages every time for the work that they did once. 220. They would get wages again only if they do labor again. They would get second wages if they work for the second time. Third wages if they work for the third time. Each time, they get some part of the labor as wages. If we see the issue of wages from the side of the capitalist, if he puts 20 money in his pocket only once, it is enough. Every time, he does not need fresh money. He can pay the same money again and again and again as wages from the money he gave in the first instance. This is how it is possible. If a person gives some value to others, he can take back the same amount of value in return. If we focus our study on wages alone, the capitalist gives 20 wage to the workers and in return takes back that 20. He would not use that returned money for his domestic needs. Whereas the workers, they would use up the wage money for their maintenance. But the capitalist, when he gets back the wage money, he would keep that money in order to pay wages again next time. If the capitalist would not use that money, how would his domestic needs be fulfilled? The money that went as wages would bring along with it some surplus value when it returns, right? He would use it. The capitalist sends the wage money into the sphere of production with an intention to get surplus value. It would bring surplus like that. The capitalist, while consuming the surplus value, makes use of the wage money to owe wages. Whenever it goes there, each time, it will get the surplus value along with it. If the capitalist uses up the wage money for the maintenance, how would he earn surplus value? Here we have to recall the exchanges that take place between independent producers. While exchanges take place between them, every time values on both the sides get consumed. If Ramaiah, the potter, gives the pot and takes the shoes, it amounts to the fact that he got back his value. It would be an exchange of equal values. He would use the article which he got in the exchange. Samir, the shoemaker, also uses the pot which he got in return for the shoes. If they get money through an exchange, they would buy some article with 221. That money and use it. In the case of both persons, their labor is consumed every time. No one would get more value than what they gave. If they do not use or retain an article or money which they got through an exchange, it is not possible for them to survive. If the potter Ramaiah needs another article after an exchange, he ought to do more labor, give another article or money, get the needed article and use it. Persons of both the sides in an exchange would live only if they produce articles with their own labor, exchange them and use the values thus obtained. But what happens in the case of the capitalist? If we confine ourselves to wages, it appears like an exchange. As if an exchange took place between 20 wages which the capitalist paid and the 20 necessary labor which the workers gave. But it is meaningless to separate necessary labor alone from the total labor of the worker and see that an exchange has taken place with it. It is not an exchange that happens between the wages which the capitalist pays and the total labor which he takes from the workers. If the capitalist pays 20 towards wages and takes 40 from the workers, and if this happens daily, it cannot be an exchange. Wage is a means that grabs surplus value. Paying wages and getting back that money are technical steps intended to earn surplus value. In plain words, the whole thing is a big drama. The story of the wages would happen again and again and again the same way even if we watch several hundreds of times. With a money figure of just 20. The capitalist could owe the wages hundreds of times over and over again. He does not need new money each and every time. His 20 money will come into his pocket again and again. If that capitalist sells the entire commodity and closes that industry, the 20 money which he paid as wages in the past would now remain in his hands. As the new commodity is not present, he need not pay that 20 as new wages. Which means, he never spent that 20 money at all. Well, what is it that he paid as wages all these days? 20 out of 40 labor which the workers put. 222. In every time is wages. We need to understand that what happens between the capitalist and the workers is not an exchange. Another example, suppose that an independent producer saved some money from his own labor and started an industry with his own money. Let us also suppose that he paid 20 as wages to the workers from the money he earned through his own labor. Workers do labor. Commodity would be ready. When it is sold, the money he invested will come back. That money includes 20 wages also. Getting back the value spent on wages is the right thing. The independent producer who turned into a capitalist would not use the value of those wages for his personal needs. He keeps it as it is and uses surplus value only. He uses wage money again and again for wages only. It means, whether the source of money paid as wages is the self-labor of the capitalist or exploitation of others' labor, both are the same. Whatever be the origin of that money, once it assumed the form of wages, it would come back accompanied by surplus value every time. If the industry ceases to function, it would finally remain in the hands of the capitalist. If we look at this example of wages from a different perspective, we can understand the actual secret more easily. After the workers completed the work, the capitalist would not pay the wages on a daily basis. He would pay the wages on a weekly or monthly basis. He would have sold off the commodities, which the workers produced, prior to paying the wages. He would pay wages from the money earned after selling the commodity. This is what actually happens. On a certain day, the workers have performed a labor of 40 in a day. The capitalist has not paid the wages immediately. The workers have left for the day. The capitalist has sold away the commodities. The capitalist received the workers' labor of 40 as money. He took out 20 from this money and offered it to the workers later. Here is your wage of last week. As the capitalist pays the wages from the money he got after selling the commodities, it is quite clear here that the wage is a part of the worker's labor. It is the same whether the 223 wages are paid before selling the commodity or after. The wage money is not that of the capitalist. It is not the labor of the capitalist. The amount of wages could be 200 or 2,000, if not 20. It is immaterial how much is that amount. Whatever be the amount of that money, it is not. Now, the secret of the. In the example of the cloth, the value of the means of production is 80. Outwardly, it appears that the capitalist bought the means of production with his own money. How did the capitalist get that 80 money which he invested on the means of production? To answer this, first we need to examine one particular aspect of the question. The capitalist gets some amount of industrial profit every day. In the example of the cloth, that profit is 12. From this amount, the capitalist spends some portion on his family and add the remaining portion to the capital. If a part of the profit of a year is added to the capital would increase. It will become 500 after some time and 800 later. This way, a part of the something which is taken out of the capitalist's labor and paid. It is unimaginable ignorance to presume that the capitalist would pay the workers' wages every time with his own money. The truth that the capitalist pays nothing in the name of wages is a greater secret than the secret of the surplus value. Means of production. Surplus value is always added to the old capital. It means, the investment of 80, which the capitalist placed initially on the means of the production, is also something that comes from the surplus value of the past laborers and keeps growing. The family of the capitalist must have amassed an amount of money over the past times through land rent, merchant's profit or money lending. Regardless of the source of that money, it belongs to the past workers, not to the capitalist's family. If any person does labor, the value that he gets in return for his labor would be spent on his maintenance. Even if that person is an independent producer, he would live a little more comfortably than the worker, but 224. He cannot accumulate huge amounts of money that he could invest as capital. It is impossible to invest capital with one's own labor. Properties and capital are accumulated only by means of money secured through exploitation of labor of others. Let us suppose that a capitalist borrowed that money of 80 required for the means of production. How did the money lender get that money? Only through exploitation of labor in one way or the other. And one that keeps growing gradually by some means of exploitation of labor. When the surplus value belongs to the laborers, the mass of means of production that originates from it also belongs to the laborers. This is also a big secret. What, then, is the final conclusion about capital? No part of the value of the commodity includes the labor of the capitalist. If we consider the cloth made in a day, the surplus value of 20 present in the value of the cloth doesn't belong to the capitalist. Wages 20 doesn't belong to the capitalist. The 80 of the means of production doesn't belong to the capitalist. On the whole, the product doesn't belong to the capitalist. This is the case with all other products. All the means of production which constitute the property of the capitalists have been formed due to the surplus values of the laborers of the past and present. The means of production which form in the subsequent period of time to grow out of the surplus value only. It means, the properties of the capitalists do not belong to their fathers and grandfathers but to the parents, grandparents and great-grandparents of the laborers. The three components embedded in the value of the commodity commissioned by the capitalist constitute three secrets. It is a magnificent lie to say that capital belongs to the capitalist. 225. 54. Who will get profit? Capital or capitalist? Capitalist intellectuals say, if capital is invested, it should get profit. As if it is the capital which gets profit. But, it is not the capital but the capitalist who gets the profit. What does capital mean? Means of production and means of subsistence of the laborers. The two constitute capital. To produce an article, two things have to be spent, some means of production, some new labor. Those who use that article ought to do the entire labor again, otherwise that article won't be there again. Those who buy that article ought to pay its entire value. Then that article will be produced with that value. If the article is produced and sold by the capitalist, its whole value goes to the capitalist. A portion of that value is profit. Why that profit? If that profit is not secured, won't the article be produced again? To make clothes weighing a ton, a pair of scissors having a value of 10 is totally used up and worn out. The value of a scissors is 10. It is wholly worn out. A value of 10, but not more than that, would come to that commodity from that scissors. When that commodity is sold, and if we consider scissors only, the value of 10 alone will come back. Since more than 10 value has not come from the scissors, more value won't come back when the commodity is sold. If more than 10 value has come to a commodity which was made by means of a scissors having 10 value, the scissors has nothing to do with it. To procure a new scissors, that additional value is not necessary. It would be reproduced with the old value. It means, in order to get a new scissors it is enough if the value of the old scissors comes back. In the making of a new scissors more value than the old one does not add up. If we 226. Consider the extra value secured from a commodity is profit, the scissors does not need that profit. It does not embody profit. It does not use profit for its own sake. Same is the case with any means of production. Even if more value than its original value does not add to the means of production, there won't be any problem for making it again. It means, the profit that comes from a commodity is not for the sake of means of production. Means of production do not need profit. Let us suppose that out of 100 capital, a portion of 80 is means of production and 20 is the maintenance of the workers. After the commodity is produced, if an extra value of 20 is secured along with the originally invested capital of 100, that extra value is not either due to the means of production or the maintenance of the laborers. In order to secure means of production again, a value of 80 is enough. To get back again the articles of maintenance of the labor, a value of 20 is enough. No component of capital needs that extra value of 20. Secured from that capital. 100 capital would be produced again with 100 capital. It does not require more value than its own. It means that profit obtained by means of capital is not for the capital. They say, capital must get profit. Profit ought to come not for the sake of capital, capital does not require profit. Well then, profit for whom? For the sake of the capitalist. Why should he have profit? In order to live without doing any work, any labor of his own, for himself. Same is the case with land rent also. Rent is not meant for land. Whether we treat rent as production or money, the land does not use it. It is meant for the landlord. In order to live without doing any labor of his own for himself. Same is the case with interest as well. It is not meant for loan. Whether it is some product or some money that goes as loan, a loan can be without interest. When borrowed product or money is returned, the returned value will come back. Interest is not necessary in order to get back that value. Loan has no need for interest, but it is needed for the money. 227. Lending capitalist. In order to live on interest without doing any labor of his own. If we don't understand properly the hypocrisy of these principles, capital must get profit. Land must get rent. Loan must get interest. We can understand the labor relations that exist among human beings in society. Everything seems to be right. Questions and answers. 1. The value of a scissors is 10. It was completely worn out while being used in making some commodity. By the time we purchased another scissors, its price increased to 12. If we get back only 10 from the old scissors, how can we get a new scissors with that value? The price of the old scissors is 10. It has been spent. We get back only 10 from the sale of the commodity. Later, if the price of the new scissors goes up to 12, we have to add 2 more to the old value 10 and then buy a new scissors with 12.12 adds to the commodity. The same 12 would come back. With the 12 so returned, we get again a new scissors. If the prices of the means of production rise, the increased prices would be taken into account, or if the prices fall, the fallen prices would be taken into account. Profits exceeding the prices of the means of production are not obtained through means of production. The means of production do not require those profits. 2. To grow crops, fertilizers are added to the soil. Their nutrients are absorbed by the soil. Does it not mean that the land has used that product? No. The cost of the fertilizers adds to the cost of means of production, which are necessary for the crop that grows on the land. Plants grow absorbing those nutrients. The fertilizers are necessary for the crop but not for the land. It is the same case even if we till the land. 3. Who will lend loan without interest? No one needs to lend. Interest has become a necessity due to the existence of exploitative labor relations among people. We should not question, who will lend a loan without interest? We should question, is interest necessary in order to produce? 228. Something. It becomes evident that it is not necessary. Well then, we get another question, why the system of interest is in existence. We then arrive at the answer, so that the money lender could live without doing any labor of his own. We should also question further, how did these lenders get that money in the first place? 4. An independent producer has accumulated Rs 100 by means of the labor of his family members, himself included. He invested it as capital, engaged workers and set up a small industry. His capital is his own labor, isn't it? Will he not have the right to take the profit? No, he won't. He will have the right to take back 100 only, since his capital of 100 represents his own labor. Let us suppose he would get 20 surplus value daily from his industry. Surplus value that he gets in 5 days will be 100. By the time he receives this 100, it would mean that he got back his 100 capital. Thereafter, those means of production will not belong to him. Since the capital of 100 in this example represents the labor of an independent producer, he has the right to take back that value. But, if it were the capital of a person who did not do any labor of his own, he would not have any right to take that value. 5. Does the capitalist pay wages to workers first, or do the workers perform labor for the capitalist first? Workers give their labor first. However, whether the workers give their labor first or later, both mean the same as far as the calculation of value is concerned. If the capitalist has to pay wages before the workers started the work, he has to carry the money of wages in his pocket. Instead, if he could pay wages after selling the commodity, he need not keep the money meant for wages in his pocket. 6. The value of an article is 12. Old labor is 8. New labor is 4. Let us suppose that surplus labor is 2 in the new labor. Will the article be produced if this surplus labor 2 was not performed? The question should not be framed like that. The question should not be, will the article in this example be produced if 2 surplus labor is not performed? The question should be, will the article be produced if the total labor of 12 is not present? If it is the article of an independent producer and if he uses 4 for his 229 maintenance during the time when new labor of 4 is performed, then it means that the article has been produced without surplus labor. Or, if his maintenance is 3, surplus labor will be 1. The value of the article is 12. If the same article is produced in the context of master-labor relationship, then also a new labor of 4 would be performed. Hence, the value of that article would be 12. How much of this new labor goes as surplus labor is something that is calculated later. 7. Now we know that money is means of exchange. Well, then, what do black money and black market mean? A money that is not shown in the accounts is black money. Black market means selling things secretly at prices higher than those fixed by the government. Each and every capitalist ought to show correctly his accounts related to the commodities produced in his industry and also accounts related to his income tax, right? But they won't show like that. At every step they show false and fraudulent accounts. Finally, they show their net income as very little. They evade large parts of the income tax which they ought to pay. Money gets saved without paying taxes by means of false accounts. While selling commodities, sometimes they hoard the commodities, create fear of non-availability of the goods and then take out the hoarded commodities and sell them at higher prices. Of course, it is not always possible. It happens only when the supply of commodities decreases a little. Underscore 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 8. Consumption of an article means using up of that article. What does using up of money mean? Money is not used up, isn't it? Why not? If a person gives some money and buys some article, why does that money still stay with that person? Does it not mean that the person has used up the money, doesn't it? If an article is used up, It means that the labor is expended. 9. How is it possible to use the same money again, without exhausting it, once it is spent on paying the wages? Oh, it is possible. That money gets exhausted only if it is used for his personal consumption. Paying for wages also amounts to using that money. But it will come back again. If he pays wages again, it is spent again. But it will come back again. If the capitalist uses that money always for wages alone and not for other needs, it keeps coming back x. 230. 55. The land rent has become two parts. There is a landlord called Yijikondalu. Do not ask where. Such landlords are everywhere in the world. He has 1,000 acres of land in his possession. He rented it out to the families of 100 farmers. The land rent system has been in practice since the times of his ancestors. Presently it is the regime of Mr. Yijikondalu. By now, a few industrial capitalists like Shayapathy who amassed huge quantities of money have emerged. One fine day, Shayapathy called upon Yijikondalu. Look, landlord. You have 1,000 acres of land. You rent it out to 100 families. You are facing a lot of trouble as they don't pay the rent on time. Listen to me. You rent out all the land to me. I will pay the rent to you on this land, he said. The landlord was surprised. How will you pay the rent? Those peasants toil en masse. What will you do alone, he said. Well, that is where we differ from each other in being smart. If I take over the land, don't they lose it too? Then they will approach me for work. They will toil on the land the same way as they do presently. From then onwards, they will not be your peasants, they will be my labourers, explained Shayapathy majestically. The landlord was astonished again. Of course. A good idea. I am facing intolerable trouble in collecting rent from all these folks. Every year they evade half the rent. You have come up with a brilliant plan. Anyway, you capitalists are much smarter than we folks, aren't you? We will do as you said, the landlord consented happily. Shayapathy said again. How? 231. Ever, there is one thing. How much rent do your farmers pay you? I will not pay that much. They are paying you all the earnings other than what is needed for their own subsistence. If I too pay wages for their subsistence and surrender the rest to you, what will become of my profit? How will I get a profit? Therefore, your rent must reduce, if I have to get some profit. The landlord was astonished again. By how much will you slash it? Will you pay at least a half? Of course. Why won't I pay a half? After the wages are paid, we will split the rest equally. Yijikondalu started thinking. All right, let it be. Am I even getting a half from these folks? They devour everything themselves as if the land belongs to their grandfathers, he consented angrily after a while, thinking about the lapses of the tenant farmers. That is the nuisance with the labourers. They always lament over their deprivations. No quantity is sufficient for them to swallow. By the way, what did you do when they didn't pay the rent? What do I do? There are people to look after that. They will drag the evaders out, lay them in hot sun and mount rocks on their backs. Hang them upside down from the tree tops. Or tie them to carts and drag them over the stones. No use, whatever you do, they have no shame. No sir, no harvest sir, they keep telling lies. Why would there be no harvest? Our land is like gold. Shayapathy replied with enthusiasm, why do you worry whether there is a good crop or not? As agreed upon initially, they ought to pay your rent, that's all. I will pay the rent to you whether or not there is a good harvest. If there is no good harvest, I will face the music. Well said. How many times did I wish to snatch the land away from those scoundrels? What if I snatched away? Even if I gave the land to other rogues, they are no different either. They would keep on crying, no harvest. No harvest. We can't give you so much rent. We can't give you so much rent. Landlord. Why bother with all these troubles? All these days, you suffered due to those guys. Now, hand over your land to me. 232. Said the would-be tenant farmer. In the meanwhile, a maid emerged from the kitchen with a silver platter containing several food items emitting aromas. She is also a member of a tenant's family. She cooks at the landlord's home daily. In two of the silver cups, rice pudding looked appetizing with ghee floating on the top. The cups contained golden spoons. There was one cup overflowing with fresh cheese, emitting aromas. There was a golden spoon in this cup too. In the fourth, there were skinned sapota fruits and fleshy jackfruit seeds. No sooner than the dishes arrived, Shayapathy pounced upon them. First he snatched the cup of cheese. I am very fond of cheese, said he. We get it all the time. I am tired of eating cheese all the time. I won't even touch it, said the landlord, and reached out for the cup of rice pudding disinterestedly with apparent lack of appetite. By then Shayapathy, having polished off the rice pudding after the cheese, was tending to the jackfruit. My goodness! How tasty they are! I suppose your folks add a lot of manure to the grove, he said, and put the empty cup down. This jackfruit grove guy has been evading the rent for the past 3 years. I thought enough is in a GH and got him arrested and sent to the jail, said the landlord. Well done, said the wood tenant farmer, and stood up. Questions and answers. 1. What is land rent? Who pays it? This is the rent paid by the tenant farmers who perform labour for themselves. We have to set aside from the gross harvest the part of the means of production and consider only the part of the farmer's labour. Let us divide the produce that befalls the farmer's labour into 4 portions. Let us assume that 3 portions belong to the rent and 1 portion to the subsistence of the farmers. 2. The land rent has been divided into 2 portions. When and why the capitalist has taken possession of the land from the landlord for 233. Rent. The toiling farmers of the past are the agricultural labourers of the present day. From the harvest, we must set aside the portion of the workers' labour. The wages of the workers are to be paid from this. After subtracting the wages, if the rest is to be paid to the landlord as rent, what will remain for the capitalist? Therefore, that portion which was in the form of rent in the past should be available today as rent to the landlord and profit to the capitalist. The portion which remained as rent in the past therefore becomes 2 parts now. 3. What constituted surplus labour in the past periods of land rent? What constitutes surplus labour in the days of the capitalist rent? In the past, the land rent which the landlord received was the farmer's surplus labour. After the emergence of the capitalist farmer, land rent for the landlord and profit for the agricultural capital together constituted the surplus labour of the agricultural labourers. 4. If the landlord pays interest, what does that constitute? If the toiling farmers pay the rent, and if the capitalist farmer pays the rent, whether it is interest or any amount given to the trader or any other expenses which the landlord pays for, the source for all these expenses is the rent that he gets. If the capitalist tenant farmer has to pay interest, he has to pay it from the profit which he gets. If he need not pay interest, it is a saving for him. If the labouring peasants have to pay interest, they have to do so from the portion of their subsistence because of which their maintenance reduces. Neither the landlord nor the capitalist would incur any loss due to payment of interest as the labourers would. 5. If the landlord takes back his land from the farmers and gives it to the capitalist farmer, the rent collected thus far will shrink, 1t it. How would the landlord consent for it? When it happens, it does not happen in such a way that those classes would understand it with clarity. A change of this sort happens over a period of hundreds of years, not in 1 or 2 years. A few generations will pass away by the time the smallest change in the labor relations takes place. The landlord's family would not know that the land rent would decrease if the land is given out to the capitalist farmer. This is because the harvests of the past and harvests in the capitalist agriculture would not be in the same quantities. Let us suppose that the portion of the labor of the peasants in the past was 234. 100 bags of grain. The rent would constitute 75 bags out of this, which would amount to 75%. Let us suppose further that the harvest under the capitalist agriculture was 200 bags with the same quantity of labor and from the same land. Let us also suppose that the rent constituted 80 bags out of this. A rent of 80 out of the harvest of 200 is 40%. It means, the rent earned out of the capitalist harvest is significantly less than that of the past harvest. However, while the rent of the past times remains 75 bags, the rent of the capitalist production constituted of 80 bags, and therefore, it appears as if the capitalist rent is more. All these changes and calculations take place without the knowledge of the landlord, the capitalist or the agricultural workers. All this knowledge has been acquired as a result of understanding the phenomenon of exploitation of labor and the related logic. 6. Let us suppose that a tenant farmer who works himself employs a couple of laborers out of necessity. When a small-scale capitalist employs laborers, he would be an exploiter of others' labor, 1t he. Likewise, when a laboring tenant farmer employs laborers, would it not amount to exploitation of labor? This is an issue that requires careful thinking. In the case of the tenant farmer who does labor, things do not happen as they happen in the case of the small-scale capitalist. The laboring tenant farmer does not receive the surplus labor of the agricultural laborers. This is how it happens. Let us have an example as follows. The labor which the farmer has to perform is 20 for self-subsistence plus 40 for land rent equals 60. If the tenant farmer performs the entire labor without employing any laborers, the labor would be 20 plus 40 equals 60. If he employs laborers, a part of the labor of 60 would be done by the laborers. As a result, the part of the labor which the farmer ought to do would reduce. Now we have to see how these changes take place. The tenant farmer employed 2 laborers at one time. Their wages together amounted to 5. Their surplus value was 5. How should the tenant farmer pay the wage 5 to the laborers? From which part of the harvest would the salary 5 come? The wage will come only from the subsistence component 20 of the tenant farmer. If the subsistence 20 is considered, out of this, a labor of 5 belongs to the laborers and the labor of 15 to the tenant farmer. 5 for 235. The subsistence of the laborers and 15 for that of the tenant farmer, together they make 20. The subsistence of the tenant farmer's family reduced by 5 because of the reduction of 5 labor. However, the value of the laborers was not only 5, it also consisted of a surplus labor of 5. The laborers did not receive anything for the surplus labor. What has happened to the surplus labor of the laborers? Did it go to the tenant farmer? Now, we must also examine the issue of the surplus labor of the laborers. The labor the tenant farmer has to perform in the absence of the laborers is, subsistence 20 plus surplus labor 40 equals 60. If the laborers perform a labor of 10, that 10 would be reduced from the labor of the tenant farmer. Then the farmer's labor would become, subsistence 15 plus surplus labor 35 equals 50. The land rent to be paid to the landlord was 40. But, the surplus labor of the farmer was only 35. How to pay an amount of 40 land rent with this? Adding the surplus labour 5 of the labourers is the only way. The surplus labour of the tenant farmer 35 plus the surplus labour of the labourers 5 equals 40. This has to be handed over to the landlord. It is true that the tenant farmer received the surplus labour of the labourers. But that money does not go to the maintenance of the farmer. That too will go to the landlord. However, what has happened between the tenant farmer and his labourers? Because of the labourers, the labour of the farmer decreased by 10. The labourers performed a labour of 10 but received only 5 towards their own subsistence. This does not mean that the tenant farmer has received it. The surplus labour of the labourers went to the landlord and the tenant farmer did not consume it. The tenant farmer did not exploit the labourers in any manner. Such exploitation of labour would be possible to some extent when the magnitude of surplus labour of the labourers is greater than that of the tenant farmer who has to lose the surplus labour in order to pay the land rent. However, if a few labourers work for the tenant farmers, the surplus labours of all of them will owe to the landlord as land rent. 7. What if the independent farmer employs labourers? Then he will not be an independent farmer. He will be a farmer who lives partially on his own labour and partially on exploitation. Since he need not pay the rent, the surplus labour of the labourers would go to him. W. 236. 56. The tenant farmer who is unaware of labour. While a few words were being exchanged between the landlord who was unaware of labour and the tenant farmer who was unrelated to labour, human history has taken a few steps forward. Everyone's life has trodden new paths. The landlord escaped the trouble of collecting land rent from the 100 families although he remained a landlord. Shayapathy is now not only an industrial capitalist but also an agricultural capitalist. That is not all, he is also a tenant farmer now. Capitalist tenant farmer. A farmer who does not do ANV labour. The tenant farmers who laboured so far will be agricultural labourers hereafter. Agricultural workers. Agricultural proletariat. All mean the same. This change is in a way good for them. They can escape the torment of rent payment and the punishment if they fail to pay the rent. If they labour in the field of the capitalist, wage money would land in their hands. With that, they can maintain themselves as before. But there are also a few problems associated with this change. All these years, thinking that the land was in their possession, they built their own huts on that land. They were growing vegetables on that land. Rearing cattle and hens. Raising of food crops was already part of that. No need to buy any item. When they transform into agricultural labourers, all these facilities vanish. They have to 237. Buy every item out of their wages. The new owner will order evacuation of the huts from the fields. Otherwise he would demand a rent for the huts. Everything must run based on money calculations. Nonetheless, it was still okay. If the agony of paying the rent could be escaped, that is a huge relief. Subsequent developments could be tackled later. In the past, transformation of the slaves into tenant farmers was progress for the slaves. Likewise, the transformation of the tenant farmers into agricultural labourers is, in a sense, progress for the tenant farmers. However, real or complete progress would be possible only when they get rid of exploitation of labour. Only when they free themselves from the clutches of masterhood. However, such progress is far off. However distant it may be, this journey is toward that goal. This journey started when the slaves raised their heads. All these are stages in that journey. One must pass through all these stages. Shayapathy, a tenant farmer who does not perform labour, converted the toiling feudal tenant farmers into his labourers. From then on, it is the same old story. In agriculture, the labourers do all kinds of labour. Crops grow. The capitalist would retain whatever is needed for his family and sell the remaining produce. He would get money. He would get back his capital. Surplus value would emerge. He would pay the land rent out of this. If necessary, he would pay the interest. He would drop the balance amount into his kitty in the name of agricultural profit. In the early days of the industry, the capitalists found it hard to find the laborers. Only those who gave up the land due to their inability to pay the land rent were available for such tasks. A few others who possessed tiny stretches of land also showed up for the industrial jobs in the hope of earning money wages. These few people could not satisfy the needs of the capitalists. But once the capitalists took the possession of the land for rent, the problem of the laborers has been solved. All those who lost their lands were available as laborers for the industries on the one hand and the agriculture on the other. 238. As the matters continued like this for a few years, a revelation came over Yidukon Dalu the landlord, that he himself could have cultivation done on his own land. Why should he give away his own land to Shayapathy? He could keep his own laborers and have the cultivation done. If he does so, he himself would get the agricultural profit which otherwise goes to Shayapathy, wouldn't he? He thought along those lines. Later, the same thing happened. The landlord started self-cultivation. This does not mean that he would himself do labor. He would not move a twig from here to there. He won't do any labor. Laborers alone would do all kinds of labor. Crops grow. After paying the wages to the laborers, the entire balance of amount goes to the landlord. However, he would take the income under two different heads. For being the landlord, he would claim the land rent. And for having invested the capital on agriculture, he would claim the agricultural profit on that pretext. He would believe that he was getting these incomes very rightfully under these two heads. Gradually the landlord's armors said money and became industrial capitalists. The industrial capitalists piled up money, bought land and became landlords. A few small-scale capitalists initially worked along with their workers. Some of them abandoned work completely and became big capitalists. Some of the small-scale merchants became merchant capitalists. Money lenders became money-lending capitalists. A handful of intellectual workers gave up proletarian way of living and grew into capitalists. In due course, they grew and joined the antagonistic class that exploits the labor of others. However, 99% of the working class population is always workers. They have been servants of the hostile classes for generations altogether. And they continue to remain paupers. The income earned from the industrial capital is industrial profit. The income earned from the agricultural capital is agricultural profit. The income earned from the merchant capital is merchant. 239. Profit. Income earned on money capital is interest. The income earned from the land is land rent. All these taken together are surplus value. It is just the difference in labels for the income amassed by the owners. All basically mean the same. All are portions of the surplus value of the workers. All are ways of exploiting labor. All the owners who follow those ways constitute the class of the exploiters of labor. The capitalist system originated right within the feudal society. The landlords and the capitalists live together. With changes such as wages for the workers, working hours, holidays, commodity production, and markets, the feudal society gradually transformed into a capitalist society. Questions and answers 1. What are the elements on which a capitalist farmer lays his agricultural capital? Just as it happens in industrial sector, 1. On means of production, 2. On the wages of the agricultural laborers. 2. How does a capitalist farmer fix prices of agricultural products? Just as in the case of industry. Costs and profit. Costs include not only the cost of means of production and wages but also rent, interest, merchant's commission, taxes, etc. Over and above all these, profit is also included. 3. Does the landlord pay taxes to the government? Whether it is the landlord, capitalist, farmer or someone else, all will have to pay agricultural tax. It depends on their agreement. Otherwise, how would their police and prisons run? 4. What is self-cultivation? Does the family of the landlord perform the agricultural labor? No. The landlord does not rent out his own land to others. He employs laborers on the basis of wage payment and makes them work on the land. It means, the landlord now becomes an agricultural capitalist too. Now, the entire surplus value of the workers goes only to the landlord, partly in the name of land rent and partly in the name of agricultural profit. 40. 5. When the landlord rents out his land to the tenant farmers, he would spend on the cost of means of production, 1 th. The landlord would spend on the means of production even when he undertakes self-cultivation by making agricultural laborers work for him. How would he become an agricultural capitalist in the context of self-cultivation? It is a matter of terms that we use depending on the differences in the labor relations. The first relation, landlord vs laboring tenant farmers. The second relation, agricultural capitalist vs agricultural laborers. In either relation, there is nothing that the master spends on the means of production. It is simply a portion of the crop raised. Those terms are based on the nature of the relations. 6. Can all workers become capitalists? A 1 in 100 among the intellectual laborers perhaps could. If any worker transforms into a capitalist, should there not be workers with that newly emerged capitalist? How can a capitalist exist without workers? If all the workers become capitalists, whom will they exploit? They show in the movies that a poor person becomes rich and sets up companies. Capitalists without workers and rich without the poor do not exist. If a capitalist emerges, there appear workers as well to perform labor. 7. How does the mansion of a non-laboring tenant farmer look like? A person who does not perform any labor would be either a landlord or a capitalist. Their residences look like mansions that we saw earlier. Mansions of those who are not aware of labor look like this. The shelter of a tenant farmer who does labor. Huts of laboring slaves. 241. 57. Exploitation of labor is still going on throughout the world. Exploitation of labor began during the times of slavery and has been continuing ever since. However, its recognition happened just recently only after the emergence of the capitalist system. Why so much delay? It is because money calculations were scarce in the past societies. There, the system of paying wages to the workers did not exist. The means of production were not available in the market. No item contained the value calculation. Although a part of the produce was sold, it was too small. No accounts existed to calculate the amount of labor which the laborers did and how much of that they received in return. In fact, the concept of labor was not known at that time. In the capitalist system, the practice of paying wages to the workers had begun. Here, every item is based on money calculations. The values of all kinds of labor and all kinds of things exist. In money calculations, when a capitalist gets a product produced only for the purpose of sale, he would buy all the necessary means of production with money. The value of each of these items would be clearly known. Let us assume that value is 80. Likewise, wages of the workers too exist here as money calculations. Let us assume that value is 20. These are the only two components needed for the production. There is no third component here. These two components together make the capital, which is 80 plus 20 equals 100. It means, what is spent as capital would also be known. The amount of money earned from the sale of the products would also be known. Let us suppose that the amount is 120. When all the calculations are available, it is very easy to find out the value of the worker's labor. How much remains if we deduct the cost of means of production from 242? The value of the new production? 40. This is the value of the labor which all of the workers in the workplace performed. If we deduct the wages which the workers received from this amount, what remains is the surplus value of the workers, which is 20. Suppose that there are no money calculations for the value of the means of production and the subsistence of the workers. Further, suppose that the newly produced goods are not for sale. In such a context, how is it possible to calculate the value of the labor of the workers and what portion from that value did or did not the workers receive? Not possible. It is not at all possible to understand the value until the system of the wages to workers is established. Existence of money calculations implies that there are conditions necessary to discover the phenomenon of exploitation. This is the precondition. But it, in itself, is not enough. In the first place, one must understand what labor is. One must realize that it is the humans who do labor and that tools do not perform labor. One must know that land is not made out of labor. One must know that rent, interest and profit do not add any labor to the newly produced goods by themselves. One must understand the distinction between the kind of labor which the means of production add as objects and the kind of labor which the human beings in the workplace do. One has to grasp all these aspects by means of rational logic. Not just one capitalist, take all of the capitalists and landlords in a given area. Not just a specific area but the entire country. Not just one country but consider the entire world. The entire history of the world is the history of the hostile classes. From time immemorial to date, the entire population of the world has been divided into two principal hostile classes, into a class that performs labor and a class that exploits the labor. We too are a part of the population of a country within the world population, aren't we? That means we too belong to one of the classes, to the class performing labor or the one exploiting labor. In order to know to which class we belong, we must consider few more issues. 243. Questions and answers 1. Exploitation of labor has been there since the days of slavery, isn't it? Then, why the intellectuals of those times did not grasp it? For the uncovering of exploitation, certain calculations are essential. When the slaves worked, what was the value of the means of production consumed? What was the value of the things spent on the subsistence of the slaves? What was the total value of the goods produced due to the labor of the slaves? Only when we know these three figures, we will find a way to understand exploitation of labor. There must exist a system to measure every kind of labor and every produce with the same measure. Although money emerged a long time ago, no produce would have money calculation if exchanges through money were very rare. During the time of the slaves, wage system did not yet exist. There were no such details as how much value did their labor have and how much value was spent on their maintenance. During such a period, how was it possible for anyone to understand exploitation of labor? 2. Is there exploitation of labor in India? Alas, what kind of a question is this? Do you have rents, interest and profit in India or not? 58 Bourgeois magician. Now we have to once again look into the procedure by which the capitalist determines the price for the new produce. Neither the land rent of the workplace nor the interest or profit of the capital constitute the costs needed for the new produce. Even if the capitalist pays land rent or interest to others, still they do not constitute the costs needed for the making of the products. These costs therefore are not added to the value of the produce. Even the merchant commission that goes to the merchant for selling the produce will not become the necessary component needed for the making of the product. That cost will not add to the value of the produce. We will see more on this aspect in subsequent lessons. 244. In fact, the capitalist doesn't know which cost is added and which cost is not added to the value of the produce. He has to get land rent from the products that he got produced. Similarly, he has to get the interest, the profit, the merchant commission, the taxes and other expenses. Just as the raw materials and tools appear as essential elements for producing commodities, the costs of land rent, interest, profit etc. also appear as essential things to the capitalist. He therefore shows them as the costs incurred for the production in his accounts. Finally, the following is the way the capitalist determines the price of his produce: costs of the cloth making, for the means of production 80 rupees for wages minus 20 rupees for other items, 1, land rent 2, interest of the capital 3, profit for the capital K 4, taxes to the government 5, merchant commission 6, other expenses, cost of the cloth, underscore 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 120 rupees. The cloth was sold. Money of 120 was earned. Out of this money, the means of production 80 has come back. New means of production will come to the workplace with this money. The wages 20 also has come back. New wages will be paid with this money. These two components will be circulating in the hands of the capitalist repeatedly. They keep returning every time. It is enough if he invests only once on the means of production. This value will be reused again and again. There is no wonder in this. Furthermore, it is the same thing with wages in the hands of the capitalist. If money of 20 is invested once on wages, it will keep returning again and again. There is no need to invest on the wages for a second time. The 20 that constitutes the third component of the price is never recovered. It is always distributed. We may deduct the land rent, the interest, the profit, the taxes, the merchant profit and many other things out of that 20. How surprising! Although 245 components that are not related to production are derived from the very produce. It is possible to deduct all the costs, which do not add to the production value from the very production value. The mass of 20 gets distributed under several heads and is spent. And the next day a new produce is generated. It will earn money. Out of that new money, new land rent, new interest, new profit, all are distributed afresh once again. And are expended. It happens so every day. It is possible to keep on earning land rents, interests and profits out of the value of the produce. What will a capitalist think seeing this? He thinks, my calculations in estimating the cost of production are right. He would also think, any production would aptly hand over land rent to the landlord and profit and interest to the capitalist. But what is the actual truth? Some aspects of the calculations of the capitalist are false. In the example of the cloth, only the components 1 and 2 of what the capitalist shown are real expenses. All the components shown in component 3 are false. They are components not related to the making of the cloth. Nevertheless, they originated from the value of the cloth for a different reason. When a commodity is produced in the context of master-worker relationship, a component called the surplus labor constitutes an essential part of the production. That also is the labor of the workers. It is the labor which the master could exploit from the worker. Since this component constitutes a part of the production, it is possible to divide it under several false heads. This is the real secret. It is exploiting and dividing the labor of the workers. The sum total of all the divisions is equivalent to the component of the surplus labor. Since 20 is the surplus labor in the example of the cloth, all the items such as the land rent, the interest and the profit can divide only the 20 among themselves. None could extract anything out of the 80 of the means of production or 20 of the wages. Masters extracting some labor out of the workers has been happening for thousands of years, ever since the times of the slaves and masters. This is what all the landlords and the capitalists have been doing. 246. Undertaking the production of any commodity is an industry. If production of cloth is undertaken, it is the textile industry. If production of liquor is undertaken, it is the liquor industry. If the production of guns is undertaken, it is the arms industry. If production of buses and trains is undertaken, it is an industry too. If drivers are employed to drive the vehicles, it is a different kind of industry. Making any type of commodity is an industry. Finally, if the capitalist organizes agriculture, it is the agricultural industry. It is the same thing to invest capital in any industry. The capital must come back and get surplus labor along with it. Groups of people who divide the surplus labor among themselves would always be waiting. The person who invests capital in any business, whether it is money lending, selling the goods or any other business, that person is a capitalist. However, the person who gets goods produced is given a unique name: bourgeois. The capitalist system commenced with the beginning of this bourgeois. In this system, the bourgeois is the magician who extracts surplus labor from the workers. And he is the Dharmakana, who distributes that value to all other fellow capitalists in the form of money. Questions and answers. 1. Are the commodities produced in the industry of a capitalist meant for his own use, complete sale, or partly for self-use and partly for sale? They are totally meant for sale. The sole purpose of that industry is sale. Out of the thousands of the units of the commodities produced in the industry, even if 1 or 2 units are used for personal use, it is insignificant. 2. Independent producers also sell a part of their production, don't they? Ramaiah, the potter, would sell a few pots. Samir, the shoemaker too, would sell a few shoes. A capitalist also does the same thing. Can. 247. We say that only the capitalist undertakes production of the commodity solely for the purpose of sale? Don't ask, can we say? We must say so. Even if the potter Ramaiah sells a few pots, he would purchase such items as shoes and grains and use them for his own maintenance. The labor of an independent producer like potter Ramaiah would be very limited. What remains after using the goods for subsistence is very little. This is not the case with the commodities of the capitalist. They are made out of the labor of dozens, hundreds and thousands of workers. The quantity of those commodities would be in hundreds and thousands of tons. A capitalist who gets lakhs of copies of a newspaper printed every day, how many copies of the newspapers would he use for his own need? A capitalist who gets 100 tons of cement produced every day, how much cement would he use for his own requirement? A capitalist who gets 1,000 blankets produced every day, how many of these new blankets would he use for his own need? Some of the products may not be of any use for a family. Even if 1 single soap is used every day, it is negligible compared to the 10,000 soaps made every single day. The entire capitalist commodities are for sale. A profit is earned out of it. All of the goods required for self-maintenance must be bought using that profit money. However luxuriously one may spend on one's maintenance, heaps of money would remain. The capital will grow due to that money. The increased capital will bring more profit. There is no comparison between the nature of the sale of the commodities of the independent producer and that of the capitalist. The first one is for self-subsistence. The second one is for amassing money. 3. How to see the surplus value in the capitalist production? The capitalist will show accounts relating to the commodity. Regardless of whether the accounts are genuine or fabricated, we could assess the surplus value using these accounts. One must add up what is shown as costs of the means of production and the wages of the workers. Only these costs are added to the value of the commodity. Apart from these, no other costs are necessary for the production of the commodity. The land rent, the interest and many such names appear in the accounts. The total sum of all such items makes the surplus value. Out of the fat salary that the capitalist claims, a large bulk of it must be added to the surplus value. If we have 248. Access to the accounts of the capitalist, we can easily find out the surplus value. If we find fabricated costs in the accounts of the means of production, it is possible to find the real costs. We have to add certain portions of those fabricated costs to the surplus value. 4. 1t There be good people among capitalists. A goodness among masters means a little kindness. We find good people even among slave masters. Yet that slave master too lives on the labor of his slaves. Not on his own labor. He sells and buys slaves. He treats them with little kindness. We find good people even among landlords. Yet a landlord lives on the labor of tenant farmers. We find good people even among capitalists. Yet they live on the surplus value of the workers. They, however, make some arrangements like drinking water etc. for the benefit of workers in the workplaces. The master's kindness will not have more meaning than this in the context of master-laborer relations. Even a good fellow lives on the exploitation of labor of others and acquires property. K. 59. The principal doubt concerning price. One may get several doubts while understanding the price. The price may also fluctuate depending on many specific contexts. Therefore, such contexts would further confuse our understanding. Nevertheless, while trying to understand any issue, we have to first understand the principle applicable to all the conditions. The specific conditions only act upon the general context. There is a common doubt regarding the price. Why not pay the entire value of the labor of the workers as wages and simply add a little more over and above that? What is wrong with this? This is the doubt. We must take an example. Let us take the example of the shirt. The value of its means of production is 80. The wages of the workers is 20. Surplus value 249 is 20. The sum total is 120. Let us assume that the capitalist would pay a total of 40 instead of 20, as wages to the workers. Let us suppose that the capitalist pays the entire value of labor of workers and simply adds 20 and sells the commodity at 120 plus 20 equals 140. Furthermore, the capitalist would pay off the land rent and interests and also take his own profit out of this arbitrarily added 20. How can the arbitrarily added 20 be the surplus value of the workers? If a part of the workers' labor value 40 is not paid, it could constitute the surplus labor, but if the 40 is paid in total, how would the surplus labor of the workers still remain? This is the question. If we cannot answer this question, it would mean that we have not understood anything about value that we have read so far. We must, therefore, try to understand this aspect properly. Answer: in the example of the shirt, when was it determined that the value of the worker's labor is 40? When the value of the shirt was 120. When the value of the means of the production was 80, out of that 120. The new labor is 40 since the old labor is 80. If a new labor adds to the commodity with 120 value, the 120 value would increase further. But if no new labor is done on the commodity and yet it is sold at a higher value by increasing the value from 120 to 140 without any basis, then it amounts to commercial fraud, as it may happen anytime and anywhere. It would be a specific context. Commercial fraud is committed at a higher or a lower magnitude whenever it is possible. When such fraud is committed, that merchant will earn more profit than what is due to him from that commodity. That additional profit comes from the person who bought the commodity. Whenever commercial frauds are committed, the people who bought the commodities lose more money than usual. Now, we have to see how the value will change if the capitalists who produce the commodity themselves add arbitrarily over and above the actual value, instead of committing commercial fraud. Does a single capitalist in a particular branch of 250 production, or do all the capitalists in a given branch of production, or do all capitalists in all the branches resort to this act of adding arbitrarily to the actual value? This is what we have to find out first. It is impossible for a single capitalist to do such a thing. It is also impossible for all the capitalists in a single branch of production to do so. It is possible for all the capitalists in all the branches of production to increase the prices. However, if all of them increase the prices, then that change would be equivalent to the absence of such a change. This means, it is not possible to add some excess to the actual value arbitrarily. What if one capitalist does it? If only one capitalist in the branch of production of shirts increases the price of a shirt from 120 to 140, he will not be able to sell the commodity at the increased value. This is because the other capitalists in the same branch of production sell similar shirts at a price of 120 only. That means, no individual capitalist will be able to increase the value of the commodity without any basis. What if all the capitalists in a given branch of production do it? Such an act of increasing the 120 arbitrarily will not be possible even if all the capitalists in a given branch of production collude. This is because that a given branch of production will have links with commodities of the other branches of production. A capitalist doesn't exist only as the one who sells his commodities, he also exists as the one who must purchase the means of production from other capitalists. The capitalist of shirts must purchase the means of production from several other branches of production in order to produce his own commodity. If the capitalists of one branch of production have the right to increase the price of a commodity arbitrarily, the capitalists of other branches of production too will have the same right. A principle applicable to one capitalist is applicable also for the capitalists of all the other branches. If the capitalist in a given branch of production increases the value of his commodity by 50% and sells it, he will have to buy the means of production and means of subsistence at prices increased by 50%. 251. As a single branch of production cannot have special principles and special rights, it is not possible for a single branch of production to increase the price by adding non-existing value. What if all the branches of production do it? If all the capitalists collude, it is possible to increase the prices arbitrarily. If they think, let us all increase the prices by 10%, they could do so. In that event, every capitalist will sell his goods at 10% higher price and will have to buy the means of production, goods of subsistence and items of luxury from other capitalists at 10% higher price. That means, this change essentially amounts to as if there was no change. Now let us see what happens if all the branches of production increase the prices arbitrarily. The real value of the shirt is 120. To add the non-existent value of 20 to this value, we must first see the percentage of increase. This is because every capitalist will increase his value at the same rate. We therefore must consider that non-existent percentage of value. If we add 20 to 120, how much will it be for 100? 120 extension 100 equals 17%. We must assume that every capitalist will add the non-existent value at the rate of 17%. Prices everywhere form in this manner in the branches of production of means of production and means of subsistence of workers. When the actual value of 120 of the shirt has increased to 140, the intrinsic components of the 120 also will increase. Now, the value of the means of production of the shirt is not 80, it will become 93 following the addition of 17% more. Likewise, the value of the labor of the workers is not 40. It too will increase in the same proportion and become 47. These two components together will make 93 plus 47 equals 140. After selling the shirt for 140, when 93 of the means of production are taken back, 47 will be the value of the labor of the workers. In order to pay the entire labor of the workers when the value of the shirt is raised to 140, the capitalist ought to pay 47 and not 40. When the value of the shirt has increased to 140, even then it does not contain non-existent value. The entire 140 is the value already existing. After recovering 93 on the means of production and paying 252, 47 to the workers, what else is left? How is it possible for the capitalist to extract 20 out of the 140? Where is room for the non-existent value in this 140? Then, what is the outcome of arbitrary increase of the actual value? The increased value itself has become the actual value. The form of the actual value has changed. A figure of 120 has changed to another figure of 140, that is all. As there was no room for the land rent, interest and profit in 120, even in 140, there is no room for all these components. To extract these components out of 140, one should be able to extort some surplus value from 47 that constitutes the value of labor of the workers. That means, a part of the 47 should not be paid. Alternatively, what if the entire amount of 47 is paid to the workers and the value of the commodity is increased to 170? What if a surplus value of 30 is appropriated out of 170? This will be a repetition of the same old story. The increased 170 will become the actual value. Unless one realizes how illusory it is to add a non-existent value arbitrarily to the actual value, it does not amount to understanding even the alphabets of value. Value is added only through the following two components, through the old labor and through the new labor. When 140 is extended arbitrarily to 170, the value of the means of production will surpass 93. The value of the labor of the workers will also surpass 47. The old and the new labor together will make 170. To pay back the entire value of the workers' labor, an amount of not 47 but more must be given. In that case, the capitalist cannot extract the non-existent value that he added to the value of the commodity. The entire 170 would be the existing value. If we consider the example of grain instead of a shirt, we will know its parts easily. The value of a bag full of grain is 120, out of which, the portion of means of production is 80 plus portion of wages is 20 plus surplus value is 20 equals 120. This grain must belong to the means of production and the laborers. But a fourth part of the grain goes invariably to the portion of surplus value. That portion is consumed by those who have not done any labor for the production of grain. Instead of considering the 253 value of that grain as 120, if we add 20 more and increase it to 140, even then the value of 140 should go to the means of production and laborers, shouldn't it? But, that 142 will split into three parts. Some portion of that grain would go to the arbitrarily added 20 and it will be consumed by those who have not done any labor for producing the grain. Arbitrarily added value does not remain without taking a portion from that grain. It grabs some portion from the commodity. Adding some value just arbitrarily is possible with reference to the already produced commodities, and it does not happen in vacuum. Some portion from the mass of commodities keeps going to the arbitrarily added value. Regardless of how many different ways the value of the commodity is increased, the increased value itself will become the actual value of the commodity. That is made out of the two components, the old and the new labor. The capitalist cannot evade paying for the costs of the means of production in total. If a needle is broken, the work would stall until a new needle is brought in. Not even the least bit of the expense of the needle can be evaded. If he evades, the needle cannot be produced at its place of production. Only in the case of the workers, it would be possible to evade from paying for a part of their labor. Because in the value of the commodity there exists a part that is not paid, the capitalist could demarcate some amount under several false heads. What is demarcated this way is not the non-existent amount, it is the existent amount. If the capitalist demarcated a value of 20 on costs, not only these costs but also a labor of 20 must have been expended on the commodity. Therefore it would be possible to add the 20 to the costs. If the value is understood correctly, we will not encounter the question that if a non-existent value is added, how could it constitute the surplus value of the workers? It will be evident that it is not possible to add non-existent value and that non-existent value itself is surplus value. The question, what is the price of a commodity, is not important. The fact that rent and interest have been paid and 254. Profit has been secured out of that price indicates that it is not possible to take out all those portions unless surplus value is part of that price. Where land rent, interest and profit exist, it is indicative of the existence of the surplus value. If these names are changed and different names are given, then we will have to examine those names also. Questions and answers 1. When the capitalist determines the cost of the commodities, he would invariably add some amount in the name of profit and he would be able to acquire it. How could he acquire it if that profit is not present in the commodity? The portion of surplus value is present in the commodities. The capitalist is able to take it in the name of profit. What the capitalist takes is the value present in the commodity and not the non-existent value. 2. Whatever amount of the value the capitalist adds in the name of profit, is it a value that exists? If the commodity is sold at the price fixed by the capitalist, then it is a value that exists. However, caution must be observed here. What we find about price in this book is not enough. On this topic, one must refer to the chapter on the general rate of profit in another book of ours, An Introduction to Marx's Capital. One will find answers to several questions there. It is not possible to discuss all that here. 3. The capitalist added a profit of 20%. Other capitalists too could extract a similar profit. One capitalist, however, failed to sell his commodities properly and hence made a profit of only 10%. Does it mean that he suffered a loss? No. Incurring loss means not getting even 1% profit. Securing 10% profit does not mean loss. The fact that he did not get as much profit as others got means his profit has gone down. Since decrease in profit is loss, it is loss for him in that sense. 4. A capitalist really suffered loss. Have the workers really offered a surplus value? Certainly they have. The workers have done the labor necessary to produce the commodity, haven't they? Have they not made the commodity? Surplus value is embedded right within the commodity. If not the capitalist, whoever bought the goods at a lower price got the 255. Surplus value. Workers had done the labor a long time ago. There would be different reasons for the loss of the capitalist. It does not mean workers did not do labor. Their working day includes surplus labor time. It is not the fault of the workers if the capitalist suffered a loss. Workers are not responsible for that. 5. When do the workers suffer a loss? What kind of a question is this? Workers suffer loss every day. When the master evades paying wages completely, it would be a complete loss. 6. The price of a commodity is 10. If it is sold at that price, the merchant would get a mercantile profit of 2. But, the merchant sold it for 11 fraudulently. As a result, his profit increased by 1. In what ways did the merchant get his profit? The value of the commodity is 10. If it is sold at the same price, profit would be 2, which comes from the surplus value of the workers who produced the commodity. The profit 1 which the merchant got by selling a commodity for 11 instead of its original price of 10, the merchant got that 1 from the purchaser of the commodity. The purchaser might be a worker or a capitalist. The purchaser paid 11 for a commodity whose value is only 10 and he incurred a loss of 1. This will be the profit for the merchant. If the purchaser was a worker, 1 would diminish in his maintenance. If the purchaser was a capitalist, 1 would diminish in his profit. Profits which are secured by selling commodities at their actual prices come from the surplus values of the workers. Profits secured by following fraudulent practices, such as weighing commodities less and grabbing higher prices, come from the purchasers of the commodity. 7. What is it that a capitalist adds to his costs? Should we call it profit or surplus value? The capitalist calls it profit. Because land rent, interest, taxes, merchant's commission etc. are listed as costs. He adds something more under the head profit because he thinks he ought to get profit. But, we need to know about surplus value. We need to consider only 2 kinds of costs out of several costs which a capitalist shows. They are means of production and wages of the worker. The remaining costs constitute surplus value. Hence, we calculated surplus only. Profit is a portion in surplus value. The entire surplus value is not profit. 256. 8 capitalists incur losses on some occasions, don't they? What then, is wrong if they take profit? If a capitalist incurs loss, it does not mean he lost his own labor. What he receives in the form of profit is not his own labor. Workers leave the capitalist workplace only after they produced the commodity. It is not the fault of the workers if the capitalist could not sell his commodity. It is a vulgar argument to say that a capitalist can take profit because he incurs loss. The workers lose their surplus labor on both the occasions, when the capitalist incurred loss as well as secured profit. This means, workers always incur loss. This is the real point which we ought to understand. 60 Investigation about value began 2,000 years ago. What is the value of a thing? Why do we get money when we give a thing? What is money? Do you know what kind of questions are these? Today these questions are quite simple. The value of a thing is merely the total labor spent on it. When we give a thing, we get money in lieu of its value. Money is the singular means to measure the value of the things with their own value. In this manner, we can give answers to those questions. These questions, however, were the toughest questions in the past. A great number of intellectuals struggled to find answers to these questions but lost their battle after thinking again and again and again. A few of them who attempted to understand profit, speculated as it appeared to them. Tools will do a lot of work. Any amount of profit could be earned out of these tools, said a few. When a thing is sold, those who buy the thing also provide the profit, said a few others. Besides those who talked such nonsense, there were others who spoke a few wise words. Although these people did not understand what value was, they nevertheless said a few meaningful words once in a while on matters within their 257. Comprehension. Based on a few sensible thoughts which one gentleman proposed, another extended them further. Thinking is always a good practice. Others too will discover yet other good points. Regardless of which gentleman said which good words, all of them weighed pros and cons and finally concluded that land must get land rent. And capital must get interest and profit. They were not aware of anything other than that. The intellectuals of those times would learn only from the landlords, only from the capitalists. They would learn only from the merchants and money lenders. They repeat words pronounced by the others. There is no difference in essence. Aristotle. In this manner, the quest for understanding value that began with the Greek thinker Aristotle and proceeded through the English intellectual Ricardo continued over a period of 2,000 years. Ricardo said many good words as compared to his predecessors. Value is only labor. If not for labor, how can there be value, he said. This was excellent comprehension. If we understand this more appropriately, moving in the same direction, we could progress until grasping the concept of exploitation of labor. Though Ricardo said those few good words, he himself plunged into the chasm of uncertainties. He encountered several doubts on the thoughts he expressed himself. If value is labor, the part that is transferred from the commodity into the hands of the capitalist in the name of profit must also be labor, is it not? If the capitalist too toiled, then it should take the form of the wages, but why is it taking the form of profit? Is profit to the capitalist's labor? Ricardo deliberated and was thoroughly puzzled. A while later, however, his puzzlement cleared up. It is the capital and not the capitalist that gets profit, isn't it? Then, when 258. The capital was invested, shouldn't it earn a profit? Who will lay capital if they don't get profit? If no one invests capital, how are goods produced? Without goods, how will people live? All will be topsy-turvy without the capital earning a profit. This way, Ricardo suppressed his bright questions and puzzles himself. Having arrived all the way up to the door of the truth where he could grasp exploitation, he quickly retreated. Capital must earn profit. Without profit, capital won't exist, will it? Since the capital must earn profit, what goes to the workers must reduce. There is no escape, he concluded with a deep sigh. While saying that capital must earn profit, Ricardo did not pronounce anything novel as compared to his predecessors. However, since he pronounced that there existed a relationship between profit and what was given to the workers, his reflection turns out to be a wonderful observation. With this clue one may cover any distance. Do you know who did finally understand value correctly? Questions and answers. 1. The capitalist labors a lot in setting up industries and in running them, doesn't he? Why should we consider that he doesn't work? Why should we call the profit he receives exploitation of labor? If he does labor, he has to take wages. He could also get the surplus value related to his wages. If a person does labor, he will have the reasonable right to receive its value. We don't call his wage exploitation of labor. What the capitalist receives is not simply wages. He receives rent, interest, profit and everything else. We call those incomes exploitation of labor. The wage which the capitalist receives is not something tiny. Not even the salary which he pays to his manager. The capitalist takes a salary which is 100 times more than what he pays to his manager. He himself decides his salary. Large part of his salary is the surplus labor of the workers. Those who ask won't the capitalist work, should also ask why the capitalist also earns a profit in addition to the wages. 2. Is there a difference in the duration of work expected to be performed in a day by the workers and the independent producers? Certainly there would be a difference. Independent producers have no 259 master. Therefore, they must perform only that much labor to support comfortable life sustenance. In a day, they may or may not perform more work than what is needed for sustenance. On a day when more work is performed, more means of production are spent. More products than before are produced afresh. There won't be any rule as such that it should be the same every day. This is not the case, however, with the workers. They have a master. For the master, the workers inevitably must perform surplus labor every day. It is the same thing with the slaves and the feudal tenant farmers. 3. Workers have holidays. What about holidays for slaves and feudal tenant farmers? are holidays for slaves. They must work day and night. They will have a holiday only when they die. About feudal tenant farmers? They sleep at least during nights. 4. What sort of money used to be there during the days of slaves? Are coins made of silver and gold, not paper notes. 61. Ignorance of intellectuals. The intellectuals of the previous times, however, did not have the correct understanding of labor. All of the old economists have had the erroneous notion that the tools also perform labor. How do people with such notions understand what is earned in excess of the capital? They think that tools yield that excess. No intellectual of the past ever thought if that excess would come through the workers. 1. The capitalist pay wages to the workers? How? 260. Can the surplus be earned through the workers? The tools alone do a lot of work. Any amount of surplus must come out of the tools. They thought mostly along these lines. Just as the common people considered, the intellectuals too believed that land is landlord's property. For those who believe so, a landlord taking land rent appears quite natural and justified. The intellectuals of the past believed whatever they saw in their vicinity as appropriate in whichever form they found them. How can such people be considered as intellectuals? The question arises. They are considered so because they use logic when they argue. Their logic would be as follows: the landlord gets land rent. Why so? Because the land belongs to him. Do those who do not own the land earn the land rent? They don't, do they? Only those who own the land get land rent. Those who pay rent do so because they are obliged to pay. Therefore, it is appropriate to get land rent for the land. Since it is appropriate, it happens that way the intellectuals of the past deliberated. The same is the situation even today. Is there any difference between what an intellectual of this kind believes and what the common people believe? Nothing. The intellectual of the past also thought in the same way as the landlord thought and as the tenant farmer thought. The intellectual believed that the assumption that the land must get land rent was a great tenet and that he made this grand discovery. The intellectual witnessed that those who invested capital earned profit. The intellectual witnessed that those who lent loans earned interest. For him, all of these were right things. They happened because they were right things. Or else why would they happen? Whatever happens in the society is right. Ownership was right. Servitude was justified. The riches and the penury were all right. These were the deliberations and understanding of the intellectuals of those days. In the times farther than this, like the slave masters, the intellectuals of those times too believed that the slaves were the property of the slave masters. 261. Terms. For the intellectual of those days slavery was a right thing, since slavery was a right thing in the view of the slave master. That intellectual too was a slave master. Starting from those days until today, the land rent, interest and profit were all quite justifiable for all of the intellectuals. These views are, however, terribly erroneous. These errors are being perpetuated due to faulty labor relations. Do you know who pointed out these erroneous views and discovered the fact that exploitation of labor has been taking place? Questions and answers. 1. Tools also perform labor. Do the intellectuals still think this way? And 99 out of 100 still think that way. Since we cannot say 100 out of 100, we say 99. In fact, the so-called intellectuals do not pay attention to anything other than what they studied. They don't care for anything else. The mathematics teacher teaches the interest calculations brilliantly in terms of simple interest, compound interest and so on. However, he would not at all know what interest is. The science teacher explains skillfully what gravity of Earth is. He, however, doesn't bother who has or does not have the land. No intellectual knows whether or not the master and worker relations are rightful. A singer renders lyrics of tragedy with utmost talent. An artist sketches the caricature of the poor people with great skill. However, the tragedies and the poverty do not touch them. On the contrary, they appear quite natural to them. It is enough for them to sell their songs and pictures at higher prices. They also seek awards and felicitations. To know if tools also perform labor, it is irrelevant to read Begaved Guitar. One would open his eyes if he reads Marx's Capital. All these intellectuals, however, have been graduated only through the capitalist education. These artists have been perpetuating the arts of the times of slave masters. They do not appreciate logic. In reality, these intellectuals do not use their brain. They are stunted at what was taught to them in their early classes. The entire education of the exploiting societies glorifies and defends the relations of exploitation. Therefore, higher degrees and higher grade jobs should not be associated with intellect. Even the university professors do not know the difference between the tools and the workers. 262. 2. The landlord says the land is my property. Land must get land rent. The capitalist says the means of production are my property. I must get interest and profit. If the intellectuals too reiterate the same, doesn't it amount to repeating what the landlord and the capitalist say? Shouldn't there be independent analysis by the intellectuals? Our intellectuals hail also from the working class. The intellectuals of the exploiting class need not analyze exploitation. Only the intellectuals of the working class are obliged to do so. They face daily all types of problems that originate out of exploitation. They wage struggles on immediate problems. But they do not take note of the basis called exploitation of labor. They do not focus on human relations. They ignore their responsibility as intellectuals of the working class. Still the situation is like this. They will learn some day in future. Superstition is another name for ignorance. They still hold superstitious notions. 3 intellectuals make very good suggestions. They say, the environment should not be destroyed, there shouldn't be corruption, human rights should be protected, and so on. They say many such good things. Do you say that they are irresponsible? Oh. Those who say that environment should not be destroyed must first know who is destroying the environment. All the processes of production are in the hands of the capitalists. First, one should raise the question, why is environment destroyed? Is it because of the actions of the capitalists or workers? The actions of capitalism that aim at multiplying profits destroy the nature. In such a situation, what should those people who talk of environment do? They should understand capitalism and criticize it. Similarly, what is corruption? Taking bribes etc. by politicians from the capitalists. Why do capitalists give bribes? From where do they pay those bribes? Do they pay lakhs and crores as bribes out of the fruits of their own labor? Those who shout at corruption must first be angry at capitalism. Similarly, those who talk of human rights must understand which human beings are depriving which human beings of their human rights. Intellectuals who wage struggles against the problems do not turn their faces towards the causes of those problems, however striking they are. They don't utter a single word against exploitation of labor. Outwardly, they may give sermons. Are such intellectuals responsible? 263. 62. Who discovered the secret of exploitation of labor? Exploitation of labor has been taking place for several millennia. The human intellect could grasp the fact of exploitation of labor 2,000 years after an inquiry into the value began. Finally, in 1867, the act of understanding exploitation of labor was accomplished by Karl Marx, an economist from Germany. All the intellectuals of the past including David Ricardo, could find nothing wrong with land rent, interest and profit, whereas Marx proved them to be false incomes. By means of his logic and value calculations he proved them to be forms of exploitation of labor. To prove this, he wrote a 4-volume work titled Capital I. In this work, he discussed all the arguments of the past intellectuals. He did everything to praise or criticize whoever deserved and wherever necessary. Grasping the fact of exploitation of labor implies advocating its elimination. It implies advocacy of transformation of relations of exploitation. Marx's explanation is as follows. Value means nothing but labor. However, no specific labor does become in itself value. Only due to exchanges, specific forms of labor convert into value calculations. It is human beings who perform labor, not the tools. Land is not made of labor. It does not possess any value. It is nobody's property. All human beings have the 264 right to use land by performing labor. They need not pay any value to the land. Master-laborer relations are faulty social relations. Faulty social relations began due to exploitation of labor. In the context of master-labor relations, the laborers do not get fruits of their entire labor. Large part of it goes to the master. That part is surplus labor. Wage is not the value of labor. It is merely value of labor power, necessary for the maintenance of the laborers. In order to produce anything, human beings require only two things: means of production, the living labor of human beings. No third element is necessary. Means of production does not mean capital. Neither capital nor capitalists are required to produce anything. Only means of production and human beings who perform labor are necessary. The elements like land rent, interest and profit are not required to either to produce or consume things. They are faulty aspects unconnected with production. The surplus labor of the workers is distributed under false heads among the groups of people who do not perform any labor. Owing to exploitation of labor, all the means of production have become the property of the class of exploiters. As a result, labor relations among human beings turned into antagonistic relations. Human beings are split into antagonistic classes. It means that all the groups who live on the surplus labor of the laborers are living on exploitation of labor. Land is a natural substance. Landlord's right over land is a false right. All the means of production which appear as the property of the capitalists have been and are conversions of surplus labor of laborers of many generations. Right over the land and right over the capital are not the rights which were acquired due to the labor of the masters. They are false rights secured through exploitation of labor. The working class has the legitimate right to confiscate any moment the means of production which are under the possession of the masters. All sorts of states so far 265 existed are the ones which the exploiting class established. State is the committee which manages the common affairs of the exploiters. It retains exploitation of labor. For the human beings to live, it is not necessary that we should have capitalists who invest capital. Capital means means of production and means of subsistence of people who do labor. These two elements are readily available in society. If human beings want products, it is enough if they do labor on the means of production while consuming means of subsistence. They don't need capitalists who invest capital. In fact, it is a lie to say that they invest capital. All the masters must do labor along with the laborers. Then all people would live on their own labor. The faulty forms of income, namely land rent, interest and profit, faulty property rights and faulty labor relations, would disappear. The antagonistic classes that arise from the master-laborer relationship would disappear. The fact that exploitation of labor is taking place implies that the human relations are upside down. We have to turn them straight. The working class has to carry out this task. The class of masters is not inclined favorably to stop exploitation. Moreover, it tries to suppress the working class struggles. Therefore, it is the need of the working class to liberate itself from the exploitation of labor. It has to achieve its liberation by means of struggles against the class of masters. When the working class eliminates exploitation of labor and the related culture by means of its struggle, it would amount to communism. The working class ought to form a party to achieve its objective. The party which would accomplish communism is Communist Party. The working class has to carry on struggles through such a party. When the working class eliminates the exploitative sources of income, the exploiting class would lead the life of performing labor for its maintenance. Non-antagonistic relations of labor would emerge. This is Marx's explanation. This is not meant for any moral preaching, nor is meant to uplift the society. This is like telling the 266 working class the truth of class of masters, which he exploitation of labor by the realized. Questions and answers 1. Are you able to understand what exploitation of labor is? Oh. Yes, I am, but still there are some doubts. 2. Is exploitation of labor a good thing or a bad thing? It is good for those who exploit others and bad for those who are subjected to exploitation. 3. Can there be something which is good for all? Why not? Every person must live on their own labor. Then no one would be an exploiter. 4. How should it happen? We have to see the remaining lessons. Further, we have to read an introduction to Marx's Capital also. 5. What is this? The guy who punishes the slave is making the MW slave touch his feet. Touching the feet as a mark of respect must have begun in slave-owning society. 6. Members of a family work on a piece of land and live on their own labor. 1. That land be the property of that family? No. It 1 be. One can use the land by performing labor on it since there is no scope for anyone to live without using the land. But neither an individual nor a family has any right of inheritance over the land. Junior. 267. 63. Productive and unproductive labors. Exploitation of labor existed in the past societies too. It is not specific for only the capitalist system. However, there are 4 main aspects that are specific to the capitalist system. Productive-unproductive distinction within labors. Competition among capitalists in selling their commodities. Tactics of changing the forms of commodities. Crises. Though there are many other oddities, not knowing these issues amounts to not knowing the capitalist system. We know that money means labor. Whether the old labor of the means of production needed for making of the goods or the new labor performed by the workers at the workplace, all of that constitutes labor. Since labor belongs to the workers of successive generations, money also belongs to the workers. However, there is a difference between these workers. This is not the difference between the manual and intellectual labor. This difference corresponds to the difference between productive and unproductive labor. This difference exists within the manual as well as the intellectual labor. This difference is applicable only to the capitalist system. This is the difference that exists in the view of the capitalists. Before examining this difference, let us unveil its outcome right away. This outcome is incredibly strange. All the workers perform labor. Yet, all the money existing in the society belongs only to the labor of the productive laborers, not that of the unproductive laborers. When heard for the first time, this aspect appears to be unbelievable. Once the details are understood, our disbelief transforms into amazement. Oh, this is the mystery. All the workers perform labor under their masters. They also perform surplus labor and are subjected to exploitation of labor. However, one that boosts the master's riches is productive labor. One that spends the master's money is unproductive. 268. Labor. In other words, only the productive, not the unproductive, labor converts into the money for the master. Both productive and unproductive labor exists at the workplace of the capitalist. At the capitalist's home only the unproductive labor exists. Let us examine the details. At Shayapathi's industry, the cloth is made every day only for sale. Let us recall the example of the cloth that we have seen in the previous chapters. There are 3 different components in the value of the cloth. Means of production 80, wages 20, surplus value 20, the value of the cloth 120. The cloth was sold. The cloth has left and a money of 120 arrived. The entire labor consisting of old and new labor converted into money. The 80 money invested on the means of production was recovered. The 20 money invested on wages was recovered. The 100 capital, a sum of those 2 components was recovered. However, what the capitalist wants is not just that the capital should be recovered. A sum larger than that must be obtained. The capital must bring back a larger sum of money than its value. This is the consequence of selling of the cloth. The capital of 100 brought an additional amount of 20 along with it. As a result, the money of the capitalist increased. The labor that produces commodities under the capitalist is the productive labor. When the commodities are sold, money is earned. It consists of the surplus money. In this manner, the labor that augments the capitalist's money is the productive labor. And those workers are productive laborers. Next, let us examine the unproductive labor. These workers too work under the masters. However, neither their labor nor the products which they produce exist as commodities for the masters. To take a look at the unproductive labor, we should first 269. Visit the capitalist's household. The relation of the household workers with the master is not identical to that with the capitalist. This is a relation with the householder. That master may or may not exist as a capitalist outside of the house. It is irrelevant to the household workers. A person who exists as a worker outside may employ servants at home. In that case, that worker becomes a master to the household workers. Therefore, the relation of the household servants with the members of the household is not the one with a capitalist. The master Shalapthi has 4 workers at home, 1 cook, 1 domestic help, 1 gardener and 1 cart driver. Let us take the cook. Her name is Rajma. Whatever happens in her case also happens with other workers. Rajma cooks in that house. The raw materials, tools and auxiliary materials all are required for cooking. All of them together make the means of production to carry on the labor of cooking. Let us suppose that the costs of the means of production are 3. Rajma's wages per day are 2. Let us suppose that the value of the labor performed by Rajma in a day is 4. These are calculations of a single day. The costs of cooking in 1 day equals means of production 3 plus wages of the cook 2 plus her surplus labor 2 equals 7. People of the household, however, did not spend 7 on the cooking, they spent only 5. The people of the house don't sell the cooked dishes outside. They are not commodities. They did not get the foodstuffs prepared for sale. They use the dishes for their own need. All these items are consumed inside the house. What has happened here? How much money did they spend on the cooking? They spent the means of production 3 plus wages 2 equals a money of 5. Since the cooked dishes were not sold, that money was not recovered. That money was spent as a use value. 270. Where did the money 3 plus 2 equals 5 spent by the master on the cooking come from? Let us say that master is a capitalist who gets the cloth made for sale. We have seen that through the cloth an amount of 20 was earned as surplus value. Out of this amount, his industrial profit is 12. That profit is his income. He would spend on household needs out of this profit only. For the sake of simplicity, let us assume that the entire surplus value of 20 is in his possession. What is the name of Rajama's labour? Will her labour yield surplus value to the master or not? We will see these things in the next lesson. 64. Do unproductive workers give surplus value? The cook at Shayapathi's home performed labour of 4 and received only 2 as wages, didn't she? What about her surplus labour? What happened to it? Did it go to the family of the master? Certainly it did. However, it was appropriated as cooking labour, not money. It was appropriated as the use value as needed by the master's household. That family appropriated a cooking labour of 4 for money of 2. That means a surplus labour of 2. Those dishes, however, were not commodities. They were not sold outside. The costs of the 271 means of production used for those dishes were not recovered. The wages were not recovered either. The owner procured surplus labour but not as money. All the costs of the cooking were spent in the form of cooking labour required for the family. The labour thus spent is unproductive labour for the master who is a capitalist. That means the labour that docenti produce. Docenti produce what? A labour that docenti produce money. It is the labour that docenti convert into surplus value although it gave surplus labour. It is the labour that has not increased the initially spent money. The labour of the cook produced all the dishes. Nevertheless, since the dishes haven't gone into sale, for that reason, that labour became unproductive labour. For the master, the cook is an unproductive worker. All the means of production spent for the cooking are unproductive costs. That family needs again fresh dishes the next day. Since the money of the old dishes won't be coming back, fresh money will be required. In the process of production that is carried out outside the house, new cloth must be produced through which new surplus value must be earned. Out of this, the master will spare new money towards the household expenses. In that case, he will again get a surplus labour of 2 afresh. All the dishes will be consumed again. The needs of the house will be satisfied again. The master will not recover the spent money. The money will not increase. If the same cook worked in a hotel run by a capitalist where the food items are sold as commodities, her surplus labour will be appropriated by the master as surplus money. There she will be a productive worker. This means the labour which is unproductive at one place exists as productive labour at another place. All the other servants working at the master's home also are unproductive workers like the cook. The house gardener and the cart driver too are unproductive workers. Whether or not the dishes made at the master's house were sold and he earned money out of the dishes is of no concern for the cook. She performed a 272 labour of 4, earned only 2 as wages and lost 2. This productive worker too was subjected to exploitation of labour. That means, what befalls the productive workers also befalls the unproductive workers. A question, nonetheless, hasn't the cook earned money of 2 in lieu of her labour? Is it not that her labour transformed into money? No, it is not. As her surplus labour did not owe into sale, the labour that she obtained as wages too did not owe into sale. No portion of the labour for she performed transformed into money. Yet, she procured money of 2 as wages. Where did that money come from? That money too was derived out of the productive worker's surplus value of 20 appropriated by the master. The master spared 2 out of this surplus value and paid for the wages of the cook. The cook obtained the money in this manner, but not through her labour transforming into money. Another question, the value of the cook's labour is 4. She, however, received only money of 2 as wages. There was initially an income of 20 in the master's pocket. That is the surplus value of the productive workers. If the master paid off all the labor value of the cook, a sum of 4 will be gone from his pocket, leaving behind only 16. But, as the cook received only 2, a total of 18 were left in the master's pocket. If the cook received an additional 2, the money in the master's pocket would have been reduced further, leaving only 16 behind. Now that there is 18 remaining, isn't T2 of this amount actually belongs to the cook? Indeed, that the dishes made by the cook were not sold. Nevertheless, the money too that should have gone to the cook is still in the master's pocket, isn't it? Therefore, isn't he the same as the cook's surplus labor appropriated by the master as money of 2? I answer, no. This is because the dishes made by the cook haven't been transformed into money. The component of the surplus labor embedded within the dishes will not transform into money by itself. If the master appropriating the money of 2 of the cook's surplus labor is true, that money should be visible independent of the surplus labor of the productive workers. This is how it should be visible. Initially, there was an 273 income of 20 in the master's pocket. He took out an amount of 3 out of this money towards the means of production for the cooking. Let us disregard the 3. Let us consider only the cook's labor. What was the amount of 20 that initially existed in the master's pocket? That was the surplus value of the productive workers. He took out an amount of 2 towards the wages of the cook. Still 18 were remaining. What was this 18? This amount too was the surplus value of the productive workers. If the surplus labor of the cook was also appropriated in the form of 2, money, that amount should be existing beside the 18 separately. That means, there should be an amount of 20 in the pocket again. Did it happen that way? No. If we suppose that an amount of 2 belongs to the cook out of the 18, then we will see that the surplus value of the productive workers is reduced by 2. These many calculations are not necessary. If the master appropriated an amount of 2 out of the surplus labor of the cook, a sum of 20 plus 2 equals 22 should be in his pocket. We can but find calculation for only 20 money, not 22. What actually happened was the following: as a consequence of the cook's surplus labor, the master's money did not increase, but his costs decreased. The entire household labor is a process of spending the income. For any kind of work to happen, whether it is cooking, gardening, driving the cart or any other, the money already existing will be spent. What is the meaning of appropriating a cooking labor of 4 money, for only 2? That means an amount of 2 is not spent but an equivalent cost is saved. A labor of more money is obtained for a smaller amount. All the appropriated labor has been consumed as cooking labor. The household expenses are also reduced as a result of the surplus labor of the other servants, as in the case of the cook's surplus labor. In the case of the productive workers as well, labor of higher cost is obtained at a lower cost. However, all the costs invested as capital will be recovered as money, and additionally, a surplus money also will be recovered. In this manner, the initially spent money will increase. More money out of less money. 274. In the case of the unproductive workers, the initially invested money will not be recovered. It will be spent up. Instead, not only household services equivalent to that money but more services will be available. More household services with less money. The money of the master will increase due to the productive workers. Expenses will be reduced due to the unproductive workers. This is the outcome of the appropriation of surplus labor at both places. Another question: hasn't the salary of the cook been paid from the surplus value of the productive workers? Does this mean that the unproductive workers share the surplus value of the productive workers? I answer, no. Getting a doubt of this nature is an indication that we are not thinking properly. Why did the cook get wages? Because she performed labor. She performed labor, and in lieu of her labor she took wages. It is not her concern whether the master paid the wages out of his own labor or out of the labor exploited. She took the wages since she performed labor. She also lost the surplus labor. Therefore, it is not that she consumed the surplus value of the productive workers. The illusion of the wages, the question of the wages is quite an amazing question. When the master pays wages to the productive or unproductive workers, it appears as if he is taking their labor and offering his own labor to them. This, however, is an absolute MVTH at both the places. Wages for the productive workers, because labor goes into sale, the wages of the workers are only a part of the money obtained by selling their labor. That was not the money of the master, not the labor of the master. Wages for the unproductive workers, the master would take the labor of the workers and would spare a part of the productive workers' labor and would pay it as the wages of the productive workers. That was not the money of the master, not the labor of the master. When the wages are paid, whatever the context, the wages are not the master's labor. Nevertheless, the context of wage payment to workers, economics, appears as if there was an exchange, a fair exchange, taking place between the labor of the master and that of the workers. In the example of the cloth, what was the total amount of the surplus labor the capitalist appropriated from the productive workers and the unproductive cook? From the productive workers, 20 from the unproductive cook _______________________ 2 total surplus labor _________________22. This master would pay wages of the household gardener and the cart driver from his own income. He would appropriate surplus labor from them too. Let us suppose that the cook Rajamar works also at a different house in addition to the capitalist's house. The second house belongs to an engineer. He is a productive intellectual. Questions are 1. A female cook goes to others' home and cooks for them. Is her labor necessary for the preparation of foodstuffs? Certainly necessary. Foodstuffs are possible only when she performs labor on the raw. For children 275. Worker employed by a capitalist. The wages he earns are his own labor. He too would lose surplus labor to the capitalist. Rajamar working at the capitalist's household is an unproductive worker, isn't he she? Likewise, she would remain an unproductive worker even when she works in the house of a productive worker. The productive worker is her master. Let us suppose that here too her labor is 4 and her wages are 2. In that case, it would mean that the productive worker who is the master now is extracting a surplus labor of 2 from the productive worker. That means, although both of them are workers, when they are in a master and laborer relationship, the master would indulge in an invariable labor exploitation. There are also instances where unproductive workers work for other unproductive workers. ND answers materials. If the foodstuffs are sold, their value would be a combination of old and new labor. Because the foodstuffs are not sold, their 1TB value calculations _______________________ 2. What is productive labor? 276. What is unproductive labor? One that produces commodities at the capitalist's industry is productive labor. One that adds more money to the initially invested money of the capitalist is productive labor. One that reduces the expenses in the process of spending the income of the capitalist is unproductive labor. 3. The initially invested money of a money-lending capitalist also increases. The money of 100 given out as a loan secured an additional money of 5 as interest while returning. A worker works with the capitalist as a clerk. He looks after the matters of money lending. Hasn't he the money of the money lending capitalist increased because of the activities of the worker? No. This worker is an UN productive worker. His surplus labor will reduce the expenses of the money-lending capitalist. The interest of 5 appropriated by the money lender is part of the surplus value of the productive laborers working elsewhere. Those productive workers are those who work for a productive capitalist to whom the money capitalist lent money. Or if a merchant capitalist borrows money, it is those productive laborers who produce the commodity that the merchant capitalist sells. We have to see who borrowed money and what they did with that money. 4. Do productive workers work at the house of a productive worker? No such relation exists. People who work in a house are unproductive workers. 5. Do unproductive workers work in the house of an unproductive worker? The household servants are invariably unproductive workers. The master of the household could be a productive or unproductive worker outside the house. 6. Is there any difference between the means of production spent in productive labor and the means of production spent in unproductive labor? Are there be any difference in the nature of means of production? The difference lies in the relations in which things are produced. The cost of means of production spent in a hotel is productive expenditure. Their value is not spent out. It always keeps returning. If the same means of production are spent at home, it is an unproductive expenditure. Here, the means of production as well as their value are spent. 277. Out each time. A raw material or a tool is considered as either productive or unproductive depending on the context in which it is spent. 7. Do unproductive laborers give surplus value? What is the brief answer to this question? They don't give surplus value but give surplus labor. 8. If the members of a household do all the household chores, will it be labor? What kind of labor it is? It is labor. To know what kind of labor it is, see the lesson Family Laborers. 9. Is there any name for the labor performed by independent producers? We will find an answer to this in subsequent lessons. 10. How to achieve the liberation of unproductive laborers? Productive laborers work for the capitalists, where they are found together in large numbers. All of them can stand united as one. How can domestic servants fight? Domestic laborers can also form unions and lay down certain conditions related to wages, working hours, working conditions, etc. But the system of domestic servants should not exist permanently in any society. Changes must happen in such a way that members of each household can do their own housework. Unless surplus value from the productive workers stops going to the masters, the system of domestic servants does not cease to exist. This means, the liberation of unproductive laborers is dependent on the liberation of productive laborers. We need to know much more about this. 65. Unproductive labor at the workplace of the capitalist. The labor of the household servants of the capitalist is something that is certainly required for his house. Cooking labor is required for preparing foodstuffs. Gardening labor is required for plants to grow in the garden. All these are types of labor required for making of the products. However, these 278 products do not go into an exchange, and for that reason, these types of labor become unproductive labor. The reason, which we are going to see here, for considering a particular labor as unproductive labor is different. There are a few types of labor that are not related to making products. Any labor of this nature becomes productive labor. They too do not go into exchange. All such unproductive costs are drawn from the surplus value of the produce made at this workplace. At the workplace of the capitalist, the work performed by the supervisors and managers is of two different kinds. 1. The labor of supervision or organizing involves making all the arrangements necessary for the production. This comes under productive category. 2. The labor of control over the workers. This is not necessary for the production. This becomes unproductive. At the workplace there will be watchmen at different points. This labor of security is unproductive labor, not necessary for the production. At times, there could be legal disputes between the capitalist and the workers. The expenses such as court expenses and the lawyer's fee are unproductive expenses. If the judge is offered a bribe, it too becomes an UN productive expenditure. In this manner, there are a few UN productive expenses at the workplace. These costs are drawn from the surplus value of the commodities. While calculating the surplus value, we have to include all such expenses which are spent by the capitalist. Unproductive expenses in the government organizations. The government is also a capitalist. The government too runs a few productive industries. It sells those products. For example, electricity, water supply, running buses and trains, etc. It earns a surplus value through them. 279. Apart from these, the government also runs a few unproductive organizations. The government runs a few free public hospitals and free public schools. It doesn't collect fees from the patients and students. The government meets the expenditure of the hospitals and the schools from taxes which are its source of income. These tasks of managing free hospitals and free schools only add to the costs, but not earn money for the government. These costs therefore are UN productive labor. All the people employed at the free hospital of the government, including the physicians, are unproductive workers. Likewise, all the people working in a free school of the government, including the teachers, are unproductive workers. In the houses of these unproductive physicians and teachers, unproductive servants may be employed. Questions and answers 1. When does a doctor become an unproductive laborer? If a doctor works in a hospital of a private capitalist, there would certainly be a system of collecting treatment costs from the patients. Hence, a doctor there is a productive laborer since his labor converts into a commodity. The same is the case if the system of collecting medical expenses from the patients exists in the hospitals run by government. However, in the government-run free hospitals, they don't collect charges from the patients. All those who perform labor at such places will become unproductive laborers. The doctor too belongs to the same category. 2. A doctor is an unproductive laborer. His family hires a maid servant. The first laborer becomes a master. He gets surplus labor from the maid servant. If such a thing should not happen, what should he do? If he does not hire her, she would be without any employment, wouldn't she? The master must pay his maid servant a good wage. He must treat her like a co-worker without exhibiting masterhood. In the present-day society, it is not liberation for the household workers to remove them from the household work. If more wages are paid, their surplus labor would go to them only. If the masters behave 280 courteously with them, they would be free from the harassment which they experience due to masterhood. This alone is the solution for now. 3. A teacher is a productive laborer working in a private school. He loses his surplus value. Should he give more wages to his domestic servant? Shouldn't he, a person who loses his surplus value, take the surplus labor of his domestic servant? No, he shouldn't take. If a worker loses his surplus value, exploiting another person is not the solution. A householder who can afford to hire a domestic servant would naturally get a relatively better wage. The domestic servant is a manual laborer and her master would be in a better situation wherein he could pay somewhat better wage. Hence, he should pay better. While a master too is a worker outside, he must treat his domestic servant as a co-worker. 4. A tailor is a productive laborer. He hires another tailor and runs a small shop at his home. Does this mean that a productive laborer has hired another productive laborer? No, it doesn't mean that. The first person is a productive laborer in relation to his master at his workplace. It is a relation elsewhere. But he is a master in his own shop that he set up at home. If he occasionally does the labor of tailoring along with his workers at home, he would be a petit bourgeois in that relation. 5. Is the labor of independent producer productive labor or unproductive labor? The productive-unproductive distinction does not apply to independent producers since there is no master-laborer relationship here. There is no question of handing over laborer's surplus labor or surplus value to the master. However, since these people also produce commodities for the sake of sale, we may refer to such labor as productive and refer to the labor for their own sake as unproductive. But this is not an accurate classification. As they utilize the surplus money which they get from the surplus labor, their labor entirely belongs to them. 6. A cook is working in the house of a doctor who is working in a free government hospital. What is the source of money which she gets as a wage? The cook is an unproductive laborer. Hence, her wage is not something which she gets as a result of conversion of her labor into 281. Money. It comes from the wage of the doctor who hired her. The doctor, however, is also an unproductive laborer. His wage is also not something that he gets as a result of conversion of his labor into money. It comes from the income of the state. The state gets its revenue from taxes. Those taxes are part of the surplus value of the productive laborers in a given country. There is such a long story behind the wage of an unproductive cook working in an unproductive doctor's house. 7. Does a teacher or a doctor know whether they are productive laborers or unproductive laborers? They will know about their position if they too examine things connected with productive and unproductive labor as we do. Otherwise, they don't. 66. Transfer of the value of means of production. You may be a little surprised, why talk about the value of means of production here? To understand the concept of value properly, we should know clearly about the means of production. We will be able to understand the various aspects of means of production only after we comprehend the productive-unproductive distinction. Hence we are once again examining the various aspects of means of production. In any workplace, means of production are spent in order either to produce new products or to carry on some work. The question, however, is whether the value of those means of production too is spent whenever the means of production are spent. After learning these things, we will talk about price once again. To produce any new thing, we need both means of production and living labor. Here we are concerned with means of production only and not with living labor. While new things are produced, the bodies of means of production get exhausted. But expenditure of their value. 282. Depends on productive relations. Exhaustion of bodies of means of production takes place in any labor. If the bodies of means of production are exhausted, it amounts to the exhaustion of their values as well. However, that exhausted value does not come back in unproductive labor while it does in the case of productive labor. As the value of means of production keeps coming back in productive labor, it amounts to the fact that that value has not been spent. It is not necessary to lay out that value afresh every time. We are going to examine these points now. A shirt has to be made. Cloth is its raw material. Let us say, the value of cloth is 50. If a shirt is made of that cloth, it means that the value of the cloth has been transferred to the shirt. If the cloth turns into a shirt, it means the body of the cloth is exhausted. Cloth will no longer exist. To make another shirt, another new cloth is necessary. The initial cloth will not be useful. Again and again. This applies not only to raw materials but also to the bodies of the tools. By the time a shirt is made, tools like needle, scissors etc. undergo wear and tear to some extent. In the case of a needle, it gets worn out after making 2 or 3 shirts, whereas scissors may be used up to 50 or 100 shirts. Every tool would become unusable after a certain period of time. In the case of every means of production, same thing happens with regard to its body. Whenever a thing gets exhausted or worn out, it needs to be replaced by a new one at the workplace. Well, then, what about the value of means of production? Will that too get exhausted every time? Should a new value be laid out every time? Or will the initially laid out value remain unspent? This depends on the context in which those means of production are spent. In a context where commodities are produced for sale, it is enough if the value is laid out only once for the sake of means of production. This value will never be exhausted. It will 283 come back again and again. In unproductive contexts, the value of means of production gets exhausted along with the bodies of means of production. New money has to be laid out every time for them. Let us consider a shirt produced for the sake of sale. The value of the cloth, the raw materials, is 50. The value of all the means of production is 80. The capitalist does not use the produced shirt for his personal consumption. He would sell it away. In return he would get money. He would get back 80 of means of production. This includes the value of the cloth. If we consider only the value of the cloth, the capitalist would buy new cloth again with returned money of 50 to get another shirt produced. Similarly, by the time the needle is worn out, its entire value returns. A new needle is procured with that value. By the time the scissors is worn out, its entire value comes back and a new scissors is procured with that money. This means, when a shirt is sold, the entire value 80 of its means of production comes back. With the same money, new means of production are procured again. Hence, another 80 money afresh is not needed to procure new means of production. Let us call the process of making a shirt the process of production, whereas the process in which the shirt is sold, money has returned and another shirt is produced with the returned money may be called the process of reproduction. Processes of production take place daily. Every process of production is a process of reproduction compared to the previous one. In every process of production, the value of means of production gets transferred to the new production, the same comes back and new means of production are procured with it. The value of these new means of production would again be transferred to the process of reproduction, and would again come back. This happens all the time. 284. To produce a new thing, new means of production are required every time. But, new value to procure them is not needed. The value once laid out would be used again and again. There is nothing strange in getting back the entire expenditure incurred on making a shirt when the shirt is given away to others without using it for personal consumption. Though the same thing may be produced and sold thousands of times, 80 value initially spent on its means of production is enough. It will never get exhausted. The same thing is circulated again and again. Expending value means expending labor. Labor is expended only when products are consumed. If a shirt capitalist uses a shirt for his personal consumption, the value of the means of production of the shirt won't come back. It would be expended. Let us consider a person who purchased a shirt. He purchases the shirt with 120 money and starts using it. After a certain period of time it would be worn out. The fact that it becomes unusable implies that its entire value is exhausted. The value of a meal is 5 rupees. If a meal is prepared and sold, its cost would come back. With the same cost, a new meal can be prepared again. If the independent producer who prepared that meal ate it, the dishes and their value would be exhausted. If new meal is needed, new means of production and living labor are necessary. Scissors is a tool. Surplus value is not obtained through it wherever it is used as a tool. But, in the scissors industry it is a new commodity. Their surplus value is obtained through selling it. Every means of production yields surplus value to the capitalist when it is sold at the place of its production. After that it goes out and settles down as a means of production somewhere. Every capitalist buys means of production that he needs from other capitalists. Means of production are needed to produce means of production. The bodies of the means of production are exhausted at every workplace. But the value of means of 285. Production is not exhausted. Their value, which is initially laid, would keep returning again and again. Suppose the shirt capitalist stopped his industry after some time. He sold out the entire stock of commodity which was already produced and stopped further production of commodities. Yet the money which he spent on the means of production would not go anywhere. The entire money would come back and stay with him. This means, the capitalist does not spend anything on the means of production irrespective of whether he continues or stops his industry. If he runs the industry, the value of the means of production keeps coming back to him every single time. If he stops the industry, the entire money invested on the means of production would remain with him only. If the value of means of production necessary for producing a commodity in a workplace is 80, those means of production too consist of 3 aspects. Let us classify those aspects as follows. The value of means of production necessary to produce those means of production is 50. Wages 15. Surplus value 15. These 3 aspects taken together form that 80 value. However, if we analyze the 50 value of those means of production whose total value is 80, that 50 also consists of 3 aspects. Let us suppose the value of means of production necessary to produce means of production of 50 value is 30. Similarly, this 30 also consists of 3 aspects. Thus, the present means of production whose value is 80 have been produced by adding living labor to the previously existing means of production. Fresh living labor is carried out at every workplace, whereas the value of means of production is transferred. Whatever happens at one workplace, the same thing happens at all workplaces, thought the society. If we consider a period of 1 year in the entire society, the entire value of means of production necessary during that period is the value which has been transferred from the previous year. Some more means add to the previously existing means of production, and as a result the mass of means of production increases and the value of that mass would 286 keep increasing compared to the past. Means of production in a given society are produced by workers of that society. Their value consists of both old and new labor. If we understand the new labor embodied in the value of a given commodity, it amounts to understanding old labor as well. If we understand aspects of tailoring labor, it amounts to understanding aspects of raw materials and tools also. We will be able to know about value only if we know about the old labor that is transferred from the means of production and the new labor that is performed by human beings. Understanding means of production does not simply involve understanding what happens in the case of one particular thing. We should know what happens in all workplaces in the entire society during a period of 1 year. The economists of the past were not aware of any of these things. There prevails a false notion about the value of means of production. People think that the entire labor necessary to produce means of production takes place every time because new means of production are produced constantly. But, while new means of production are being produced, the entire labor necessary for producing them does not take place afresh. Even then, the old labor is transferred. It is the manual labor that takes place afresh every time. The fact that a certain mass of products is produced in a year implies that all the means of production spent for that mass are already present in that mass. We have set aside the portion of those means of production. What remains is the portion of manual labor. It is split into 2 parts. The first part is spent on the maintenance of the workers themselves, while the second part is spent on the maintenance of their masters. New process of production would again take place with the help of means of production that exist in the mass of products. Expending of means of production and transfer of their value would take place again. The same thing happens time and again. 287. Questions and answers. 1. A shirt has to be stitched with cloth. What kinds of labor take place there? The labor of cutting the cloth and the labor of stitching alone take place. Neither the labor of weaving cloth nor the labor of making the sewing machine does take place. The labor of stitching takes place subsequent to performing the labor of weaving and machine making and when those means of production are already available. 2. The value of scissors is 10. In a particular process of production, the scissors is worn out and its initial value came back. But the value of the same kind of scissors has now become 12. How can one get a new scissors with the old value of 10? No, we can t. What returns from an old scissors is its initial value. If the value of the new scissors has increased by 2, one has to add 2 more to the value of the old scissors and buy a new scissors. Therefore, the 12 value gets transferred and comes back in return. In whatever manner the value of a means of production changes, the same changed value is considered. Whatever we see with reference to the old value, the same applies to the new value. 3. A worker has purchased a shirt and is using it. Should we call the money which he spent on the shirt unproductive expense? The productive-unproductive distinctions apply only in the case of the capitalist. Whatever a worker spends for his personal consumption is his cost of maintenance. The consumer of a shirt pays the value of the shirt and receives the use value of the shirt. Here, productive-unproductive distinctions do not apply. 4. When we say that the value of means of production at the workplace never exhausts itself, does it mean that the value of means of production of 100 years ago still remains? And not only the value of 100 years ago but also that of 1,000 years ago remains till today. Once capitalism began, a portion of the surplus value adds itself to the means of production and thereby its magnitude goes on increasing. 5. Let us consider the mass of products produced throughout the society in a year. What does that mass consist of? It consists of 2 parts, products that serve as new means of production and products that serve as means of subsistence. This means, we find not only those products which are in the form of material objects like new trains, new buses, new houses, new clothing, new yarn, new shirts, new grain but also commodities such as teaching, driving, medical treatment etc. It is a mass that consists of all kinds of commodities. Junior. 288. 67. Commercial workers are unproductive laborers. Labor of commerce or trade or mercantile activities are types of labor that involve buying at one place and selling at another. These are the kinds of labor which facilitate the exchanges that take place between goods and money. These types of labor are not necessary either to produce goods or to make them ready for consumption. The value of these kinds of labor does not add to the products. In the previous lessons, we have observed that labor of exchange does not increase the value of the products. All the labor which the commercial workers perform are related to exchanges. If this cloth capitalist needs means of production, the workers of the commercial capitalist purchase and supply them to the cloth capitalist. Similarly, they purchase the cloth from the cloth capitalist and supply the same to various capitalists and factory workers. The duties of the worker who works in a shop where cloth is sold include picking up of the cloth bundles, showing it to those who come for buying the cloth, explaining about the cloth, measuring it, packing it, collecting the money and rearranging the remaining cloth. He is expected to do this job whenever a customer comes into the shop. Apart from this work, there will be many kinds of work related to exchanges. As these types of labor do not increase the value of the product, these constitute unproductive labor. These workers are unproductive laborers. The rest is similar to what happens in the case of an unproductive cook. The wages of commercial workers constitute the value of labor power but not the value of labor. 289. These workers too yield surplus labor to the commercial capitalist. Expenses associated with the maintenance of shops and the labor of workers together constitute the cost of exchange or trade costs or circulation costs. Costs of trade go by the name commercial commission. This is an odd name. Similar to rent, interest and profit, this is also a strange name. We must observe the fact that cost of trading does not add to the value of the product by taking the example of cloth. The value of cloth is 120. Which means, the cloth was made of so much value. The work of selling the cloth takes place only after it is made. Let us suppose that the cost connected with selling work is 5. This cost is incurred only after the cloth is made. Hence, this cost of 5 too must enter into the value of the cloth and thereby it must rise to 125, mustn't it? The cloth must be sold at 125, right? But it does not happen. Whatever be the costs of exchange, it 1t add to the value of the cloth. Even after the costs of exchange, the value of the cloth would remain the same 120 as decided by the cloth capitalist. The trader ought to sell the cloth at that value only. If the trading capitalist sold the cloth at 120 and gave away that money to the capitalist, from where does the commercial capitalist bring the cost of trading? Therefore, the cloth capitalist gives that cloth at a reduced price to the trader. We have seen that the cost of trading activity is 5, haven't we? Hence, in this example, the commercial commission is 5. This means, the trader would get the cloth for 115 only. The trader takes the cloth, adds his commercial commission to the price for which he got the cloth and sells it at 120. Out of this 120, he keeps 5 for himself as his commission and gives 115 to the owner of the cloth. The cloth capitalist gets 15 extra since the originally laid out capital is 115. The extra amount of 15 which the cloth capitalist got will be distributed as rent, interest, profit etc. Well then, what is commercial commission 5? It is 290. Similar to rent, interest and productive profit. There is 20 surplus value in the value of cloth. The commercial commission of 5 is part of that surplus value. But, one may raise a question. Let us look at the commercial commission differently. The value of the produced cloth might be 115 and not 120. The trader purchased it from the cloth owner at its full value of 115. Later, 5 has been incurred on trading activities. Hence, he added that 5 to and sold it at 120. The cost of trading also had gone into the value of the cloth. That is why, its value has increased to 120. Why don't we look at the matter like this? Why should we think that the cost of trading has not added to the cloth? Why can't we think that the original value of the cloth was 115 only when it was produced? This is the question. Answer: if the value of the cloth when it was produced was 115 only, the cloth capitalist should offer it to others at that value, shouldn't he? Would he give it like that? He won't give. He would give it at a reduced price to traders only. If the actual value of the cloth is 115, why should we use the term commercial commission when the trader buys it? When a person goes to a shop and buys an article, would there be mention of commercial commission? Will the shopkeeper sell each and every article to each and every customer by allowing commission? It doesn't happen, does it? Then why the term commercial commission is heard when traders purchase commodities from the productive capitalists? Why does the capitalist sells his commodity at a reduced price to traders alone and not to the consumers? He doesn't do so because the trader cannot add the cost of trading and sell it for 120 if the cloth is available to all the consumers at 115. How is a product sold at a higher price in one place while it is available at a lower price in another? This means, the value of a product at which the trader purchases it is not its actual value. The value at which the trader sells a product is its actual value. Even if the trader bought the cloth for 115, its value is not 115. Even if the trader added another 5 to 115 and calculated 291. Accordingly, it does not mean that the commercial commission has added to the value of the cloth subsequently. The trader is able to sell the cloth for 120 since it had 120 value right at the beginning. And hence he will be able to take his commission. That commission of 5 is part of the surplus value of the cloth. Thus, the trading expenses of 5 came from the value of the cloth. This is the answer. Well then, what will happen to the surplus labor of the commercial workers? Same thing happens to it as it happened to the surplus labor of the unproductive cook. Any unproductive labor is spent in the same form as it has been performed. The trading capitalist has to spend 5 money which he got as commission to get commercial work done. To see the labor of the commercial workers, we have to see the items on which a trader spends 5 money, which he got as trading / commercial commission. The commission 5 is divided into 3 parts: expenses connected with shop, furniture, measuring instruments etc. necessary to carry out trade-related activities, 1. Expenses connected with the wages of the workers, 2. The surplus value of the workers, 2. Out of the commercial commission, 5. The trader spends 1, on the means of trade. He pays 2 as wages to his workers. Thus, the trader spends 1 plus 2 equals 3 only on the first 2 items from his commission, 5. But the trader does not pay anything in lieu of the surplus labor of his workers. That unpaid money, too, remains as trading / commercial profit of the traders. Though 5 is spent on the trade-related activities, it does not add to the value of the commodity. Hence, that 5 has not gone into sale. It was spent only on trade-related activities. Though the trading capitalist has got surplus labor of 2 value, it did not convert into money. He got 4 labor from the workers. 292. Whom he paid only 2 as wages. He got more labor with less money. The trader does not get money from the surplus labor of the trading / commercial workers, but his expenses are reduced. What is commercial profit, 2? It is the portion that remains in the commission. The entire commission is part of the surplus value of the productive labor. Hence, commercial profit is also part of that surplus value. What is the total amount of money which the cloth capitalist and his productive and unproductive workers have with them? Whose labor is it? We said at the beginning, money is the labor of productive laborers and not that of the unproductive laborers. We will see the same point later. Questions and answers 1. What is the work which the commercial workers do? They sell the commodities which are already produced. They don't produce any commodity. Underscore 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 2. Labor of buying and selling goods is mostly required, isn't it? Why then, they don't add to the value of a commodity? They don't add because they are not required. If they are required, why does the capitalist give his commodity at some reduced price while selling it to the trader? Why does the capitalist sell the commodity at a reduced price only to the trader but not to all the customers? If the labor associated with the trading activities adds to the value of the commodity, the price at which the capitalist sells his commodity to the trader would be its actual price. The capitalist has to sell that commodity to everyone at the same price. If we understand as to why it happens so, we will be able to understand that the labor of exchange is not required for the production of commodities. 3. It is true that some expenses are incurred in carrying on trade-related activities, isn't it? If these expenses are unnecessary expenses, how to meet these expenses? They have to meet expenses of exchange by drawing from the values of the products sold. Even if it is an independent producer, he has to give up some portion of the value of his products for the sake of costs of exchange if he gets his products sold by a trader. 293. 4. How do exchanges take place without trade-related expenses? If exchanges exist, exchanges cannot take place without trade-related expenses. To carry on exchanges, one has to bear those expenses. If we create conditions wherein exchanges are not needed, those unnecessary expenses won't be there. If we assume that there are no exchanges in the cloth example, we need not waste 5 value out of the cloth's value on trade-related activities. Expenses associated with shops in trade won't be there. Imagine the mass of commodities produced in all the branches of production in a year. It requires crores of money and many lakhs of yards of space to carry on the exchanges of that mass of commodities. All those expenses are wasteful expenditure. But, in a society based on capitalism, expenses connected with exchanges of commodities are essential. 5. How can the conditions be created whereby exchanges become unnecessary? We cannot discuss all those issues here. We have to read an introduction to Marx's Capita. 6. Do commercial workers engaged in trading activities belong to the working class? Certainly, they do. Both the productive and unproductive sections of the working class are subjected to exploitation of labor. 68. The entire money in a given country belongs to the labor of productive laborers in almost every country. We find independent producers. They too produce certain kinds of commodities and sell them. The members of a small peasant's family sell grain, vegetables, milk and the like. A tailor stitches clothes and receives money. A carpenter too does woodwork for others. Thus, the labor of the independent producers and the articles which they make convert into money. This means, the money that is available in a country at a given point of time also includes the money which is the result of the labor of independent producers. 294. But when we observe the capitalist society, we find the least and insignificant number of independent producers. The money which is created due to their labor is also insignificant. That money also exists, but let us not consider it now. The capitalists, who operate on a very small scale, to perform certain duties along with the workers in the process of production of their commodities. The labor of such capitalists too results in money. Let us not consider here the labor of small capitalists either. Disregarding the money of independent producers and the money related to the labor of small-scale capitalists, we shall examine the remaining money. In a capitalist society, we have to take into account the class of capitalists who do not perform any labor and the working class who perform labor, and examine the relations between the two classes. In any capitalist country, the majority of the population consists of these two classes only. First, we have to consider the situation of a particular capitalist and his productive and unproductive workers. The same situation is true of every big capitalist. All the domestic servants in the house of a garment capitalist are unproductive workers. None of the expenses either of the means of their labor or of their wages go into sales. Nor do they convert into money. All those expenses are part of the surplus value of the productive laborers. A person who gets commodities produced is a productive capitalist. Those commodities may be either agricultural or industrial. Whatever aspects we find in a particular commodity are also found in each and every commodity. Whatever happens in the case of a particular productive capitalist also happens in the case of each and every productive capitalist. Neither mercantile capitalists, nor money-lending capitalists are productive capitalists. They do not undertake production of commodities. They deal with the commodities, the production of 295, which was undertaken by productive capitalists. Let us take the example of a commodity to see what the composition of money in a given country is. Cloth is a commodity. Its value is 120. Its constituent elements are means of production 80 plus wages 20 plus surplus value 20 equals 120. In this example of cloth, what is the total amount of money that belongs to the cloth capitalist, his productive and unproductive laborers, and those who share the surplus value in cloth production? What is the source of that combined money? If we understand all the aspects of a single commodity, all things related to money will be clear. The productive laborers have performed a labor of 40 value to make this cloth. When the cloth is sold, the 40 value of the labor too has converted into money along with the 80 of means of production. Among those laborers, there may be people who perform either manual or intellectual labor, and among them again skilled and unskilled. As all their wages taken together are 20, the money which all of them have is 20. The surplus value of these productive laborers is another 20. We know how this value is distributed under various heads. Let us see them once again. Rent. The landlord gets the portion of rent from the surplus value. If the landlord lends his land for an industry, he would get rent from the industrial commodities. If the land is given for cultivation, he would get rent from the agricultural commodities. The rent money, which is the income of a landlord, is part of the labor of productive laborers who produce the commodities. Money gained through the rent is spent on the maintenance of the family of the landlord and on the wages of his domestic servants. The surplus labor which the domestic servants perform spares the landlord's expenditure on family. The money gained through rent is the source for every expenditure: the jewelry of the female members of the landlord's household, luxurious clothing, mansions, occasional purchase of new lands and day-to-day luxuries. The landlord's family lives on surplus value of the 296 productive laborers and surplus labor of the domestic servants. Without doing any labor of their own and without the money that their labor secured. Merchant's profit. The story of the merchant capitalist who gets the cloth commodity sold by his workers is similar to the story of the landlord. We know how this guy gets merchant's profit at the end. The maintenance and the luxuries of his family depend on three factors: the surplus value of productive laborers who produce the commodities which he sells, the surplus labor of the trade laborers who work for him, the surplus labor of the domestic laborers. This guy lives on these three factors, without any money that resulted from his own labor. Income of independent merchants. Here we need to understand the income of the independent merchants. This income is also connected with the surplus value of the productive laborers. An independent merchant is one who neither has a master nor he himself a master over others, but does trade related activities himself. Where does this person initially buy the commodities? He buys either from the productive capitalist, or the mercantile capitalist, or independent producers. He sells the same commodities that he purchased. No matter where he purchases the commodities, he would get them with some commission, at a reduced rate. Even the independent producers must sell their commodities to the traders at a reduced price. An independent merchant does all trade-related work. An independent trader. She sells goods sitting at a / particular place. UMI. An independent trader. He sells goods roaming in the street. Economics for children. Himself. He too incurs some expenses towards trade-related activities. He has to meet these expenses out of the merchant commission. Merchant's profit materializes at the end after the commodities are sold out. It is something which he gets out of merchant's commission. It means that profit is part of the surplus labor of productive workers who produced that commodity. Well then, what happens to the mercantile labor which the independent merchant performed? Same thing happens as it happened in the case of the labor of unproductive laborers. The independent merchant, however, is not a UN productive worker. Yet his labor does not enter into the value of the commodity since it is exchange-related labor. It does not convert into money. But the mercantile profit which he gets at the end is not something which he takes without doing any labor. He gets it in lieu of the labor he performed. Hence, an independent merchant is a person who lives on his own labor and not someone who lives on the exploitation of others' labor like a mercantile. 297. Capitalist. Interest. The story of a money-lending capitalist who earns interest from the value of the cloth is similar to the stories of other capitalists. It is the money earned by means of interest that he spends on the maintenance of his family, servants and luxuries. Further, out of his income which he gets in the form of interest, he sets aside some amount and adds it to his interest-bearing capital so as to multiply it. Taxes. Taxes also go to the government from the surplus value of the cloth. By means of these taxes, expenses connected with government offices, huge salaries of the ministers, the police, army, courts, jails etc. are maintained. The policemen and the soldiers too are unproductive laborers. But they are the laborers who protect exploitation of labor undertaken by the capitalist class. These laborers are situated in such anti-working class positions wherein they perform coercive labor of suppressing the struggles of the laborers. These coercive activities have been going on since 298. The slave-owning societies of the past. Productive profit. After completing the distribution of surplus value under various heads, what remains for the cloth capitalist is productive profit. With this profit, he maintains his family, domestic servants etc. If he sets aside some portion out of this profit and adds it to the previous capital, his capital would keep increasing. The factors that make the life of the productive capitalist happy: surplus value of productive laborers, surplus labor of unproductive laborers at his workplace and surplus labor of his domestic servants. So far we have observed 20 wages and 20 surplus value. 20 money of wages will be in the hands of productive laborers. 20 money of surplus value will be in the hands of those who shared it as their income. As the consumers of surplus value pay wages to unproductive laborers from their income, a portion of that money will be in the hands of unproductive laborers as well. The money in the hands of productive laborers is their labor. The money which is in the form of income of exploiters too is the labor of the productive laborers. Also, the money which is in the form of income of unproductive laborers is the labor of productive laborers. So far we have examined 40 value of the productive laborers out of the 120 value of the cloth. Well, then, what about 80 value of the means of production? Whose labor does that money represent? That money too exists in society, doesn't it? 80 value of means of production. We assume that 80 money of the means of production in the value of the cloth as the money of the cloth capitalist. But we have already seen earlier that it does not represent his labor. 80 value of means of production too includes the old labor as well as the new labor. If we consider that old labor, it too includes both old and new labor. Thus, if we keep going back further, there would be a stage when there was no old labor. Means of production would form as a result of living labor performed from then onward. The entire 299 labor performed since then belongs to the laborers. By the time old means of production are expended in a workplace, new means of production would be ready at other workplaces. It is the productive laborers who perform labor in those workplaces. Whether we consider means of production of the past or newly produced means of production, the entire value of those means of production belongs to the labor of the laborers. While we examine the labor of the productive laborers in the example of cloth, It is irrelevant to examine the value of the means of production. Because, if we keep going backwards to see the 80 of means of production, it amounts to seeing the labor of the past laborers instead of looking at the labor of the laborers who make the cloth. Hence it is necessary to see the new labor of the cloth laborers only. This applies to every article. To calculate the amount of surplus value which a productive capitalist did get, it is not enough if we add all such items as rent, interest, taxes, commercial commission, his productive profit, etc. We must also add wages of watchmen, managers and capitalists because these are unproductive wages. The surplus value in a commodity includes unproductive expenses and unproductive wages. Whatever happens in the case of one commodity, happens in the case of all commodities. Whatever happens in the workplace of a productive capitalist, happens across the entire society. Final conclusion: the entire money produced in a capitalist society is the labor of the productive laborers. That money does not include any money that results from the labor of the unproductive laborers because their labor does not convert into money. In any capitalist society, there also exist small-scale capitalists and independent producers, and we find some money that results from their labor as well. As neither landlords nor capitalists perform labor, not a single penny of theirs exists. Whatever appears as money across the whole society includes the total money which is in the form of wages of productive laborers, the total 300. Money which is in the hands of the landlords, the total money which is in the hands of productive capitalists, commercial capitalists and money-lending capitalists, the total money which is in the hands of the government, the total value of means spent unproductively, and the total money which is in the form of wages of unproductive workers. Thus the total money that is found in the society as a whole is nothing but the labor of millions of productive laborers working in almost all branches of production in the country. Questions and answers. 1. When does labor convert into money? When does it not convert? A labor converts into money only when it or the products produced by labor go into sale. Otherwise labor won't convert into money. 2. An individual sold a product. He got the entire value of that product in the form of money. When does this happen? Is such an individual an independent producer, capitalist or a laborer? Certainly he is not a laborer. A laborer sells only his labor and not any product. A person who sells products may be either an independent producer or a capitalist. 3. If a worker involved in tailoring does the work of stitching at home and sells garments, he won't be a worker either in the context of stitching garments for others or in the context of selling the garments which he stitched. He will be an independent producer. 4. A little girl purchased some fruits with a small coin. What is that money? Whose labor is it? First we must know who gave that coin to that little girl. Did her parents give or her paternal aunt give? Whether the person who gave that money is a laborer or trader. If that person is a worker, is she a productive laborer or unproductive laborer? If we know all those things, we will know what that money is and what its source is. Its source may be interest, profit, rent or wage. 301. Whatever be its source, money is the value of the labor of productive laborers. 5. An unproductive laborer works for a master. He receives wages. Does this mean that he has sold his labor? It means he sold it. But the master won't sell that labor outside. 6. Does the money which the government gets in the form of taxes also include the value of labor of unproductive laborers? No, it does not include that value. Those unproductive laborers who perform intellectual labor also pay income tax. They pay those taxes out of their salaries. Their wages, however, are not the result of conversion of their labor into money. The state pays those wages from various kinds of taxes which it gets as income. All those taxes are paid by the capitalists from the surplus value of productive laborers. Hence taxes are the value of the labor of productive laborers. Though unproductive laborers also pay taxes, the money of those taxes is not the result of conversion of their labor into money. 7. It is said in the lesson that in order to calculate the surplus value produced in a period of 1 year in a country, we have to add interest, profit, taxes, unproductive expenses and the like. If we calculate that way, it will be a huge sum of crores and crores of rupees. Will the surplus value produced by productive laborers be so huge? If the calculated amount appears to be so huge, then you must wonder, is exploitation of labor taking place on such a large scale? If such a huge amount of surplus value is not available, how can they secure and maintain government offices, the police, the military, buildings, arms etc.? The military operates on land, water and air. Unless such huge amounts of surplus value are not exploited, how can the families of landlords and capitalists acquire enormous riches and wealth? Where does the money which is spent on bribes, throughout the country, come from? Before raising the question, will the surplus value be so large, we need to raise and understand questions such as, what is surplus value? What is exploitation of labor? If we understand these things, it will be clear as to how these riches and wealth are accumulated and how all the branches of the state are maintained. 302. 8. Take a commodity and illustrate the productive-unproductive distinction by way of its internal division. Value of a commodity, 120. I. Means of production. 80. I. Productive wages. 20. Surplus value. 20. Land rent interest taxes commercial commission. Commercial expenses profit. Unproductive expenses. Bribes. Productive profit. Every fellow who consumes surplus value will have unproductive laborers to perform domestic services. Some portion from the rent is spent on unproductive expenses. Some portion from the interest is spent on unproductive expenses. Thus, some portion from every income is spent on unproductive expenses. Unproductive workers are found even in the houses of intellectual laborers. Junior. 69 Values that add subsequent to production. Here we need to examine some more aspects concerning the value of a commodity. The value of the cloth when it was produced at the place of production is 120, isn't it? But that value does not remain as 120 if we want to purchase it from a cloth shop. By the time it reaches the shop, some essential values add to it and that value increases a little more than 120. Especially the labor of transportation and the labor of storage. Labor of transportation, if an article, produced at a place of production, has to reach the 303 consumers, it has to move out of that place of production. It has to be moved out either on a cart or a lorry. It is the labor of transportation. It is a necessary labor. There won't be any change in the body of an article due to the labor of transportation. But that article moves from one place and reaches another place. If an article remains at the place of production without incurring the expense of labor of transportation, it is not at all possible to use that article. Labor of transport. Though the labor of transportation is not necessary to make an article, it is a labor necessary to convey the produce said article to the consumers. Hence it is productive labor. Transport workers are also productive laborers. Let us suppose that 4 value is spent on the labor of transportation in order to deliver the cloth of 120 value at a shop. That value will add to 120. That 4 value of transportation, however, will be of 3 parts, means of production necessary to carry on that labor of transportation and wages of labor of transport and surplus value of those transport workers. These 3 items taken together constitute the value 4 of transport. Labor of storage, like the value of labor of transportation, the value of the labor of storage also adds to every product. No product is consumed immediately after it is produced. We have to store it at some place and protect it till it is consumed. If it is milk, we have to store it till the next day. If it is vegetables, we have to store them for about a week. If it is grain, we have to store it for a year. In this manner, for every product, we will incur some costs of storage till it is consumed. This is a natural need. To carry out this work of storage, laborers are needed. The costs of storage also add to 304. The value of a product and its value increases. Labor of packing products is also productive labor. Suppose we have to keep grain in a store or send them by transportation, we need to fill the grain in the bags and tie the bags. The cost of the bags is also a necessary expense. The cost of the bags also adds to the value of grain. Thus, all the expenses connected with natural needs add to the value of the products. Labor of advertisement. Costs of advertising about commodities are wholly unproductive expenses. The labor of advertising about a product is not a necessary expense either for the production or consumption of product. We can produce and consume a product without advertisements. This value does not add to the product. It means this entire cost is part of surplus value of the product. To calculate the total surplus value for the mass of products in a society, we have to add all the advertising costs as well. Productive-unproductive distinction between types of labor did not exist in the past. This distinction is specific to capitalism. In a slave-owning society, slaves grow many crops. The slave master sells only some portion of those crops, and does not sell a large portion. Only the sold portion of the crop converts into money. Are these slaves who raised the crops productive laborers or unproductive laborers? Or are they both? They are both. Which means, they are not either. There, such a distinction is not possible. Same is the case with the feudal tenant farmers. Out of the crops which they grow, some portion goes to the landlord as rent and some portion remains with the tenant's family. A major portion of the crop does not go into sales. It does not convert into money. Only some portion converts into money. Are feudal tenant farmers productive laborers or unproductive laborers or both? Here also such a division is not possible. Whereas under capitalism, the entire commodity which a capitalist gets produced goes 305 into sales. The entire commodity converts into money. If a coarser cloth capitalist gets 1,000 meters of cloth produced daily, it will be 30,000 meters per month. 360,000 meters per year. Out of the total quantity, how much cloth does the family of the capitalist use for its own consumption per year? It may not use even a single meter of cloth. Or it may use 10 meters of cloth a year for the sake of dusting in the kitchen. This means, if we deduct 10 meters of cloth from 360,000 meters, the remaining cloth must be sold in entirety. If he gets back that money, he would again buy new means of production. He would pay wages. He would pay rent, interest and taxes. Everything must be done with money. That is why, he has to sell the entire commodity and convert it into money. A capitalist gets cement produced. Let us say 500 bags per day. How many bags in a month? How many bags in a year? How many bags would he use for his household needs? Not even a fistful. He has to sell out all those thousands of bags. A capitalist gets daily newspapers produced. 1 lakh copies daily. How many copies does he use for his personal consumption? At the most 2. Except those 2 copies, he must sell all the remaining copies. Thus every capitalist must sell his commodities in entirety. Also, he must buy all the things necessary for his workplace as well as house. This is why capitalism has another name, the system of commodity production. That SY productive-unproductive distinction is specific to capitalism. Productive labor is that which produces commodities and increases money, while the unproductive labor is that which spends money. We have seen that both productive laborers and unproductive laborers lose surplus labor and are subjected to exploitation of labor. However, the liberation of unproductive laborers is dependent on the liberation of productive laborers. If the surplus value which the capitalist class gets from the productive laborers ceases, it will not be possible for the capitalist class to spend on unproductive laborers. If the 306 increase in the surplus value of the productive laborers in turn increases the amount of capital, and as a result if the surplus value further increases, the owner class would keep using unproductive services on an increased scale. Therefore, only when the surplus value ceases to accrue to the owner class, the liberation of productive and unproductive laborers begins. Another specific characteristic of capitalism is competition among capitalists. Before discussing this point any further, we need to examine another issue, namely, household work. If the members of a household do the household chores for themselves, with what name do we refer those chores? 70. Subsequent to production questions and answers 1. What is productive profit? A profit that is secured due to productive labor. It is secured through labor which produces commodities as well as through labor that adds to commodities after they are produced. It may be industrial profit or agricultural profit. Profit which is secured as a result of sale of commodities is commercial profit and not productive. Similarly, the expenses saved due to unproductive labor are not secured in the form of money and hence not productive profit. 2. Who is a productive capitalist? A one who gets productive labor performed and secures productive profit. 3. What is the raw material in the labor of transportation? A none. Neither the products which are transported nor humans engaged in transport labor are raw materials. 4. A family needs 6 bags of rice per year. If the family buys rice only once and stores it in their house, its price will be somewhat less. If the family purchases rice in small 307 quantities every month, its price will be somewhat high. Why? If rice is purchased only once and brought home, space is required to store the rice. The members of the household will have to do the labor of preserving those bags. In case they don't buy all the bags at one time, the shopkeepers have to bear the expenses connected with the space and labor of preserving the rice. If they buy the commodities after the labor of storage is done, the cost would be somewhat high. 5. From whom does the store-keeping capitalist get surplus value? From the productive laborers who produced the commodities or the laborers of storage? From the laborers of storage. The labor of storage is productive. The value of storage labor adds to the commodity and goes into sale and fetches money. That money includes wages of the storage workers and surplus value. 6. After preparing foodstuffs we keep them either in a fibre sling or almra. After our meal, we store the remaining foodstuffs at least for some hours. Are they costs of storage? Yes. If there are no arrangements to keep cooked foodstuffs, where will they be for a certain number of hours? The fibre sling also constitutes a means of storage. 7. Is it not possible to use products without storage costs? If we drink coffee immediately after we make it, there won't be any storage cost. But we store coffee powder, milk and sugar. Some portion of this cost adds to a cup of coffee. If a gentleman stands under a guava tree in a forest, plucks a fruit and eats it, there won't be any storage cost to it. 8. Costs of packing commodities add to the value of the commodity. But should that packing be done with expensive costs in glittering colored papers? All those are business tactics. The sellers think that glittering packaging attracts the buyers and compels them to buy. The buyers fall an easy prey to such glitter tactics. The quality of biscuits does not increase if they are sold in glittering attractive packets instead of clean and ordinary white packets. The cost goes up due to extravagant packaging. The buyers of such commodities will be compelled to spend more on packaging. 308. 9. Let us suppose it costs 2 value to pack a commodity if we use really basic amount of cardboard. But, suppose, the value of packing will be 3 if we use colorful and stylish material for packaging. Will this extra value, one which we spent, be part of the surplus value of the packed commodity? No, it won't. Packaging is productive labor. Even if more expense is incurred on stylish packaging, it isn't actually incurred one. The packing will not be stylish and attractive if that amount is not spent. The buyers of that commodity have to bear that cost of stylish packaging. If the packing is simple, the buyers will incur less cost. But the buyers are not aware of all this. Having been accustomed to stylish things, buyers crave for them. 10. How will the consumers know about commodities if there were no advertisements? Are advertisements not needed? Advertisements may proceed with 2 kinds of characteristics. All the advertisements in capitalism are business announcements. They proceed with various tactics to deceive consumers. Business announcement is not necessary in order to make people aware of a product. A news item giving some information about the product is enough. Just as many essential pieces of information are published, information about the product too reaches people. The expenses incurred on business advertisements are excessively greater than the expenses incurred on the police machinery. The entire expense spent on advertisements is part of the mass of the surplus production of the working class. 11. A capitalist company, let us say, had started selling some soap or toothpaste about 40 years ago. All consumers know about those commodities. Still, that company issues business advertisements about its commodities. Why? The company fears that if its advertisements stop and the advertisements of other new companies continue to appear, the consumers might forget the old commodities. It is also a known fact of this commercial world. If advertisements of new commodities alone appear, the consumers tend to lean toward them. The old commodities can compete with the new only if their advertisements continue. All this is gimmicks of the business field. 309. 12. Is it not enough if people produce certain good quality soaps and toothpastes without indulging in business tactics? All consumers will buy them, won't they? What is business for? For the sake of profit. All businessmen aim at their profit, don't they? Why would all of them come together? It is more dangerous if all capitalists come together. Then workers are compelled to buy the commodity even if it is trashy and costly. Capitalists may get commodities produced cautiously if they function separately and individually. 13. How many names do the capitalist have? Why can't all of them have a single name? Their names depend on the kind of activity they undertake in order to earn money. Productive capitalist is one who gets commodities produced by the workers in agriculture or industry. Commercial or mercantile capitalist is the one who gets the commodities sold by his workers. Money-lending capitalist is the one who lends money to either productive capitalists or the commercial capitalists. Landlord is the one who rents out land to the productive capitalist, mercantile capitalist and the money-lending capitalist. All these guys secure income under various heads not on account of their own labor. The incomes of all these guys come from the commodity which the productive capitalist gets produced by his workers. 14. Who is a contractor? What is his job? A contractor is someone who undertakes a job on contract. A contractor is also a capitalist. The government intends to get a canal dug, a bridge constructed or a road laid. It calls a capitalist and assigns the job to him. It means, it allocates that work on contract. That contractor gets that work done by engaging workers. As the contractor finally gets profit due to that contract, he would give bribes to ministers and government engineers. If he does not have an opportunity to earn profit through a contract, there is no scope to pay bribes. Earning profit in the first place is one form of corruption. Earning bribes through other persons from that profit is another form of corruption. The source of corruption of taking bribes is the corruption of earning surplus value. 310. 15 Capitalists get iron, cement, petrol, buses, rails and other such commodities produced. How much of the produced commodities does a capitalist use for his family? In the case of certain commodities, a capitalist's family does not use any portion of the commodities that it gets produced by the workers. The entire commodity is meant for sale. The family buys necessary commodities from other capitalists. In the case of certain commodities, the capitalist's family uses some portion of the commodities which it gets produced. But it is negligible. Much is bought from outside. Majority of the capitalists sell their commodities en masse and purchase necessary commodities from other capitalists. 16 The soaps capitalist gets 5,000 soaps produced per day. 1,50,000 per month. Well, then, how many soaps does that capitalist use per day in his house? How many does he sell outside? Oh! Not even a single soap is exhausted in the house in a day. Let us say, they use. The whole thing is for sale. The commodities of a capitalist. Commodities of another capitalist. Only the dotted space is meant for the consumption of the capitalist's family. The rest for sale. 10 soaps per month in the house. That is, if we deduct 10 soaps from 1,50,000 soaps, he must still sell the remaining soaps. Same is the case with biscuit capitalist, cloth capitalist, shoe capitalist and every other capitalist. 17. Who do the capitalists pay bribes to? They may pay bribes to the officials of the government as well as private companies in order to get orders for their commodities. They may also give bribes to the judges in connection with the cases involving other capitalists or the workers. They may give bribes to the police officials who will disrupt the strikes of the workers. And on several such occasions. Junior. 311. 71 Exchange-related labor does not convert into value. In the previous lesson, we have seen that certain types of labor take place even after the products are ready and the values of those types of labor too add to the value of those products. The activity of selling the products also takes place after the products are ready. The activity of selling means giving products and taking money. It is an exchange between the commodities and money. This act of exchange also involves some expenses. Some amount of old labor and some amount of new labor are spent. But none of those expenses add to the value of that commodity. Nor do they increase its value. We have already stated in the previous lessons that exchange-related activities and exchange value are unnatural. Here we need to understand the same point in detail. In this context, we are observing the types of labor that take place even after the products are ready. We, therefore, are examining the issue of exchange-related labor. A pot is ready for sale. When it was made, its labor time was 2 hours. Its cost was Rs2. It was taken to another place by transport for which half a rupee was spent. Then the value of that pot would be 214 rupees. This means, the value of transport also added to the value of the pot. Later that pot has to be sold. In order to assemble all the commodities at one place and sell them, some space and a small shed over that space are required. Transactions for sale have to take place. Let us suppose that the expenses connected with sale is half a rupee. Would this value of sale also add to the value of the pot? Would the value of the pot become 3 rupees after the sale? No, it won't. Even then the value of the pot would be 214 only. Let us suppose, the potter. 312. Has actually sold the pot for 3 rupees. Even if he has sold like that, it does not mean that expense connected with exchange, that is half a rupee, added to the value of the pot and hence the value of the pot became 3 rupees. There must be some other reason for that. If tailoring labor is performed on a cloth and if the cloth turned into a shirt, the value of the shirt would be greater than the value of the cloth. We can say that the value has increased because we can get a shirt with the same amount of money with which we bought the cloth. We have to pay more money for the shirt. If transportation labor is performed on that shirt, then the value of the shirt would increase. Would the value of the shirt increase if the labor of exchange is performed on that shirt? Would the labor of exchange add to the value of the shirt? If it happens, the value of that shirt must have increased after the exchange is over. If the value of exchange also adds to the commodity, the value of each and every commodity must increase after its exchange. See this example: a pot, a pair of shoes, and a basket full of grain. The values of these 3 commodities are equal. The value of each commodity is 2 hours of labor. It is 2 rupees. If a pot is given, you will get a pair of shoes. Or, a basket full of grain. An exchange has taken place between the pot and a pair of shoes. Would the values of those commodities increase after the exchange is over? Would the value of the pot increase over and above 2? Would the value of the pair of shoes too increase? To find out whether their values increased or not, we have to exchange them with other commodities. Let us see the case of the pot. Let us suppose that the value of the pot increased over and above 2 rupees due to its exchange with the pair of shoes. If the same new pot is exchanged again with yet another commodity, one should in return get a commodity whose value would be greater than 2, isn't it? Would it actually happen? The shoemaker initially took the pot, didn't he? Let us say he wanted grain immediately. If he gave the new pot and took grain, would he get only a basket full of grain or more in return to the 313 pot? If the value of the pot increased over and above 2 due to its first exchange with the shoes, he should get a commodity whose value is greater than 2 when the second exchange took place, shouldn't he? But it does not happen that way. The value of that new pot would not increase but remain as 2 irrespective of the number of exchanges and the amount of labor spent on those exchanges. The fact that the value of a pot has not increased after an exchange implies that no expense connected with that act of exchange did add to the initial value. Same is the case with shoes, grain or any other commodity. Consider this example: the value of the cloth is 5. We gave that cloth and took Rs.5. It means, an exchange has taken place between the cloth and 5 money. The cloth has left the place and it is irrelevant to us. We got Rs.5. Let us see this point. If the expense connected with the exchange adds to that money, those 5 rupees should increase in value to some extent, shouldn't it? Will it increase? If we give Rs.5 now, shall we get a commodity whose value is higher than 5? It won't happen. Let any number of exchanges take place with that 5 money with any number of commodities, it will remain as 5 only. Even after the completion of an exchange, a commodity will have the same value which it had before the exchange. Which means the labor of exchange would not convert into value. Because exchange is not naturally needed either for the production or the consumption of a commodity. The labor which is indispensable for the production and consumption of products is natural labor. Only when natural labor is performed, it becomes a value. Otherwise, it won't convert into a value. The value of a basket full of grain is Rs.2. If pounding labor is performed on that grain, the value of the grain will be higher than its initial value. Foodstuffs are made and kept ready for eating. The labor performed so far was for the sake of preparing those foodstuffs. Now, in order to consume those dishes, another kind of labor has to take place. It is the labor of serving. 314. Those foodstuffs either in leaves or plates. However, this work of serving does not change the form of the foodstuffs. Nor does it prepare new foodstuffs. It facilitates the consumption of already prepared foodstuffs. It is an altogether different matter whether one does it himself or others do that work for him. It is labor no matter whoever does it. If that work of serving food does not take place, it is not possible to consume those foodstuffs. If cooking labor is not done, rice does not convert into cooked rice. If the labor of serving is not done, the cooked food cannot be consumed. Labor without which either production or consumption of products is not possible is natural labor. Labor of exchange is not natural labor. It is not possible to make products by dispensing with weaving, stitching and cooking, whereas it is possible to produce and consume products by dispensing with the labor connected with their sale. However, it is possible only when appropriate conditions are created in society. By appropriate conditions, we mean the creation of such conditions whereby all people perform labor, master-servant relations are eliminated, relations of independent laborers are transformed into collective labor relations, and labor relations are transformed into labor relations of equality. Then there would be no need for exchanges. Only then, it will be possible to make products and use them as per our need. All this depends on transformation of relations of exploitation of labor. The system of exchange has been in existence among different tribes ever since the days of primitive society. However, the exchanges in those days used to be in fewer numbers. Things were managed with a small number of articles produced within the tribe without the need for a single exchange in an entire day, whereas in the present-day capitalist society, the system of exchanges is so widespread that exchanges have become necessary from minute to minute. In order to carry out any labor, several expenses connected with old and new labor are incurred. Similarly, in order to carry out the labor of selling, some expenses are incurred. First, some space /land is 315 required for setting up a shop to sell commodities. A smaller or bigger building is to be built on that site. Lots of furniture and other articles are to be provided inside the building. People who can work in that shop and sell commodities are required. The workers need maintenance. If these acts of exchanges were not in existence, those workers would fend for themselves by performing natural labor in places like schools, hospitals and transport offices. It would have been possible for them to turn to natural labor. Suppose 50 the sou and meters of cloth are sold in a year in a textile shop. Let us also suppose that the expense incurred in selling 1 meter of cloth is 1 rupee. This value of sale does not add to the value of the cloth. Hence, there arises a need for commercial commission. Those who sell commodities are not aware of such questions as to which expenses add to and which expenses do not add to the value of a commodity. Just as they are ignorant of such trade secrets as rent, interest and profit, they are unaware of the merchant's commission as well. Take the example of a shoe shop. We find thousands of pairs of shoes there. Why don't the readily available shoes go into consumption at once? Because exchanges are yet to take place. A fruit garden is in full blossom. What is the objection if the entire population of that region consumes those fruits without any reference to exchange? Well, that garden is the property of an individual. A lot of labor was performed to raise that crop. Those who want to take those fruits must pay in return the value of labor spent on the crop. It is not a matter concerning just 1 or 2 shops. Consider all the places and all the shops meant for sales activity in a county as a whole. See how many places, how many buildings and how many people are required for that. If there was no need for sales and if all people perform labor, produce and consume articles as per their needs, those sites and buildings would be liberated from such unnatural reasons for their existence. But, the existing human relations are in the form of master-laborer relations. These relations necessitate exchanges.